Chapter 101 Nazi. I'm Ash from True New Town, and my goal is to become a Pokemon trainer. Now, please accept my challenge. After a short rest, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia embarked on the journey again. Because he was eager to challenge the gym, Xiaoji, who arrived at the Golden City, didn't even hesitate, and went straight to the Super Energy Gym in the Golden City to kill him. As for the behavior of Lalora's attacking Pikachu during the break before, from Ash's point of view, this is a disguised proof of Lalulis's plentiful fighting spirit. It must be because this little guy is too eager to fight, so even when he is resting, he must use Pikachu to exercise his psychic guild. Of course, as a party who suffered a dumb loss, he didn't think so. However, considering the system task that was about to be completed, Mu Chen could only give that arrogant little Play Ying a stern look. Your uncle dare to spoil the good deeds of Lao Su. Wait for me, wait until I get a huge one. You will definitely make you scream. Of course, unlike Xiaoji, Xiaoxia also knows what happened. Looking at the angry Laloras, Xiaoxia felt as if she had guessed something. Challenge. Have you made up your mind? If you challenge me, failure will cost you. The gym master Nazi in the Golden City is different from other gym trainers. This one is a special existence with extremely powerful superpowers. However, it is precisely because of her extremely powerful strength that Nazi's personality is rather eccentric. The price. What price? It was the first time I heard that there is a price to pay for the failure of the gym challenge, and Xiaoji and Xiaoxia questioned simultaneously for the first time. Hehe, it's nothing, but I was turned into a doll and played with me. Nazi didn't feel how to say this in such an understatement, but Xiaoxia suddenly felt a chill. Become a doll. OMG. Is this Nazi a lunatic? If she acts so arbitrarily, will the alliance not interfere? It's just how Xiaoxia knows. Because of Nazi's absolute rank, because Nazi will not really hurt the life of the challenger, so the alliance really turns a blind eye to her behavior. Okay, I accept. Then, please accept my challenge. This is the difference between Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. In Ash's view, he will not fail. The reason why I asked about the price of failure was just out of curiosity. Buffs of Master G. There is a permanent halo, the existence of the halo of honey confidence. Very good. I admire your courage, so when I turn you into a doll, I won't change your appearance. My rules are simple. I only play one Pokemon. As for yours, whatever. As long as you can beat me, then you can get the superpower badge of the Golden City. This is Nazi's confidence as the strongest gym trainer. Okay, so let's get started. My first Pokemon is you, BB Bird. As the iron-headed baby in Xiaoji's hand, BB Bird will always be the one who tests the fierce fire of the enemy. B tilde tilde tilde. A loud chirping came out. Having been with Xiaoji for so long, BB Bird has also developed a strong mental quality. Failure is not terrible. Anyway, sooner or later I will continue to fail. Ying give it tilde tilde. Entering the battle state, Nazi closed her eyes. A half-human tall, golden yellow body all over, looking like a fox. A Pokemon with a spoon in her hand appeared in the field. This is one of Nazi's main Pokemon, the super-type Pokemon, Yonghila. Yongjira. BB Bird, let's attack. Use Lightning Flash. Through the Pokemon Pokédex, Ash probably understands this guy's ability. After knowing that Yongjira's offensive ability is strong, Ash decisively chose to attack. There is no problem with his command at this moment. However, Xiaoji's opponent is Nazi. Without seeing Nazi's command, Yongjira suddenly disappeared in place. Immediately, at the moment when BB Bird fell in the air, Yonghila, who appeared above the stadium, used an imaginary light on BB Bird. In the stroke, there is no accident. Damn it. BB Bird, hold on. Use the swing attack. Continued failure. BB Bird's other abilities did not increase, but the level of endurance is definitely rising. Under the command of Ash, BB Bird flapped its wings and launched a counterattack once again. Pick up tilde pick up. Mu Chen, who was lying in Xiaoxia's arms, had no interest at all in this kind of battle against vegetables. At this moment, all his attention was on Nazi, whose eyes were tightly closed. So cold. What an iceberg beauty. I like it. Looking at Nazi, who was wearing a red leather jacket and a pair of black boots showing her snow-white thighs, Mu Chen fell once again. Just when Mu Chen was still fantasizing about throwing himself into Nazi's arms and experiencing the elasticity of those big white legs, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Didi, random missions are on. The challenge of the Super Power Gym. Quest requirement: defeat Nazi. Quest reward: randomly increase the race value by 5 to 10 points. Failure to punish. Congratulations, you can experience the thrill of turning into a doll. Walter. When the system mission was coming, Mu Chen had already prepared in his heart. The gym challenges this thing. As long as there is no unexpected situation like Team Rocket, then random tasks will definitely appear. But what the hell is this failure penalty? Experience the thrill of being a doll. Is that what the little girl Nazi said just now? To become a doll to play with her. Lying on the grass. Isn't this what Xiaoji said? I have a dime relationship with Lousy. Although he complained in his heart, Mu Chen was generally satisfied with this task. At least, his reward is no longer the 5 points before. It just, I don't know, if I lose on purpose, What kind of game is this game? Seeing Nazi revealing her long, snow-white leg, Mu Chen's eyes were slightly intoxicated. Damn, it's up to you, Mina. Just when Mu Chen was obsessed with the big white leg, Xiaoji had already summoned the second Pokémon. Iron-headed baby BB Bird lived up to expectations, and she died honorably without even touching the corner of Youngjila's clothes. Yeah tilde. Speaking of which, Minos was the first time Ash was summoned in this kind of official Pokémon battle. Looking at the incomparably dexterous Youngjira, Ash chose to press people with force. Minos' physique is so huge, can you dodge it with teleportation? Xiaoji is deeply suspicious of this. Chapter 102 Youngjila in one wear. Chapter 102 Youngjila in one dress. Yeah tilde. In the super energy department gym of the Golden Market, Mina's cries kept coming. Although she had the advantage of her size, the battle did not progress as smoothly as Ash had expected. Under the command of Nazi, Youngjira is like a flexible dancer. No matter how hard Minos attacked, he was still like a bird of prey, and he couldn't even touch the corner of his opponent's shirt. At this moment, Minos is only relying on her strong physique and her self-recovery skills to persevere. Xiaoji, this can't be done. Minos won't last long. Seeing that the situation was so unfavorable, Xiaosha's face flashed a trace of anxiety. If it was before, then Xiaosha didn't really care. But, as the battle between Xiaoji and Nazi progresses, Xiaosha remembers the terrifying rumor about Nazi. This superpower gym owner seems to have really turned people into dolls. Thinking of this terrifying possibility, Xiaosha couldn't sit still. Just kidding, it was Ash who challenged the gym. Could it be that if he loses, this girl will also be turned into a doll with him? It is precisely because of this worry that Xiaosha pays great attention to Xiaoji's battle for the first time. Pick up. Of course, it's not just Xiaosha that is concerned. Amid the constant screams of Mina, Mu Chen's attention finally refocused on the battle in the arena. No way, Nazi is so beautiful that you can't see it or touch it. On the contrary, Minos is his own bitch. How could Mu Chen not pay attention to this old lady who was beaten and screamed? Through this period of contact, Mu Chen can be considered to have a thorough understanding of what the fighting skills of his daughters are. To put it bluntly, the qualifications of this old lady can only be regarded as ordinary. After the evolution, the basic collision and water splashing of the stupid fish have not been forgotten. However, in addition to these two basic skills and self-healing, the skills that Mina, the old lady, have comprehended are only water fluctuations and tornadoes. Although the power of the skill of water fluctuation is good, it is a flaw that it is too slow to move. In the face of this incomparably flexible Youngjira, the water fluctuations of Minos are completely like cannons hitting mosquitoes, and the hair can't be touched. As for the tornado skill, if it's in the wild, maybe this skill can still cause some trouble for Youngjira. But in this gym, the very virtuous Xiaoji said that he didn't want to demolish other people's houses. It is precisely for this reason that Mina's appearance did not have the effect that Ash had expected. Damn it. Don't give up, Minos. Ignore Youngjira's position and use your senses to attack with water wave. Relying on the bug-like skill of teleportation, Youngjira was agile to the point of despair, and Ash, who was unwilling to fail, could only choose to change his tactic. Under Ash's order, Minos ignored Youngjira, who was running around, and started a random attack. Pick up. Lying on the grass. Are you joking? Hearing Xiaoji's command, Mu Chen was immediately stunned. Offensive by feel. Why are you teasing this old man? What was even more unacceptable to Mu Chen was that Mina, this stupid girl, was really obedient, and really started the so-called casual attack. Seeing the scene where Minos closed his eyes and sprayed indiscriminately inside the stadium, several black lines appeared on Mu Chen's forehead. This is so special. Turn around and tell the silly girl, you can't listen to that idiot for everything. Can you beat the hell out of this? Trainer, I have to say, you are an excellent toy. Few people can make me laugh, and you succeeded in making me laugh. But unfortunately, the rules of this game are not to make me laugh to win. So, accept failure. From the beginning of the game to the present, Nazi finally said the first sentence. Obviously, this is the first time Nazi has seen Xiaoji's command method. This is quite random. Ying give it . I saw that after Nazi chuckled lightly, the spoon in Youngjira's hand suddenly emitted bursts of dazzling light. Immediately, an extremely violent superpower system energy spewed out of it, and its target was exactly Mina. Mina, who was attacking with his eyes closed, was completely defenseless against Youngjira's sudden attack. Getting hit is naturally inevitable. Pick up. Seeing that his big baby was knocked down by Youngjira's illusion, Mu Chen helplessly covered his eyes with his short hand. This is really impossible to watch. It's so tragic. Damn. Mina, thank you for your hard work. Loloras, it's up to you. Let it see your powerful superpower. Finding that he couldn't win by his size, Ash chose Loloras to fight. As for why not let Pikachu play, Xiaoji is not stupid. Pikachu is obviously the main force, and naturally he will be left to the end. The defeat of Minos did not affect Lelora's in any way. This arrogant little girl is obviously eager to face the Pokémon that is also a super type. Okay, that's the momentum. Lelora's use psychic power. Seeing Lalula's strong desire to fight, Ash immediately became excited. This is what a fighting Pokémon should look like. Hey tilde tilde. With Ash's order, Lelora's attacked Yanjira, who was floating in the sky, with a psychic ill. Yin give it tilde tilde. As a super type Pokémon, Yanjira is naturally not afraid of this kind of super type ill. In the face of this oncoming psychic attack, Yanjira did not do anything to evade, but a phantom light greeted him with his backhand. Boom! The two energies collided, and a violent explosion sounded in the middle of the stadium. Hey tilde. When the explosion dissipated, Lelora's was stunned to find that his mind power had been dissipated into nothingness. On the other hand, Yanjira's phantom light was not affected in any way, and still hit her fiercely. What else is there to say? Without even waiting for Ash's order, Lelora's made a decisive teleportation after making a surprise cry. Just kidding, Lalula's knows very well what physique he is. If he is really hit by this phantom light, he will be seriously injured if he does not die. This kind of painful experience, Lalula's, this little clever ghost, is not interested in trying it. Yin give it tilde tilde. Just as Lelora's used teleportation to teleport, Yanjira's cry came from behind her. It's not just Lelora's who can move instantly. Chapter 103 Try it out. Chapter 103 Let's try it out. Not tilde tilde. The screams of Lelora's came out unexpectedly. The skill matchup is not an opponent, and the use of teleportation is also weaker than that of the opponent. Lelora's really has no ability to resist. Pick up tilde tilde. Before Minos was defeated, Mew-Chen just couldn't bear to look directly. But this time when Lelora's was defeated, Mew-Chen fell into anger. Nima, you dare to move, my little girl. Of course, this is not Mew-Chen favoring one over another. It's just because Yanjira's disgusting play-by-play actually went behind Lelora's in an instant and attacked her lower body. As a straight man of steel, his own girl was blasted with chrysanthemums. How can he bear it? Others don't know. Anyway, Mew-Chen said that he couldn't bear it. Okay, it's up to you, Pikachu. This battle is up to you. Seeing that Pikachu showed a strong desire to fight, Xiaoji was filled with gratification. As expected, I deliberately let several of my partners fail one after another, and it really boosted the morale of this lazy guy. Of course, although the truth is slightly different from what Ash thinks, the gap is not too big. Challenger, is this your last Pokémon? One last reminder to you, if this Pikachu also loses, then you will all be my dolls. Seeing that Ash sent the last Pokémon, Nazi, who had been keeping her eyes closed, opened her eyes. Clearly, she can't wait to get her new toy. Pick up tilde pick up. Although you are so beautiful bubbling, although your special dress suits my taste very well, but I'm definitely not going to be a bullshit doll. Not to mention that the system has given the task. Even if he didn't give it, Mew-Chen would never be willing to be someone else's doll. What's more, his horse was also burst into chrysanthemum by this Yanjira. This is even more unbearable. Pikachu, use 100,000 volt. Likewise, Xiaoji was too lazy to take care of Nazi's word. Become a doll. How can it be? Obviously, having not experienced that terrifying scene, Xiaoji did not believe that such an incredible thing would happen. Pika tilde tilde chew. This time, there was no problem with Ash's command. Rushing to the field, Mew-Chen's first choice was also 100,000 volt. Let's call you to test it out first, and see how much you, Yanjira, are talking about other things. This is Mew-Chen's plan. Ying give it tilde tilde. Seeing Xiaoji ignoring her, Nazi closed her eyes again and entered the superpower command battle mode. In the face of the 100,000 volts used by Pikachu, Yanjira also did not have any evasion. Facing the oncoming 100,000 volts was a skill, and the phantom light attacked it. Boom! The two energies collided, and a violent explosion sounded again in the competition venue. This time, facing the 100,000 volt that Mew-Chen said used, Yanjira's phantom light lost its previous power. When the smoke of the explosion dissipated, there was no longer any fluctuation of energy in the stadium. Obviously, all the skills used by Mew-Chen and Yanjira were defeated after one skill collision. Interesting. Is this your confidence to challenge the gym? However, this is not enough. Challenger, I'm going to be serious next time. Seeing that Pikachu's 100,000 volt had such power, Nazi was slightly stunned. It is rare to see a Pikachu that can use 100,000 volt, and it is the first time Nazi has seen such a powerful one. But for Naz, it was nothing. The battle of super-type Pokemon never relies on the power of skills to crush opponents. Pikachu, let's make persistent efforts and continue to use 100,000 volt. Ignoring Nazi's words, Xiaoji gave Mew-Chen an instruction again. Pika tilde tilde chew. Likewise, this time, Mew-Chen did not disobey Xiaoji's command. This was also what Mew-Chen wanted. For this battle, what Mew-Chen is most afraid of is that Yanjira uses that annoying teleportation infinitely. If this game should dare to confront him with hard deal, then Mew-Chen is definitely not asking for it. Zila tilde tilde. Electricity flashed and jumped dropped from Mu Chen's cheeks again. Ying give it tilde tilde. However, this time Nazi changed her tactic. Finding that she couldn't directly crush Pikachu with the fantasy light, Nazi decisively let Youngjira start the fighting mode. Pick up tilde pick up. Your mom approved. 100,000 volt failed. Looking at the empty stadium, Mu Chen immediately scolded his mother. What are you special? Dare man to order it. Can't we have a wave of hard steel on the front? This is a special time, and you slipped away. Pikachu, keep using 100,000 volt target. Just go with how you feel. The last time Minos lost, Ash didn't think it was a problem with his command. Losing in Minos's water wave skill was too slow to use, causing Youngjira to die calmly. However, Pikachu's 100,000 volt release speed is very fast. Ash believes that as long as Pikachu keeps using 100,000 volt to attack, he will definitely hit Youngjira. Pick up tilde tilde. Although Xiaoji was full of confidence, Mu Chen didn't intend to stay stupid with this guy. Why did you see Nazi closing her eyes? So you told Lao Su to close her eyes. You don't need money for skill, just spit it out. Although the energy in my body has increased, I can't stand such a game. Right. Bullshit. In the face of this elusive young Gila, the tactics chosen by Mu Chen ran. Aren't you able to teleport? I'll run away. See who can beat who. Mu Chen knew that every use of teleportation also required energy in his body. Before this, Youngjila has achieved the great cause of 1 where and 3. No matter how smart it wins, the physical consumption is inevitable. Therefore, Mu Chen's plan was to play a protracted battle with this guy. Anyway, I can't hit you, so don't hit anyone. In the end, it depends on whether I am running out of physical strength, or whether you are running out of energy. Through the constant physical battle with Mina, Mu Chen was still very confident in his physical strength. Pikachu, use 100,000 volt. You can't win by running like this. Seeing that Pikachu ignored his orders and entered parkour mode again, Ash was suddenly anxious. He has never seen anything transformed into a doll, so he is not afraid at all. But Ash doesn't want a failed record in his gym challenge. Chapter 104 Scary Nazi. Chapter 104 The Terrifying Nazi. Ying give it tilde tilde. Ying give it tilde tilde. At this moment, the irritable one became Youngjira under the command of Nazi. Facing this yellow-skinned mouse who was running around in the field after the high-speed movement was turned on, Nazi really had no good solution. No matter how Youngjira changed the angle of the use of skills, it was always the slightest difference. Pick up tilde pick up. Demo, I still won't kill you. Daddy, let it go. Go hard. In the end, I ran out of energy, so I'll give you a crazy snatch of pirated copies so that you dare to explode my horse's chrysanthemum. For the fact that Youngjila dared to attack Loloris from behind, Mu Chen still had a lot of regrets in his heart. By the way, I haven't tried it myself. Come on, this boring game. Finally, under the constant running of Mu Chen, Nazi lost all her patience. At this moment, Nazi's closed eyes opened again. However, the eyes that Nazi opened this time were exuding bursts of pink superpower brilliance. What a big deal. You can't even attack Pikachu. As Mu Chen kept running, Xiaoji finally saw its purpose. Obviously, this is playing a war of attrition with young Gila, who can't even attack himself. Aware of Mu Chen's purpose, Xiaoji naturally wouldn't continue idiotically letting it use some 100,000 volt. You know, with the constant battle, Xiaoji is also growing. Ying give it tilde tilde. Facing Xiaoji's word, Nazi did not make any reply, but Youngjira responded directly. I saw Youngjira, who was suspended in midair, suddenly let out a loud chirping. Immediately, bursts of super energy system energy fluctuations emerged crazily from the body. Pick up tilde tilde. Lying grass. Is this a big move? Seeing Youngjila's posture, Mu Chen knew that Nazi was going to use a big move. But what about this? Can you hit Lao Su? For his high-speed movement, Mu Chen is still very confident. Before this, Youngjila couldn't hit him. How could it be? Lying on the grass, Mu Chen, who was still full of confidence, suddenly became stunned. Nima, mindfulness. Yes, it was the mind power that Lalulas often asked Mu Chen to try. But the difference is that the mind power released by Youngjira is not just a beam of light like Loloris. The psychic power released by Youngjira actually covered the entire field of competition. Passively floating off the ground, Mu Chen was completely panicked. Lying on the grass. What the heck is this? How could Youngjila have such a powerful psychic power? Nemo, didn't it run out of energy before? You know, through constant running and counterattack, Mu Chen has long tested out the energy bottom line of this Youngjira. Originally, the time to truly launch the Jedi counterattack was coming. I never thought that this Youngjira was actually such a big devil in a fopper. You are cheating. Nazu, this is a battle between Pokémon. How can you use your superpower? Just when Mu Chen was done, Xiaosha's voice came over. As Xiaosha said, the psychic attack that Youngjira used at this moment was not its own power at all. The master of this power is Nazi. Because of Xiaoji's attention and the battle itself, he did not notice any changes in Nazi. But Xiaosha, who was watching the battle, found out. In Nazi's pair of eyes, she was constantly releasing her thought towards the center of the field. Obviously, Natsu used Youngira's disguise to use the psychic attack herself. Cheating. I don't remember when I said the rules before. It said that trainers are not allowed to use energy attack, right? If you can too, then I have no opinion. When the use of superpowers was detected, Natsu didn't panic at all, but returned Xiaosha with a calm expression. You. Hearing Nazi's shameless words, Xiaosha almost fainted from anger. Let's use energy attack too. Bullshit. How many people in this world can have this kind of energy? Wow. Damn. So you're cheating. After hearing the conversation between Xiaosha and Natsu, Xiaoji finally figured out what happened. It turned out that such a terrifying psychic attack was actually released by this Natsu. In anger, Xiaoji didn't care about anything else, picked up a water bottle at hand and threw it towards the middle of the field. Didn't you Nazu say you can use energy attack? This is my energy attack. Originally, according to Xiaoji's idea, if he attacked with this water bottle, at least it would be able to interfere with Youngjira, right? As long as Pikachu can be released from the control state of being attacked by psychic power, he still has a chance to fight back. However, reality is often cruel. Bang tilde tilde. Just as the water bottle was thrown into the edge of the field, it was shaken back by a powerful wave of thought power and fell directly to Xiaoji's feet. Obviously, as Natsu said, in her psychic field, if you want to counterattack her, you can only use energy attack. Damn, Pikachu, hold on. Seeing that the water bottle attack was ineffective, the only thing Xiaoji could do was turn into a cheerleader and start cheering for Mu Chen, who was struggling with his thought. Come on, Pikachu. Similarly, Xiaosha is also cheering for Pikachu. At this moment, they looked at the yellow-skinned mouse who was constantly struggling in the mind power, and shouted for it. After seeing that Natsu has such a terrifying ability, Xiaosha is very clear in her heart. Those rumors are true. This Natsu can really have the terrifying ability to turn humans into dolls. Thinking of that terrible possibility, Xiaosha shuddered. At this moment, Pikachu is her last hope. Hey tilde tilde. It's not just Satoshi and Kasumi who cheer for Pikachu. It was the defeated Loloras, and at this moment her small eyes were also full of that unyielding yellow figure. Seeing that Pikachu's cheeks were still gathering electricity under the control of his mind, and he wanted to launch a counterattack, this arrogant little girl completely fell. Pick up tilde pick up. Nima. Come on, there is a wool for it. Such a goddamn power of thought. Of course Mu Chen heard the cheers from outside the arena. However, under the control of this terrifying thought force, Mu Chen couldn't even move his body. At this moment, the only thing he can do is to continuously gather the energy in his body on his cheek, waiting for an opportunity to break through the control of this thought force on his body. Don't resist. You can't break free from my control. Natsu's cold voice came again. Chapter 105 horrible 100,000 volt. Chapter 105 terrifying 100,000 volt. DD. The series of tasks. The fourth stage of the road to revival is completed. The fifth stage mission begins. Lowly training program. Although Loloras is easy to push and fall, as the host of a straight deal man, how can he attack a lowly? So, play an enjoyable training game. When Loloras evolves to Shinado, it is time for the host to show masculine charm to him. Mission requirement. Help Loloras successfully evolve into his final form, Shinado. The mission reward. Shinado has given you. What more do you want? Failure to punish. Luoli will not cultivate. Why are you still alive? Just as Mu Chen gradually fell into despair under the control of his thought, the cold electronic sound of the system suddenly came from his mind. Originally, when he heard the system prompting him to complete the chain of tasks, Mu Chen was still full of complaint. This stupid batch system. At this time, there is a wool thread for prompting Lao Su to complete the task. Unexpectedly, after the system prompt, a new task is issued immediately. This time, Mu Chen was not calm. Nima, what the situation? What's wrong with the system? Lao Su, you must know that the previous half-step mission of the system was a blunt, straightforward reward and punishment. Slapped Mu Chen in a very humane way. Can you bear this? Of course you can. System, come out. Hell, the difficulty of your random mission is simply wrong. This special Nazi has participated in the battle. It is definitely not a random task difficulty with 10 race values. But Mu Chen knew that this system was definitely not a rigid electronic program. This place should be, but there was an interaction with him. Now, under the control of Nazi's powerful thought, Mu Chen really has nowhere to go. The sudden appearance of the system was immediately regarded as a savior by Mu Chen. Mu Chen is not a fool. According to the task difficulty that the system issued to him before, the difficulty of Nazi participating in the battle is at least the unknown reward level. Today, this system only gives a racial value of 5 to 10, which is definitely no longer in difficulty. DD, the difficulty of the task has changed, and the random task has been cancelled. Finally, amid Mu Chen's expectations, the system replied to him. Pick up tilde, lying on the grass. Gone. What about the following? Nima. Hearing the system's reply, Mu Chen was full of expectation. Never thought that just a sentence of difficulty changing and the task being cancelled would be the end of it. Lying grass. Your uncle. Don't play with me like this. At this moment, moment, Mu Chen was really desperate. DD, random mission. Defeat Yangjira, who is controlled by the Super Queen Nazi. Mission reward, unknown. Failure to punish. Follow Nazi's request and experience a new life as a doll. Just when Mu Chen was desperate, the system's voice came out of his head again. Obviously, the pause just now is to re-release the task. Hearing the mission newly released by the system, Mu Chen further confirmed that this guy is definitely not a cold electronic program. System, get me out of here. You just release the mission, and don't look at what's going on now. Why am I being controlled? Is it because the difficulty of the task you posted before is not right? Now you pat your ass and want to go. I tell you, if you don't solve the problem for me, I will quit it. If it's a big deal, just kill me. You love me so much. After confirming the guess in his heart, Mu Chen immediately became furious. Although this system is incomparable, although this system is always trying to fuck him, but Mu Chen knew that what this system had been doing was still helping him to become stronger. Although I don't know what this guy's purpose is, it doesn't affect Mu Chen's use of this system. Why don't you want Laozi and me to become stronger according to your requirement? Come on then. If you don't come out to help Lao Su, I'll be on strike today. In the face of this illusory system, a strike was the only resistance that Mu Chen could make. DD, based on the host's request, we will fix bug. Ha ha ha. I won, daddy. Sure enough, after hearing Mu Chen's clamor for a strike, the system responded. What? How is this possible? Just after the electronic sound of the system fell, Nazi, who was still in control of her mind, was the first to notice something was wrong. A terrifying electric current suddenly filled Pikachu's cheek, who had been unable to resist. This situation obviously exceeded Nazi's expectations. Pika tilde 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 chew. With the power of the system, Mu Chen sent out the most powerful 100,000 volts he had ever used. Zila tilde zila tilde. Countless electric currents rolled out from above his cheek. In an instant, Nazi's mind space was defeated by this powerful 100,000 volt. Nice job, Pikachu. It's time for us to fight back. Use 100,000 volt. It's not clear what happened to Pikachu. However, Ash would not miss this great opportunity. Pika tilde tilde chew. Mu Chen didn't hear Xiaoji's cry at all. At this moment, he was still indulging in the power of 100,000 volt from before. Lying on the grass. What is this 100,000 volt? Nima, is this a million volt? Others don't know, but how could Mu Chen not know? The 100,000 volts just now evacuated all the energy in its body directly. This is simply a big move that is used desperately. Lying on the grass. It's so awesome. At this moment, Mu Chen was full of yearning for the power of the 100,000 volt just now. Although this skill consumes a lot of energy, the power is really beautiful to explode. Challenger, you won. Your Pikachu is very interesting. Just when Ash ordered Pikachu to counterattack, Nazi, who was relieved from the shock, spoke up. At this moment, the coldness on Nazi's face was gone, but a smile appeared instead. It was as if failure was something to be happy about for her. Ah, stop fighting. I won. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, great, we won. Hearing Nazi's words, Xiaoji jumped up excitedly. For this teenager, as long as he can win the game, the rest is not important at all. Yes, you won. After replying to Xiaoji with certainty again, Nazi cast her gaze on Pikachu in the middle of the field. The power of Pikachu's 100,000 volts before, in addition to himself, the most deeply felt as the party Nazi. Only Nazi knew how terrifying the power of this 100,000 volt was. Chapter 106 Sakaji's plan. Chapter 106 Sakaji's plan. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, you did a great job. I didn't expect you to improve again. After leaving the superpower gym in the Golden City, Ash was still excited and praised Pikachu loudly. Pick up tilde pick up. Beautiful you uncle. If you are so mad at me, I will give you a shot. For Xiaoji, this idiot, Mu Chen was completely speechless. Nimas, Miss Nazi invited you to dinner. How could you refuse it? At this time, even after leaving the superpower gym, in Mu Chen's mind, the long snow-white legs between Nazi's charming red leather jacket and black boot still echoed. However, Xiaoji, this idiot didn't cooperate. Don't eat free dinner. You deserve to be single. However, what Mu Chen didn't know was that this time he really wanted to thank Xiaoji. At this moment, Nazi's superpower gymnasium. Boss, that's the situation. I made a promise to keep the trainer, but he didn't accept it. After Xiaoji and others left, Nazi opened the communication video and reported to a rough and majestic figure. You mean, that kid's Pikachu, under the control of your mind, can still use 100,000 volt, and its power is so powerful that it can directly destroy your mind space, or even directly wound you. Hearing Nazi's report, the figure in the video immediately turned the mount around. This person is the boss of the Rocket, Sakagi. As the trainer of the Alliance Golden City Gym, Nazi also has a layer of identity unknown to others, that is, the senior cadre of the Rocket. Under normal circumstances, Nazi would not expose her special identity to everyone's eyes. After all, this can also be counted as a trump card for the Rocket. However, after accepting Xiaoji's challenge today, Nazi made the decision to reveal her identity. Sakagi. This is just because that Pikachu, under control, relied on the powerful 100,000 volt to defeat her mind space, and even caused her to suffer serious internal injuries. How could Natsu miss such a treasured Pokemon? Originally, Natsu planned to deceive Xiaoji in the name of eating, but finally, after the gym closed that night, she used the excuse to keep them for the night. As long as Ash stays in her gym, Natsu will have a way to capture this powerful Pikachu. He never thought that in the face of his kind invitation, Xiaoji, an idiot who didn't understand the style, actually refused. It's daytime now. No matter how arrogant Nazi is, she doesn't dare to do anything to Xiaoji and others blatantly. Therefore, after watching Xiaoji and others leave, Natsu's only choice is to report this matter to the old Osakagi. Yes, boss, that Pikachu is very powerful. Although I can feel that the 100,000 volt that it broke through my psychic base is definitely not something that can be used in a normal state. It is also enough to prove that Pikachu has excellent potential. Once again, she gave an affirmative answer to Sakagi, and Natsu waited expectantly for Sakagi's order. In fact, in terms of Natsu's character, the life of a gym trainer is not suitable for her. But what made people helpless is that Sakagi, whom she admires, asked her to guard the Golden Market Gym. Now that she has the opportunity to capture Pikachu, Natsu is naturally looking forward to the opportunity to go out. Fine, I already know. Natsu, you did a great job this time. However, Sakagi's answer was not what Natsu expected. Boss, this time the mind power space was broken because of my carelessness. If I go there myself, I can definitely capture that Pikachu. Seeing Sakagi, she didn't say anything, but Natsu had no choice but to make a request. No need, Natsu, just stay in the gym. As for that Pikachu, I'll arrange for someone else to handle it. Baby, I'll see you when I have time. To comfort Natsu with an anxious face, Sakagi hung up the video call. How could Sakagi not know what the little girl Natsu was thinking? But to him, the great cause of the rockets is the most important. The Golden City is the most prosperous city in the entire Kanto region, and the position of the gym owner here is very important to Sakagi. Although it is said that Pikachu is also very cherished, in Sakagi's opinion, it is enough to arrange a few masters at random. True bird, contact Amato and Kosaburo immediately. After thinking about it, Sakagi finally decided to send the pair of Amato and Kosaburo to capture Pikachu. Follow your orders, boss. However, the task of following up on Pikachu is now the responsibility of Musashi and the others. As Sakagi's secretary, Maki naturally has to handle all the trivial things for him. And now, what Ma Bird does is to remind Sakagi to follow up on the task of Xiaoji and his party, but Musashi and others have always been in charge. Although Musashi's current mission success rate is 0. It's okay, Musashi doesn't need to change the mission, just let them continue to follow up, which can also paralyze the target. How tragic is the success rate of Musashi's group? How could Sakagi not know? However, because Musashi's mother wanted to contribute a lot to the rocket, because Kojira's family is a big consortium that secretly supports the rocket, so Sakagi will not treat them lightly. It is precisely because of this that even though the Musashi group never succeeded, Sakagi never deducted their activity fund. Now, Sakagi's goal is to let the failed trio continue to paralyze Xiaoji and his party, and then let Armato and Kozaburo, who have a very high success rate in the mission, launch a thunderous blow on it. Sakagi is full of interest in Pikachu, who can break through Natsu's mind space. Of course, Xiaoji and the others didn't know all of this at the moment. Miss Joy, my Pokemon needs healing. After leaving the Golden City Gym, the first thing Xiaoji had to do was to restore the injured Pokemon. Of course, since the healing and recovery is to be performed, Ash's plan must be to carry out all 4 Pokemon together. However, under Mew Chen's strong protest, this product was finally spared. Seeing the 3 Pokemon balls fall into the hands of the fat happy egg, Mew Chen felt a little rejoicing in his heart. System, I need to get reward. This time, because of the temporary change of system task, the rewards have also changed. Mew Chen has always been very interested in this so-called unknown reward. And now, Mew Chen, who has nothing to do, is naturally ready to try his luck. If I can draw the super 100,000 volt that the thief pulled before, wouldn't I want to take off? Chapter 107 Meet Xiaomao again. Chapter 107 Meeting Xiaomao again. Xiaoji, why are you here to challenge Miss Natsu's gym? How is it failed? Just after Ash was about to hand over the Pokemon ball to Miss Joy, an arrogant voice came from behind him. Xiaomao, ha ha ha, how could I fail? See, what is this? I have got the super badge. Seeing his competitors appear, Xiaoji had to show off. What? How is this possible? Can you defeat Miss Natsu? Seeing the super badge in Xiaoji's hand, Xiaomao was done. You know, even with his strength, he was completely abused in front of Nazi. If it wasn't for Natsu's good mood at the time, he would probably be a doll for a day. I never thought that Xiaoji, an idiot, managed to get the badge. Why not? The badge is here. Can't you see it? Seeing Xiaomao's shocked expression, how could Xiaoji not guess that this guy must have failed the challenge? Thinking of this, Xiaoji suddenly became excited. succeeded. This Xiao Mao is Xiaoji's competitor since he was a child. He succeeded. He failed. What does this mean? Damn, you must have used some special mean. Ash, do you dare to accept my challenge? Realizing that he was not as good as this Xiaoji, Xiao Mao immediately quit. The last time he lost in the wild was because of his own carelessness. This time Xiao Mao must be ashamed. Ha ha ha. Challenge. I accept, but you have to wait for my Pokemon to recover. As a fighting maniac, when did Ash ever refuse the challenge of his opponent? What's more, this time, he is in the dominant position. Pick up. For these two little brats, Mu Chen didn't care at all. Even the row of long legs behind Xiao Mao. At this moment, Mu Chen didn't have any intention of appreciating it. Nima, do you want to be so pitiful? At this moment, Mu Chen's entire attention was on the big turntable in his mind. Yes, I admit, I am so cheating. I am so desperate to seek help from the system. But so what? Not see, that bitch. But she surrendered on her own accord. Do you blame me? Obviously, Mu Chen thought that the reward this time would be so ineffective, and the whole reason was because of Natsy's surrender. This dog B system is definitely playing the dark bot with Lousy and me. Seeing that the pointer of the turntable stayed on the reward of the race value, and then watching the random 5 points of race value, Mu Chen wanted to cry without tears. You must know that because he has already taken away the racial value of characteristic, what replaces characteristics is the bright 4 characters super skills. As soon as he thought of the super 100,000 volt he used with the help of the system before, Mu Chen's heart was filled with MMP. If you can see it, but you can't touch it, why don't you show me a woolen thread? Isn't your Pikachu still there? I don't have time to wait for your Pokemon to recover. Compare now, dare you? Mu Chen's scolding sound happened to be heard by Xiao Mao, who was arguing with Xiaoji. Seeing this existence that defeated his Kamui last time, Xiao Mao's eyes suddenly lit up. This little thing defeated him last time, so as long as he can defeat it this time, does it prove that he is stronger than Xiaoji? Xiao Mao also knew that this Pikachu was Xiaoji's initial Pokemon, and it must be the object of his main cultivation. No, Pikachu needs to rest too. Without waiting for Xiaoji to answer, Xiao Sha, who was holding Mu Chen, spoke first and directly pushed Xiao Mao back. What a joke, but Pikachu had a fight with Nanazi. When the previous super 100,000 volts went down, the idiot Xiaoji couldn't see it, and Xiaosha couldn't see it. This is obviously not the power that Pikachu can use at this time. Obviously, Pikachu, a little guy with a strong desire to win, has stimulated his potential in the desperate situation because he is not willing to fail. This kind of move to stimulate potential is very harmful to the body. As Pikachu's guardian, how could Xiaosha let him fight a guy like Xiao Mao at this time? Why? Are you afraid? Seeing Xiaosha say so, Xiao Mao decisively used the aggressive method. Afraid? I've never been afraid of Xiaoji. Compare it. As expected, when Xiaoji saw Xiao Mao's contemptuous smile, he decisively chose the middle plan. Pick up. This time, Mu Chen didn't have any complaint. Because he was raped by the system, Mu Chen's heart was also full of anger. Exactly. Let's take your idiot Xiao Mao to vent. Since you're only a Pokemon, then I won't bully you. Let's compete one-on-one. Come on, Ibrahimovic. Coming to the battlefield of the Pokemon Center, Xiao Mao summoned his own Pokemon to the cheers of the long legs behind him. At Xiao Mao's call, a brown and cute Ibrahimovic appeared in the field. Ibrahimovic, how could this little thing be Pikachu's opponent? It's up to you, Pikachu. After observing through the Pokemon Pokédex, Ash decisively made a decision for the outcome. Pick up. Similarly, in the face of such a petite opponent, Mu Chen's heart was full of abusive nature. Uncle, system lousy, I'll take you to piss me off. Idiot, today I, young Master Mao, will show you what the art of commanding is. Come on, Ibrahimovic, use lightning flash. Xiao Mao sneered at Ash's way of judging strengths and weaknesses based solely on the Pokemon picture book. A tweet came from Ibrahimovic's mouth. Immediately after the tweet, Ibrahimovic instantly turned into a flash of brown lightning and hit Pikachu head on. Pikachu, we can't show weakness either. Use a flash of lightning. Seeing that Xiao Mao actually used his own skills first, Xiaoji quit. Just kidding. Xiao Zk never intends to give the title of Iron Head Baby to others. Pick up. If it was normal, Mu Chen might even call Xiaoji an idiot. But this time, Mu Chen respected his choice. No way. Who made this Ibrahimovic look so petite? It was rare to meet someone whose physique was not as good as his own. Of course, Mu Chen also wanted to show off his muscles. Speaking of which, this kind of headless sprinting attack is still very exciting. It was also a tweet, and Mu Chen instantly turned into a golden lightning bolt and slammed into the oncoming Ibrahimovic. Bang! Lying on the grass. It hurt. After the collision, Mu Chen regretted it. Chapter 108 Digging a hole in the ground can't get you electricity. Chapter 108 Digging a hole in the ground will not get you electricity. Pikachu, keep using flash. We have an advantage. After the two Pokemon collided before, Xiaoji saw that his Pikachu only took a step back, while Xiao Mao's Ibrahimovic was knocked back a few steps and immediately made a positive judgment. Pick up tilde tilde. Still hit. Go to your uncle. If you want to hit you, come on by yourself. I won't play anymore. Nemas originally wanted to be bloody and happy, but Mu Chen found out that this iron-headed baby's fighting style was not suitable for him at all. What the matter? The head is still buzzing after hitting this. What the matter? Ha ha ha. Ash, your Pikachu doesn't follow your orders at all. Ibrahimovic, attack. Use high-speed movement to accelerate, and then use bite. A flash of lightning collided, and Xiao Mao also found out that he was the one who suffered, so this guy decisively changed his tactic. Pika tilde tilde chew. Uncle, I am an electric mouse. I am an electric mouse, and an idiot will fight with you. How could Mu Chen watch the accelerating Ibrahimovic rush up to give himself a mouthful? Just kidding. 100,000 volt go with you. Although it was said that the previous battle against Nazi consumed a lot of energy in Mu Chen's body. However, because of the blessing of PP medicine before, the total amount of electricity stored in this cargo is far more than before. After this period of recovery, it is not a problem to use several 100,000 volts. Zila tilde tilde. Electric light jumped up from Mu Chen's cheek. Not good. Ibrahimovic, use dig. Seeing the electric fire on Pikachu's cheek, Xiao Mao decisively changed his previous order to Ibrahimovic. Obviously, looking at the cohesion of the current, it is definitely not a tickling skill like electric shock. Xiao Mao didn't want to let his Ibrahimovic go to test what this Pikachu's electrical skills are. B tilde tilde. Likewise, Ibrahimovic also found out that something was wrong. The strong electrical elements in the air made it feel very uncomfortable. After receiving Xiao Mao's order, Ibrahimovic hurriedly raised his butt and digged desperately into the field under him. Pick up tilde tilde. Nani, this is okay too. A shot of 100,000 volts was sent, and only a few sparks were hit on the ground. Seeing Ibrahimovic hiding in the ground, Mu Chen was done. Nima, play lousy. B tilde tilde. Just when Mu Chen was done, Ibrahimovic, who hid in the ground, killed him. However, the position where it rushed out happened to be at the foot of Mu Chen. Pick up tilde tilde. Scared me. Lying grass. Your uncle. Suddenly, Ibrahimovic came out from under his feet, and Mu Chen was taken aback. This is so special. Are you playing trick with me? Pika tilde tilde chew. I was already in a bad mood, but as a result, even the trip to abuse vegetables didn't go well, and Mu Chen was already in a rage at this moment. Once the 100,000 volt can't reach you, I will do it again. Ha ha ha. Ash, your Pokemon is so naive. Ibrahimovic, keep using burrowing. Seeing that Pikachu was still preparing to use 100,000 volt, Xiao Mao immediately taunted Xiaoji. As expected of this idiot's original Pokemon, this head is the same iron. Pikachu, ignore it. Keep using 100,000 volt. You'll be fine. As the so-called phase is a magical knowledge. In this case, Xiaoji's choice is surprisingly consistent with Mu Chen. If you can't get power 1, then power it up again. Zila tilde tilde. Electricity started to jump from Mu Chen's cheeks again. Ha ha ha. Useless. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Mao seemed to have seen the spark of victory. This Pikachu can use 100,000 volt, which really surprised Xiao Mao. However, this guy had the wrong master. After following such an iron-headed baby, after a long time, didn't I become an iron-headed baby? Knowing that 100,000 volt can't hit Ibrahimovic, who digs a hole, he still perseveres to try. It's just that this time, the confused bee was replaced by Xiao Mao, who was still laughing at Pikachu before. Just kidding. How could Mu Chen really be as tough as Xiaoji? Little thing, aren't you playing burrowing with me? I can't get electricity if you don't drill a hole. Don't be afraid, I am going into the hole with you. This is Mu Chen's decision. When the current on Mu Chen's cheeks was condensed, the 100,000 volt Mu Chen did not use it, but with the blessing of high-speed movement, he directly drilled into the hole that Ibrahimovic had made earlier. Mad. Playground anti-electricity with me, right? Then I will have a close contact with you. B tilde. Of course, Ibrahimovic, who was digging a hole, did not expect that a yellow-skinned mouse with radiant electricity followed behind him. When it found out, it was too late. Pika tilde tilde chew. Baby, where are you running? Because Mu Chen's stature is similar to Ibrahimovic's, there is no obstacle for Mu Chen to move forward in the hole that Ibrahimovic hit. One is digging a hole, and the other is sprinting with high-speed movement. It is clear at a glance who is faster and who is slower. When Mu Chen held Ibrahimovic's tail affectionately with his small short hand, he shouted out the slogan containing love. Zila tilde tilde. B. The sound of electric current and Ibrahimovic's miserable cry came from the ground one after another. Obviously, Ibrahimovic couldn't bear Mu Chen's deep love. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, great job. Of course, Ash and Xiao Mao don't know what's going on underground. However, when Ash saw Pikachu dragging Ibrahimovic, who had been electrocuted to black, crawling out of the hole, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "Damn it, what's going on? Why is this happening?" Unlike Xiaoji's excitement, Xiao Mao obviously couldn't accept what happened in front of him. Pick up tilde tilde. Of course, what Xiao Mao thinks about Mu Chen doesn't bother him. Dragging Ibrahimovic with a look of arrogance, Mu Chen came to Xiao Mao and threw the faint pointed Ibrahimovic at Xiao Mao's feet. Of course, Mu Chen was not so kind. Lying on the grass, this lady, she, pink, and this, Nima, white. Why is there a little black in the middle? Is it? Not anymore. Dad, I can't do it anymore. You know, with the height of Mu Chen, to come to this group of cheerleaders in miniskirt, it really doesn't take any effort to see everything you want. Xiaoji, is your Pikachu injured too? Hurry up and treat him. When Mu Chen's nose failed again, he was decisively discovered by Xiao Mao, who was about to pick up Ibrahimovic. Seeing Pikachu in such a state, Xiao Mao naturally thought that this guy was also injured. It seems that my defeat in this game is not tragic. Chapter 109_Hot Monkey. Chapter 109 Hot Monkey. After leaving the Golden City, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia once again embarked on a journey to challenge the gym. This time, their destination is Rainbow City, not far from the Gold City. Ah, I'm so tired. Xiaoxia, let's take a break and go on our way. Not long after embarking on the journey, Xiaoji shouted that he was tired for the first time ever. Of course, it's not his fault. You know, he is only a teenager after all. After successfully obtaining 4 gym badges and brutally brutalizing Xiao Mao 1, Xiaoji was so excited that he didn't fall asleep all night. And the price of not sleeping all night is naturally that you are tired from traveling during the day. Okay, let's rest for a while. The sun was shining brightly, and Xiaoxia was also panting from the sun. It's rare that this guy, Xiaoji, offered to take a break, but Xiaoxia had no reason to disagree. Pick up pi tilde. Of course, the most excited is Mu Chen. Rest. Xiaoxia is tired tilde. He was about to enter the sport he was most passionate about, and Mu Chen's eyes glowed with excitement. Hey tilde. But this time, before Mu Chen's short hand could be stretched out, a petite figure appeared in front of him. Since the love of this little thing Lalula's was conquered by Mu Chen, she was completely attached to Mu Chen. Xiaoji hugged her when he was on his way, and Laloris could only harass Mu Chen with his eyes. Now that he is resting, Laloris naturally wants to express some intimacy with Mu Chen. Pick up tilde. What should be played? The sudden appearance of Laloris startled Mu Chen. What a sightless thing. I'm busy without looking at lousy. For the little thing Lalula's, Mu Chen was also deeply helpless. This is the horse assigned to him by the system, and he will definitely not be able to get rid of it. If it's normal, it's fine. But now Mu Chen is going to give his beloved Xiaoxia a leg massage. At this critical moment, how could Mu Chen be in the mood to play with this thing? Hee. Ash, look, the relationship between Laloris and Pikachu is really good. When Xiaoxia saw Pikachu's fiery eyes, when Xiaoxia saw Pikachu's pair of claws stretched out to her, it was a lie to say that she was not nervous. However, because she knew this guy's temperament and also had a certain immunity to this kind of thing, Xiaoxia originally planned to bear it silently. Take it as a reward for Pikachu's heroic victory over Nazi. I never thought that when Pikachu's pair of claws were about to land successfully, the little guy Laloris appeared. For the appearance of this little savior, Xiaoxia is naturally full of joy. Finally, I don't have to be embarrassed in front of Xiaoji. Although Xiaoji has never paid attention to it, as a girl, you still have to be a little reserved, right? Of course, whether Xiaoxia feels a sense of loss in her heart is unknown to others. Huha tilde. Just when Mu Chen was irritated by the harassment of Laloris, a tweet suddenly came from above his head. Ooh, it hurts. Xiaoxia, who was still smiling and watching the excitement, suddenly screamed. I saw a fish-eyes fruit thrown by the chirping Pokémon on the tree, hitting the top of Xiaoxia's head. Huha tilde. As soon as he remembered the target, the owner of the voice was even more excited. Pick up tilde. Lying grass, you uncle. Dare to beat Lousy's girl. Originally, he was irritated because he couldn't touch his long leg, but now that Xiaoxia was attacked by surprise, Mu Chen was angry. Didi, random mission. The annoying hot monkey. The mission requires that you defeat the hot monkey without using any electrical skill. Quest reward. Randomly learn one of hot monkey's own skills. Failure to punish. Xiaoxia has been shot in the head. If you are losing, you should kill yourself as soon as possible to thank the world. Just when Mu Chen was furious, the electronic sound of the system came from his mind again. Walter, random mission. Don't use any electrical skills. You are playing with me. Hearing the random mission, Mu Chen was still very excited. I originally planned to fix this bastard, and the random quest was the icing on the cake. But the problem is, why don't you let Lao Su use electrical skills? How do you fight this? If I fight so hard, I will have a flash of lightning. Ah, this is the hot monkey. Laloris, fight. Use your psychic power. Xiaoxia's scream naturally alarmed Xiaoji, who was resting on the side. Taking a look at the Pokémon illustration, Xiaoji immediately knew what the hell that attacked Xiaoxia was. Seeing the appearance of Pokémon, which is a rare fighting type Pokémon, Xiaoji raised the idea of conquering it. As for why not let Pikachu fight, Xiaoji is not really stupid. How could he not know how lazy Pikachu is usually? In this case, the probability of Pikachu strike is very high. Therefore, Ash simply ignored the fire-breathing Pikachu. However, this guy obviously didn't understand Mu Chen's temperament. If it was Xiaoji who was attacked, in the absence of a system mission, Mu Chen might not really be able to take action. But now it's Xiaoxia who's headshot. Pick up. The little short hand stretched out and dragged Loloris, who was about to use his psychic power, behind him. Maid, hot monkey, right, dare to touch Lousy's girl. Pikachu, are you going to fight? Yes, use 100,000 volts. Seeing Pikachu dragging Loloris back, Ash didn't think much about it. After all, Pikachu is occasionally keen to fight. Pika. Volt your mother. I want Volt too. The problem is that the special system does not allow it. Even, in order to limit Mu Chen's cheating, the system shut down all the electricity in his body the moment the random mission started. Now let alone 100,000 volt, even a little electric current can't inspire Mu Chen. Puha. Seeing a yellow-skinned mouse dared to charge him, the hot monkey on the tree quit. You know, the Pokémon like the hot monkey, it is known for its irritability. Raising 2 punches the size of sandbag, the hot monkey jumped down from the tree in a few strides, and punched the oncoming Mu Chen fiercely. Bang! Pick up. Lying on the grass. It hurt so much. You cannot change the direction during the use of the electric light flash. This imposing blow from Mu Chen happened to collide with the fist of the hot monkey. The physiques of the two sides were placed here, and it was no surprise that Mu Chen was thrown away by a punch. Pikachu, what are you doing? Using 100,000 volts. Seeing that Pikachu actually played hand-to-hand combat with the hot monkey of the fighting department, Xiaoji was done. What going on? Am I getting smarter, or is Pikachu stupid? Chapter 110 Cunning Hot Monkey. Chapter 110 Cunning Hot Monkey. Pick up. Puha. The chirping of Mu Chen and Hot Monkey kept ringing in the forest. Due to the constraints of the system task, Mu Chen couldn't use any electrical skills at this moment. Mu Chen realized that the skills he had mastered were still too few. After losing 100,000 volt, his combat power at the moment is completely at the level of his younger brother. If it wasn't for his flexible movement, I'm afraid he would have been kicked by the hot monkey or under the knife. However, the quest has been received and the battle has begun, and Mu Chen has no chance to regret it. At this time, what Mu Chen hoped most in his heart was that Xiaoji would give some strength to send Lalula's or even the iron-headed baby BB bird to help him. However, Xiaoji is so stubborn that he believes in some kind of bullshit one-on-one holy battle. Although, Ash also didn't understand at the moment why Pikachu was dodging and using lightning flashes indefinitely. Pikachu, what's wrong with you? Use 100,000 volt. Even if you use electromagnetic wave, you can't defeat the hot monkey like this. Watching Pikachu's futile attacks on hot monkey time and time again, Ash said that it was fake to not be in a hurry. What exactly happened here? Why is it okay? Suddenly Pikachu's head has become so iron. Did it get the wrong grip? Ash, is Pikachu uncomfortable? Let Loloris help him. Seeing that Pikachu was still using a flash of electric light with an iron head, Xiaoxia was also puzzled. What going on? Wasn't it all fine just now? Even before Ash ordered Loloris to fight, this Pikachu took the initiative to stop her. Result, it's okay. I believe Pikachu. He must have his intentions for doing this. To Ash, Pokemon battles are sacred. If it weren't for a special situation, then he would never take the initiative to destroy this sacred battle. Although Pikachu's behavior at this moment made him very incomprehensible, out of trust in Pikachu, Ash still did not hesitate. Pika. Originally, after hearing the conversation between Xiaoxia and Xiaoji, Mu Chen was still full of expectation. However, Xiaoji immediately returned his honeyed confidence to Xiaoxia. You believe in your uncle. I don't need you to believe me. Seeing that the reinforcements were hopeless, Mu Chen could only give up this unrealistic idea. Maid, dog bee system, don't you want to play me? I'm not as good as you want me to be. This stupid monkey will be stupid besides slashing and kicking. As long as I run, he can hit me. Of course, Mu Chen also knew that it was impossible to win the battle by relying on this kind of parkour. But it doesn't matter. Hot monkey. As the name suggests, this place should have a very grumpy temper. Puha. As Mu Chen kept running, as Mu Chen kept waiting for the opportunity to harass him, Hot Monkey's poor patience was obviously exhausted. Pick up. Come, stupid. Seeing the fiery monkey showing his teeth and dancing claws behind him, Mu Chen sneered. If you stand in one position, I don't have much solution for this big monkey Lousy in a defensive stand. But since you big monkey dares to run after Lao Su, then the opportunity will appear. Puha. Of course, it was not clear what Mu Chen wanted to do in his heart. At this moment, the hot monkey had already been stabbed by Mu Chen to the point of spitting fire in his eyes. Looking at the yellow-skinned mouse in front of him, the hot-tempered hot monkey just wanted to rush to its front and kick it away with a ruthless kick. Finally, with the two chasing and fleeing, the opportunity that Mu Chen had been waiting for appeared. When crossing a bush, the fiery monkey obviously overestimated his jumping power. Puha. Looking at the fiery monkey who failed to play the hurdles and tripped over the bushes, Mu Chen's small eyes radiated light. light. Opportunity. Opportunity. What else is there to say? Turn the direction immediately. Move at a high speed to bless you. And the electric light flashes away from you. Pika. With the cheers of victory, Mu Chen slammed into the hot monkey who was still standing up in a state of embarrassment. However, Mu Chen obviously didn't notice the cunning light that flashed in hot monkey's eyes. Seeing Pikachu rushing towards him, the fiery monkey, who was still in a state of embarrassment, quickly turned over and sent a knife to Mu Chen. Seeing the hot monkey acting like this, how could Mu Chen still not know that he was in the game? Lying grass, you uncle. What kind of Pokemon is this supposed to be? Will it even use a scheming? Nima. What's so special about this? Since Mu Chen came to this world, among the Pokemon he met, except for the smarter Meow Meow from Team Rocket, he had never encountered such a scheming guy. Obviously, Mu Chen only paid attention to the word hot in the name of the hot monkey, but ignored the most important word, monkey. Monkeys are never stupid. However, it was too late when Mu Chen found out that the situation was not right. Once you start the game, it's not so easy to stop it. In desperation, Mu Chen could only bite the bullet and continue to charge against the hot monkey. Maid, bring it on. Bring it on. I don't believe it. I can't handle you, you stupid monkey. Having no choice, Mu Chen also became ruthless. Maid, silly monkey, I will let you see and see today. I am so special. It is not for nothing that you are training on that old lady in Minas every night. Come on, silly monkey. I didn't let you see the terrifying explosive power I practice. With a decision in his heart, Mu Chen's charge speeded up a bit. Pikachu, come on. Charge, Pikachu, you can. Seeing the showdown between Pikachu and Hot Monkey, Xiaoji and Xiaosha also put down all doubts in their heart. At this moment, all the two of them can do is to cheer on Pikachu. Pick up ... With a loud cry, Mu Chen closed his eyes and slammed into the hot monkey who was posing. Whether it is dead or alive, just look at this. Facing Pikachu, who turned into an electric light, Hot Monkey showed no weakness. I saw that his right hand was raised high, and the energy fluctuations of the fighting system converged on his right hand, which turned into the back of the knife. Yellow-skinned mouth. Eat my hand knife. Chapter 111 Rainbow City Perfume Shop. Chapter 111 Rainbow City Perfume Shop. Pikachu, great job. With Xiaoji's excited roar, the clash between Mu Chen and Hot Monkey finally decided the winner. Although the Hot Monkey took a stand, but the speed of this guy was still a beat slower. Underestimating the speed of Mu Chen's sprint, Hot Monkey's hand knife was knocked to the ground before he could even swing it out. Pick up. Maid, aren't you playing trick with me? You go on. Today, I will let you see what is the world's martial arts, only fast and unbreakable. One blow knocked over the Hot Monkey, and Mu Chen was even more imposing. Taking a few steps back before the Hot Monkey got up, Mu Chen fired a flash of lightning again. Bang, bang, bang. Of the crashing of the flesh is constantly being heard in this wilderness. Finally, Hot Monkey, who couldn't hold on any longer, let go of the anger in his heart. I saw that his eyes were full of grief and indignation, and he ignored the relentless Pikachu who was still chasing behind him, and disappeared above the treetops in a few strides. Ooh, it's a pity. I also said that I want to subdue this Hot Monkey. Seeing Hot Monkey being repelled by Pikachu, Ash was full of regret. Pick up. Pack, you are pretending to be with Lao Su. Xiaoji's complaint was ignored by Mu Chen at all. Maid, what should I do? Play routines with me to show off my muscles. Are you a player? After a slam, although Mu Chen himself was dizzy, it didn't affect his excitement at the moment. Lying on the grass, to fear. This is the battle of pure men. After this hand-to-hand fight with the Hot Monkey, Mu Chen suddenly found that he fell in love with this feeling. Of course, Mu Chen wouldn't be so arrogant that he didn't know how high the sky was. This kind of hand-to-hand combat is still very enjoyable to use to abuse vegetables. However, when encountering those difficult guys, it is still simple and rude from 100,000 volts. Xiaosha, are you resting enough? Let's continue on our way. Rainbow City is not far ahead. I heard that the Rainbow Gym in Rainbow City is very famous. There is no hope of subduing the Hot Monkey, and Ash decisively leaves it behind. Gym challenges, collecting badges. This is the most important thing for Ash. Pick up. Mu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Xiaoji's decision. After playing a hand-to-hand battle of pure men, Mu Chen was sore all over at this moment, and it was a must to throw himself into Xiaosha's arms. System, I have completed the task. What about the reward? At this moment, what Mu Chen was most concerned about was this reward. What skills does the Hot Monkey master? Of course, Mu Chen would not refuse to be able to add new skills. Didi, the task is completed. The reward is issued. Congratulations to the host for acquiring new skills. Hell roll. Walter, what to play? Hearing the sound from the system, Mu Chen was a little stunned. Hell rolling. What is this? Haven't seen that stupid monkey use it. But how did Mu Chen know that he was hurrying from beginning to end, and Hot Monkey just wanted to use this skill and there was no chance at all. The skill of hell rolling can only be used when it is in close contact with the the enemy. Forget it. It is so. I don't despise this old man. With a mentality that something is better than nothing, Mu Chen, who was overexhausted, fell into a deep sleep in Xiaoxia's sweet embrace. It smells so good. Strange. What is the smell coming from? When Mu Chen woke up again, the first sentence he heard was a question from Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, the fragrance comes from here. Following Xiaoji's guidance, the sobered Mu Chen realized that Rainbow City had already arrived. But it's really delicious. Obviously, Mu Chen, who had just come here fortunately, was also attracted by the sudden scent. Wow, here, there is a perfume shop here. That's where the scent comes from. Xiaoxia, but a girl. Amy is a girl's nature. Following the scent's guidance, Xiaoxia and Xiaoji soon discovered the source of the scent, the Rainbow City perfume shop. Pick up. Lying on the grass. At this moment, Mu Chen was excited. Of course, it is impossible for him to be excited by the mere perfume. The perfume shop that appeared in front of Mu Chen at this moment, its outer walls are all made of transparent glass. And this, let Mu Chen see the scene in the perfume shop. Miss, it's all ladies. Various clerks and sisters in uniform appeared in front of Mu Chen. Looking at the young and energetic young ladies, Mu Chen couldn't wait to jump out of Xiaoxia's arms and rush directly into the shop. But before Mu Chen took any action, Xiaoxia pushed open the door and walked in as if she knew his intention. Welcome. Bowed 90 degrees to Xiaoxia to show their welcome. Pick up. At this moment, Mu Chen was fascinated. You know, these young ladies in uniform are bowing 90 degrees under the bow from this angle. What really should be seen, and all the things that shouldn't be seen are seen through by Mu Chen's small eye. No, restrain. I have to restrain myself. Knowing that his nose is often attacked, Mu Chen began to enter a state of self-hypnosis. So many young ladies, where are you going? If nosebleeds flowed out at this time, I'm afraid I would be thrown out by Xiaoxia immediately. For this, Mu Chen still had no doubt. If the heart is clear, the sky will not be shocked. This was the hypnosis that Mu Chen performed on himself. What can I do? This beautiful lady, please try our new product. Ah, this Pikachu is so cute. I'll hold it for you, miss. Obviously, the service of the staff is very attentive and enthusiastic. Under the enthusiastic recommendation of the clerk, Xiaoxia naturally fell into all kinds of perfume product. As for Mu Chen, at this moment, he was already happily lying in the arms of a clerk sister. Ah, this is life. What's so heartwarming? Go to your uncle. I am so passionate. Of course. Even so, Mu Chen remembered to raise his head high. Although this makes it impossible to enjoy some beautiful scenery, but, at the very least, this will prevent unexpected situations from happening. Mu Chen has already discovered that since he fought with the old lady of Nina, his nose has become more and more out of control. What's so good about perfume? The only function of this thing is that women use it to seduce men, right? Just when Mu Chen was excited, and when Xiaoxia was going to spend her private money to buy it under the promotion of the enthusiastic clerk, an untimely voice came over. The voice fell, and the originally noisy perfume shop instantly quieted down. Chapter 112_naive ad. Chapter 112 Innocent Xiaoji. Note orphan. This is Mu Chen's evaluation of Xiaoji's idiot. At this moment, Mu Chen is very comfortable lying in the arms of a clerk. Looking at Xiaoji, who was arguing with several beautiful young ladies, Mu Chen suddenly felt sad for Hanako. Poor Hanako, why did you give birth to such an idiot? Finally, as the argument became more and more heated, Xiaoji, an idiot, was kicked out very gently by a few beautiful young ladies. Let go. I'll go to the gym challenge myself. This was the last sentence Ash left before leaving. Okay, little sister, that idiot is gone. This bottle of perfume is really suitable for you. Do you want to buy it? After driving away the troublesome Xiaoji, several shop assistants and sisters, together with the shop manager who appeared later, surrounded Xiaoxia in the middle. Pick up. Buy it. This young lady is so powerful. I'm sorry if you don't buy it. Mu Chen was very satisfied with the service of the clerk and sister. Look at the quality of others. I have already tried all the outline, and they have not changed their faces. Yes, Mu Chen has such an opportunity to take advantage. How could he just be willing to be just a loving hug? The small short hand stretched out, and all kinds of inadvertent movements were necessary. But because this product looks like a cute Pikachu, the clerk, who doesn't understand his personality, doesn't think much about it at all. The clerk holding Mu Chen took all this as a Pokémon that didn't fit into her arm, so it was just an inadvertently twisting touch. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you very much for your support of our store. By the way, miss, are you interested in visiting our gym? Finally, Xiaoxia still couldn't stand the persuasion of a group of young ladies. After buying the perfume, several clerks and sisters, including the store manager, immediately started after-sales service for Xiaoxia. Visit the gym. Hearing the question from the clerk and the store manager, Xiaoxia was done. What the situation? Isn't this a perfume shop? Perfume shops also have gym. What gym? Oh, that's it. I am both the store manager here and the owner of the Rainbow City Gym. gym. Erica: so, beautiful lady, would you like to visit our gym? It's not surprising that Erica is suspicious of Xiaoxia. Basically every person who comes to her shop for the first time will ask her this kind of question. Ah, yes, of course to visit. Thank you, Miss Erica. The grass gymnasium in Rainbow City is similar to the water gymnasium in Wallen City, and they are well known in the Kanto region. Now that there is an opportunity to visit the Rainbow Gym, Xiaoxia certainly will not refuse. As for her partner Ash, didn't that guy say before leaving that he would go on his own? Then it doesn't matter what he does. Such a big person, can't he get lost in the city? However, what Xiaoxia didn't know was that Xiaoji, who had arrived at the Rainbow City Gym at the moment, had been hit with a big red cross on his face, and then was swept out of the house again. Yes, the Rainbow City Gym won't allow him at all. As for why, of course it's because the idiot has insulted Perfume. The staff in the Rainbow Gym are all young ladies. In this era of information exchange, the little things that Xiaoji did immediately reached the ears of the little sisters who guarded the gym. In the face of this guy who slanders Perfume, how can these beauty-loving young ladies tolerate it? At the same time, on the other side of the gym, there were three figures walking secretly with a ladder on their back. These three figures are the Rocket Trio. The perfume in the Rainbow City Gym is very famous, and Musashi and others naturally wanted to take this opportunity to directly steal the essence of the perfume. This is also a lot of money. Because of Musashi's wanton profligacy at the temple fair last time, these unlucky fellows fell into poverty again at this moment. Now that such a huge fortune is in front of them, how could they miss it? As for Pikachu, anyway, they have been tailgating all the time with Ash and his party. Is it okay to arrest Pikachu anytime? Therefore, the focus of the Rockets trio's actions at this moment has all shifted to this perfume essence. However, these three unlucky guys are not very lucky. Gym, they successfully infiltrated. Before the essence could be found, these guys met the Pokémon that Erica left in the gym, Stink Flower. The smelly flower, as the name suggests, once the smelly skill is exhaled, the real smell can be scented for 10 miles. Under the attack of the smelly skill, the trio were decisively fainted. In the end, these three unlucky guys were naturally marked with big red crosses on their faces, and then they were tied to a big tree in the park outside the gym. Team Rocket, why are you here? After being blasted out by the little sister of the gym, Xiaoji is preparing to go back to find Xiaoxia. I never thought that I saw three guys who were tied into dumplings here. Ah, kid, help us. Seeing Ash appear, Kojira seemed to see the Statue of Liberty opening her arms to him. No, you wicked bastard, don't expect me to rescue you. No matter how idiot Xiaoji was, he wouldn't have rescued them from the tree branch just because of Kojira's plea for help. Little devil, looking at the marks on your face, you were also kicked out of the Rainbow City Gym, right? If you are willing to rescue us, then I promise I will be able to take you into the gym successfully. Your ambition should be a Pokemon master, right? If you don't have enough gym badges, you won't be able to enter the Pokemon contest. Don't worry, this time we will not attack Pikachu, nor will we attack that little girl. We have other goals. After repairing the idiot Kojiro, Musashi spoke to Ash again. This time, Xiaoji was moved. As Musashi said, the gym challenge is crucial to him. If you miss this badge because of this, it will be a tragedy that you will not be able to participate in the league competition in the end. Under the temptation of the badge, after thinking about the guarantee that Musashi made to himself, Xiaoji, who has little social experience, was attracted. Okay, then I will trust you one. If you dare to deceive me, then I will definitely arrest you again and hand them over to Miss Junsha. Of course, Xiaoji dared to release these guys because of the previous record against them. Although Pikachu is not around at the moment, the current terrain does not limit the performance of Mina. With Mina, Lelora's and BB Bird by his side, Ash is really not afraid of these three guys. Chapter 113 on Mu Chen's psychological shadow area. Chapter 113 on Mu Chen's psychological shadow area. Miss Erica, I have a question. Isn't the Pokemon like Stinky Flower emitting a stench all the time? Why doesn't your Stinky Flower have any peculiar smell? At this moment, Xiaoxia and Mu Chen have been brought to the gym by a group of young ladies. After a visit, Xiaoxia discovered this unique Stinky Flower. Stinking Flower, a Pokemon, will emit a foul smell to protect itself only when it encounters danger or is highly stressed. When it's in a peaceful mood, it won't give off that smell casually. Smelly Flower is Erica's main Pokemon. Seeing Xiaoxia's interest, Erica naturally explained it. Pick up. What B place should be Stinky Flower. Mu Chen had no interest at all in the story of this Stinky Flower. At this moment, he is concentrating on studying the color of several young ladies and sisters. You know, because everyone is caught in the conversation at this moment, they are all kneeling on the ground. As long as any young lady stood up, Mu Chen naturally had a chance to catch a glimpse of the scenery. Master Curator, this little sister is a new apprentice. Her parents said she wants us to practice here. Just as Mu Chen was staring at the young ladies with all his attention, a crisp voice came from behind him. Pick up. What to play? Can there still be a apprentices here. Little sister, what is Zhong like? Attracted by the sound, Mu Chen instinctively turned his head to look. Fuck, miss. As soon as he turned his head, Mu Chen reacted. When someone comes, these young ladies who are sitting on the ground naturally have to stand up. Lying on the grass. Opportunity. I have been waiting for the opportunity for a long time. However, although Mu Chen's reaction was fast, there were still not many young ladies who got up quickly. When Mu Chen turned his head over again, the picture he was expecting had long since disappeared. It's over. No love anymore. Seeing several young ladies standing up one after another, Mu Chen's heart was broken. Sweet little sister, are you coming to our gym to practice? Of course, no one understood Mu Chen's mood at the moment. Seeing a newcomer coming to practice, Erica naturally greeted her enthusiastically. Cute. Mu Chen, who had already been deeply saddened by death, was resurrected with full blood after hearing this rating. Speaking of which, it was all because of this newly appeared little girl that I missed a beautiful scenery. Now, let me see how cute you are. With a new goal, Mu Chen, who was excited again, set his sights on this new little sister. Lying on the grass. Nice. It's so pure. This little girl has a shy look on her face, and she looks quite emotional. Looking at this little sister with curly yellow hair and a long skirt in front of her, Mu Chen suddenly realized that it looks like Lolita is not bad. I don't know what this little sister wants to practice when you come to our gym. Is floriculture, or the rearing of grass-type Pokémon? Seeing that the shy little sister didn't speak, Erica could only continue to ask questions patiently. No way. The operation of the gym depends entirely on the tuition fees of these apprentices. Ah, I'm here to challenge. I don't want to learn any flowers. The shy little sister immediately raised her head when she heard Erica's question, but because she was too excited, she forgot to control her voice, and even more forgot her curly hair, which was simply a wig. Hiccup tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. My eyes. It killing me. Nima. At this moment, MMP is not enough to describe Mu Chen's mood. Nima's. Thankfully, I was a little moved. As a result, what kind of barren game is this? Hi, I wipe your uncle. At this moment, the first thing that came to Mu Chen's mind was that classic line. This person disguised as a little girl is Ash, who was swept out of the house before. After saving the Rocket Trio, Musashi and the others did not break their promises. However, the way they enter the gym is quite different. After helping Ash with a disguise, Musashi and Kojiro also made a disguise. In the end, Musashi pretended to be Ash's mother, Kojiro was pretending to be Ash's father, and Meow was pretending to be Kojiro's beer belly. In this way, several people successfully mixed into the gym. Of course, Xiaoji was brought here all the way by the reception lady of the gym. The Rocket team also took this opportunity to leave to search for the legendary perfume essence. You said you came for the gym challenge. Haha, interesting. I have been a gym owner for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen a trainer who challenges you in this way. However, as the owner of the museum, I will not refuse the challenge of the trainer. Seeing Xiaoji's embarrassed look, Erika couldn't help but chuckle a few times. This young man. Wonderful. Haha. Great, you are finally willing to accept my challenge. Ash's eyes almost burst into tears when she hears that Erika accepts her challenge. Is it easy? In order to carry out this gym challenge, it is really not easy. However, the excited Xiaoji did not notice Xiaosha, who had already covered her face and felt ashamed, and the desperately retching Pikachu. Obviously, Xiaosha and Mu Chen were deeply stimulated by Xiaoji as an idiot. DV, random missions are on. Erika's grass gym. Resist the fear from the depths of your soul, face reality bravely, and conquer yourself. Mission requirement. Help Xiaoji successfully capture the rainbow badge of the grass gym. Quest reward. Get a skill randomly. Failure to punish. If you can't overcome yourself, then you can enjoy the hospitality of the grass type gym. Walter. Mu Chen, who was retching, was done. The tasks are normal and the rewards are not bad. But what the hell is this barren failure penalty? Enjoy the hospitality of the grass family gym. Lying on the grass. Taken literally. Should I fail on purpose? Lao Su. Thinking of being able to enjoy the hospitality of so many warm young ladies, Mu Chen's desire to fight was completely lost. Then, let's get started. My gym rules are 3-on-3 Pokemon battles. Each player can play 3 Pokemon, and to win, you have to beat these 3 of my Pokemon. Well, my first Pokemon is you, Vine. Just when Mu Chen was still struggling with the task, Xiaoji had followed Ariga to the gymnasium's competition venue. A creeper. Then, it's up to you, Loloras. Chapter 114 _ there's one last Muchen left. Chapter 114 the last Mu Chen left. Hey tilde tilde. Fugia tilde tilde. With Ash and Erika summoning Pokemon one after another, this gym challenge is officially open. For this match, Mu Chen, who was lying in Xiaosha's arms, was still very concerned about it. No way. Who asked that unfortunate system to give the task? The rest is fine, but Mu Chen never ignores this chain of missions. After all, he had persisted for so long, and Mu Chen was reluctant to give it up no matter what. Now this chain of tasks has reached the stage of cultivating the evolution of the little guy Loloras. After Loloras evolved, Mu Chen is still full of expectations expectation. This is different from the water snake waste like Mina, which relies on his own brain to make up for it. Shinado, she is a pure lady in a long skirt. When he thought that he could chat with a young lady of this level later, Mu-chen was so excited that his eyes were bloodshot. Therefore, Mu-chen is still very concerned about the battle of Loloras. Little guy, do your best. If you have nothing to do, serve a few more dishes so that my luck will come sooner. However, the arrogant little girl Lalulas didn't know that there was a pair of expectant eyes behind her. Therefore, this arrogant little guy overturned in this game. Loloras, come on, increase the use of psychic power, and be sure to control this vine monster. At this moment, Xiaoji's passionate shouting kept coming. However, the development here is not ideal. It is true that Loloras used his psychic power to control the body of the vine monster, but obviously, this little guy ignored the two vine whips sticking out from the body. While Loloras was controlling the vine, she was also tightly bound by the vine whip. At this moment, the competition between the two is only physical strength and willpower. Whoever can't hold on first will be game over. Although the vine monster is also an unevolved Pokémon, its physique is placed there. Grass-type Pokémon are already known for their resistance to beating, and with the slender physique of Loloras, the vine monster said that he is not panic at all. Of course, so is the end result. Not tilde. With a painful cry from Loloras, the psychic control she exerted on the vines collapsed. Losing the restraint of mind power, the two vine whips of the vine monster swung even more vigorously. In the end, this victory or defeat is naturally no suspense at all. Damn, Loloras, you've worked so hard. Come back. BB Bird, it's up to you. Although Mina's combat power is much higher than that of the iron-headed baby BB Bird. BB Bird is a flying-type Pokémon. The flying type restrains the grass type, which is clear even if Xiaoji is ignorant. Beep tilde tilde B tilde tilde. Every time he played, BB Bird was full of passion. Okay, BB Bird, that's it. Show off our momentum. Use the swivel power. Rotation is a flight-type skill, and it can still cause great damage to grass-type vine monsters. However, the commander of this vine monster is the master of the grass-type gym, Erika. The vine monster, use high-speed rotation. In the face of BB Bird rushing from the air, Erika's response strategy is to turn around at high speed. Although this skill doesn't have a strong attack power, it can make the vine monster into a state of high-speed rotation so that BB Bird cannot seize the opportunity to attack it. In other words, this is a defensive skill. BB Bird, ignore it. Use a flash of electric light to break through its high-speed rotation. Seeing that the opponent relied on high-speed rotation to easily defuse BB Bird's attack, Xiaoji's iron-headed baby's attribute broke out again. I don't believe it. You can dodge such a high-speed attack skill with a flash of lightning. It's just that Xiaoji didn't know that this opportunity was what Erika was waiting for. Good Chan. Fine. Resist its attack and use the numbing powder. This is Erika's strategy. I can't handle your flying skills, but this flash of lightning is just a general skill. Fujiya tilde tilde. B. Without dodging and avoiding, BB Bird's lightning flashes naturally hit the target without any accident. However, at the same time as the vine monster was screaming, the paralysis powder it used also successfully hit the unfortunate iron-headed baby. After being hit with paralysis powder, her body suddenly slowed down, and BB Bird was startled. However, no matter how hard it tried to flap its wing, it couldn't spread its wings as easily as before. Right now, vine monster, give it the final blow. Use the vine whip to attack. Resisting a flash of electric light, although the vine monster suffered a lot of damage, it did not completely lose its combat power. Fujiya tilde. Under Erika's dancing light command, the vine monster once again pulled out two vine whip and slammed it hard on BB Bird, like an old hen who was practicing how to lift off. Clap, clap, clap. Vine whip whipping the flesh and the body kept coming from the arena. B. After being hit with the paralysis powder, BB Bird couldn't take off, and now she was tortured with a cane whip by the vine monster. The miserable cry of this unfortunate child suddenly resounded in the rainbow gym. Pick up tilde tilde. Looking at BB Bird who was enjoying the caning, Mu-chen helplessly covered his eyes with his short hand. Nima, too bloody, too violent, hot eyes. Damn it. Enough. I admit defeat. Seeing BB Bird so miserable, Xiaoji finally gave up the idea of continuing to work hard. There is no way. This face can't be avoided. Even if he still wants to be tough, BB Bird can't hold on anymore. Challenger, do you have the last Pokémon left? If your last Pokémon also loses, I ask you to apologize to us. Perfume is not just for women to confuse men. As a woman whose development is not ideal, Erika said that her heart is definitely not broad. Previously, the slander of Xiaoji was firmly in Erika's mind. I didn't bring it up before, because I was afraid of an accident and I would end up embarrassing myself. But now, this kid has the last Pokémon left, and Erika doesn't think there is a possibility that she will be pierced by others anyway. Losing. It's impossible for me to lose. It's up to you. Pikachu. Fight. Out of confidence in Pikachu's undefeated record in the past, Ash never thought that there would be an opponent that Pikachu couldn't solve. Pika tilde tilde chew. Bring it on. Bring it on. Hurry up. Let me finish work. work and finish the task. Likewise, Mew Chen was also full of confidence in this battle, but it's just a grass-type Pokemon, not just casual abuse. Chapter 115 Erika Stinking Flower. Chapter 115 Erika Stinky Flower. Pika A loud chirping sound came from Mew Chen's mouth. This is his celebration after he won the first kill. The vine monster itself is not in a good state, and BB Bird, who can overcome the attribute restraint, is already the limit. After Mew Chen came on stage, with just a gentle note of 100,000 volt, the vines decisively went to pick up the lun. Nice Pikachu. After finally defeating this nasty vine monster, Ash is naturally excited. After all, it's still your own initial Pokemon. The vines, thank you for your hard work. Come back. I'll leave it to you next time. Dumbass. The defeat of the vines did not exceed Erika's expectation. After the vine monster was electrocuted, Erika decisively released the second Pokemon. When she confirmed that Ash's last Pokemon was Pikachu, Erika had already decided in her heart that the winner of this game must be herself. Grass-type Pokemon are generally very resistant to electricity-type skills. It's just Pikachu. Even if it uses 100,000 volt, it can't cause too much damage to grass-type Pokemon. The fact that he was able to defeat the vine monster was only due to the excessive physical consumption of the vine monster before. Pikachu, attack, use 100,000 volt. Ash's command is always so simple and rude. Since Mew Chen mastered 100,000 volt, basically all the instructions Xiaoji gave him were this big move. Pika. Mew Chen did not resist Xiaoji's command this time. Although I'm a little sorry for the damage effect of the electricity type and grass type, but Mew Chen doesn't have any other skills to choose from, right? Even if the resistance of this game is a little higher, I am so much powering up a few times, can I still bring you down? After the electrical energy stored in the body increased greatly, Mew Chen was also very keen on this simple and rude fighting method. The electric current flashed, and Mew Chen had obviously entered a state of charging. Kuguhua, ignore it, use the flying leaf knife. In Erika's mind, even if this Pikachu used 100,000 volt, it wouldn't be able to cause too much damage to the mouth flower. Therefore, in this game, Erika completely gave up her defense and planned to have a Pokemon skill battle with Pikachu. However, she underestimated Mew Chen too much. Boom. Under Erika's order, the mouth blank flower spun rapidly. Immediately, countless green leaves emerged from the whole body and shot toward Pikachu. Pika. At the same time, Mew Chen's energy storage has also been completed. 100,000 volt. Let go. A 4-finger-thick electric current gathered from Mew Chen's cheeks and hit the oncoming leaf. Boom. Although the mouth-dumb flower rotates very elegantly, although the flying leaves that the mouth-dumb flower lacing is bright enough. However, in the face of absolute power, these are simply not enough to see. If it were to use Mew Chen's word, it would be, I'm so special to treat your bells and whistles. What? How is that possible? Done. Seeing her mouth scorched black by the electricity, Erika was done. What's the situation? Isn't that how the script was written? Isn't grass-type Pokemon very resistant to electricity-type skills? Why did it turn over at one? Could it be that the power of this Pikachu skills is so powerful that it can ignore attribute restraint? Looking at the stunned flower that was scorched black and kept twitching, this was the only possibility Erika could think of. Of course, at the moment, Mew Chen is not as powerful as Erika thought. To be able to turn over this dumb flower with a single stroke, to put it bluntly, Mew Chen has been accumulating energy in advance, and the physique of this Lei Ying is really not good. I have to admit, your Pikachu is very powerful. Before, I really underestimated it. Then, let you see my last Pokemon. Go, my buddy, Stinky Flower. After a brief shock, the adjusted Erika regained her grace. After she took a deep look at the still concave Pikachu, she summoned the last Pokemon. Smelly tilde. Nani, this should play. Seeing that Erika's last Pokemon was actually summoned by this ghost Lei Ying, Mew Chen immediately understood that the fear mentioned in the system quest was referring to this thing. However, this ugly play can make Lao Su's soul feel terrified. What an international joke. Although Mew Chen didn't understand how a beautiful young lady like Aligia would choose such a game that would make people lose the stove, but Mew Chen didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. After all, Mew Chen has a deep understanding of the unreliability of this system. Who knows what kind of hospitality is after being left behind at the end. Mew Chen had no interest in trying it. These little sisters, take a look. Even if you take a little advantage, our own Xiaosha is more fragrant. Smelly flower. Pikachu, let's attack. Keep using 100,000 volt. Let's win this game. Through the Pokemon Pokédex, Xiaoji learned that this stinky flower is not much different from the previous dumb flower, and immediately gave instructions to Mew Chen full of confidence. Pika. Likewise, Mew Chen, who was eager to clock in and get off work quickly, did not intend to delay. No matter what your system says, I will turn over all the monsters and monsters with 100,000 volt. Stinky flower, use poisonous powder. Spinning around gracefully, Erika also gave Stink Flower an offensive order. Smelly tilde tilde smelly tilde tilde. Under Erica's order, Smelly Flower lowered her head, and a powder full of poisonous energy was sprayed from the petals above her head. If it was just that, Mu Chen could completely ignore it. But, while spraying the poisonous powder, the stinky flower even sprayed out a terrifying stench. This is Smelly Flower's real killer move. Pick up tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. I am suffocating. The stench hit, not to mention Mu Chen's accumulation of 100,000 volt. It was even difficult to breathe. At this moment, Mu Chen finally understood the meaning of the system. Nima. Sure enough, it is the fear that comes from the depths of the soul. If Mu Chen only vomited when he saw Xiaoji's women's clothes before, but now he was suffocated by the stench, Mu Chen almost vomited out the gall. This smell, it's like wearing stinky socks that haven't been washed for half a year, plus the mixed-product of various unknown object fermented. Mu Chen's only evaluation of this is only 2 words. Absolutely. Chapter 116_2 Mission. Chapter 116 Mission. Wow. Thank God. I'm suffocating. Pikachu, hold on. I'm afraid I won't be able to command you for the time being. Odor attack belongs to Stink Flower's innate ability, and does not count as any skill. So when the Smelly Flower released the smelly attack, it wasn't just Mu Chen in the arena who was injured. Even Xiaoji and Xiaosha, who were on the edge of the field, were also affected by this stench. As for Lelora's, who was defeated in the previous battle, this little guy was decisively stunned under the first wave of odor attack. Pick up tilde pick up. Nima, you are so easy to say. Persist in. Why don't you insist? In the most foul-smelling arena, Mu Chen's tears even flowed out. Hearing Xiaoji's irresponsible remark, Mu Chen almost rushed out of the field and gave him an electric shock to kill Matt. I'm about to be suffocated to death. How can this game be so disgusting? Stinky Flower. Good chance. Use Flower Dance. As the owner of the Smelly Flower, Erica is naturally immune to this stench that is enough to stun elephant. After seeing that Pikachu in the field was so smoked that she couldn't even stand upright, Erica decisively issued an attack order to Smelly Flower. Smelly tilde tilde smelly tilde tilde. After receiving Erica's instructions, Smelly Flower immediately opened her short legs and ran towards Mu Chen all the way. Obviously, this guy is planning to walk up to Mu Chen and use the grass element dance of flowers. Pika tilde tilde chew. However, what Erica didn't know was that Mu Chen was waiting for such an opportunity. Under the attack of the stench, Mu Chen was indeed unable to stand upright. However, this does not affect the concentration of electric energy in the chi. Although the stench attack was extremely disgusting, Mu Chen was not willing to fall under the stench so uselessly. Fear deep in the soul. I am afraid of your uncle. This is the stimulation from the depth of the nasal cavity. Enduring the stench, Mu Chen, who was unwilling to fail, has been silently accumulating electricity, preparing to strike him with a thunderous right. Never thought that this stinky flower would take the initiative to deliver food to your door. This, what else is polite? Zila tilde tilde. 100,000 volt. Let go. Turn over this disgusting person's game. Not good. Smelly Flower. Use a stand-in to block 100,000 volt. After all, odor is just gas, and it can't have much impact on people's vision. When Erica saw the flashing electric current on Pikachu's cheek, she immediately found out what this guy was planning. However, Erica's reaction was fast enough, but Stinky Flower didn't respond that fast. Smelly tilde tilde smelly tilde tilde. Hearing Erica's order, Smelly Flower was done. What going on? Don't you want me to go up and show a dance of flowers? Why did this suddenly become a stand-in? Where can the ugly skills of the stand-in have the gorgeousness of the dance of flowers? Did I hear it wrong? Zila tilde tilde tilde. Ding, ding. Just when the Stinky Flower hesitated, Mu Chen's 100,000 volt had already slammed into it. This time, Smelly Flower finally understood why Erica made it use a stand-in. But it's too late to say that at this time. Haha, cough, good work. Pikachu, come on, vomit. Seeing that Pikachu's counterattack was successful, Ash immediately excitedly removed his hands from his face. However, just take it away. Under the attack of the stench, even Xiaoji, the iron-headed child, has lost the passion he used to have. Boom. But just when Mu Chen was about to make persistent effort, when he came to end the battle with several 100,000 volt, a violent explosion suddenly sounded. Not good. The garden is on fire. Ooh, go and put out the fire. My god, there are still many Pokémon in the garden. Go save them. The explosion occurred inside Erica's rainbow gym. After the dust and smoke of the explosion dissipated, several staff in the gym immediately discovered the fire. You know, there is almost a huge botanical garden in Erika's rainbow gym. Because Erica is the master of the grass-type gym, there is hardly any place in the entire gym that is not covered by plant. And plant, the most afraid of nature is the flame. Didi, random missions are on. Make a choice. Sao Nian. The mission requirement, give up the gym challenge, and immediately go after the rockets who stole the perfume essence and regain the perfume essence. Quest reward, get a skill randomly. Failure to punish, even the girl's favorite perfume essence. Can't keep it. What else are you talking about? Chasing Miss Sister. Xiaosha's favorability is -10. Lying on the grass. What should be played? Originally, the explosion had little effect on Mu Chen. After all, this is someone else's gym, so he can at most enjoy a free fireworks show. But I never thought that this urinary system could not bear the loneliness, and it ran out. And it's up to you to choose. Obviously, if you continue the game, you will miss the opportunity to chase the rocket. With the same mission reward, Mu Chen was immediately tangled. Nima, this is about to be done, so why can't you wait a few minutes? However, Mu Chen also knew that since the system said it let him choose, there would definitely be no loopholes left. Pick up. Go to your uncle. I give up. This was the first time that Mu Chen chose to give up the system task, and what he gave up was the first mission, the gym challenge. Although the stinky flower hit itself with a 100,000 volt, it seems that it will not fall down if it resists another shot. Mu Chen didn't have so much time to waste on this stinky flower. You must know that although the two tasks given by this system have the same reward, the punishment is different. If the gym challenge failed, let's enjoy the warm hospitality of the ladies and sisters. Team Rocket's sudden mission. If it fails, we'll deduct Xiaoxi's favorability. Mu Chen can't tell which one is more important than the other. What's more, in the heart of Mu Chen's sultry year, he was still full of anticipation for this so-called warm hospitality. The previous opportunity to see the color was destroyed by that idiot Xiaoji, which was a remnant in Mu Chen's heart. Of course, no one knew what Mu Chen was thinking at the moment. Pikachu, where are you going? The sudden explosion disrupted the last gym challenge. While Ash was at a loss, Pikachu suddenly abandoned his opponent and ran towards the fire field. Ash instinctively kept asking questions. Xiaoji, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go with Pikachu to put out the fire. Obviously, in Xiaoxi's view, Pikachu left the field halfway to put out the sudden fire. Looking at the backs of Pikachu, Ash, and Shaw rushing towards the fire, Erika's eyes flashed with dazzling light. Chapter 117 Face the wind. Chapter 117 Face the wind. Ha ha ha. Get rich. Get rich. We finally got the perfume essence. Looking at the small golden bottle in his hand, Musashi's eyes were already filled with the word money. Finally, I don't have to spend this kind of hungry and full meal. Musashi, when we sell this perfume essence, we must have a feast. Because of Musashi's previous profligacy, Kojiro said that he hadn't had a good meal for several days. Meow. I want to eat fish. I want to eat fish. Meow. Excited, naturally, meow meow. At this moment, the rockets who successfully escaped from the gym after causing chaos through the explosion, their faces are full of yearning for a better life in the future. Don't worry, this is the essence of perfume. Even if it is sold, at least let me experience it first. Right. As a woman, she is also a woman who loves beauty. With this kind of treasure in hand, Musashi naturally has to experience it first. Musashi, didn't we agree to sell it directly? Seeing that Musashi had a tendency to change his mind, Kojiro was immediately nervous. Don't worry, I'll definitely sell it, but what should I do? Just when Musashi turned his head and was about to perfunctory Kojiro, she saw a yellow figure approaching rapidly behind them. Pick up. It was naturally Mu Chen who was chasing. Having given up on the gym challenge quest, of course Mu Chen would not give up this sudden quest. With the blessing of high-speed movement, Mu Chen, who was running all the way, quickly caught up with the rocket trio. Meow. Pikachu. Meow. Compared with Musashi, Meow Meow's eyes are more useful. Ha ha ha. Today is really a double happiness. Kojiro, Meow, prepare to fight. This time we must take down this yellow-skinned mouse. Seeing that Pikachu was chasing after him alone, Musashi's eyes suddenly lit up. This is truly a windfall. Pikachu is the Pokémon requested by the boss of Sakagi. As long as he catches it, the boss won't reward them severely. Obviously, at this moment, Musashi completely ignored the tragic record of 0 wins and N losses against Mu Chen. Pick up. A few, idiot, don't run away. Mu Chen was overjoyed to see Musashi and the others even posing as an attack after discovering him. Nima, if you keep running, it will be hard for Lao Su to chase after you. Right. Go on. Gas bomb. Use poison gas. Arbor. Use the solution. And me. Meow. The two sides to Dill and the 3 Musashi attack Pikachu in unison. Gas. The first shot is naturally Kojiro's gas bomb. I saw that the gas bomb with a cute face opened its mouth wide and spit out a strong poisonous gas at Mu Chen. However, in Mu Chen's view, after being attacked by the smelly smell of the stinky flower before, it was like an air freshener at all. Just right. The attack that followed was the solution used by Arbor. This poison type skill is not very powerful, but it can dissolve the defensibility of the hit target. It can be regarded as a very annoying harassing skill. Pick up. The poisonous Vasi Muchin can be ignored, but this Abersnake discounted sticky phlegm Muchin cannot continue to be ignored. Nima, let's not say whether to lower the defensibility or not. Even this disgusting force can't stand it. A stride evaded the attack of the dissolving liquid, and before Mu Chen could take precautions, Meow Meow's claws that shone with cold light stretched out. Eat me for a crazy grab. Meow. Meow. It was a rare chance to get a close fight with Pikachu, and Meow Meow trembled with excitement. Damn yellow-skinned mouth, you used to rely on that electric shock to block Uncle Meow Meow's attack. This time, look at Mr. Meow Meow. I won't catch you. Your face is full of flowers. Pika tilde tilde chew. Regarding Meow Meow's approach, Mew Chen said that he was not panic at all. Just kidding, I'm a decathlete now, okay. After defeating Hot Monkey before, he got a hell rolling skill, but Mew Chen never had the chance to use it. Now that Meow Meow took the initiative to rush up to give him a sandbag, of course Mew Chen would not miss it. With a twist, Mew Chen dodged Meow Meow's sharp claws smartly. Immediately, Mew Chen stretched out two small short hands and hugged Meow Meow by the waist. Meow, what are you doing? Suddenly being hugged by Mew Chen, Meow Meow expressed that she was a little confused. Could it be that this yellow-skinned mouse wants me? Mr. Meow. This is the only possibility that Meow Meow can think of at this time. But before Meow Meow could struggle, a sudden feeling of spinning around the world hit it. Boom, boom, boom. Meow. It hurt. Hiccup tilde pickup. After hugging Meow Meow, Mew Chen decisively activated the skill of hell scrolling. But what Mew Chen didn't expect was that this special skill was worthy of hell scrolling. This is really rolling. After activating the skill, Mew Chen rolled on the ground with Meow Meow in his arms. Although Meow Meow took most of the damage, Mew Chen was also hit hard. Damn it. Arbor Snake. Rush up and use the binding. Seeing Pikachu use a skill he had never seen before, Musashi was furious. Gas bomb. Use black mist. The poisonous gas didn't work, and Kojiro wisely changed his tactic. Hiccup tilde pickup. Although the use of 100,000 volt can directly overturn Musashi and Kojiro, but at this moment Mew Chen really dare not. Who knows that perfume essence is not anti-electric? When the electricity is broken, who should I go to reason with? Therefore, in the face of Musashi's attack, Mew Chen's choice was to use high-speed movement to increase his speed. Immediately, Mew Chen launched a flash of electric light and rushed towards Musashi. This Musashi is the eldest sister, so the essence of perfume should also be in her hands, right? Because of the gas bomb spewing black mist, Musashi didn't notice the Pikachu that rushed towards her at the first time. Damn it. What the hell? When she found out, Mew Chen had already managed to pounce on Musashi's chest. Hiccup tilde pickup. Lying on the grass. Sure enough, she is here. Coming to Musashi's chest, Mew Chen immediately saw the perfume essence that Musashi was holding firmly in his hand. However, at this moment, Mew Chen was not in a hurry to grab the essence of the perfume. Nima. Rare opportunity. Looking at the pair of big light bulbs in front of him, how could Mew Chen still care about the essence of shit perfume? What did that guy Meow Meow say just now? Crazy grab. Right. Musashi, let me show you my piracy and madness. Get ready to face the wind, little girl. At this moment, Mew Chen's eyes were full of excitement. Chapter 118 complete 2 tasks at once. Chapter 118 complete 2 tasks at once. Kojiro, if you dare to let the gas bomb use the black mist again, I will fight with you, mother. Oh, okay, I promise I won't let gas bombs use black mist again. Looking at Musashi, who was angry and disheveled, Kojiro expressed a question mark on his forehead. As for, it wasn't the first time I lost to Pikachu. Isn't it that the essence of perfume has been taken away? As for such a big fire, Kojiro can guarantee that it is the first time he has seen Musashi so angry. Just how did he know that Musashi would be so angry? Not because of some bullshit perfume essence. Previously, when she was attacked by Pikachu, Musashi instinctively wanted to wave the yellow-skinned mouse that jumped on him. I never thought that this guy seemed to be crazy, and desperately launched an attack on his open front door. In the face of Pikachu's crazy attack, Musashi was immediately stunned. Just when she was stunned, Pikachu had broken through her defense. The defense line fell, and a sense of coolness hit, and Musashi suddenly woke up. But it too late. In the face of this fortress that has been breached, how could Mew Chen be polite? Speaking of which, in this world, apart from Xiaoxia, this is the first time he has had such a large opportunity. What's more, this Musashi was his enemy, and Mew Chen wouldn't talk about things like pity and mercy. Under the frantic grabbing of Pseudo, Mew Chen used all his skills, using all the 18 martial art. It was a crazy attack against Musashi. This time Musashi was completely panicked. After all, she is just a woman with a bigger heart. In a panic, Musashi's instinct was to hit this crazy Pikachu with everything at hand. But what does she have at hand? Naturally, it was the essence of the perfume that was tightly held in his hand. After some struggle, Musashi successfully got rid of Pikachu, but the essence of perfume was also used as a weapon and was thrown out by Musashi. If the price is enough, and the essence of the perfume is obtained, Mew Chen naturally has no hesitation. The high-speed movement started, and Mew Chen quickly fled the crime scene at a faster speed than before. Just kidding, isn't this running and waiting for Musashi to explode? At this moment, Mew Chen can be described as a perfect interpretation of what it means to be a thief with a guilty conscience. Of course, Musashi didn't know what Mew Chen was thinking. As a party, but also a victim, Musashi's anger has broken through through the sky. However, Musashi can only keep this kind of thing in his heart silently. He can't tell Kojiro and the others that my mother was attacked by a yellow-skinned mouse. Right. Thank you, Xiaoji. Xiaosha. I really appreciate your help. Just after Mu Chen ran all the way back to the gym, what appeared in front of him was when Erika bowed to Xiaoji and Xiaosha to show her gratitude. Looking at Alicia, who bowed deeply, Mu Chen pouted. Unexpected. Compared with Musashi, this is really nothing to see. After experiencing Musashi's astonishing size firsthand, Mu Chen was even less interested in this Erika, who had no interest at all. Ha ha ha. You're welcome. You're welcome. This is what we should do. In the face of Erika's thanks, Xiaoji and Xiaosha were very polite. After all, as long as he is a person with justice in his heart, he will naturally think of putting out the fire for the first time when he sees such a situation. Xiaoji didn't react before because things were too sudden. When Pikachu gave up the game and ran all the way, how could Ash, who was chasing Pikachu, still not know what to do at this time? It's just a gym challenge. When can't it be? This kind of fire that may burn the entire gymnasium, it must be extinguished. It just so happened that Xiaoji had Mina, and Xiaosha's hands were all water-type Pokémon. With the concerted efforts of the two of them, it was not too difficult to put out this sudden fire. No, I really appreciate you guys. If it weren't for the help of the two of you, I'm afraid our gym would have suffered heavy losses, and even these Pokémon might have. Ash cannot care. How can Erika not care? As Erika said, if it weren't for Ash and Xiaosha being here today, the loss of their gym would be really unpredictable. Therefore, Erika's thanks at this moment can be said to be very sincere. Ha ha ha. It really doesn't matter. But the essence of perfume in your gym has been lost. Does it matter? The loss of perfume essence has been discovered as the fire was extinguished. As a girl, Xiaosha will naturally be very concerned about this. Hee, it doesn't matter. That essence. Ah, Pikachu, you got the essence back. Just as Erika was about to explain to everyone what the so-called essence was, she saw that Pikachu had returned with a bottle of perfume essence in her mouth. Pick up. Fuck, Lao Su just doesn't exist. Did you just see me? Even the vigor that had been consumed by running all the way before had recovered, but it was only discovered. Mu Chen said that he was very dissatisfied. Pikachu, nice job. Haha, Miss Erika, now that the perfume essence has also been successfully captured, can our game continue? Seeing that the essence of perfume was successfully recaptured, what Xiaoji thought of was the previous game. Pick up. Hearing Xiaoji say this, Mu Chen suddenly became excited. You know, at this time, the guy in the system hasn't prompted him to fail the mission. If this game can go on, is there a chance to continue that mission? Hee, no need to compare. You won this game. This badge belongs to you. Also, I wonder if you want to know why I didn't worry about the perfume essence being stolen. Smelly Flower was beaten by Pikachu before, and Erika knew that even if she persisted, she would have a higher chance of losing in the end. What's more, Xiaoji and the others have done such a big favor for him. How could Erika ask to continue the game? It's just a gym badge. To be honest, she really doesn't care. Pick up. Lying on the grass. Is this done? Ha ha ha. Happiness comes too suddenly. Hearing that Erika conceded defeat, Mu Chen immediately became excited. Unexpectedly, both tasks have been completed. It just, what the hell is the essence of perfume that this bitch is talking about? What else is there to say about this game? Okay, then ask Miss Erika to explain it to us. Obviously, Mu Chen is not only interested in this so-called perfume essence. Chapter 119 Looking for a lost child. Chapter 119 Looking for the lost child. Pick up. At this moment, Mu Chen felt pain and happiness in his heart. Happiness is naturally because the colleague has completed 2 system tasks, and the system is also very powerful this time. It recognizes his task completion and issued 2 skill rewards. Although the iron tail of these 2 skills made Mu Chen unable to find any meaning of existence, the other charging was very powerful. The skill of T-Wei is a physical skill of the steel system, and Mu Chen said that he would not easily play hand-to-hand combat with others, but the skill of charging can be described as a strengthening skill specially designed for him. Although charging does not have any attack power, when used, it can greatly enhance the damage of electric skills, which is an extra power charging move for Mu Chen. Nima, I finally don't have to rely on that kind of hard-pressing method to accumulate energy in the future. After getting such a powerful ultimate move, Mu Chen was naturally very happy. But, as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. Because she was curious about the perfume essence that Erika said. When Erika unlocked the truth and opened the bottle of perfume essence, Mu Chen was the closest one. Result. That so-called essence is simply the concentrated odor of stinky flower. The eruption-style odor attack has already made Mu Chen unable to resist, and now this concentrated type condensed in one place. Anyway, Mu Chen said that he was directly stunned by the smoke. This Nima, this little taste, is absolutely amazing. Because the distance is not as close as Pikachu, Ash and Xiaosha were not directly stunned, but they were not much better. Xiaosha, will you still use perfume in the future? Recalling the terrifying terrifying smell from before. Xiaoji still has a lot of love in his heart. No need. I'll never use it again. Who would have thought that those fragrant perfumes were actually extracted from the concentrated odor of dinky flower? This is really unacceptable. Hiccup tilde tilde. Mu Chen, who had been relieved, heard Xiaosha say so, and nodded quickly. Nima, now I have nightmares when I see perfume. You know, the so-called essence before. Mu Chen took it all the way with his mouth. Little one, is that you? Is it really you? Mom has worked so hard to find you, and finally found you. Just as Xiaoji and Xiaosha were about to leave Rainbow City, a young woman in her 30s with an incomparable charm suddenly rushed out. Hiccup tilde tilde. At this moment, Mu Chen's heart was filled with regret. Why, I'm not in the arms of that idiot Xiaoji. Seeing that Xiaoji's entire face was buried in the arms of this charming young woman, the envy in Mu Chen's eyes was beyond words. Ha ha, auntie, you've got the wrong person. I'm not Xiaoyi. I'm Xiaoji from Junxin Town. Reluctantly escape from the meat and egg attack, Ash quickly exclaimed. Seeing this scene, Mu Chen was even more angry. This idiot should play. Such a good opportunity. If it were me, let alone the first, I would be the second. Ooh, I'm sorry, because you look too much like our first child, so my aunt admits it wrong. With Xiaoji's reminder, the charming young woman realized that she had mistaken the person. It's okay, auntie, what happened? In addition to the strong desire to fight, Master Ji, and the curiosity of being nosy, no one can stop him. It's like this. Rarely, there is someone who looks like her son, Xiaoyi, who lost her beloved son, and immediately acclaimed it. Didi, random missions are on. Sudden strange event. The mission is to help the aunt find her lost child Xiaoyi. Quest reward, the opportunity for Loloris to evolve. Failure to punish. You don't help such a charming young woman. Is there any value in living? Randomly shrink somewhere by 2 centimeters. Just as this sudden random mission explained, the young woman's son, Xiaoyi, was lost, and it wasn't just this little one who was lost. According to what the young woman said, in these short 3 days, several children have been lost, and now Miss Junsha has filed a case for investigation. For this task, Mu Chen really has no love for it. Compared with this kind of task that requires brain, he prefers the kind of straightforward, simple and rude combat task. However, whether it was a quest reward or a quest punishment, Mu Chen couldn't refuse. Loloris, this little thing, is about to evolve. Thinking about it, Mu Chen was too jelly. This little thing should not be worth watching now, but after she evolved, it's really just a casual thought. Mu Chen was fascinated. Miss Joey, we heard from Miss Junsha before that the Pokémon around here have also been abnormal in the past 3 days. Just when Mu Chen was fantasizing about the future, Xiaoji and Xiaosha had already launched an investigation. First of all, they naturally asked Miss Junsha who was in charge of the matter. After learning that the Pokémon was also abnormal, they naturally came to the Pokémon Center here. Yes, in the past 3 days, the Pokémon in the vicinity have also experienced abnormal condition. Trainer, is your Pikachu also uncomfortable? I don't see it in very good condition. During the conversation, Miss Joy naturally saw Pikachu in Xiaoji's arms. Seeing that Pikachu's dull eyes, out of the instinct of a medical staff, Miss Joy concluded that this Pikachu seemed to be caught too. Hiccup tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. I'm fine, Daddy. Nima, I am just imagining a happy future. Originally, he was still immersed in the beautiful life in the future, but when Mu Chen heard Miss Joey's concerned question, he suddenly woke up. What are you kidding? I don't want to be tortured by that fat happy egg. Ah, Miss Joy, it looks like my Pikachu is fine so far. Thank you. Seeing that Pikachu is so energetic, Xiaoji naturally doesn't think that this guy has been tricked. Xiaoji, what should we do now? There is no clue at all. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Xiaosha looked confused. They have already promised that aunt, but the problem is that there is no clue in the current situation. How to break this? Hiccup tilde pickup. Mu Chen doesn't care what Xiaoji and Xiaosha think. At this moment, he has found the target. Of course, the target he found was not a mission target. The game should have no clue. How could he have any discovery? At this moment, the target he found was a hot jogging girl with a hot body and cool clothes. Miss, wait for me. Let me see what color you are. Pikachu, where are you going? Pikachu suddenly broke free from his embrace, and Xiaosha was done. Pikachu must have found something. Xiaosha, let's catch up. For his Pokémon, Xiaoji still trusts him very much. Chapter 120 Opportunity for Evolution. Chapter 120 The Opportunity for Evolution. Ha ha ha. Look, Xiaosha, I said Pikachu must have found something. No, aren't all the lost children posted by Miss Junsha here? After running all the way, Xiaoji and Xiaosha came down to a park under the leadership of Mu Chen. In the dense forest of the park, they found the lost children. This time, Xiaoji is naturally excited. Pikachu, you are amazing. Similarly, Xiaosha is full of admiration for Pikachu who has made contribution. Unexpectedly, in addition to nosebleed, this little thing's nose also has such a keen sense of smell. Could it be that frequent nosebleeds help improve the nose's sensitivity to odor? Hiccup tilde tilde. Mu Chen didn't care about about Xiaoji and Xiaosha's praise at all. After chasing it all the way, in the end, I lost that young lady. Damn, if I knew it earlier, I would ignore the two guys behind me and just turn on the high-speed movement mode. Because he found out that Xiaoji and Xiaosha were following, Mu Chen was afraid of getting lost with them, so he had no choice but to run at a constant speed. I never thought that the rhythm of that hot young lady's jogging was so uniform. After chasing it all the way, I finally came to this part. The lost child was found, and the young lady was gone. This made Mu Chen very difficult to accept. No, Ash, look at these kids. They seem to be hypnotized. So weird. After a performance of Pikachu, Xiaosha wanted to directly call these children to leave with them. I never thought that these children had no consciousness at all, but kept learning the movements of Pokémon, doing the same movements repeatedly. Damn, they must have been killed by some bad guy. Let go, Xiaosha, let go, tell Miss Junsha. When Xiaoji tried and couldn't wake up these children, he immediately made a plan to find Miss Junsha. For these, Mu Chen has no interest at all. At this moment, Mu Chen, who was lying in Xiaosha's arms, was arguing with the system. System, didn't I find that little one? I also found a group of them. Why don't you complete the task for me? Yes. At this moment, the system did not prompt Mu Chen to complete the task at all. Although it is unintentional, but to find is to find. The system does not recognize the completion of the task. How does Mu Chen accept this? However, no matter how Mu Chen argued with the system's response to him was to ignore the word. Finally, as Xiaoji and Xiaosha stepped on the plot all the way, they came to the Pokemon membership club, and after discovering that Solop, the answer to this task was solved. Apparently, those kids, including the nearby Pokemon, were all affected by Solop's hypnosis. Didi, the random mission is complete. The opportunity to evolve Lalora's open. Finally, when Xiaoji woke up the hypnotized teenagers with the fat Zulip on his back, Mu Chen heard the long-lost voice of the system. Walter, it's not right. An opportunity for evolution open. Isn't it evolution? When Mu Chen heard the sound from the system, he realized something was wrong. Nima, what going on? Don't you mean direct evolution? Obviously, this product was too chicken jelly before, resulting in no understanding of the system at all. Little one, Mom misses you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Please come to my house. I want to thank you for Xiaoyi. Just when Mu Chen was entangled in system tasks, Xiaoji and Xiaosha took Xiaoyi to find his mother. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Looking at the pair of meatballs that were madly pulled by gravity due to their deep bowing, Mu Chen was 100% in favor of the young lady's proposal. However, he has a pig teammate. Ah, haha. No need, Auntie. I'm already very happy to be able to help you. We're going to the Pokemon Center soon to find Miss Joy and tell her the good news. Then we have to travel on, so don't bother. Rejecting the charm of the young lady, Xiaoji took Xiaosha away from the place. Pick up tilde. At this moment, Mu Chen only wanted to say 3 words in his heart, but he couldn't carry it. Lao Su is obviously the king, but his teammates are bronze. Tired. There was no surprise to Miss Joey's return, but the reward from Miss Joey made Mu Chen very disgusted. Of course, it wasn't just Mu Chen who hated him. It's Xiaoji, who has a strong desire to subdue Pokemon, and Xiaosha, who prefers water-type Pokemon. She is also completely unloving for this dumbfounded duck. Yes, after informing Miss Joy of the incident, Miss Joy's reward is this wild duck. Of course, it can also be said that the burden was thrown off to Xiaoji, but this time, Xiaoji said that he didn't like the duck. In the end, the farce ended because Xiaosha's Pokemon ball accidentally fell and was directly entered by Duck. However, with the addition of Keta Duck, Mu Chen also understood why the reward given by the system contained the word opportunity. When the little guy Lalula saw Duck, he showed a strong desire to fight. Even, she launched an attack on Duck on her own without Ash's consent. You know, the introduction of Duck in the Pokemon book is all headache-type Pokemon. If you don't hit it, its head is in pain all the time. So what if you hit it? Cool tilde tilde. A sharp chirping came from the mouth of the duck. Immediately, Duck counterattacked against Lalora's with a memory. Stop it. Seeing that her Pokemon actually had an infighting with Lalora's, Xiaosha hurriedly stopped her. Wait, Xiaosha, there's something wrong with Lalora's. Before Xiaosha could stop her, Xiaoji quickly stopped her. Hey tilde tilde. I saw that under Duck counterattack, Lalula's uncharacteristically did not dodge or counterattack but abruptly endured this attack. Immediately, a dazzling light began to flash from Lalora's body. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. System, you are such a jerk. Seeing this, Mu Chen is still unclear. The opportunity for Lalora's to evolve is this dumbfounded duck. Lilu tilde tilde tilde. A pleasant chirping sound came. Lalula's really evolved into Chirulian just as Mu Chen expected. Ha ha ha. That great. Xiaosha, thank you. Daduya, thank you too. Seeing Lalora's evolve, Ash naturally laughed excitedly. Ah, what? Why doesn't this stupid duck evolve by itself? There is no harm without contrast. Seeing the duck, who had a headache again after a psychic attack, Xiaosha was full of helplessness. Chapter 121 Fighting Competition. Chaha tilde 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 chaha tilde tilde chaha tilde tilde. After Lelora's evolve, her height is almost 1 meter. Even if Master G is physically strong, it is naturally not suitable for traveling with this little guy. Therefore, the current Cerulean was also taken back into the Pokemon Ball by Ash. For this, Mew Chen was very dissatisfied. Nima, Lelora's is not over. If Cerulean is the case, I don't mind my relationship with her. But, because of the language barrier, Mew Chen couldn't ask Xiaoji because of this. How to say, did you tell Xiaoji that I want to soak in the horse? Will you provide me with some convenience? But just when Mew Chen looked depressed, the sound of a Pokemon chirping suddenly came from the end of the road. Xiaoji, something seems to be running towards us. Naturally, it wasn't just Mew Chen who heard the chirping. After confirming that the screaming sound was getting closer and closer, Xiaosha had already made preparations for battle. This is a Bilan, a fighting-type Pokemon. When Xiaosha spoke, the owner of the voice had already appeared in the field of vision of Xiaoji and his party. Seeing that human-like Pokemon, Ash's first choice was naturally the Pokemon book. Xiaoji, it here. Ash and the others discovered a Bilan, and this guy who was jogging and exercising naturally also discovered Ash and his party. Haha, just in time. Pikachu, fight, I'm going to conquer it. This thing is very powerful at first glance. It is definitely not a dull-headed thing like Dada. Xiaoji immediately moved his mind when he saw it. Pick up tilde tilde. Fighting. Do you think of Lao Su so much during the battle? Don't do it. Right, just kidding. How could Mew Chen listen to Xiaoji at this time? Mew Chen is not stupid. As long as he's right, then Ash will most likely summon Kelulean. Won't he have a chance to enhance his relationship by then? The past few days have been in the town, and this guy Mew Chen can't even steal Pokemon balls in the wild, so how can we enhance our relationship? What's more, Mew Chen is not the kind of person who likes the new and hates the old. Now that I have finally gone to the wild, don't you still comfort the old lady of Minas at night? This comfort, but one night has passed. Where is there any chance to enhance the relationship with Cerulean? Therefore, Mew Chen cherished this opportunity to enhance his relationship during the day. Ha ha ha. Boy, a Bilan has a master. Don't think about subduing Pokemon every time you see it. Although Mew Chen's vision was very good, but it didn't happen. Before Ash could react to Pikachu's right, a rude voice came over. Uncle, so it's your Pokemon. Are you exercising? Looking at the uncle with the tendon and flesh, Xiaoji was full of curiosity. Yes, the annual Pokemon P1 fighting competition is coming soon, and we are going to fight for the championship. Alright, Abby Lang, don't stop. Keep exercising. After dealing with Xiaoji, Uncle Tendon and Meat left here with a Bilan. Didi, random missions are on. Pokemon fighting contest. The mission requirement, as a Pokemon, but also a male Pokemon, how can you not participate in this kind of competition that shows male prowess? The quest reward, Minas and Cerulean's favorability points are +5 each, and the racial value is randomly increased by 5 points. If you fail the punishment, you can't even deal with the fighting competition. How can you talk about picking up girls? Minas, Cerulean's favorability is cleared to 0. Note, participating in this competition is not allowed to use any special attack skills. Originally, Mew Chen didn't care about this episode at all. At most, he lamented that he had lost an opportunity to enhance his relationship with Cerulean. But I never thought that this product of the system actually popped out again. Regarding the rewards and failure punishments mentioned by the system, Mew Chen said that he fully understood. But, what the hell is this? Note, participating in this contest is not allowed to use any special attack skills. Doesn't this mean that I can't use all my electric shock, electromagnetic wave, and 100,000 volt lying on the grass? Let me go to hand-to-hand combat again. Thinking of the hand-to-hand fight with the hot monkey before, the corners of Mew Chen's mouth are still twitching. But, who makes the reward so tempting? Done. Pick up tilde pick up. Having made a decision in his heart, Mew Chen quickly broke free from Xiaosha's embrace. Pikachu, do you want to go to this contest? Seeing Pikachu constantly waving his fists in front of him, Ash was slightly taken aback. You know, in this so-called fighting competition, a fighting madman like Xiaoji didn't take it to heart, but never thought that this guy Pikachu actually asked to participate in the competition. Pick up tilde tilde. Nodding affirmatively, Mew Chen was full of fighting spirit. Isn't it a fighting contest? I'm going to roll as hell. Who's afraid of WHO? Ha ha ha. Good. As expected of my initial Pokemon. Pikachu, let's go to this competition too. Let them see how good you are. Seeing that Pikachu took the initiative to fight, Xiaoji naturally didn't think much about it. As long as there is a battle, Master G is always full of nature. Ash, are you serious? Pikachu can it. Seeing that Xiaoji and Pikachu are actually going to participate in this fighting competition, Xiaosha was done. Are you kidding me? Don't you know your physique? Didn't you see the physique of that Abilene who just passed by? Just your small body. Go up and play with people, and will you be bored with one punch? Pick up tilde tilde. What to play? No, I don't have the word no in my dictionary. Being underestimated by Xiaosha, is this still worth it? At this moment, Mew Chen decided that even if there was no such such unfortunate mission. He had to win this game. Just kidding. Being underestimated by your own girl. This is absolutely impossible. Xiaoxia, don't worry, we will definitely win the championship. Different from Xiaoxia, Zia has once again entered a state of honey juice self-confidence. Okay, but are you going to just go this way? Are you going to prepare? Seeing that Pikachu and Xiaoji were firm, Xiaoxia naturally wouldn't persuade them. Yeah, I really need to prepare. After being reminded by Xiaoxia, Xiaoji suddenly realized. Hiccup tilde tilde tilde. Originally, according to Mu Chen's thought, the so-called preparation was to get acquainted with the rules before the game started. I never thought that Xiaoji. He went to the town on purpose to change a set of equipment for Pikachu. Yes, at the moment Pikachu is wearing a red cape, and 2 boxing gloves are also put on a pair of short hands. A state of confusion when he was swayed by him. This also leads to, now it is even too late to go back. Nima, hi, what kind of eyes do you have? Chapter 122 Being ridiculed. Chapter 122 was ridiculed. Welcome friends from all walks of life to participate in RP1 fighting competition this year. Now, please register the players to lead your registered Pokémon to the player area for registration. Arriving at the competition venue of the fighting competition in the town, looking at the clamorous crowd around, the flames of battle burned in Xiaoji's eyes. This is where a man should appear. This is the real Pokémon battle. Thinking of the fierce fight from fist to flesh, Xiaoji couldn't help trembling all over. Of course, it wasn't just Ash who was trembling. At this moment, Mu Chen was also trembling constantly. However, Mu Chen's trembling was not because of the upcoming competition. Pickup, Nima. This, let alone the arm strength. There is still a strange power. What is this? My Nima, is this Rumble Rock? Just kidding. Isn't this the ultimate evolutionary form of Xiaochuan Stone? And this, I'll go to your uncle. Is this a Thong Dragon? What a dinosaur. Looking at the opponents who walk past him, and even the ground was trampled by these big guys, Mu Chen regretted it. Bullshit. You know, Mu Chen previously thought that the most opponents were at the level of arm strength, and more said, it was just that abalone. But now, what is this all about? Muscle, stick big collection, just my little physique. Looking down at his small body, how could Mu Chen not tremble? Pikachu, you are also very excited. Come on, we will definitely win the championship. When you have a good match on stage, Xiaoxia and I will cheer for you below. At this moment, Mu Chen was lying on Xiaoji's shoulder, and Xiaoji naturally felt his trembling. However, Xiaoji and Mu Chen are never on the same channel, so it's not surprising that there is a misunderstanding of this guy's trembling. Hiccup tilde. I'm excited about you, sir. I was so excited to see your mom. Hearing Xiaoji's idiot-like cheering sound, Mu Chen almost sent him an electric shock to kill Matt. You are so excited. Why don't you go down and play with those muscles and stick? However, the system should never assign tasks to Master G. Of course, even if it were possible, Mu Chen would never share the system. Usually complaining is complaining, but Mu Chen is still very grateful to the system in his heart. He is not a fool. No system. Domina. And Shinado. I'm afraid there is no wool. Trainer, are you sure that the Pokemon you want to register is this? Pikachu. Just when Mu Chen was still feeling the help of the system to him, a slightly hesitant question sounded from his ear. Yes, that's what I'm going to register. Pikachu. Asked by the staff. Xiaoji nodded affirmatively. Hee. Trainer. Well, hope you don't regret it. Looking at the cute Pikachu, the staff in charge of registration showed a sneer. Really? Anyone dares to come to the fighting competition? As for a little thing like Pikachu, he didn't get kicked away when he went up. Hiccup tilde. Oh, your sister. I must win the championship. Mad. What should I do? The reception of others are all beautiful young ladies. You are an auntie. Why are you still with this being? Hee. Mu Chen felt a great humiliation. Pikachu, come on. Let those who look down on us see how powerful you are. Likewise, Satoshi is also feeling the humiliation. Pickup. I didn't say it. Old Iron. This time, buddy, I must support you. Hearing Xiaoji's word, Mu Chen nodded in agreement. This time, Xiaoji is still acting like a man. Look down on us. Then I will let you open your eyes and see what a real pure man is. Pikachu. Come on, Pikachu. Fight hard. Be careful of getting hurt. Finally, after Mu Chen regained his morale, the game officially started. As Mu Chen's first opponent in this battle, a hero who is constantly showing off his muscles is now waving his fist at the edge of the ring. Ha. I've watched P1 fighting competitions for so many years, but this is the first time I see Pikachu competing. I'm dying of laughter. Can this little thing come to a fighting match? Hey, what's the matter with the competition now? Can any kind of Pokemon participate? Come on, go and place your bet. This game is a sure win. No matter how low the odds are, you have to buy it. This is giving away money for nothing. It is normal for Howley to participate in fighting competition, but when Mu Chen came on stage wearing a red cape and a pair of boxing gloves, there was an instant burst of jeering from the audience. Just kidding, Pikachu. This little thing came to the fighting competition. Is the level of fighting competitions lower now? Or is this Pikachu Pikachu's owner having a funny mind? Or, is this simply an entertainment program before the official game starts? The players on both sides are in place. I declare, the game begins. Even when the referee on the field saw a Pikachu with a height of tens of centimeters on the stage, he was slightly stunned. Fortunately, relying on his professionalism, the referee quickly adjusted. Because this kind of fighting competition does not require the command of the trainer, after the referee announced the start of the competition, the two Pokémon officially entered the fighting stage. Cool. Following the referee's order, Howlie suddenly strode forward and flew toward Pikachu. You know, the arena of this kind of fighting competition is just a 5x5 standard arena, and there is not enough space for Pokémon to dodge. Seeing that his opponent was nothing but a Pikachu, a wicked smile appeared on Howlie's face. Not to mention this kind of competition that does not allow the use of special attack. It is a normal duel, and Howlie will never be afraid of such a mere yellow-skinned mouse. Pick up. Idiots should play. Watch the end. Having been ridiculed by the audience around him for a long time, he was full of anger. Seeing the mocking smile on Howlie's face, Mew Chen was instantly furious. Didn't the system give an Iron Tail skill before? Today, I will take you to eat meat. Under the blessing of high-speed movement, Mew Chen jumped high, and sent a fierce Iron Tail to the heroic force that fit him. Bang! With the blessing of his skills, Mew Chen's tail seemed to have turned into steel, and he slapped Howlie's face, which was not handsome. A bloody mark emerged from Howlie's face. Obviously, Howlie was stunned after being slapped by Mew Chen. Chapter 123 Fighting Pikachu. Chapter 123 Fighting Pikachu. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of beating was constantly heard in the arena. At this moment, the audience outside the stadium was silent. Who would have thought that a little Pikachu would actually chase Howlie to fight? Seeing Pikachu constantly twitching its little tail, it was a violent twitch at Howlie, and everyone felt that the tail seemed to be twitching in their heart. Cool. Finally, Howlie, who was constantly being beaten by Pikachu, became angry. After all, it is also one of the weapons of the fighting elf, and it has evolved one, but was brutally abused by a little Pikachu. This seriously hurt Howlie's proud self-esteem. Under the anger, Howlie was not dodging, taking advantage of the opportunity when Mew Chen was ready to retreat after an attack. Howlie stretched his arms and became a great catcher against Mew Chen. Of course, how could Howlie be able to capture such a broad and profound martial art? This is just Mew Chen's imagination. Mew Chen didn't panic when he found out that Howlie had arrested him. Stupid big guy, do you think I'm going to flick my tail? After some previous beatings, Mew Chen had mastered the power of Iron Tail skill. Although the power is not bad, it is the same if it is a Pikachu messenger with low physical attack ratio value and no attribute bonus. Therefore, Mew Chen had long planned to change his routine, but just haven't found the right opportunity. I never thought that this heroic force actually came to the door on his own initiative. What is there to be polite? Pika Chu. Taking advantage of Howlie's neutral position, Mew Chen sped up with a flash of lightning and ran directly to Howlie's back. Cool. The target suddenly disappeared, and Howlie was stunned. But before it could react, suddenly there was a light on his feet, and he stumbled directly to the ground. Immediately, Howlie felt a sense of joy like the world was spinning. After evading Howlie's attack with a flash of electric light, Mew Chen held Howlie's left leg with a hell roll. Although Mew Chen's height and physique were far from Howlie, it was not a big problem to just hug Howlie's thigh. Relying on the blessings of his skills, Mew Chen performed a sky-defying big with a small wheel. Originally, the center of gravity was unstable because of the forward jump, and with Mew Chen's exertion behind him, there was no accident that Howlie fell. After it fell, Mew Chen started rolling mode while holding Howlie's thigh. Although this skill will also cause him to suffer a certain amount of damage, but this effect, let's congratulate the winner of this one, Pikachu. After confirming that Howlie had been completely stunned, the referee announced the outcome of the game. The originally silent stand suddenly burst into thunderous applause. Although everyone was mocking Mew Chen before, but after seeing that he tortured Howlie with such a small body, everyone was convinced by him. Of course, these are spectators who didn't bet on winners and losers. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, great job. Seeing Pikachu win, the most excited is naturally Ash. Being despised before, Xiaoji also held his breath in his heart. Pick up. Nonsense. Don't even look at who I am. Ignoring Xiaoji's celebration, Mew Chen, who had returned victorious, plunged directly into Xiaoxi's arm. Nima, where is this hell scrolling? This is simply a 7-wound fist, hurting others and hurting yourself. No way, Xiaoxia, hurry up and give me a good rub, but it hurts me so much. After some hell scrolling down, Mew Chen threw himself too hard. Xiaoji, Pikachu has proved himself. No, let's give up, shall we? Seeing the scars on Pikachu's body in her arms, Xiaoxia was decisively distressed. Xiaoxia, didn't you hear the mockery of those people before us? Pikachu can, I believe it. Quit the game. What are you kidding? Don't say that those people made a mockery of themselves and Pikachu. Even if there was no mockery, with Ash's temper, he would never give up on any Pokemon battle. battle. With the brilliance of honeyed confidence, Ash's face was full of determination. Hiccup. For what Xiaoji said this time, Mu Chen still agreed. Although he was moved by Xiaoxi's distress, as an old man, Mu Chen did not have the habit of giving up easily. Either go on strike at all, or stick to it until the end. This is a belief of Mu Chen. Well, you guys, really. After all, she is a girl. How could Xiaoxia understand the persistence of men? Seeing that even the Pikachu in her arms had a firm look on her face, Xiaoxia decisively chose to give up her persuasion. At most, when Pikachu loses, people can comfort him well. Thinking of this, Xiaoxia's pretty face instantly blushed, because she has enough understanding of this little bastard. When she thinks of comfort, Xiaoxia naturally knows what kind of method needs to be used. Hiccup. What going on? Xiaoxia, what's the matter? Xiaoxia's blushing pretty face was naturally seen by Mu Chen. Seeing Xiaoxia blushing, Mu Chen was immediately stunned. What the situation? Father, why am I not doing anything? Of course, everything that Xiaoxia was thinking, Mu Chen couldn't guess even if he broke his head. Pikachu, come on, you must win this game too. With Xiaoji's cheers, and with some doubts in his head, Mu Chen once again stepped into the competition arena. This time, his luck was much better. Looking at the small fist stone wielding a pair of stone fists on the opposite side, Mu Chen sneered at the corner of his mouth. Back then, Lao Su would be able to bring down this game with a flash of lightning. Now that Lao Su is proficient in all 8 kinds of martial art, can he still torture you to death? Hey cha. Of course, Mu Chen didn't know what he thought of Xiao Chenxi. Xiao Quanxi was also very excited when he saw that his opponent was an electric yellow-skinned mouse. Winning the last game is the limit. I never thought that I could meet such a rookie who gave points in this game. However, this stonehead did not consider the question of why even this rookie who gave points was able to advance to the second round. Pika. Looking at the small fistone that rolled towards him, Mu Chen, who had already built up his confidence, did not dodge or evade, and directly sent it with an incomparably elegant turnaround and iron tail. Bang! A muffled sound came, and the small fistone was hit by Mu Chen at a speed twice as fast as when he came, and it fell directly to the side of the field. This one is Pikachu. Looking at Xiao Quanxi, who was killed in second, the referee said that he was a little confused. Chapter 124 quarterfinal. Chapter 124 The quarterfinal. Go. Come on, the game here is amazing. What's so good about it? Another venue is Rumbling Rock versus Soarang. Quick, bet. I'm going to bet. I'm going to buy Pikachu to win. Yes, I bet too. Pikachu win. If this were a normal Pokemon battle, it might still be possible for some viewers to buy Pikachu and win. But in the P1 fighting competition, this is the first seen in years. At this time, Mu Chen had advanced to the quarterfinal. Passing all the way, Mu Chen relied on the combination of flexible movement, iron tail, lightning flash, and hell rolling, the 7 wounded fist skills, to abuse his opponent with a proud record. The audience who had been ridiculing Mu Chen before had all changed their mind. Looking at the Pikachu wearing a pair of boxing gloves, everyone felt that this was not a Pikachu at all, but a fighting-type Pokemon wearing a Pikachu coat. The use of this skill, and the timing of it, is really amazing. It's just how these audiences know that Mu Chen's soul itself is a human being, relying on human wisdom. Against these stupid guys who can only rely on instinct to fight, it is natural to win by crushing. After all, the person with the highest IQ in the world is still human. Otherwise, what would a trainer do? Just throw it out and let the Pokemon play freely. Pikachu, great, you only need to defeat 3 more opponents, and we can win the championship of this P1 fighting competition. Although the championship reward is just some money, the honor is priceless. This is the first champion of Pokemon competition that Ash can see so far. Of course, the one on the St. Anne's can't be counted. It's just a private competition. With the champion in sight, Xiaoji was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Okay, Ash, stop dressing Pikachu. Are you tired without seeing it? At this moment, Xiaoxia is kneading Mu Chen's shoulders, soothing his tired muscles so that Pikachu can better cope with the next game. Compared to Xiaoji, an idiot who only focuses on fighting, Xiaoxia is much gentler. Hiccup. Although Xiaoxia's technique is very unfamiliar, it is still a kind of enjoyment for Mu Chen. Having been DOC for more than 20 years, this is the first time he has enjoyed a massage from a young lady. Compared to the physical senses, this kind of spiritual enjoyment is the greatest comfort to Mu Chen. Mad. No wonder it is said that women like to worship the strong. I have won a few games here, and Xiaoxia's attitude has changed greatly. Dear gentlemen, ladies, and trainers, let's welcome our first quarterfinal contestant, Pikachu. Its opponent is a terrifying Hercules known for his strength, strange power. Finally, under the spotlight, the quarterfinals also followed. Looking at the strange four standing opposite him waving his forearm, Mu Chen also played a set of king and 8 fists without showing weakness. Nima, who can't be foolish? Who are you following? For this match, Mu Chen still attached great importance to it. Even, it has done a good job to achieve this victory at any physical strength. thinking, you know, the quarterfinals are the last game of the day. As long as he can win, he can get a night's rest. Of course, this is not the most important thing to Mu Chen. The most crucial factor that aroused his strong desire to win at this moment was Xiaoxia. Just kidding, I abused a few dishes earlier, but this Xiaoxia can take the initiative to massage Laozi and me very gently. If this can solve this strange power and act like a spoiled child at night, wouldn't it be possible to mix with Xiaoxia in the same room? Thinking of that night at the temple fair, Mu Chen fought so hard that his eyes were bloodshot. I didn't say, in order to get into Xiaoxia's room, I have to fight today. Pick up tilde pick up. Letting out a tweet, Mu Chen slapped his fists and launched a mocking challenge to the strange force. Nico tilde tilde. Wei is one of the strongest among the fighting type Pokémon, and it is the ultimate evolutionary form of their race. Seeing that the little Pikachu actually took the initiative to provoke him, the strange force suddenly roared in anger. Ha ha ha. Spectators, obviously, our two contestants can't wait to start this battle. Well, I declare, the game begins. Seeing the constant provocation between Pikachu and the strange force, the host couldn't help but announce that the game officially kicked off. There is no way, although Pikachu has defeated several opponents before, but the strength and strange power are far from each other. What's more, what type of body is the monster? This guy is more than 1.6 meters tall, almost the height of an adult. Instead, what about Pikachu? The height of this little guy is only 40 centimeters. Watching a 40 centimeter Pikachu keep jumping and provoking the strange force with his fist, this picture is really pick up tilde pick up. Mu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the host snicker. The moment he heard this guy call out the start of the game, Mu Chen decisively started high-speed movement and quickly charged against the strange force. As the saying goes, it's better to strike first, but Mu Chen didn't want to stand there obediently, waiting for the four-armed monster to come over and give him a set of punches. Nico tilde tilde. He was furious when he was provoked by Pikachu before the game started. Now that the game has started, the strange force has not waited to act, but this Pikachu dared to take the initiative to attack, and the strange force even let out an angry roar. Little thing, today my uncle will let you know why the flower is so red. Seeing Pikachu rushing towards him, the four arms of the strange force suddenly formed a cross like a cross. This is exactly the starting mode of the fighting system's ultimate move, the crosscut. Pika tilde tilde chu. 2b. This was Mu Chen's only evaluation of the strange power. Would I be so foolish as to charge directly at you? Previously, Mu Chen launched a charge just to attract the attention of this strange force, and then wait for an opportunity to attack. Now that he saw this product, Mu Chen was overjoyed. Anti-cat is despicable. Eat Lao Su's iron tail. With the blessing of high-speed movement, Mu Chen ran like a golden lightning bolt, just a change of direction, to avoid the attack of the strange force. Immediately, Mu Chen turned around, and sent an iron tail to Wei Li's thigh. Bang! There was no accident at all, and the strange force that couldn't react was decisively attacked. However, the reaction after being attacked by the strange force exceeded Mu Chen's expectation. Inadvertently, this time, Mu Chen was completely capsized in the gutter. Chapter 125 Mu Chen who was in free fall. Chapter 125 Mu Chen who was in free fall. Nico tilde tilde. Being hit by Pikachu's iron tail, the strange power seems to have not been disturbed in any way. I saw that the two arms that were close to Pikachu turned around at an incredible angle, and directly grabbed Mu Chen firmly in his hand. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Being caught by the strange force, Mu Chen was suddenly shocked. Nima, what's the situation? Isn't that how the script was written? It's so strange that it doesn't respond to being thrown by Lao Su's iron tail. But how did Mu Chen know that he was completely paralyzed by the victory in the previous game? Although iron tail skill is considered to be able to damage, but Mu Chen's own physical attack ratio value is not high. There is no attribute bonus, and it can't restrain this strange power. Therefore, once the iron tail goes down, the strange force really won't suffer much damage. On the contrary, Mu Chen, who was captured by the strange force at this moment, was caught in a crisis. Nico tilde tilde. With just one leg hit, he grabbed the cunning yellow-skinned mouse, and a humane smile appeared on Wei Li's dinky face. I saw that after he made a tweet, he jumped up with force on his leg, and brought Mu Chen to the midair of the competition arena. Immediately, the strange force pinched Mu Chen firmly, and with the momentum of his whereabout, he slammed down the competition arena. Therefore, it is the proud skill of the strange force cast on the earth. Pick up tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. Hell, looking at the arena that was getting closer and closer, Mu Chen was about to collapse. Nima, the amusement projects I have played since I was a child, at most, are just a bouncing car. Why do you just come up here and give me a free fall from high altitude? But, even though Mu Chen was struggling desperately at the moment, under the control of the four muscular arms of the strange force, how could this small body of Mu Chen break free from the shackles of this big guy? Even at this moment, Mu Chen had the urge to use 100,000 volts. However, when he really tried to activate it, he discovered that the electrical energy in his body could not operate. Obviously, this is again a masterpiece of the system. Very good. Very powerful. You're not reconciled to not playing so hard, are you? I don't believe it anymore. I can really let you play to death. Finding that the skill could not be activated, Mu Chen's stubborn temper came up. Ignoring the approaching arena, Mu Chen turned his body diligently, trying to avoid the force area as much as possible. This was already the only way that Mu Chen could think of at the moment. Mad, strange power. You wait. As long as I can resist this, I will definitely kill you. He was caught completely because he was careless, and Mu Chen believed that as long as he could get rid of this gamer's control, he would definitely have a chance to fight back. Boom. Finally, when Mu Chen had just curled his entire body into a ball, this journey of free fall was considered to have come to an end. Pikachu. My god. Pikachu. Ash. Come on. Let's give up. Although Mu Chen had a lot of psychological activities before, but in fact it was nothing but lightning. When Xiaoji and Xiaosha saw that Pikachu was taken into the air by a strange force, it was a powerful attack on the earth, and they were shocked. Even, the only thing Xiaosha can think of at this moment is to make Xiaoji quickly admit defeat so that Pikachu can receive treatment as soon as possible. But, hearing Xiaosha's exclamation, Xiaoji, who had always fought until the last moment, was also shaken. After all, Pikachu was his original Pokémon. For a Pikachu who has not yet evolved, to participate in this kind of fighting competition that relies entirely on physical skills to fight, it is indeed too strong. But just when Xiaoji was about to choose to give up, there was an exclamation from the audience. Attracted by the exclamation, Xiaoji and Xiaosha hurriedly watched the arena of the competition. Seeing this, Xiaoji was excited, and Xiaosha's eyes were wet. Pika tilde 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 pick. Mu Chen did not fall down. Relying on the adjustment of his body before landing, Mu Chen successfully reduced the stress area to a minimum. Although this blow made his whole body painful, it was still able to continue fighting at this moment. Humanely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his short hand with boxing glove. Mu Chen showed a sinister smile at the strange force. At this moment, Mu Chen was really angry. He has been in this world for so long, and he has overdrawn quite a few times. It is really rare that he has been beaten so badly. Now, in front of so many audiences who mocked it, in front of Xiaoji who was full of expectations for him, in front of Xiaosha who needed his shoulders to relieve fatigue, how could he be abused so badly? As an old man, Mu Chen said that he can't bear it. Nico tilde tilde. Once it was cast on the earth, the strange force had planned to celebrate the victory. Unexpectedly, when it proudly turned around to show off its muscles to its owner and the audience, it heard Pikachu's chirping behind him. Attracted by the chirping sound, the strange force twisted its body again, and the one who appeared in front of it was the Pikachu with a hideous smile on his face. Looking at the yellow-skinned mouse in front of him, Whaley said that it was a little confused. What is this lay? Did such a fierce ult on Earth fail to win it? Obviously, relying on the strange force that is full of muscles, it is impossible to understand the term stress area at all. Pick up tilde pick up. Mu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to how Whaley was thinking. After taking a breath, Mu Chen, who had recovered, started moving at a high speed again. With the blessing of high-speed movement, Mu Chen turned into a golden lightning bolt, attacking the strange force without stopping. Nico tilde tilde. Seeing that this Pikachu not only stood up, but even dared to charge himself, the strange force once again made a cross-cut darting gesture. Snort. If you don't smack you one, I will smash you again, uncle. This is the only coping strategy that Whaley can think of. However, all the muscles in Whaley's brain are muscles, not Mu Chen. Just kidding. Can Lao Su fall in the same place twice? When he came to the strange force again, Mu Chen used the iron tail as he did. But, when the strange force wanted to replicate the previous arrest, Mu Chen had already responded. With a flash of lightning, Mu Chen jumped from the left side of the strange force to the right side in an instant. Bang! Iron tail was sent out again, and the strange force without the slightest defense was suddenly staggered. Nico tilde. He didn't catch the target, and he didn't think too much about the strange power. I saw it turned around again, and arrested Pikachu facing the right side of the body. However, what it captured was still air. At this time, Mu Chen had already fired a flash of electric light again and returned to its left side. Chapter 126 Mu Chen's plan. Chapter 126 Mu Chen's plan. Let's congratulate the winner of this one, Pikachu. At this moment, not only the entire auditorium was boiling, even the host has long since lost the calmness he had before. Pikachu is fighting against monsters, and it's still pure melee combat that doesn't allow the use of special attack. Anyone who thinks about it, Pikachu is just a funny cannon fodder. Being able to reach the top 8 is already a miracle for Pikachu. I never thought that today. All the audience once again witnessed a miracle that happened in front of them. This Pikachu has really defeated the strange force. Relying on the constant adjustment of the position and the constant harassment of the iron tail skill, after Mu Chen hit the earth once, he never let the strange force touch half of its hair again. With the absolute advantage of speed, Mu Chen carried out the classic guerrilla tactics of retreating when the enemy is in, harassing the enemy, fighting when the enemy is exhausted, and chasing the enemy when he retreats. Finally, under the constant harassment and attack of Mu Chen, the strong physique that Gilly was proud of couldn't hold on any longer. With a roar of unwillingness and despair, the strange force lay down on this stage, which belongs to the performance of fighting-type Pokémon. After successfully overturning the strange force, Mu Chen was also tired and collapsed to the ground. Nima, this B Wanwan Yingying is too special to be beaten. This is Mu Chen's only evaluation of the strange power. In order to defeat the strange force, Mu Chen used dozens of flashes of electric light to divert the attack direction, and even used dozens of iron tails to continuously consume the strange force. Finally, the big guy fell. Mu Chen didn't even know how long he could last if it didn't lie down. Fortunately, it resisted. Ha ha ha. Pikachu. Great, we won. We're in the semi-finals. After the host announced that Pikachu had won, Xiaoji rushed into the ring with a look of excitement, and lifted up Mu Chen, who was already on the ground, to celebrate their victory. Pick up Nima. If I hadn't been exhausted and collapsed, I would give you an electric shock to kill Matt. Talk about what Mu Chen hates the most. The first is to be hugged by Xiaoji. The second is being hugged by Ash, who is sweating all over. Nima, why are you sweating in the auditorium? Running to hug Lao Su for hair. Ash, put Pikachu down. He's tired. Seeing that Xiaoji was still throwing up Pikachu to celebrate, Xiaoxia, who came later, felt distressed. This careless play. Didn't you realize that Pikachu was tired? Ah, haha. No way. Why is Pikachu so squeamish? Didn't you see how brave he was before? Obviously, Xiaoji, who is so big-hearted, didn't notice Mu Chen's state at the moment. This guy is completely immersed in Mu Chen's previous match. You really are. Alright, hurry up and go to the draw for tomorrow's game. Seeing Xiaoji, he didn't notice Pikachu's state at all, and Xiaoxia was so angry that she snatched Pikachu, who only rolled her eyes, from Xiaoji's hand. Before Xiaoxia came to rescue, Mu Chen was suddenly full of expectation and hope. However, with Xiaoji's refusal, the flame of hope that had just ignited in Mu Chen's heart was instantly extinguished. Just when Mu Chen was going to stimulate his potential and use the last strength in his body to give this idiot a killing electric shock, Xiaoxia successfully rescued him from the clutches of that idiot. Xiaoji, pick up Xiaoxia. Great, I didn't hurt you in vain. With this last thought, Mu Chen fell into a deep sleep. I can't, I'm really tired. Pikachu was taken away, and Xiaoji lost the object of celebration. In desperation, he had no choice but to go to the draw for the top 4 groups, as Xiaoxia said. Because all the matches of the P1 fighting competition before the semi-finals were divided into different arenas and venues, when the battle of Mu Chen's group was over, Xiaoji could completely draw lots. No way. Who made Mu Chen's group the longest fighting group? Of course, Mu Chen was completely unaware of all this. At this time, Mu Chen had already entered a state of recuperation. Of course, it's not for tomorrow's game. What, Pikachu, you want to sleep with me? When night came, the opportunity that Mu Chen had been waiting for finally appeared. After a gesture, Xiaoxia, a smart girl, had already understood what Mu Chen meant. Pikachu wants to sleep with Xiaoxia. Pick up That's right, darling, you guessed it right. Seeing that Xiaoxia understood her intention, Mu Chen naturally nodded again and again. No, absolutely not. If it's in the wild, it's fine. With Ash by his side, Pikachu doesn't dare to make any small move. But, if 2 people are in the same room, thinking of the night at the temple fair, Xiaoxia said that she was absolutely unable to rhythm. Pick up Of course, Xiaoxia's objection to Mu Chen had already been expected. Therefore, this guy decisively started the act of coquetry and cuteness that had been planned for a long time during the day. Then it's okay. Just have a good rest at night. I'll help you press a button at most to restore your physical strength. If you little bastard dares to do anything, don't blame me for ignoring you in the future. Finally, after Mu Chen's coquetry and cuteness, Xiaoxia's heart softened. No way. How hard this guy Pikachu worked during the day. Xiaoxia completely saw it. Thinking that this guy was directly stretched to the ground during the day, Xiaoxia thought about it, and didn't think that this little bastard would have any energy to do her harm at night. Pika chewed long live. Hearing the news and agreeing to his request, Mu Chen almost jumped up in excitement. As for this little girl's threat, when will I not threaten Lao Su? Isn't it all over in the end? The longer he spends with Xiaoxia, the more Mu Chen understands this little girl's character. This little girl is completely tofu-hearted, and after a little coaxing, nothing will happen. What, are you going to sleep with Pikachu tonight? Well, I originally said that I wanted to take Pikachu for extra training at night. Of course, Xiaoji didn't notice the little movements between Mu Chen and Xiaoxia. When he learned of the decision of the two from Xiaoxia, he didn't think much about it. Anyway, this kind of thing is not the first time for Xiaoji. Master Ji said that he has long been used to it. At most, it's a big deal that I don't practice more tonight. For Pikachu, Ash is still full of confidence. Even if you don't practice, it is not difficult to win the championship of this P1 fighting competition. This is Zia's unshakable honey confidence for a long time. Chapter 127 Quarterfinals open. Chapter 127 The Final Four begin. Ladies, gentlemen, trainers from all walks of life. P1 fighting competition will have 2 battles before the semi-finals today, and then the champion will be finally decided. Now, let's cheer on the players who made it to the Final Four. With the host passionate shouting, the venue of the P1 fighting competition suddenly boiled. Ha ha ha. Good morning, Pikachu. It looks like you're excited for today too. Let's work hard together and win today's championship. Excited for today's final. Of course, not just those who eat melons on the sideline. As one of the contestants, Xiaoji is naturally the most excited one. When he saw Pikachu with blood-red eyes in the morning, he naturally thought that this guy must be because of today's final, which caused him to have no rest all night. Of course, the reason why Xiaoji thinks this way is because this guy himself is the same, and he is so excited that he has not slept all night. Pick up ... What to play? Excited. Why is Lao Su a chicken jelly and haven't slept all night? You careless lay. Why do you think so? Hearing Xiaoji's idiot's word, Mu Chen really wanted to rush to the phone and give him a shot so that he could improve this sad IQ and EQ. In the same way, not only Mu Chen but also Xiaoxia, who was holding it, felt the same way. This idiot Xiaoji sometimes really made people feel anxious about his IQ. You know, last night Xiaoxia and Mu Chen faced each other for half the night. These two, it's really not because of excitement that the eyes are congested. In the first half of the night, Mu Chen was relatively honest. After all, Xiaoxia's defense is still relatively heavy. In order to numb her, Mu Chen obediently went there, enjoying Xiaoxia's massage. But, in the second half of the night, after Xiaoxia fell asleep, Mu Chen was not honest. Although it was said that this time it was not as good as at the temple fair, Xiaoxia's dress did not give Mu Chen a more convenient opportunity to take advantage of it, but it was not difficult for Mu Chen. With the patience of Mu Chen grinding tofu with water, his short hand finally broke through Xiaoxia's fortress. But just when he was about to take further action, Mu Chen found a pair of bright eyes staring at him with anger. Obviously, Xiaoxia, this smart girl, didn't really fall asleep. Because Mu Chen had a criminal record, Xiaoxia took full precautions against him. As a result, the product really hit the mark. Got caught. What else is there to say? Bang! Rubbing his butt, Mu Chen was kicked out of the door by Xiaoxia, who was ashamed and angry. Fortunately, just when Mu Chen was going to endure the cold wind for a night at the door, Xiaoxia's door opened again. After all, this is a kind little girl. Although she was annoyed at Mu Chen's hateful taking advantage, Xiaoxia's anger dissipated after she kicked it away. Considering that this guy suffered an inhumane throwing attack on the earth during the day, Xiaoxia finally pulled him back softly. However, what happened that night at the temple fair happened again. Mu Chen and Xiaoxia stared at each other dryly for a whole night. Of course, all of these are little secrets between the two of them, and Xiaoji will never have the chance to know it. Pikachu, cheer up, it's time for us to play. Just when Mu Chen was lying in Xiaoxia's arms and fell asleep, Xiaoji's passionate voice came again. As the first team to compete today, it was time for Mu Chen to play. Pick up ... Nima, why are you so energetic every day? Looking at Xiaoji, who had the same blood-red eyes, but his spirit was extremely resistant, Mu Chen said it was a lie not to be envious. If I had the energy of yours. Ladies, gentlemen, the semi-finals of the first P1 fighting competition are about to start today. Let's welcome the 2 participating Pokémon with a big round of applause. Pikachu ... Its opponent is the Pokémon known for its super defensive power, Rumble Rock ... As Xiaoji said, Mu Chen's game is about to start. Pick up ... Bring it on. Bring it on. Hurry up and finish work. Let me go to sleep for a while. To be able to play in the first game, Mu Chen is still relatively gratified. At least after the fight, he still has enough time to make up for sleep. Goo ... Just after Mu Chen stepped onto the stage waving his short hand, as his opponent Long Longyan also stepped onto the duel arena with heavy step. Looking at the little guy on the opposite side, Long Longyan stomped his feet in excitement. This luck, absolutely. Not to mention this kind of fighting competition where the use of special attacks is not allowed. It is usually a ground type plus rock type Pokemon like Long Longyan, which is also an electric mouse like Tiank Pikachu. It is precisely because of this that when Long Longyan found out that his opponent was such a small thing that he had been overcome, he immediately assumed the attitude of a winner and enjoyed the cheers of the audience on the sideline. Pick up ... Lying on the grass. Did this big rock go out without a brain? What is this for? The game hasn't started yet. Looking at Long Longyan, who stomped his feet again and opened his arms to accept the cheers, Mu Chen said that he couldn't understand it at all. The competition hasn't even started yet. Who are you showing the victorious attitude? No, Lao Su must not lose his momentum. Seeing Long Longyan's flamboyant posture, Mu Chen took a decisive stride to the column in the corner of the ring. Pick up ... What the point of stomping your feet? Watch Lao Su show you a set of legendary Wong Bakwan. As a senior otaku, Mu Chen naturally doesn't have any of the legendary martial arts and ancient martial arts that are like returning to the god of war. Therefore, its choice is a dazzling set of kings and 8 fists. At the very least, Lao Su showed his momentum. Ha ha ha. What is that Pikachu doing? I am dying of laughter. Is Pikachu going to fight with Long Longyan for a while? No, I definitely want to buy Rumble Rock to win this game. This Pikachu is definitely not Rumble Rock's opponent. However, although Mu Chen's desire to perform is strong, the audience under the stage obviously has no appreciation for it. After the Wong Ba fist, which made Mu Chen sweaty, came down, Mu Chen himself was sweating profusely, only to get ridiculed in exchange. Hiccup tilde tilde. You idiot, just wait and see Lao Su abuse this stupid tone. No one appreciates the performance art, and Mu Chen said that he was very hurt. Aren't you all optimistic about Long Longyan? I don't abuse this stupid tone today. Why am I named after it? Chapter 128_scroll. Chapter 128 scroll. Goo tilde tilde tilde. When the host announced the start of the game, Long Longyan suddenly let out a roar. No way. Before the game, the yellow-skinned mouse kept provoking it. Long Longyan, who was originally a rib, said that he was already furious. Waiting for a long time, the host finally finished BB and announced the start of the game. How could Long Longyan continue to endure? Hiccup tilde tilde. In the face of Long Longyan, who was charging with great stride, Mu Chen was not afraid at all. Compared to the strange force he faced yesterday, Mu Chen felt that Long Longyan was a little better to deal with. At the very least, this guy's attributes won't make him so embarrassed. With the Raw plus ground attribute of Rumble Rock, Mu Chen, whether it is the Iron Tail of the Steel type or the Hell Rolling of the Fighting type, can deal a lot of restraint damage to him. It is precisely because of this that Mu Chen will be full of confidence in winning after facing this Long Rock. However, Mu Chen obviously forgot that the attributes of Long Longyan could also restrain him. Bang! With the blessing of high-speed movement, Mu Chen sent a restraint, and he rushed to Long Longyan's side with a single stride, and sent a powerful Iron Tail to this big guy. Goo tilde. Hiccup tilde pickup. Iron Tail's attack ended, and 2 cries of pain came one after another. Rumbleyan screamed in pain because the Steel-type restraint of Tiwei really hurt it. As for Mu Chen, lying on the grass, Nima, so hard. Lousy's tail. It hurt to death. Yes, as soon as the Iron Tail went down, Mu Chen's own tail was also twitching and hurting. Long Longyan's play should not be a strange force. The strange force is a whole body of tendon, and Mu Chen still doesn't feel good when he pulls it up. Rumble Rock. I said, I am such a rock. At this moment, Mu Chen is using his Iron Tail to swipe the rock, which feels completely like using his own tail to swipe the rock. This our feeling. Goo tilde tilde. After screaming, Long Longyan decisively launched a counterattack against Mu Chen. I saw that his long hands were locked in his body, and even his 2 short legs were mostly retracted into his body. Afterward, the rumbling rock that turned into a ball was sent to Mu Chen with a powerful rolling skill. Boom! As the rumbling rock rolled, there was a huge roar from the entire competition arena. Hiccup tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. Human bomb. Do you want to be so cruel? Seeing Long Longyan's posture, Mu Chen was shocked. Just kidding, just my small physique. Let this stone play should be crushed a little, why not make it into a cake? Thinking about the terrifying tonnage of Long Longyan, plus the damage blessing of this skill itself, Mu Chen has no interest in trying the power of this game. Go to your uncle, I love you so much, I'll slip away. In the face of such an incompetent opponent, Mu Chen turned his body in a very bachelor, and with a flash of electric light he disappeared in place in an instant. Goo tilde tilde. Pikachu fled, and Rumble Rock was even more imposing. You must know that the skill of rolling is different from the general one-time skill, and it is done when you use it. This skill can be used continuously, and as the scrolling time continues, as the scrolling distance deepens, its power will continue to increase. Boom, boom. After Rumble Rock launched his rolling skills with his huge tonnage, a huge roar echoed throughout the competition arena. Xiaoji, it's not good to look like this. Pikachu won't last long. The space on the playing field is limited. Even if Pikachu constantly remembers the flash of electric light to move, sooner or later he will be crushed by the rolling skills of Rumble Rock. Seeing Pikachu evading the attack of Long Longyan several times, Xiaosha's pretty face was full of nervousness. It's okay, Xiaosha, trust me, Pikachu can definitely handle this little scene. Similarly, Xiaoji was also nervous at the moment, but unlike Xiaosha, he is full of confidence in Pikachu and his own Pokemon. Hiccup tilde pickup. Of course, Xiaoji's honeyjuice confidence Mu Chen didn't know at the moment. Otherwise, this guy is bound to rush off the ring and give Xiaoji an electric shock to kill Matt in the past to make him sober. Do you really believe in Lao Su? You are so confident you can try it yourself. Feeling the huge roaring sound behind him, and feeling the trembling ring being driven by the rolling rock, Mu Chen was already in a state of frizz. Nima, aren't you dizzy? How long have you been rolling? At this moment, the only thing Mu Chen wanted was that Long Longyan could stop the rolling skills and play a good positional battle with him. However, what he didn't know was that this guy's complaint came true. Goo tilde. Finally, after a long while, the rolling skill was unilaterally stopped by Long Longyan. There is no way, it can't be stopped because of the continuous rolling. Long Longyan has already fallen into a state of turmoil. Hiccup tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. I am a master of language. Seeing Long Longyan in such a state, Mu Chen still doesn't know. It's time for him to fight back. Stupid don't. You can continue to perform drunk boxing. I am so welcome. When a rare opportunity appeared, of course Mu Chen would not be polite. Mu Chen rushed out with an arrow, and Mu Chen, who was displaced with the help of a flash of electric light, appeared behind Long Longyan in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of continuous beating came from above the rocky body of Rumble Rock. Although Mu Chen was in pain himself with the iron tail, in order to win, in order to stop the mouths of those who mocked him, and in order to complete the system task, Mu Chen entered a desperate state. Gluck tilde tilde. After being beaten, Long Longyan was immediately released from the state of spinning. However, it was too late. Pika tilde tilde chew. Anti-cat is despicable. Stupid don't. I am taking you to the last time. With a swipe of the iron tail, Mu Chen's tail was already red and swollen. After discovering that Tiwei alone could not take down Long Longyan, Mu Chen decisively changed his tactic. The short hand stretched out, and Mu Chen hugged Long Longyan's strong thigh affectionately. Immediately, the hell rolling skill is activated. If he didn't rely on his skill, it was impossible for Mu Chen to shake the 300 kilograms Rumble Rock. But, with the blessing of skill, this Pikachu, who is only 40 centimeters tall and weighs only 6 kilograms, rolled along with the rumbling rock. My god, how is this possible? No, I bought it, but Long Longyan won. Seeing this scene, the audience on the sidelines was in an uproar. Chapter 129 Just want to hug you. Chapter 129 Just want to hug you. Pikachu, awesome. I knew you could. Under the rolling of Pikachu's hell, Long Longyan, who was already dizzy, finally fainted. Seeing that Pikachu really defeated the strong enemy as he expected, Xiaoji was naturally excited and rushed to the ring to celebrate. Hiccup tilde tilde. You put me down so hard. There are so many people. I'll save face for you. Don't force me to call you. At this moment, Mu Chen's tail was burning with pain, and the side effect of rolling in hell was unbearable pain. As a result, Xiaoji, an idiot, abandoned it high and entered the celebration mode. Can you bear this? Xiaoji, put Pikachu down. Don't you see there are a lot of scars on it too? Just when Mu Chen was about to launch an electric shot, Xiaoxia rushed up. Hiccup tilde tilde. No, lying on the grass. I can't take it. Man, the electric shock skill has already been activated, and Mu Chen really will not take back the activated skill. When he found out that Xiaoxia took Xiaoji's hand and made him stronger, it was already too late. Zila tilde tilde. A gentle current sounded from above Mu Chen's cheek. Ah! Immediately, Xiaoxia's screams were uploaded in the ring. Pickup tilde pickup. Xiaoxia, be patient. I swear by the light bulb, it was an accident. Looking at Xiaoxia, who was knocked to the ground by her own electric shock, Mu Chen's face was filled with helplessness. Who would have thought that your little girl would start so fast? Ah, what the situation. Ha ha ha. Xiaoxia, why were you also electrocuted by Pikachu? You see, I said it. Pikachu must be very excited now. Next time we're celebrating a victory, don't bother us. Seeing Xiaoxia being knocked to the ground by Pikachu's electric shock, Xiaoji laughed heartlessly. Obviously, in the cognition of this guy, this is obviously because Xiaoxia interrupted their celebration, so Pikachu was angry. Xiaoxia, who was overturned on the ground, almost fainted when she heard Xiaoji's heartless remark. Pika tilde tilde chew. Xiaoxia is not in a state to take care of Xiaoji, but Mu Chen is. Nima, I'm so aggrieved. Old man, why are you still fanning the flame? I didn't say anything. The electric shock will take you away. Zila tilde tilde. The sound of electricity flashed again, and Xiaoji also honorably followed in Xiaoxia's footsteps. Pikachu, just stay here and take care of Xiaoxia. I'm going to watch the battle. After being electrocuted by Pikachu, Ash relies on his inhuman physique to quickly recover from the shock. Taking the paralyzed Xiaoxia back to the hotel in the town, Xiaoji explained to Mu Chen and left quickly. No way, the second semi-final match is about to start now. As a fighting madman, how could Xiaoji miss such an intense game? Hiccup tilde tilde tilde. After Xiaoji left, Mu Chen looked apologetically at Xiaoxia, who was still twitching. This is really a surprise. It's okay, Pikachu, I know you didn't mean to electrocute me. It was just too suddenly when I hugged you. You don't have to feel guilty. Looking at Pikachu's little expression, how could Xiaoxia still not know that this little guy feels guilty? Fortunately, he was using a weak skill like electric shock. If it was 100,000 volts, Xiaoxia couldn't imagine it. Pickup tilde pickup. Emma, this is the woman. Seeing Xiaoxia being so considerate, Mu Chen almost shed tears of excitement. He is also a trainer who leads a Pokémon trip. Why is there such a big gap between people? Compared with that idiot Xiaoji, Mu Chen felt that Xiaoxia was so smart and gentle. Hee, don't be like this. It's so itchy. After being touched, Mu Chen naturally stuck out his tongue and licked Xiaoxia's cheek. Of course, this is not taking taking advantage. By doing this, Mu Chen was just expressing his close relationship with Xiaoxia. Just when this guy found out that Xiaoxia could only resist with her voice, but her body couldn't move, Mu Chen's mind gradually changed. Nima, this looks like an opportunity. Although it is a bit suspicious to do this, but such a little beauty lay motionless in front of him. Mu Chen said that his aunt can bear it, and his uncle can't bear it either. Finally, after some ideological struggle, Mu Chen's weak willpower was defeated by the little devil who was constantly laughing in his mind. Of course, even so, Mu Chen wouldn't really do anything excessive. After all, if that was the case, it would really break the girl's heart. Mu Chen still loves Xiaoxia very much. How could he really hurt Xiaoxia? Therefore, Mu Chen's choice was naturally to take advantage of the situation to lie on Xiaoxia's body, and his short hand stretched out and hugged her firmly. Pikachu, you little bastard, get off me. Of course, Xiaoxia knew all of Mu Chen's small movements. Seeing that this little bastard was taking advantage of the danger, Xiaoxia almost died of anger. Of course, it's just embarrassment. After all, this little bastard didn't do anything out of the ordinary. Even her clothes, Mu Chen didn't move at all. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoxia scolded it with shame and anger. Otherwise, hiccup tilde. Ignoring Xiaoxia's reprimand, Mu Chen still clings to Xiaoxia's chest. Xiaoxia, you used to hold me. Do you know that I also seem to be hugging you? Lousy. This is Mu Chen's real heart activity at the moment. Of course, Xiaoxia didn't know all this, so after seeing that Pikachu ignored her reprimand, Xiaoxia broke out. I don't know where the giant power came from, and Xiaoxia recovered from the paralyzed state in an instant. Crack! A crisp sound came. While still indulging in the feeling of hugging Xiaoxia, Mu Chen's body rose up uncontrollably, making an intimate contact directly with the wall of the room. Little bastard, little bastard, little bastard. Pikachu. Xiaoxia was still not relieved after one blow flung it away. Pickup tilde pickup. Lying on the grass. No, I want to explain clearly. Seeing Xiaoxia like an angry female leopard, Mu Chen's forehead immediately left a pea-sized wet. Xiaoxia's anger was finally quelled after a series of gestures and calls. You mean, you just want to hug me? Finally, Xiaoxia understood what Mu Chen meant. Looking at Pikachu with a serious face and nodding again and again, Xiaoxia's heart trembled. Yes, this little guy, he really didn't do anything to me before. He just hugged me firmly. Chapter 130 in the final, opponent a villain. Chapter 130 finals, opponent a villain. Ladies, gentlemen, trainers, in the much anticipated P1 fighting competition, we finally ushered in our championship battle. Let's shout out loud for the players on both sides. After a morning's rest, Mu Chen, who had completely recovered his mental state, came to the competition venue with Xiaoji full of fighting spirit. At this moment, Mu Chen's eyes flashed with raging flame. For Xiaoxia, I also have to win this game. The previous misunderstanding with Xiaoxia was resolved, and this little girl was instantly transformed by Mu Chen's cute appearance. Because of the confrontation between the two last night, both Pikachu and Xiaoxia were seriously lacking in sleep. So after the misunderstanding was resolved, Xiaoxia, who was sprouted, took the initiative to embrace Pikachu for the first time and fell asleep with it. At this moment, Mu Chen was happy. Without any extra little action, just enjoying Xiaoxia's warm embrace, Mu Chen felt as if he owned the whole world. This, besides his mother, was the first opposite sex to sleep with him in his arms. As for Mina, although Mu Chen gritted his teeth under the coercion of the system, this feeling was absolutely different. Diaosi Otaku, who has been dead for 20 years. After a good night's sleep, Mu Chen, who woke up again, was naturally full of energy, especially when he saw Xiaoxia smiling at him with sleepy eyes and saying the words to cheer him up. Mu Chen was full of endless fighting spirit. No one can make it today. The champion, I have won it. Okay, now let's welcome the contestants into the arena. They are Pikachu, who is small but has an unparalleled fighting consciousness. The other is a powerful fighting type Pokémon, an excellent fighting master, Abelang. Finally, when the cheers of the audience dissipated, the host issued a slogan inviting both participating parties to appear. Pikachu, come on, we must win this game. Along the way, the championship trophy has been placed in front of Xiaoji. This guy is naturally very excited. Pickup tilde pickup. Nonsense, what are you talking about? Whether it's a system mission or for Xiaoxia, Mu Chen is bound to win this match. Chaha tilde tilde. As Mu Chen's opponent, this villain was the one they had encountered before participating in the competition. At this moment, Abby Lang, who jumped to the ring, was constantly waving his fist, showing off his powerful fighting skills. Hiccup tilde tilde. Nima, I'm not even afraid of the tendon and meat players like Wei Li and Long Longyan. How can I be afraid that you are a scrawny little rookie? It is a common human problem to rely on body size to judge the strength of an opponent. Now, Mu Chen's judgment based on a villain's slender physique is that this guy's strength is absolutely not good. To be able to get to this point, it is just a matter of shit luck. Of course, Mu Chen didn't know the same thing about his opponent's evaluation of him at the moment. Ladies, gentlemen, trainers, let's cheer for the two contestants once again. Now, I announce that the P1 fighting tournament finals officially begin. When the enthusiasm of the cheers at the scene reached a climax, the host finally announced the start of the game. Pick up ... Nima. If you don't announce the start, Lao Su will die of exhaustion. Hearing the host announce the start of the game, Mu Chen was relieved. You know, in order not to lose his momentum, Mu Chen has been making various punches with Abalang. After this gesture, let alone warming up, Mu Chen was already sweating profusely at the moment. Chaha ... Similarly, as Mu Chen's opponent, Abalang was deeply touched by this. Although this guy trains a lot, but even a fighting-type Pokemon like Abalang can't bear it. After hearing the host announce the start of the match, Abalang didn't even wait for Pikachu to react, and threw a quick punch that had been brewing for a long time. Pick up ... Lying on the grass. What the hell? Originally, Mu Chen's plan was to start a high-speed move after the opening, and Abalang with this small arm and calf ran. Never thought that this guy's punching speed is so fast. It's so fast that you can use your fist speed to move your body. How did Mu Chen know that this was one of Abaling's proud skills? Sonic Fist. Although the basic damage of this skill is not high, its biggest advantage is that it is fast. Incredibly fast. Bang! When Mu Chen reacted, Abalang's heavy punch had already appeared in front of him. Mu Chen didn't make any dodging move, and was punched to the ground by Abalang. Chaha ... A punch hit Mu Chen, and Abalang was even more excited. I saw two energy auras of lightning and flame flashing on his fist, and he sent a quick punch to Pikachu, who was facing the lowest, and turned his back to the sky. This is also the boxing skills that Abalang is good at, Thunder Palm and Flame Fist. However, because of the characteristics of Muchen's lightning rod, what Abalang can really do to it is only the Flame Fist. Pick up ... Pick up ... Nima. Is it over? Feeling the burning pain in his back, Mu Chen was instantly furious. Thinking of Xiaoxia's smiling face when she woke up, the hopeful encouragement, Mu Chen burst out. Damn him, how dare you let me lose face in front of Xiaoxia. Chaha ... With a punch, Abalang, who was in high spirits, suddenly felt that the target of his attack was gone. Just from the confusion, a golden yellow figure shot towards him. It turned out that after enduring Abalang's punch, Mu Chen resisted the pain and launched a flash of electric light, successfully escaped from Abalang's boxing range. Immediately, this thing flashed again without stopping, and slammed into Abalang, who was stunned and couldn't find his target. Under the fury, Mu Chen performed at an exceptional level this time. The two consecutive flashes of electric light were as fast as lightning, and there was no gap between the use of skills, and even the audience on the sidelines did not understand what happened. Chaha ... A villain's cry of pain came, and the audience suddenly burst into an uproar. Previously, when they saw Abalang taking the lead and bringing down Pikachu in one fell swoop, they thought the game was over. But who would have thought that this Pikachu would be so tenacious? The use of this Pikachu skill is so quick. Good job, Pikachu. Charge. Chapter 131 _ Let's roll. Chapter 131 Let's roll together. Pick up ... A bleak chirping sound came. However, the owner of the voice is our sad protagonist, Mu Chen. Mu Chen's sudden counterattack really caught Abalang by surprise. But that's all. After being knocked to the ground by Mu Chen, Abalang quickly got up with a dashing and elegant posture. Immediately, when Mu Chen was ready to pursue his victory, appearing in front of him was not the panic-stricken face of a villain that he imagined. Rather, a punch the size of a sandbag. Bang! It's not surprising that Mu Chen made that bleak scream after hitting Abalang's fist with a flash of lightning. Chaha ... Once again, he punched Pikachu down, and Abalang jumped up excitedly. Pick up ... Pick up. Nima. What is this game should be? The speed is so fast. Being suffocated by Abalang's counterattack, Mu Chen said that he was very confused. No matter if you faced Weili or Long Longyan before, they were all powerful players. Today, although this Abalang is relatively slender, he follows the speed and technical route. Naihi Muchen didn't know this stuff, so he still used it to fight with ranged power on the spot. Chaha ... Mu Chen was stunned, but Abalang would not. While Pikachu didn't get up, Abalang once again bullied himself up and sent a punch to Mu Chen. Bang! 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 The sound of beating was constantly heard from the arena. At this moment, basically all the spectators watching the game have already made an assertion about the victory or defeat. Pikachu, come on, don't give up. Pikachu, come on, don't forget what you promised me. Of course, not everyone asserted that Abalang was the victor. In the front section of the auditorium, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were shouting frantically, eager to hear their cheers from the golden figure on the ring. Pick up ... Under Abalang's old fist, Mu Chen said that it was not painful, and it was even more false to say that he was not ignorant. At this moment, he really had a hint of giving up. But at this moment, in the noisy competition venue, Mu Chen vaguely heard those two familiar voices. Following the direction of the sound, Mu Chen turned the realization. This moment, sure enough, those two figures who were jumping desperately were not Xiaoji and Xiaoxia, or who? Pika ... Chu. Seeing Xiaoji and Xiaoxia still cheering for themselves in the crowd, Mu Chen's lost power returned again. Nemas, it's just a big monkey with a faster speed. I'm so afraid of you, old man. Courage returned, and after Mu Chen made a loud tweet, he immediately counterattacked Abalang. Taking advantage of Abalang's punch, Mu Chen didn't care about anything else. He stretched out his short hand and resisted Abalang's punch. Mu Chen held Abalang's fist and rolled in hell. Made. A flash of electric light has no effect. Then I will roll with you. After knowing that he couldn't gain an advantage by relying on speed, Mu Chen's choice was the 7 wounds fist of hell roll. I don't believe it. I can't resist you. Chaha tilde tilde. Originally, Abilene was preparing to win the game in one go. I never thought that the yellow-skinned mouse that had not moved for a long time under him actually started to fight back. Inadvertently, Abalang didn't take any precautions at all, and was hugged by Pikachu's arm, and then began to roll continuously. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impact came from above the ring again. This time, however, it wasn't Pikachu's unilateral abuse. I saw Pikachu holding Abilene with a thin body, constantly rolling over the ring, and the sound of the collision between the two and the ring ground kept coming. Seeing this scene in front of me, all the hustle and bustle of the competition venue suddenly fell into silence. Immediately, the quiet competition venue boiled again, but this time, almost everyone is cheering for that golden, unyielding figure. Pikachu, come on. Good job, Pikachu. Ha ha ha. It's so fun. I already finished the game. Who would have thought that this Pikachu would be so tenacious? Wow, I really want a Pikachu like this. The noise from the audience was naturally heard by Mu Chen, but at this moment, Mu Chen only had a wry smile in his heart. You must know that Mu Chen had suffered a lot from Abilen's attack before. Even if this product is not famous for its rank, even if its offensive damage is not high, you can't stand the high frequency of its attack. Under Abalang's punch, Mu Chen's physical strength had already lost a lot. Now he can still insist on using the skill of hell rolling, which is completely supported by his willpower. Pick up tilde pick up. After one hell scroll ended, Mu Chen didn't give Abalang any time to react at all, and took it directly into the next round of hell scroll. Nima, why are you still not dizzy? You have to keep cooking. I really can't stand it anymore. Although Mu Chen only suffered a weak impact, even though his physical strength was already exhausted, this weak impact still became the last straw that overwhelmed the camel. My god, how do you say that? Have they all fainted? Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Pikachu's infinite use of hell rolling skill stopped. Looking at the two Pokemon that fainted at the same time in the ring, all the audience were stunned. This is really the first time this has happened. How about this victory? After all, it is a game, and it is impossible to end in a draw in the end. So for the outcome of this game, the organizer must make an arbitration anyway. Ladies, gentlemen, trainers, let's welcome this match-winning Pokemon trainer, Ash from True New Town. Finally, after a slow-motion replay of the video, the organizers confirmed that Abilene passed out a little bit earlier than Pikachu. Naturally, the winner is the little thing Pikachu. The organizers also expressed their great shock to this dark horse that broke through all the way and went all the way to the end. P1 fighting competition has been held, and the champion, this is the first time that it has been awarded to Pikachu, who is more cute than fighting. What's more, everyone knows that Pikachu is a special attack Pokemon. Ha ha ha. Great, we won. Picking up the unconscious Pikachu, Ash fell into great happiness. Chapter 132 High-In City. Chapter 132 Black Cloud City. Pick up tilde tilde. When Mu Chen woke up again, it was unknown how much time had passed. Looking at the dilapidated town in front of him and the abandoned buildings lined with steel around him, Mu Chen said he was done. Lying on the grass. How long have I slept for? Nima, where is this? Dang, where is this place? Likewise, it wasn't just Mu Chen who raised the question. Xiaosha, according to the map, this is High-In City, which used to be a very prosperous metropolis. Looking at the dilapidated scene around him, Xiaoji said that he was deeply suspicious of what he said. Black Cloud City. Why is this place so stinky? What? Pikachu, you are awake. Just when Xiaosha was still talking with Xiaoji, the change in her arms made Xiaosha realize that Pikachu had woken up. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, are you finally awake? Look, what is this? Seeing Pikachu wake up, Ash hurriedly took out the big trophy in his backpack excitedly. But the first competition trophy he won. Xiaoji said that he wanted to keep it forever. Pick up tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. 1. Seeing Xiaoji's trophy, Mu Chen recalled it. It seems that when I was rolling with that Abilene before, I fainted out of nowhere. This worked too. In the previous battle, Mu Chen was completely supported by willpower. Have you ever thought that you can win the game just like this? Your uncle. If I knew earlier, why would I bother to show speed with that Abilang? Why don't you just rush up to hold it and roll over it, and it won't be over soon? When he thought of the flashes of lightning he had foolishly going to show before, Mu Chen was madly filled with a sense of sadness. Okay, Xiaoji, stop showing off. Didn't you see all the scars on Pikachu's body? Let's hurry up and find the Pokemon Center. There is naturally no Pokemon Center in the town. In order to treat the severely injured Pikachu, Xiaoji and Xiaosha hurried non-stop all the way to the Black Cloud City. No matter how dilapidated the city is, at least the Pokémon Center still exists. Hiccup tilde tilde. No, I don't want to go to that fat egg. Hearing that Xiaosha said she was going to send her to the Pokémon Center, Mu Chen suddenly struggled violently. But this struggle, the severe pain quickly hit him from the whole body. It was only then that Mu Chen realized that he really needed some treatment. What the matter? I regret it. Mu Chen's heart began to bleed when he thought that most of the scars on his body were punched out by Abalang's cannon fist. However, it is too late to regret. Miss Joy, my Pokémon is injured. Please help him treat it. Finally, following the guide of the map, Ash managed to find the Pokémon Center located in the town. Good trainer, please give it to me. Unlike Miss Joy elsewhere, Miss Joy of Haiyan City is just like the name of Haiyan City. Her pretty face is covered with black cloud. Miss Joy, what's the matter with you? Are you worried? If you need help, we'll do our best to help you. Of course, Xiaoji's remarks are not for flirting with girls. After seeing Miss Joy's pretty face covered with black cloud, this guy naturally entered the Justice Superman mode. Oh, thank you so much for that. That's it. Go and contact Miss Junsha. We in Haiyan City really need the help of external trainers. Hearing Xiaoji's initiative to ask for help, Miss Joy suddenly showed a smile. No matter what the strength of this trainer is, at least he has a very kind heart. Okay, let's go to Miss Junsha now. Pikachu, just stay here. We'll come as we go. Hearing that Miss Joy was really in trouble, Xiaoji took it to himself. Snort, my Master Ji is the champion trainer of the fighting competition. What can make me hard to beat? Because of Mu Chen's hard work, Xiaoji's confident condition deepened again. Hiccup tilde tilde. Let go, let go, let go. For Xiaoji and Xiaosha's departure, Mu Chen had no idea at all. When he thought that he was about to fall into the fat embrace of Happy Egg, Mu Chen said that he had entered the mode of being unlovable. But soon Mu Chen didn't think so. Hee, what a cute Pikachu. I don't know what your master thought. How could you be so seriously injured? But his heart is not bad. Let me treat you well today. Haiyan City has long since decayed, and the Pokémon Center usually does not have a large flow of people. Miss Joey here really does not have the helper equipment of Happy Egg. Hiccup tilde tilde. Lying on the grass, lying on the grass, lying on the grass. At this moment, Mu Chen shed tears of excitement. Nima, how long have I been in this world? I finally enjoyed Miss Joy's personal treatment. Ah tilde tilde, this little hand is so soft tilde tilde. The arrival of the unexpected joy made Mu Chen fall into happiness. Although he can't take any advantage of this Miss Joy, this spiritual satisfaction is absolutely different from being tortured by a Happy Egg. However, this happiness does not last long. While Mu Chen was still immersed in Miss Joy's massage, she suddenly felt that she had stopped. Immediately, without waiting for Mu Chen to react, Miss Joy began to replicate the operation of the Happy Egg and threw Mu Chen into the treatment machine. Hiccup tilde tilde. Nima, I really hate high-tech. This was Mu Chen's last thought before being hypnotized. Didi, random missions are on. Unknown creatures in unmanned power plant. The mission calls for protecting Ash from being attacked by unknown creatures in an unmanned power plant. Mission reward, unknown. Failure penalty, unknown. When he woke up again, the first sound Mu Chen heard was a random mission from the system. Nani, unmanned power plant, unidentified creature. Is it especially in a state of aggravated tone? Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Mu Chen's first reaction was that this mission was absolutely difficult. This is so special. The reward is unknown. Punishment unknown. This seems to have happened only once. When he thought of the dangerous situation he experienced on the San Anu, Mu Chen felt a sense of sympathy. What's up? Here again. Huh? Pikachu, are you awake? By the way, your master asked me to tell you. They went to explore the unmanned power plant to find out why the power inside the power plant could not be started. It turned out that after Mu Chen was in a coma, Xiaoji and Xiaosha found Miss Junsha in Haiyan City. At this time, Haiyan City was indeed in trouble. The unmanned power plant that provides electricity to the whole city, for some unknown reason, has cut off the power supply since yesterday. Now the reserve power in Haiyan City can only last for a day or two. Miss Junsha wants to guard the safety of Haiyan City, so to explore the problem that this unmanned power plant cannot supply electricity, she can only ask for help from outside trainers. Coincidentally, Xiaoji and Xiaosha came. Chapter 133 Target Unmanned Power Plant. Chapter 133 Target Unmanned Power Plant. Pickup tilde tilde pickup tilde tilde. Nima, hi, you are a worry-free play. At this moment, Mu Chen was running wildly on the dilapidated streets of Haiyan City. If there is no such system task, then Mu Chenjubi will lie comfortably in the Pokémon Center and discuss the next life planning with Miss Joy. But what? There is no if in this world. When Mu Chen heard the mission released by the system, he had no choice. This special punishment is unknown. I am most afraid of the unknown. What's more, under the prompt of the system, Mu Chen also knew that the unmanned power plant was extremely dangerous, and let the idiot Xiaoji and his own relative Xiao Sha take risks. Mu Chen said that he also worry. Therefore, the only thing this guy can do now is to run wild. Xiaoji, according to what Miss Junxia and Uncle Electrician said, the isolated island across the river is an unmanned power plant, right? According to the guide, Xiaoxia and Xiaoji have come to the suburbs of Haiyan City. Looking at the river's surface that could not be seen at all, Xiaoxia hesitated in her heart. This is the river. It must be here. Minas, come out. No matter how wide the river is, Ash says he's not panicking. They can sail safely in the Sea of Minas, not to mention this mere river. Yeah, tilde. It is rare to come out to let the wind out, and Minas is naturally excited. However, when she came out, she found that her little friend was not there. Hehe, Minas, are you looking for Pikachu? That guy was injured and is now recuperating at the Pokémon Center. Compared to Xiaoji, a guy full of fighting, Xiaoxia's heart is much more delicate. When she saw that Minas was summoned and started looking around, she immediately guessed the reason. You tilde. Hearing what Xiaoxia said, Minas made a worried tweet. But her little friend. Of course, Minas tweet. Ash and Xiaoxia couldn't understand. Okay, Minas, let go. Take us across the river to the isolated island on the opposite side. Exploring an isolated island, exploring the secrets of unmanned power plants that cannot generate electricity is definitely something that excites Ash for Ash. At this moment, Xiaoji's heart had already jumped to the isolated island across the river. Pick up. But just as Xiaoji and Xiaoxia stepped on the back of Minas and were about to cross the river, a loud chirping sound suddenly came from behind them. Ash, wait, Pikachu. Hearing the chirping sound, Xiaoxia instinctively looked back. Looking at it, is it not Pikachu or someone who is tweeting? Ha ha ha. Pikachu, are you recovered? Didn't I say let you rest? Why are you still following? Seeing Pikachu rushing towards him, Ash opened his arms excitedly. It is still his own Pokemon that is powerful, and he will come over as soon as he recovers. Obviously, this is to fight side by side with yourself. Pick up. Ignoring Xiaoji's idiot, Mu Chen telegraphed towards Xiaoxia's embrace. 2B, go hold the air with you. Hehe, Pikachu, why don't you have a good rest? Look at you tired. Your whole body is soaked. Taking Pikachu into her arms, Xiaoxia naturally felt that Pikachu was soaked in sweat because of running. Pick up. Nima, I don't want to suffer. Who makes Xiaoji an idiot worry? Hearing Xiaoxia's greeting, Mu Chen expressed that he was very helpless. Okay, Minas, let go. Pikachu returned, and although Ash only hugged the air, it didn't dampen his enthusiasm. You tilde. Seeing that his little friend was alright, Minas also put down his worry. I saw its tail flick, and Minas' entire waist began to twist on the water. Whoa tilde. As Minas advanced, the sound of rippling water kept coming, but at this moment, Mu Chen was not in the mood to pay attention to the surrounding scenery like Xiaoji. At this moment, Mu Chen's attention was all attracted by Xiaoxia. To know, this guy ran all the way, and his body was soaked with wet. Wet directly plunged into Xiaoxia's arm. What will happen? Naturally, it is self-evident. The so-called looming is the most fascinating. At this moment, Xiaoxia is like this in Mu Chen's eyes. Yeah, a scream came. Xiaoxia, what wrong? What happened? Are there any wild Pokemon? Suddenly hearing Xiaoxia's exclamation, Xiaoji naturally asked Lian Sheng. Ah, no, nothing. I didn't stand still just now. Just kidding. Xiaoxia would never tell Xiaoji that his original Pokemon, this damn Pikachu, had a nosebleed again. As for the cause of nosebleed, Xiaoxia wasn't stupid either. She looked down and didn't know what happened. You little bastard. You're a Pokemon. Can you look a little like a Pokemon? Seeing Pikachu with good siblings and constantly wiping nosebleed, Xiaoxia didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. Pick up. Lying on the grass. This is an accident. I didn't mean to do this, sir. Mu Chen said that he would never take the blame for this matter. This is so special. Who would have thought of it in the first place? Isn't this also a last resort for me? Pikachu, you little bastard. I tell you, if you dare to do this again, I will really ignore you in the future. Looking at Pikachu with a helpless expression on her face, Xiaoxia suddenly burst out of anger. Well, it's not your fault, it's me. Of course, Xiaoxia herself did not dare to confirm the credibility of the so-called don't care anymore. How many times has this been done? I'm afraid it has really become a habit. Pick up. Lying on the grass. Honey, can you change the threat method? Likewise, Mu Chen was basically immune to this sentence. However, it still has to be performed. Girls, anyway, there is absolutely nothing wrong with coaxing. Even if Mu Chen was an otaku in his previous life, he still knew this basic common sense. But just when he was about to say something, Xiaoji suddenly shouted, Xiaoxia, Pikachu, look, Lonely Island. As for the small movements between Xiaoxia and Pikachu behind him, Xiaoji didn't know at all. Under his long-awaited wait and see, the island finally appeared in his field of vision. Pick up. Lying grass. Coming so soon. Originally, when he was thinking about how to save the scene and regain the lost impression of Xiaoxia, Mu Chen heard Xiaoji's excited cry. What is an island? Unmanned power plant. Mu Chen knew in his heart that in this unmanned power plant, he was about to face a new challenge. Chapter 134 Mew Chen who can't discharge. Chapter 134 Mew Chen who can't discharge. Zila tilde. At this moment, Mew Chen said that he was a little confused. What the situation? Why is it good? The electricity in Laozi's body is uncontrollable, and it jumps on his cheeks on his own. Even for this reason, Mew Chen didn't dare to stay in Xiaoxia's arms at the moment. Who knows if this game should not be so controlled? Will it suddenly give Xiaoxia a shock? If it's an electric shock, it's fine. If it's a 100,000 volt, I won't have a place to cry. In desperation, Mew Chen could only reluctantly walk on his short legs and follow Xiaoji and Xiaoxia with 3 steps. Xiaoji, why is this unmanned power plant so smelly? After entering the unmanned power plant, Xiaoxia didn't feel anything else, but the stench was really unbearable for her. Be patient, it is estimated that no one here comes to repair it all the year round, so it's all corrupt, right? Similarly, Xiaoji also expressed that it was difficult to hold on to this stench. However, she has already promised Miss Junxia to come and explore the reason why the unmanned power plant cannot generate electricity by itself, and Xiaoji will not easily back down because of this mere odor. Hiccup tilde. 2 and 5 scumbag. As for Xiaoji and Xiaoxia's unbearable odor because of such a mere odor, Mew Chen said that he looked down on them very much. Where did this come from? Compared to the stench attack of the stinky flowers, the air here is simply too fresh. But this stench doesn't seem to be emitted by mechanical decay and aging. Although Mew Chen was an otaku in his previous life, he had lived for more than 20 years, and he still had basic common sense. If it is mechanical decay and aging, it should definitely not be so smelly. On the contrary, it should be a little sour. And now, this is such a pure sewer smell. By duo tilde. Just when Mew Chen was puzzled, there were bursts of Pokémon chirping from inside the power plant. Xiaoji, did you hear that? There seems to be some movement ahead. Pokémon. It's the voice of a Pokémon. Come on, let go and see. In this empty and unmanned power plant, a Pokémon's chirping sound suddenly came out, which naturally attracted the attention of Ash and the two. Hiccup tilde. Lying on the grass. Wait for me. Xiaoji and Xiaoxia suddenly accelerated and ran, and Mew Chen, who had slipped away, panicked. This Nima. The task I received is to protect your Xiaoji's safety. You just run away. If you encounter any accident, is it not me who is the one who suffers the tragedy? Running all the way. When Mew Chen turned a street corner, it was done. Lying on the grass. Is this the unknown creature mentioned in the mission? Nima, don't be so disgusting. Hey tilde. Xiaoji, it's disgusting. A lot of stinky mud. The smell just now must be from them. Of course, it wasn't just Mew Chen who felt disgusting about this thing. Looking at the dense army of stinky mud, Xiaoxia also felt goosebumps fall to the ground. The sticky appearance of this game is enough to make people nauseated, not to mention that it smells bad all the time. If it's just 1 or 2, it's fine. This is the picture of dozens of them squirming together. Pikachu, prepare to fight. I think the reason unmanned power plants can't deliver power to towns may be because of them. Seeing these stinky mud, Ash's first reaction was that because of their existence, electricity could not be transmitted to the town. Hiccup. Can I say no? Faced with these dozens of stinky slime, Mew Chen instinctively wanted to say no. However, the system tasks are placed here. Not to mention Xiaoji's suspicion, even Mew Chen was the same. The reason why this unmanned power plant cannot generate electricity is probably caused by these disgusting games. For the system task, Mew Chen could only grit his teeth. Anti-cat, bring it on. Lao Su is a long-range attack. Lao Su, if I don't fight with you in close quarters, you will not be disgusted by me. After thinking about the tactic, Mew Chen rushed forward. Good job, Pikachu. Use 100,000 volt. It's rare that Pikachu didn't take advantage of his own fate, and Ash was suddenly excited. Hiccup. Volt, your mother approved. I really want to recharge. Since the last time he got the power-up skill of charging, Mew Chen has not used it once. Now that this army of stinky mud is not 1 or 2, Mew Chen naturally wants to seize the opportunity to strengthen it. However, this guy ignored the abnormal situation on his cheek since he entered this unmanned power plant. Zila tilde. Walter, what going on? Is this skill fake? System, why did you come out to me? Originally set up the shade charging skills have also been activated. I just felt the current on my cheeks begin to surge, and before Mew Chen was excited, the power was cut off. Obviously, the power in his body is very sufficient, but no matter how hard Mew Chen tried to stimulate it, the little power on his cheek could not condense. Pikachu, what's wrong with you? Why didn't you attack? Seeing that Pikachu ran to the front of him, his dented shape didn't move for a long time, and Ash was anxious. This stinky mud army is moving now, and few people have been found. If you find out after a while, you will lose the opportunity to sneak attack. Hiccup. Fuck, I really don't want to attack Daddy, but the problem is, don't talk about special charging. 100,000 volts now. It's a weak chicken skill like electric shock. I can't use it now. How can can this be done? Help! System, I don't want to fight melee. Mew Chen didn't have any psychological pressure to fight against the Pokemon like Wily and Longlongian, but playing with the disgusting mud should be. Mew Chen was really scared, and after one hand-to-hand fight, he completely bid farewell to Xiaoxia's warm embrace. Xiaoji, Pikachu seems to have encountered a problem. Get it back now. In comparison, Xiaoxia has to be a lot more careful. Pikachu's humanized face and helplessness. Xiaoxia obviously guessed something. V tilde 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 tilde. V tilde 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 tilde. Just when Xiaoji was in a tangle, when Xiaoxia was about to summon the gem starfish, and when Mew Chen was stunned, behind them, another kind of Pokemon chirped suddenly. Pick up tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. What the situation? Strike back and forth. Hearing the chirping behind him, Mew Chen panicked. The stinky mud army in front was moving in their direction, and a wave suddenly came out from behind, and let no one live. What's so special? I really can't bear this date now. Chapter 135 Magneto attracted by Mew Chen. Chapter 135 The little Magneto attracted by Mew Chen. Pikachu, run! My god, what going on here? Looking at the situation in front of them, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were all stunned. There were Pokemon's chirping sounds behind them, and they were all ready to fight the enemy. Never thought that behind them, dozens of Pokemon did appear. But this time, it's not the disgusting playthings like Dinky Mud, but the little magnet monsters who live in unmanned power plants all year round. Of course, this does not make any difference to Xiaoji and the others. This is also a kind of Pokemon. If you attack them, it will be no different from Stinky Mud. But the problem is, these magnetic little monsters that suddenly appeared completely ignored Ash and Xiaoxia, but rushed toward Pikachu. This time, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were suddenly shocked. What's up with these little magnets? Don't they plan to set fire to Pikachu? Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. Your uncle. At this moment, Mew Chen's heart collapsed. Who am I provoking me? The stinky mud in front of this special hasn't thought of a solution yet, so why are there so many Iron Goddess coming out? Come out, come out. What are you chasing after me? How did I offend you? What was most puzzling to Mew Chen was that the electric current that couldn't be condensed on his cheek started to jump again uncontrollably. But the problem is, faced with these dozens of Iron Goddess, Mew Chen had absolutely no interest in communicating with them using 100,000 volts. He is an electricity-type Pokemon. How can Mew Chen still not know these games should be used? I am afraid that my 100,000 volts will be useless. In desperation, Mew Chen could only turn on high-speed movement and enter parkour mode. Love special who is who. I will not serve you. But the most unacceptable thing for him is, wildly, the little magnet monsters behind him started to speed up too, chasing after him all the way. Damn it. Come out, Cerulean, and prepare to fight. Seeing that Pikachu was madly fleeing after being chased by Magneto, Ash immediately stretched his hand to his waist, ready to send Cerulean out to rescue. But at this moment, Xiaoxia stopped him. Wait, Ash, you see, these little magnets, they don't seem to have any ill will toward Pikachu. They just chased Pikachu, but didn't attack it. At this time, Pikachu had already taken a group of small magnets around the field, and Xiaoxia, who had been observing, found the clue of the problem. The situation with this little Magneto doesn't look like it going to attack Pikachu. It's true that you said that. Ha ha ha. Amazing. What are these Magneto chasing after Pikachu? It's not female. With Xiaoxia's reminder, Xiaoji gave up the plan to summon Cerulean, and instead looked at the strange scene in front of him with a novel look. I saw that these dozens of Magneto just kept chirping, chasing after Pikachu, and even surrounding him, but they didn't do anything else. Ah, Ash, I remembered. Xiaoji's nonsense was heard by Xiaoxia, but it inspired her. Remember what? Seeing Xiaoxia's startled look, Xiaoji wrote greetings on his face. Okay, what this about? Pick up tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. What are you two doing with that? Originally, when Mew Chen vaguely heard that Xiaoji was going to summon Chilean, he was a little excited. With Cerulean's help, he'd be able to escape the pursuit of these little magnets. I never thought about it. I called half of it, and there is no special tech. Even after the tech was gone, the two of them still chatted with that. Nima, are you ignoring me like this? At this moment, Mew Chen's small heart was filled with the word grief and anger. I'm very used to Xiaoji's game of playing against the blue sky, but the question is, how can you do this? Xiaoxia didn't see that those Taigatas were still chasing after the Huiya tilde tilde. Huiya tilde tilde. Xiaoji, you should have noticed the uncontrolled jump of electricity on Pikachu's cheek before. Then I don't know if you have heard that Pokemon such as Magneto are attracted by the fluctuation of electric current. They are chasing Pikachu, probably because of the constant jumping electric current on its cheek. At this moment, Xiaoxia turned into a famous detective Conan, and began to popularize science with Xiaoji. Pick up tilde tilde. Xiaoji didn't react yet, and Mew Chen, who was running in the direction of Xiaoxia, was done. Lying on the grass. What the situation? Are these little magnet monsters attracted by the current on Lao Su's face? Nima, I am so public. What do you look like? Even Even if all of you Taigatas are mothers, I will say no to you, Lao Su. Mu Chen is not an idiot. As soon as he heard Xiaoxia's explanation, he understood everything. This is so special. Magneto. Magneto. Should this play be sending a courtship signal to them? Ha ha ha. When you said that, it's really the same thing. Then I'm relieved. Pikachu, you don't have to run. These little magnets won't hurt you. Under Xiaoxia's explanation, Xiaoji also understood a general idea. At the very least, he confirmed that Magneto wasn't hostile to Pikachu. Pick up. I'll go to your uncle. Don't run. Don't run, Lao Su, and wait for these Tagadas to be pushed down. Thinking of that tragic possibility, Mu Chen's running speed accelerated a bit. Rather than being pushed down by these iron gatas, Lao Su would rather let them attack. Wait for it. Attack. By the way, lying on the grass, you can do this. Suddenly, a light flashed in Mu Chen's mind. Aren't you too many people? I couldn't discharge electricity before, and now I have no time to discharge it. However, it doesn't matter. Now I have a lot of younger brothers behind me. As long as you lead these little magnets to the stinky mud, are you afraid they won't fight? Even if they don't fight, can't we help them fight? Thinking of this possibility, Mu Chen resisted. What else is there to say? Let go. With a plan in mind, Mu Chen started the high-speed movement again, and took this small magnet monster to kill the stinky mud army without hesitation. Pikachu, what are you going to do? Seeing that Pikachu did not obey his orders to stop but turned around and ran away in front of the stinky mud army, Xiaoji was done. This Pikachu, is it going to go and fight the stinky mud hand to hand? Let fight, but the problem is, there is a lot of little magnet monsters behind you. More first novels are in the hands of the group owner. Please. Chapter 136 Mu Chen Strategy. 6 more. Chapter 136 Mu Chen Strategy. Pick up. B. Under the indomitable leadership of Mu Chen, the small magnet army howled and charged at the moving stinky mud army. By duo. Suddenly, a large army of electricity came, and the moving stinky mud panicked. What the situation? We relocated and moved to another place, and why did we just shout and kill? Who are we provoking? However, the enemy has already rushed forward howling, and it is definitely not the character of the stinky mud if they don't fight back. You must know that in this unmanned power plant, whether it is stinky mud or small magnet, these are all long-term residents. The relationship between the two races is not very pleasant. Now seeing the army of little magnet screaming and charging, the stinky mud stopped their slow wriggling and stretched out their hands full of mud. Immediately, I saw that the stinky mud slammed into their own body. Woot, woot, woot. After a fierce digging, the stinky mud army took the lead in launching an attack. Pick up. Lying on the grass. So powerful. Why didn't Lao Su rush into your formation? So you're done. Mu Chen was startled by the drastic reaction of the stinky mud. Originally, according to his plan, at least he had to rush into the formation of these stinky mud, and then put 200,000 volts in the small to fan the flame. Have you ever thought that this stinky mud swish so much into the mud? The established goal was exceeded, and Mu Chen had no interest in continuing to charge. Who knows how difficult it is to get out safely after rushing in. Pick up. Bye. Let's slowly make out. With a flick of the tail, after Mu Chen turned his direction, he immediately launched a flash of electric light. B. Mu Chen succeeded in flicking his tail, but Magneto didn't have as high a gear as him. Crackling, mud attack of the stinky mud. The little magnets were angry. Although as a steel type plus electric type Magneto, he is not afraid of the poison type attack. But the problem is, you can't stand this game and it should be disgusting. These mud, but the stinky mud was pulled out of myself. In a fit of anger, the Magnetos immediately abandoned Pikachu, who had already fled so far, and killed the disgusting playthings like stinky mud. Pick up. Pretty dry. Work hard. All down. Seeing that the Magneto and the stinky mud army were fighting as expected, Mu Chen jumped up excitedly. This made them two tigers fighting each other, but it was much easier than being stupid with that discharge. You must know that in the beginning, when Mu Chen faced so much stinky mud alone, he had already made preparations in his heart to fly a kite by relying on speed to fight a protracted battle. I never thought that these little magnets appeared. Although I was a little embarrassed at first, the result is still very acceptable. At this moment, what Mu Chen hoped most in his heart was that the Magneto and the stinky mud army would be killed and wiped out. Only in this way can I enjoy the fruits of victory comfortably, right? Ha ha ha. Beautiful. Well done, Pikachu. As expected of my original Pokémon. Similarly, Ash, who was watching from behind, also noticed the changes at this time. That Pikachu lured the Magneto army and the stinky mud army to fight. He burst out laughing excitedly. Yes, Pikachu is really smart. Different from the idiot Xiaoji, Xiaoxia pays more attention to Pikachu's series of actions. Apparently, Pikachu didn't know why the Magneto was chasing him at first. So at the very beginning, Pikachu just ran away instinctively. But as her Xiaoxia solved the mystery, Pikachu, the little guy, thought of a way to get rid of these little magnets in an instant. It was was the enticement of killing two birds with one stone. Magneto started a fight with the stinky mud army that was blocking the way. This, no matter how you look at it, is not the wisdom that a Pokémon should have, is it? Although Xiaoxia admits that she has a very deep understanding of Pikachu, today's scene once again shocked Xiaoxia. Being able to be so smart. I am afraid that some human beings may not have the ability to adapt to changes, right? Thinking of this, Xiaoxia glanced at Xiaoji, who was still howling with excitement. Pika-tilde-tilde-chu. Of course Mu Chen didn't know what Xiaoji and Xiaoxia thought at the moment. At this moment, his attention was completely on the two Pokémon legions that were fighting. As the battle continued, Mu Chen discovered that the Magneto army was gradually losing ground. Although Magneto has the advantage of restraint in terms of racial attribute, their number is much less than that of the Stinky Mud Legion. When the Stinky Muds rushed forward and used their bodies to attack the Magnetite, these Taigatas gradually couldn't resist. As this were what Mu Chen wanted, but they both lost. If the small magnet monsters were wiped out in the end, then although he would save one more trouble, but at the same time, Mu Chen would have to face the remaining Stinky Mud alone. Thinking of the way the Stinky Mud made people nauseated just now, Mu Chen resolutely gave up the idea of single-handedly fighting the Stinky Mud. This is so special. If one accidentally throws a piece of Stinky Mud on that Stinky Mud, can I still have the fur on my body? Therefore, what Mu Chen has to do now is to bring the battle between the two legions into a new equilibrium stage. Zila-tilde-tilde. The sound of electricity resounded from above his cheeks again. Fortunately, this time it didn't fail halfway like the last time. After charging and strengthening without any hindrance, Mu Chen suddenly felt that the electric current in his cheeks almost jumped out. This is so special. Wild. Without even activating the condensed electric current, Mu Chen felt its power. Pika-tilde-tilde-chu. Anti-cat despicable. Bring it on. Try my super 100,000 volt. Although the power in Mu Chen's body was not directly pumped out like the one when he fought Nazi, its power is definitely not to be underestimated. Zila-tilde-tilde. With Mu Chen's cry, the constantly jumping current of the sound of his cheek began to converge. In an instant, an electric current with the thickness of a fist condensed in one place and blasted away at the Stinky Mud army that was fighting. Boom. A loud bang. Under the 100,000 volt blessed by the charging skill, the formation of the Stinky Mud army was suddenly blasted out of a gap. Looking at the damage caused by 100,000 volt, Mu Chen was fascinated. This is my true strength. Wow, haha. Chapter 137 Huge Smelly Mud 7 more. Chapter 137 Huge Smelly Mud. Pika-tilde-tilde-chu. Standing in front of the small magnet monster and the Stinky Mud army, who were both defeated, Mu Chen was like a general who had returned from victory. Although the system did not prompt him to complete the task after defeating the smelly mud. However, Mu Chen said that he was not panic at all. I have a 100,000 volt charge in hand. I must have it in the world. Pikachu. Nice job. Pikachu. You're amazing. You're so smart. Taking a character step, Mu Chen was like a victorious general, accepting the compliments from Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. Pretty. Must be beautiful. For this wave of operations, Mu Chen himself gave a heartfelt thumbs up. And what makes him most happy is that the current in his cheeks has returned to normal, and he is no longer jumping uncontrollably like before. This also means pick up tilde-tilde-tilde. With one leap, Mu Chen once again returned to Xiaoxia's warm embrace. Just kidding. With the arms of a young lady who loves to walk on their own. Xiaoji, look at the map. How far are we from the power supply core of the power plant? Although she defeated the Stinky Mud army, Xiaoxia still dared not confirm that this would allow the power plant to start working normally. Therefore, the core location of this power plant still has to be visited. It's not too far. Turn the intersection in front of you and walk a few hundred meters. Taking out the map provided by Miss Junxia, Xiaoji made a judgment based on the buildings here. Pick up tilde-tilde core. Although Mu Chen also knew that this task was not over yet, but as soon as he heard the word core, a bad premonition suddenly surfaced in his heart. According to the game settings, the Stinky Mud army before was simply a roadblock. That core is where the big boss stays. Lying on the grass, that so-called unknown creature must be the big boss. Thinking of this, Mu Chen became nervous. It wasn't that he was afraid of fighting. To know, the little monsters here are so stinky. The big boss, oversized Stinky Mud. Thinking of that possibility, Mu Chen felt his brain buzzing. The mud attack of the little monster Stinky Mud is the most disgusting person. The big boss thought, you won't get a piece of mud down, just put it in Lao Su. However, many things in this world are often the less you want to see him, the more he will appear in front of you. Xiaoji, be careful, it's Stinky Mud. What a big Stinky Mud. Just after turning the corner of the street, a giant Stinky Mud with a body size far exceeding its peers and a height of nearly 3 meters appeared in front of Xiaoji and the others. By duo tilde-tilde. At the same time that Xiaoji and Xiaoxia discovered the Stinky Mud, this disgusting place should also discover the unexpected guest on this street corner. Previously, its younger brother was brought down, and this Stinky Mud didn't show the slightest this, but now that he saw that there were humans who dared to invade his territory, the smelly mud immediately put on a fighting look. "Fight, Pikachu, it's up to you." Seeing smelly mud posing in this shape, Ash did not hesitate to give Pikachu an attack order. "Pick up Nima, I owe you my last life. Let's fight, Pikachu." Mew Chen said that he was paralyzed by hearing it. But there are system tasks out there. Who can't Mew Chen be assigned to? Besides, what are Ash's remaining Pokemon? The iron-headed baby BB bird would probably be brought down as soon as it appeared. The other two, that their own pussy. To fight against this disgusting game, Mew Chen said that he would rather choose himself. This is the duty of a gentleman. "Come on too, Jewel Starfish." Seeing this huge stinky mud, Xiaosha naturally won't let Pikachu fight alone. But cool before Xiaosha threw the Pokemon ball in her hand, a Pokemon ball hanging from her waist shot out on its own. Immediately, the cute duck who had been tilting his head and holding his head in his hands appeared in front of her. Up to the duck. "My name is Jewel Starfish." Seeing that this guy duck went out to fight without authorization, Xiaosha helped her forehead helplessly. How could it be so unlucky to subdue this stupid joke? Cool Obviously, Xiaosha didn't understand what Xiaosha said. "I saw that after a moment of doubt, he sent a memory to the stinky mud waiting for him. Pick up lying on the grass. What are you doing?" Seeing that duck actually started without a word, Mew Chen, who was still thinking about charging and accumulating, was done. "Do you dare to give me some mental preparation time? I haven't charged it yet." You must know that although the skill of charging is overbearing, it requires a charging process. At this moment, Mew Chen had just raised his butt to set up a pose, and the accumulation of energy had not started yet, and it was over. By duo Originally, he was furious because his territory was invaded, but now, seeing this silly duck, he dared to take the initiative to do something with himself, and the stinky mud was instantly furious. I saw that it was like copying the actions of the stinky mud before, raising his hands high, and then digging out the inside of his body. Pick up lying on the grass. Not good. Run. Seeing smelly mud's gesture, how could Mew Chen still not know what it was going to do? The one who threw out the stinky mud was a small disgusting person. This stinky mud throws that big one. Isn't it going to kill people? Mew Chen didn't have the slightest interest in learning about this game's mud attack. Cool Unlike Pikachu, who turned around and ran away, the rare duck is full of fighting spirit. If the power of thought fails to achieve merit, Dada is not discouraged. I saw that after it had been tweeting for a lifetime, it once again shot a thought force at the smelly mud. Obviously, this foolish play should be a dead end. By duo Although Psychic is a super type skill, it can restrain the poison type Pokemon like smelly mud. But the key issue here is that you also have to look at the strength of the two sides using the skill. From Stinky Mud's point of view, this psychic attack is not even a scratch. Completely ignoring Dada's psychic power, Stinky Mud waved a big hand, and a huge piece of foul-smelling mud was pulled out from his body, and he slapped it at Dada, who was still planning to use his third psychic power. Crack. Cool The size of the smelly mud is there, and its attack power is naturally very ferocious. Dada didn't even react, and was directly photographed on the ground by this huge piece of mud. Pick up A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. You can go well. Seeing the panicked Dada being pressed under the mud, Mew Chen silently mourned for him. Chapter 138 Tired Mew Chen, 8 more. Chapter 138 The Tired Mew Chen. Pikachu, use 100,000 volt. Jewel Starfish, come out. Use high-speed rotation to rescue duck. Although I am not satisfied with the duck, but after all, it is already a Pokemon captured by Xiaosha. Now, seeing the embarrassed appearance of this stupid duck under the stinky mud, the corners of Xiaosha's mouth are twitching slightly. This stupid duck. Why is this girl so unlucky? Pika Chew. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. With Dada's selfless dedication using his flesh as bait, Mew Chen finally found an opportunity to recharge and strengthen. At this moment, he who has been strengthened has stimulated the electricity in his body under Xiaoji's order, and 100,000 volts responded. Zila. Looking at the 100,000 volts of the thickness of Pikachu's fist, he roared and shot at the smelly mud. Looking at the stupid duck struggling under the mud again, Xiaosha's heart is broken, and broken is not enough to describe. By duo With a 100,000 volt call, the huge, slow-moving stinky mud naturally received it all. Even with this guy's defensive power, after eating the 100,000 volts of Mew Chen's charge, he was still roared by the pain of electricity. Well done, Pikachu, go on. 100,000 volts. Seeing that Mew Chen made a 100,000 volt contribution, Xiaoji was even more confident. This stinky mud looks a little scary, but the actual combat power seems to be the same. Pick up Volt yarn. When I don't need money for charging. Previously, Mew Chen also thought that this charging skill could be used indefinitely, but it was only after he actually operated it that he realized that this was not the case at all. This charging skill is stronger, but it has a skill CD. After using it once, no matter how much Mu Chen stimulated it in a short period of time, it couldn't be used for the second time. The 100,000 volts after charging is nothing but the stinking mud of electricity, and the 100,000 volts that are not charged. Anyway, Mu Chen was not in the mood to try. But just as Mu Chen was about to enter the paddling state, waiting for the charging skill CD to recover, there was also a scream from the charging gem starfish. Crap, Jewel starfish, hold on, don't stop spinning, rush out. It turned out that just after Mu Chen used 100,000 volts on the smelly mud, the furious smelly mud also launched a counterattack. However, because of the speed limit of this cargo, Pikachu, which is far away from it, cannot be hit. Since he couldn't hit Pikachu, the Jewel starfish who rushed up and kept saying hot tilde has naturally become the primary target of stinky mud. Under the anger, the concentration of mud thrown by the smelly mud this time is far higher than before. Unsurprisingly, Jewel starfish, who was rescuing Daduck, was also caught. This time, Jewel starfish and Daduck really became a pair of difficult brothers. Looking at the two Pokémon trapped in the mud, Xiaoxia said it was fake if she didn't worry. Pikachu, charge up, use the iron tail, and free them. Seeing that Xiaoxia's two Pokémon were trapped in mud one after another, Xiaoji hurriedly ordered Pikachu, pick up lying on the grass. Is it human? Hearing Xiaoji's order, Mu Chen almost rushed up to give him a shot. This Nima, didn't you see how terrifying that disgusting mud attack was? Lousy, I'm just relying on the distance. It dares to attack when it can't hit. You let me rush up. In this case, if I rush up Baba, who will save Lao Su? Looking at the scene in front of him, Mu Chen didn't have the slightest doubt in his heart. If you dare to rush up, the next person to be photographed under the mud is definitely yourself. By duo tilde. Of course, Pikachu will not pay attention to what he thinks. At this moment, it is still very angry. Maid, Uncle Ben used to live a good life in this unmanned power plant. As a result, a big bird was suddenly killed, and this uncle was driven away directly. Bro, you are a big bird. I can't afford to offend you, sir. But why, you yellow-skinned mouse, dare to call this uncle? Can this be tolerated? You must know that when Smelly Mud was fighting against the big bird that had been killed suddenly, he was not less shocked by the big bird. For this heart-wrenching feeling, the Smelly Mud is unforgettable. And now, Pikachu's one-shot charge of 100,000 volts reminds Stinky Mud of the terrifying experience once again. It is precisely because of this that the Stinky Mud at this moment has completely fallen into a frenzy. You idiots who use electricity, since you want to kill them all, then I will kill you guys. Damn it. Ash, quick, summon Cerulean. Let it use the power of mind to control the Smelly Mud and limit its movement. Seeing that the Stinky Mud started to wriggle in the direction of the others, Xiaoxia was shocked. The fighting power of this Stinky Mud has obviously exceeded the limit they can handle. Even Pikachu's 100,000 volts after being charged is just a scream of Stinky Mud. If this big guy were to kill them, let alone the two Pokémon that rescued their own, they themselves would also be captured by the terrifying mud attack. No, Pokémon battles are sacred. Pikachu hasn't lost. I can't give up. Pick up Tilda. Walter, did you go out and leave your brain at home? Lying on the grass. Hanako, what's your phone number? Hurry up and send me the brain of your stupid son. Hearing Xiaoji's reply to Xiaoxia, Mu Chen almost fell directly. This Nima, I haven't been defeated, so you won't summon other Pokémon. Sacred. Holy you sir. This is not a battle between Pokémon. This is a boss fight. Little Kai. Similarly, Xiaoxia was also very angry with Xiaoji, an idiot. It's good that you respect the battle between Pokémon, but you should also divide the situation, right? At this moment, is it the time to pay attention to what is sacred? However, Xiaoji is a stubborn child. Pick up Tilda, pick up. Nima, I'm so unlucky to meet such a bronze teammate. Seeing Xiaoji's serious expression, Mu Chen also knew that this guy would never change his mind. In desperation, Mu Chen could only charge against the Smelly Mud. What? Who am I provoking? By duo tilde. Seeing that Pikachu took the initiative to charge at him, the Stinky Mud that was slowly squirming suddenly howled with excitement. I saw that at the same time as it howled, the two big hands of the Smelly Mud entered the body again. Obviously, this is brewing the next mud attack, ready to shoot Pikachu directly into the mud. Chapter 139 Strange tweet 9 more. Chapter 139 Strange tweet. Clap tilde. Pick up tilde. Pick up tilde. The sound of the mud falling to the ground and the scream of Mu Chen were constantly heard in this empty and uninhabited power plant. In order to protect Xiaoji and Xiaoxia, Mu Chen had no choice but to bite the bullet and charge against the Smelly Mud. Of course, this charge is also limited. After attracting all the attention of the Smelly Mud, Mu Chen decisively changed his running direction. No way. At this moment, Mu Chen's first task is to lure this disgusting person away. If this is a careless one, and his own relative Xiaoxia can be attacked with mud by Xiaoxia, won't Mu Chen regret it? As for the idiot Ash, fuck, there is a special system covering him. Even if I am reluctant, don't I still serve him? At this moment, Mu Chen fully realized what it it means to dance on the tip of a knife. This Nima is so exciting. Relying on the blessing of high-speed movement, Mu Chen always avoided the mud that kept coming behind him. However, Mu Chen also knew that in the long run, it would definitely not be a problem. In this case, if one is accidentally knocked down by the mud, won't Lao Su not be safe at the end of the festival? Therefore, what Mu Chen did at the moment was to continuously launch 100,000 volt to lure the stinky mud to follow him. As for its purpose, just kidding, I didn't play games in vain back then. Mu Chen definitely did a lot of things like finding obstacles and getting stuck. At this moment, at the end of his field of vision, in a corner near the core of the unmanned power plant, there is a very good card monster position. Mu Chen believed that as long as he lured the stinky mud, he would be able to take it down without injury. However, God did not fulfill his wishes. Pick up. Lying on the grass. Smelly mud. Chase. What are you thinking about that? Do you still plan to think about life? Running all the way. He was about to enter the corner, but Mu Chen found that the stinky mud who had been chasing him all the way before had stopped. Is this still great? What the hell am I doing running this stinky sweat? But what made Mu Chen helpless was that no matter how he used 100,000 volt to harass the stinky mud, the result was that this guy wouldn't move forward even one step. Even, there is also a faintly humanized look of fear. Nima, don't tell me you can't do it. Seeing smelly mud show such an expression, Mu Chen's mind suddenly became alive. Could it be that this guy is strong from the outside and worked in the middle so that we can't bear the harassment of 100,000 volt? Although this product doesn't seem to have suffered much damage on the outside, maybe it's an internal injury. Thinking of this, Mu Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Opportunity. How much experience can I gain if I can directly knock this game down? At this level, don't you just rush up? After constant battles, Mu Chen's level has reached the level of 36 at this moment, but it was precisely because of the continuous increase in level that Mu Chen also found that it was becoming more and more difficult to level up. Not to mention the little wild monsters on the side of the road. Even after the previous melee, his level did not change at all. Judging from the body shape of this stinky mud now, it is definitely a big boss. If he can be singled out to win it, is it not a casual thing to upgrade? You know, before Mu Chen lured the stinky mud, it wasn't enough to just hug and drive it away, and then lead Xiaoji and the others to the core to restart the generator. Fighting and knocking down are completely two-level concept. Under the huge temptation to upgrade, Mu Chen turned his head and ran in the direction of the smelly mud. If you don't come, then I will go. Although Mu Chen's 100,000 volt can also attack the stinky mud at the moment, but if the distance is too far, the power will be greatly reduced. In order to quickly put this big game down, Mu Chen naturally wouldn't play with the water-grinding tofu thing. With that kung fu, I'm so coquettish in Xiaoxi's arms. Is it 10,000 times better than playing with this disgusting game? By duo tilde. Seeing Pikachu turning back and running towards him, the stinky mud who stopped before suddenly lit up. The front is the territory of the big bird. He was abused by Blood One, and the smelly mud said that he dared not go there. However, if this yellow-skinned mouse dared to take the initiative to deliver food to the door, the stinky mud said that it would never refuse. Pick up tilde. Fraud. After the previous battle with the hot monkey, Mu Chen had long known that these Pokémon were definitely not as hairless as he imagined. Ordinary trick. These Pokémon will occasionally perform one or two strokes. It is precisely because of this that although Mu Chen launched a charge against the smelly mud, he was always paying attention to the actions of the smelly mud. When he saw smelly mud human-like grin, he immediately guessed the guy's purpose. Wipe your uncle. Now these Pokémon, one or two have become fine. Fortunately, I kept an eye out. After discovering that smelly mud was plotting against him, Mu Chen immediately stopped charging. Pika tilde chew. Now the distance is almost the same. Let's be careful if it's a big deal. The frequency of your mud can be as high as 100,000 volts of Lao Su. Wu tilde. Just when Mu Chen was about to activate 100,000 volts, just when the smelly mud had been sculpted for a long time, ready to take out the mud to attack, a loud chirping sound suddenly came from inside the unmanned power plant. Pick up tilde. Lying on the grass. What should be played? Scared me to death. The chirping sound that came from behind him suddenly frightened Mu Chen. This Nima, is this unmanned power plant haunted? Or, this stinky mud is also a brother. In the core position inside the power plant, is there a better one? The sudden thought made Mu Chen burst into cold sweat. Lying on the grass. If there is really another one who is even more popular, how can I fight? A stinky mud has already made Mu Chen try his best. If this is the next one, by duo tilde. And when Mu Chen was still in doubt, Mu immediately proved to him with his actions that his guess was correct. This stinky mud is a brother. Pick up. Big brother. Slow down. Wait for me. Although I haven't seen who the owner of the chirping sound is. However, this stinky mud can be frightened by that chirping sound. So what reason does Mu Chen have to stick with it? Xiaoji, did you hear anything? Because Mu Chen led smelly mud to run too far. Xiaoji, who was rescuing Da Duck and Jewel Starfish at the moment did not follow him. It sounds like some kind of bird chirping. Strange, how come there are bird Pokemon in this unmanned power plant? Tweet. Xiaoji said that he was also confused. Chapter 140 can't weaken the momentum. 10 more. Chapter 140 can't weak momentum. Pikachu. What happened ahead? Attracted by the sound, Ash rushed in the direction of Pikachu. Even this big-hearted guy completely ignored the stinky mud that passed him by. Of course, the stinky mud who was eager to escape completely ignored this human being. At this moment, the only thing stinky mud wants is to quickly escape from here. This home is not safe. The distance is still too close. Sir, I will continue to move. Pick up. Lying on the grass. How do I know what's going on? What are you doing here? Didn't you see that Lao Su and this stinky mud are running for their lives? At this moment, Mu Chen has completely understood that the unknown creature referred to by the previous system mission was not the barren, smelly mud at all, but the owner of this week. However, when he saw the stinky mud, he was frightened by a scream and fled. Mu Chen didn't dare to look back to see what the owner of that voice was. Xiaoji, let's leave. You see the stinky mud has run away. The owner of that voice is definitely not ordinary. Finally, Jewel Starfish and Da Duck were rescued, and Xiaosha also quickly chased after them. Xiaoji, this big-hearted guy, ignored the stinky mud who was running wild, but Xiaosha wouldn't ignore it. Previously, when she saw the smelly mud rushing towards her, she almost fainted from fright. I never thought that this big guy completely ignored himself, and even ignored the provocation of Da Duck's psychic power, who had not yet recovered the Pokemon ball, and just buried his head and ran wildly. This scene was discovered by Xiaosha, and she naturally guessed that something very terrifying must have happened ahead. No, Xiaosha, we promised Miss Junsha and Uncle Electrician. Be sure to figure out the secret of the power plant's inability to generate electricity. Now that we are about to reach the core position, how can we give up halfway? Xiaoji, to put it nicely, is called sticking to principle. To put it bluntly, that is, pick up. Lying on the grass. Big brother, let's withdraw. Hearing Xiaoji's words that he had to move on, Mu Chen was really about to collapse. This Nima, this unmanned power plant, is a complete nightmare. Realistic stinky slime and an army of small magnet, and then another giant stinky slime. This time it's even better, coming directly to an unknown horror. Don't you know how to spell the word fear? At this moment, it is Mu Chen who wants Xiaoji to retreat the most. His mission requirements did not say anything about completing the power plant mission. He just want to keep Ash's safety. However, this guy Xiaoji is completely dead brain. Even though Mu Chen was dragging his trousers at the moment, this guy strode forward with a resolute expression. Xiaoji, you really are. Pikachu, let go. Ignore him. Seeing that Xiaoji was stubborn like a bull, Xiaosha was instantly furious. This little Kai, there is no cure. Don't you even consider the strength comparison between the enemy and us. The terrifying big guy Stinky Mud and the two of them may not be able to take it down. If it wasn't for Pikachu's strength before, if he led it away, I'm afraid they can survive now. And now that the Stinky Mud has fled in embarrassment, where did you Xiaoji have the courage to go to find out? Pick up. Xiaosha, you understand me, but I can't go with you. Hearing Xiaosha calling her to leave, Mu Chen had 1,010 million willingness in his heart. However, the task is here, and he will not give up no matter what. What's more, if he really let Xiaoji go, Mu Chen couldn't do it in his conscience. Although this guy is a little idiot, although this guy makes Mu Chen very speechless many times, but Mu Chen will never forget the moment when this guy gave his life to protect himself. This guy is his own brother. Abandoned brother. Sorry, Mu Chen's dictionary doesn't have these words. Ha ha ha. Xiaosha, you are a girl. It's nothing to be timid, but we men will never back down in the face of difficulty. Didn't you see? Pikachu also wants to stand with me. Seeing Pikachu walking in front of him instead of dragging his trousers after being persuaded by Xiaosha, Xiaoji burst out laughing. The one who knows himself best is his original Pokemon. You are mad at me. Seeing that the 2T squad even added a Pikachu after her dissuasion, Xiaosha was speechless. But courage isn't just for you guys. After finding that dissuasion was useless, Xiaosha also gave up this unrealistic idea. Since it is a partner, then the danger must be faced together. Pick up. Elder sister, can you not make a mess? Xiaosha's courageous behavior was a torture to Mu Chen. I'm not enough to protect Xiaoji. I should protect you. I'm just a Pikachu, not a skin god. Mu Chen suddenly realized that the strength he was proud of before seemed to be insufficient to protect the person he wanted to protect in the face of real danger. Maid, still too weak. Become stronger. I want to become stronger. At this moment, under the pressure brought by the unknown terrifying existence, Mu Chen inspired an unprecedented strong heart. If Lousy and I are now skin gods, if Lousy and I have the power to ignore everything now, how could it be possible to put Xiaoji and Xiaosha, the two people he cared about most, into danger? When Xiaoji decided to move forward, Mu Chen's mind had already forgotten some shitty system task. Even without that mission, he would never let anyone hurt this idiot idiot who sacrificed his life to protect himself. As for Xiaosha, just kidding, if he had to choose to sacrifice one, then Mu Chen would still sacrifice Xiaoji decisively. As the saying goes, brothers are like siblings, and women are like clothes. If you dare to touch my clothes, I will break your sibling. Regarding this point, Mu Chen is still very clear. Woohoo tilde tilde. As Xiaoji and everyone approached, the terrifying chirping sound came again. Obviously, this is a warning to Ash and others. Ahead is the territory of this terrifying existence. If they dare to move forward, they will inevitably face the merciless blow of this terrifying existence. Pick up tilde pick up. Call your mom. You will call. Putting down his worries, Mu Chen was now ready to fight. Isn't that what it called? Who is afraid of who? I can still lose my voice to yours, can't I? No matter who the opponent is, Mu Chen's choice is to never lose his momentum. Yes, Pikachu, that's it. We're not afraid of it. Whatever the existence of this Pokemon occupying the heart of the power plant, we will defeat it. Of course, it wasn't just Mu Chen who was full of confidence. With the aura of self-confidence of Honey Juice, Ash will never lack the courage to fight and the determination to win at any moment. Chapter 141 Lightning Bird. My god, what is this? This is the legendary Pokemon, Lightning Bird. Finally, the owner of the terrifying voice appeared in front of Xiaoji and Xiaosha. When they saw this legendary existence, no words were enough to describe the surprise and shock in their heart. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that they were just two fledgling Pokemon trainers, and they would meet the legendary beast in such a place. Pick up tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. System. Hell, you are playing with me. Was this shot by someone? The lightning bird flashing with electricity all over his body. Mu Chen finally knew why the regret medicine was called a heaven-defying magic medicine. Well, why are you kidding me? Although Mu Chen has not watched the animation of Pokemon, he has played the PM game. How could he not know that Lightning Bird was so famous? Look at their wings like steel knives. Look at their beak like a drill bit, and compare their slender physique. Mu Chen's heart was bleeding. What dog barren brother? Fairy tales are all deceitful. In the face of this terrifying existence, Mu Chen couldn't show the determination of the brave to fight the dragon. Well, that's just bullshitting. Pikachu, get ready for battle. Of course, Mu Chen's panic at the moment, Xiaoji, is not clear. After a brief period of consternation, Ash almost trembled with excitement. Unexpected. My Ash will have a day to fight against the legendary Pokemon. If it can be defeated or even conquered, isn't my Ash's dream of becoming a Pokemon master a step closer? Pick up tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. What are you saying? The head was caught by the door. Hearing Xiaoji's words to let him fight, Mu Chen almost fell to the ground. At this moment, shouldn't we shout to run? I even got ready to run away. So you're telling me this? This was still Mu Chen who didn't know what Xiaoji was thinking. If Mu Chen knew that this guy even wanted to subdue Lightning Bird, I'm afraid Mu Chen Jubi would rush up and give him a 100,000 volt. Xiaoji, are you crazy? Run. It's a Lightning Bird. It's a beast. It wasn't just Mu Chen who was shocked by Xiaoji. Hearing Xiaoji's mindless command, Xiaosha's also frightened. Warong paled. B number in your mind. Now this Lightning Bird is just staring at a few of them. If it does, you will have no chance to run. Ooh tilde tilde tilde. Without waiting for Ash to answer, staring at these lightning birds that suddenly entered his territory, erupted. Nima, don't take this bird too seriously. Right before this bird screamed several times, but it didn't scare you away. Bro, maybe it's because this bird doesn't show up often, so you don't understand this call. And then, you have all seen this bird's real body, but it still doesn't run. This is a bit too much. As a mythical beast in the Kanto region, the lightning bird naturally has its own majesty. Seeing that these guys who broke into their territory dared to ignore them and even started talking, Lightning Bird became angry. Crackling tilde. The violent sound of electric current came along with the flapping of the electric bird's wing. Run. Ash. Seeing that the Lightning Bird had already taken an offensive posture, Xiaosha was even more frightened and her hands and feet were sore. This is a divine beast. Run. Why run? We haven't fought yet. Come on, Pikachu, it's up to you. Use 100,000 volts and let it see our courage. If it was a fledgling, Ash might run away after seeing this terrifying existence. However, with the continuous victory, Ash's confidence has long been established. Your own Pikachu will never fail. This is Ash's confidence in Pikachu. Pick up tilde pick up. Nima, I really owe you in my last life. To say not to be afraid would be a lie. Saying you don't want to run is a lie. However, Xiaoji, the iron-headed baby, didn't run away, and Xiaosha, the little girl, was frightened with sore legs and feet, and Mu Chen would never abandon them to escape alone. In desperation, Mu Chen could only bite the bullet and attack the Lightning Bird. Move at high speed. Let me open it for lousy. At this moment, Mu Chen's only reliance is the blessing of high-speed movement. As long as he is fast enough, this big bird shouldn't be able to hit him. Right. It should be. Ooh tilde tilde. If the Lightning Bird had previously felt that his dignity was provoked and angry, so at this moment, Lightning Bird feels that his dignity has been trampled under the feet of this yellow-skinned mouse. Trampling cackling desperately and furious. This bird is a beast. You, a yellow-skinned mouse that can be seen everywhere, dare to take the initiative to charge this bird. Who gave you the courage? Without any nonsense, Lightning Bird, who was in a rage, shot. I saw that he raised his neck high and let out a roar like the sky. Immediately, the sky above his head suddenly changed. The original clear sky disappeared for thousands of miles, and a huge dark cloud shrouded the top of Lightning Bird's head in an instant. Crackling tilde. Under the cover of dark cloud, countless electric currents and lights shuttled and jumped among the cloud. Pick up tilde. I Nima. What the situation? Mew Chen, who was running with his head down, was stunned. Nima, how is it that the sky has changed? Couldn't it be made by this Lightning Bird? Lying on the grass. Too exaggerated. Right, buddy, it's not for you here. What are you doing here in an unmanned power plant after these 2 times? Go to Hollywood. The special effect blockbuster there is the stage for your performance. However, Lightning Bird would not pay attention to what the yellow-skinned mouse was thinking. At this moment, Lightning Bird, who feels that his dignity has been trampled on, just wants to use his strongest shot to solve this pesky yellow-skinned mouse. It wants to tell everyone that the dignity of divine beasts is not so casually trampled on. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the thunder and lightning brewing in the clouds began to fall. A huge roar came. After countless lightning and firelight fell, the entire unmanned power plant seemed to be illuminated. Seeing the scene in front of him that was like a punishment from heaven, Mew Chen had given up dodging. Nima. Hundreds of lightning bolts came down. Where did I run to? At this moment, Mew Chen was ready for a glorious sacrifice. Hi, I'm so kind to you, old man. Xiaosha. You wait, I must be reincarnated into a human body in my next life. I'm going to push you down. When the lightning fell, this was the only thought left in Mew Chen's mind. Pikachu. At this time, Xiaoji and Xiaosha, who were watching the battle, were already in tears. Is this the power of the divine beast? For the first time, Ash regrets his ignorance. Chapter 142 features Lightning Rod. Chapter 142 features Lightning Rod. Woohoo tilde. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning chirp, and the divine bird roared. Under the dark cloud summoned by the Lightning Bird, a golden yellow figure was like a dexterous elf, constantly shuttled in the thunder and lightning rain. Therefore, it is our protagonist, Mew Chen. At this moment, Mew Chen no longer had the slightest fear in his heart. Pick up. Come, bring it on. Anti-cat despicable. Let the storm come harder. Previously, when Lightning Bird directly shot this big move, Mew Chen was really scared to pee his pants. But just after the thundering skill fell, Mew Chen suddenly discovered something different. What the hell? What going on? This Nima. The lighting effect is full, and the actual damage is 0. Although Mew Chen is an electricity-type Pokémon, he has great resistance to electricity-type skills. However, this is also an absolute value. When it exceeds the value he can bear, Mew Chen can't resist the attack of electricity skills. But now, with the big move of Lightning Bird, just by looking at it, Mew Chen knew that he couldn't handle it. He never thought that when the lightning struck Mew Chen, he realized that he was unscathed. Characteristic is a feature. After a brief period of astonishment, Mew Chen suddenly recalled, it seems that I have drawn a feature from an unknown reward before. Right, that lightning rod. At first, Mew Chen just thought it was a completely useless characteristic, but he never thought about it. This is a bug. The existence of such a powerful lightning bird even used a big move to strike thunder. As a result, the old man was unscathed. Ha ha ha. What is there to be afraid of? After discovering that the thundering skill was ineffective for him, Mew Chen immediately regained his senses. Uncle, I'm not afraid of your lightning, so what else is there to say? What can you do even if you are a beast? Fuck you. Pick up. After constantly dodging and dodging, Mew Chen finally caught a lightning bird's attack neutrality. Charge the booster. Let go. As for why dodge the lightning that won't hurt him? No way. The passive skill of charging cannot be disturbed in any way. Against a divine beast at the level of the lightning bird, even if he could be immune to attack from electrical skills, Mew Chen would not dare to be careless. Zila tilde. Finally, when the charging was finished, sparks of electricity began to jump over Mew Chen's cheek. Lightning bird. Try Lao Su's 100,000 volt. Go you. Being able to fight against divine beast, and even to counterattack under the attack of divine beast, Mew Chen had already entered a state of excitement. Mew Chen was excited, but Xiaoji and Xiaosha were stunned by what was happening in front of them. When they saw Lightning Bird's terrifying attack that was like heaven's punishment, the two of them had long been frightened, and they had already cried bitterly for Pikachu. I never thought that after a round of lightning with a full score of lightning and thunder lighting effect fell, Pikachu was unscathed. Even this little guy has launched a counterattack against the Lightning Bird at the moment. This completely subverted Xiaosha's knowledge of Pokémon. OMG. How is this possible? Ha ha ha. Pikachu, good job. I knew you could do it. Charge. Use 100,000 volt to power down this Lightning Bird. Pikachu, work hard. We must beat it. Then conquer it. Different from Xiaosha's shock. After a brief period of astonishment, Xiaoji suddenly got rid of the previous state of crying and annoyed. At this moment, his eyes were filled with the raging fire of war. In Ash's opinion, since his Pikachu can fight back against Lightning Bird, it is possible to defeat it. If you can really subdue this Lightning Bird, I am afraid that Dr. Omu will be shocked by that time, right? Xiaoji, standing beside Xiaoji, when she heard the unreliable instructions from this guy, Xiao almost made him pissed off. Here, can you have a snack? It's a miracle that Pikachu can fight back. What are you talking about? Conquering the Lightning Bird. Pika tilde chew. Fortunately, because of the roar of thunder and lightning, Mu Chen, who was focused on fighting, did not hear Xiaoji's idiotic order. Otherwise, Mu Chen could never guarantee whether he would change the target of the attack if he fired 100,000 volt. Ooh tilde. A painful cry came from the mouth of the Lightning Bird in the air. Originally, Lightning Bird was still wondering why his big move was taken, and this yellow-skinned mouse would be unscathed. But before it could figure out what was going on, an electric current as thick as a fist shot towards it. In this roaring field of thunder and lightning, Lightning Bird didn't even have time to react, and completely accepted Mu Chen's affectionate 100,000 volt physical damage to the Lightning Bird. But the damage to the soul is immeasurable. The previous boss of the unmanned power plant, Stinky Mud, was powerless in the hands of this Lightning Bird. Now this intruder, a yellow-skinned mouse that can be seen everywhere, even after ignoring its own attack, it even launched a counterattack. This really surprised Lightning Bird. What the hell is this? Is it really the yellow-skinned mouse Pikachu? Isn't this pretending to be something on the same level as it? At this moment, Lightning Bird's heart was full of uncertain hesitation. In its hundreds of years of bird life, the Lightning Bird swears that it has never encountered such a situation. Pick up. Mu Chen was naturally unaware of Lightning Bird's inner activity. After seeing that the 100,000 volts after charging him only made the Lightning Bird make a sound, neither light nor heavy, Mu Chen's previous fighting spirit disappeared again. Nima, this is really not a level of existence. I am 100,000 volts after charging. Even the Stinky Mud was electrocuted, and it screamed. You don't hurt or itchy. How can I feel sorry for me? Obviously, Mu Chen had forgotten that even though the Lightning Bird's attributes included the fear of electrical flight, but another attribute of Lightning Bird, it is also an electric attribute that is extremely resistant to electric ills. Ooh tilde. After a brief period of astonishment, the Lightning Bird roared again. His dignity was repeatedly provoked and trampled on by this yellow-skinned mouse, and Lightning Bird expressed that he was very angry. A thunderbolt can't knock you down, can you? I'll make another round of that bird. Because of his experience, because he has never encountered such a situation where he is not a ground system and can be immune to his own thunder attack, the angry Lightning Bird also walked into a dead end. Chapter 143 Grieving Lightning Bird. Chapter 143 The Angry Lightning Bird. If a thunderstorm doesn't turn you over, it must be not powerful enough. If 1 round is not enough, then 2 rounds. If 2 rounds are not enough, then 3 rounds. Lightning Bird is confident that under the bombardment of his own thunder and lightning, no enemy can withstand this kind of attack like a punishment. With such an incomparably hard-headed spirit, the Lightning Bird in midair vibrated its wings continuously. Bursts of thunder rang out, and layers of dark clouds were densely covered above its head. Xiaoji, Pikachu can't hold on for long. Let's take advantage of Pikachu's delay and contact Miss Junsha. After seeing the Lightning Bird burst out with such amazing power, Xiaosha became worried again. Even if Pikachu can hold on for a while, under the strong attack of this Lightning Bird, can it hold on forever? In this regard, Xiaosha is deeply suspicious. Therefore, after seeing that Pikachu could temporarily hold the Lightning Bird, Xiaosha's first thought was to ask Miss Junsha for help. The reason why the unmanned power plant could not send electricity to Haiyan City has been found out. This Lightning Bird is simply not something they can handle. It's alright. I believe in Pikachu. It can definitely win. Xiaoji's attention has been fully focused on the battle between Pikachu and Lightning Bird in front of him. Regarding Xiaosha's suggestion, Xiaoji simply put his left ear in and the right ear out. Ask for help. What help? My Pikachu will definitely be able to defeat the Lightning Bird. Xiaoji, I'm so pissed off. Give me the communicator, and I'll go ask Miss Junsha for help. Seeing Xiaoji entering a state of honeyed confidence again, Xiaosha felt that if she continued to talk to him, she would definitely lose 10 years of life. Ignoring Xiaoji's reaction, Xiaosha, who was in a hurry, snatched the communicator from Xiaoji's hand, turned around and ran away. No way! At this moment, under the interference of Lightning Bird thundering skills, the communicator that relies on electromagnetic contact cannot be used at all. Therefore, Xiaosha can only choose to take the communicator far away from the battle site so as to have the opportunity to ask Miss Junsha for help. Boom, boom, boom. Of course, Mu Chen didn't know what was going on between Xiaoji and Xiaosha. After the Lightning Bird broke out, the degree of bombardment of thunder and lightning was far greater than before. However, Mu Chen said that he was not panic at all. Pick up. Bring it on. Bring it on. Why don't you power up your electricity. I can't power you. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. Power it up. I can't kill you. I'm so tired of you. After discovering that his offense was basically ineffective, Mu Chen could be considered to have abandoned the idea of a defensive counterattack. Love it. I'm not afraid of it anyway. If you use this big move continuously, what if you are a beast? Physical strength is not to continue to consume. Isn't the energy in the body to be continuously stimulated? I don't believe it. The energy in your body can be endless. It was with this mentality that Mu Chen was bathing in the thunderstorm with unusual calmness at the moment. Come to think of it, those so-called unknown tribulations are nothing more than that. Woohoo tilde tilde. Standing above the thundercloud, Lightning Bird naturally couldn't find Pikachu's condition at this time. Covered by dense thundercloud, the field where Pikachu was standing at this moment was already filled with thunderstorm. The thunder and lightning in the sky and countless firelight converged into a beautiful picture. Finally, the roar gradually dissipated, and the thundering skills inspired by the Lightning Bird's rage began to dissipate. Nima. But the bird is exhausted. Yellow-skinned mouse. This time I think you're not dead yet. In the cognition of Lightning Bird, there is absolutely no Pokémon in this world except for the existence of the same level as it, which can last so long under a furious thunder attack. At first, the electricity did not turn over this Pikachu. It can only be said that this guy is too flexible and his lightning density is not enough. Now that the entire field is covered with lightning, where else can Pikachu hide? Where lightning strike, the Lightning Bird can't see clearly, but it can see clearly on the outside. I have been paying attention to the Lightning Bird on the edge of the lightning bombardment, but I have never seen the figure of the yellow-skinned mouse running away from the lightning. It is precisely because of this that the Lightning Bird at this moment is extremely certain in his heart that the yellow-skinned mouse who dared to challenge his own dignity must have turned into pick up tilde pick up, not to foresaw. I haven't successfully ascended yet. Why did you stop? The roar of thunder and lightning gradually ceased, and Mu Chen's frantic chirping could naturally be heard again from this place baptized by thunder and lightning. Ooh tilde tilde. How is this possible? The Lightning Bird, who was originally so complacent that he didn't even bother to watch it, almost forgot to keep flapping its wings after hearing this harsh chirping, and almost fell directly from the sky. Nima, are you really a yellow-skinned mouse Pikachu? This bird is bombarded with thunder this round. I am so afraid of myself. As a result, you are like a normal person, still concave under the shade. After watching the thunder and lightning dissipate below, Pikachu, who was constantly waving small fists and demonstrating to himself, felt that his heart was broken. This has completely subverted its worldview. Pikachu, Lightning Bird is dead. It's time for us to fight back. Xiaoji, who has been paying attention to the battle, is the most excited at this time. After he saw that Lightning Bird's attack had stopped, but Pikachu did not receive the slightest damage, Ash immediately ordered a counterattack. Now, the attack of the Lightning Bird is over, and it is our turn to launch a counterattack. Pick up tilde tilde. The thunder dissipated, and Mu Chen could naturally hear Xiaoji's idiot cry. When he heard the battle command from Xiaoji, he suddenly looked over with a speechless expression. What do you look like? Don't you look at the strength of the enemy and us? After charging 100,000 volts with the previous shot, Mu Chen had long since lost his desire to continue attacking the Lightning Bird. Nima, I am afraid that even if Lao Su is directly exhausted, this game should only lose a piece or two of bird feathers at most. Ooh tilde tilde. However, something that shocked Mu Chen happened. He ignored Xiaoji's idiot command. Lightning Bird can. After a big move, this Pikachu didn't lose a single hair. Before Pikachu counterattacked himself, Lightning Bird really felt the pain. Although the pain wasn't severe, Lightning Bird wasn't sure if it was Pikachu's limit. This game should be able to ignore his ultimate move. Who knows if he has any earth-shattering skills. Therefore, after hearing Ash's order to let Pikachu launch a counterattack, Lightning Bird fluttered its wings with grief and anger, and left this sad place far away. This bird just wants to absorb some electricity. Am I easy? Chapter 144 new reward. Chapter 144 new reward. Pikachu, quick, use 100,000 volt. Can't let it run. Seeing that the Lightning Bird was about to fly high, Xiaoji panicked. This is the legendary Pokémon. How many people have spent their entire life and have never been able to see such a legendary existence? If he misses this opportunity, Xiaoji has no idea whether he will have such an opportunity in his life. Therefore, after he saw that Lightning Bird was frightened by Pikachu, he quickly made an order to let Pikachu attack. Pick up tilde tilde. What to play? Human word. If you want volt, go and volt yourself. I'm not going to serve you. Just kidding. It was Mu Chen's limit to be able to push back this Lightning Bird. That idiot Xiaoji couldn't see it, and Mu Chen, who was the client, didn't know it himself. Charging skill CD. If it dares to fight back now, then this Lightning Bird will definitely find that it is a weak chicken who is strong and dry. You know, this Lightning Bird is a legendary Pokémon of the flight type plus electricity type. Who knows if this game should only be electrical skill. I am especially immune to electrical attack but not to flight flight attack. Look at their sharp wings, and look at their sharp beak. You don't need any great skill, and you can use any flying skill. I am afraid that I will be heroic here. Precisely because of this, the only thing Mu Chen could do at the moment was to put on a cold attitude of Dugu begging for defeat and watch the lightning bird lead. Let go quickly. Don't react too much. Let's say goodbye. Never see each other again. Finally, under Mu Chen's affectionate gaze, the grief-stricken lightning bird gradually disappeared from the sky. Xiaoji, Miss Junsha and the others will be here soon. Pikachu is alright. Where's the lightning bird? At this moment, Xiaosha, who had left to contact Miss Junsha before, ran back. Originally, she planned to tell Miss Xiaoji Junsha that they were coming. Originally, because she was uneasy about Pikachu, she had the courage to come back and fight with this little guy. But, when Xiaosha came back and saw the scene in front of her, she fell into a state of sluggishness. What's the situation? Why did the little guy Pikachu stand alone in the distance, with a concave shape to look into the distance? Why is this guy so helpless and annoyed? Why? The lightning bird is gone. At this moment, Xiaosha's pretty face, which was red due to her violent running, was already full of question marks. Ooh, what a pity. The lightning bird has escaped. Asked by Xiaosha, Xiaoji realized that there was someone else beside her. Run away. How is this possible? Is there any powerful existence in this unmanned power plant? Hearing Xiaoji say this, Xiaosha suddenly became nervous. OMG, what kind of feng shui treasure is this unmanned power plant? First the giant stinky mud, then the legendary Pokémon lightning bird. Now, is there still someone who can defeat all the lightning bird? What kind of powerful existence? Xiaosha, why did you run a circle and ruin your brain? Lightning bird escaped because it couldn't beat Pikachu. Hearing Xiaosha's question, Xiaoji was also stunned. What are you talking about? Didn't you see that lightning bird was scared away by Pikachu? It is rare to encounter such a legendary Pokémon, but there is no chance to capture it. Xiaoji is full of annoyance at this moment. Why didn't Pikachu attack when lightning bird escaped? Yes, it must be because it used up too much stamina before. Previously, under the thunder and lightning bombardment of the lightning bird, Ash, who was watching the battle, could not find out the exact situation of the battle between the two. It is precisely because of this that in Ash's impression, Pikachu and lightning bird must have been constantly fighting in the thunder and lightning bombardment. Finally, relying on Pikachu's powerful strength, they successfully deterred this legendary Pokémon. However, Pikachu's strength is still slightly insufficient. If you can be stronger, maybe you really have a chance to conquer the lightning bird. Of course, Xiaosha doesn't know what Xiaoji is doing at the moment. What did you say? Lightning bird was beaten by Pikachu. Hearing Xiaoji say this, Xiaosha was taken aback. What nonsense is this kid talking about? Can Pikachu fight off the lightning bird? Is it possible? But here comes the problem. If that's not the case, where did the lightning bird go? At this moment, Xiaosha was in a mess. Could it be that, as the fool said, lightning bird was repelled by Pikachu? Hiccup tilde tilde. Naturally, Mu Chen didn't hear the conversation between Xiaoji and Xiaosha. After looking down for a long time, seeing that the lightning bird had completely disappeared from the sky, Mu Chen's heart was relieved. System, what a daddy. Is this a task completed? If the existence of lightning bird is not the unknown Pokémon, then Mu Chen is really going to collapse. Fortunately, this time the system did not continue to tease him. Didi, the task is completed. The reward is issued. Oh yeah. Hearing the cold electronic sound of the system in his mind, Mu Chen was so excited that he almost did a front flip. Finally completed this unfortunate task. Is it easy for me? The family knows their own affairs. Without the characteristic of lightning rod, Mu Chen would not be able to scare away the lightning bird. Even in the first round of thundering attack, I am afraid that Mu Chen will be directly electrocuted into a dead mouse. It is precisely because of this that Mu Chen was so excited after confirming the departure of the lightning bird and the completion of the system task. Bring it on. Cannabis mall turntable. Turn it up. What gigantic. What kind of B-play is this? Looking at the big turntable in his mind, Mu Chen said that he was a little confused. The giant transformation is still there. There is nothing wrong with that. Random skills and racial values are the same, and there is nothing wrong with this. But in the end, what the deal? The feature is gone. Why is this new thing a special? What the hell? A question mark. Are you letting me guess by myself? Mu Chen expressed strong indignation at the system's evil behavior. However, the system B suddenly became cold. No matter how much Mu Chen protested, there was no reply at all. In the end, in desperation, Mu Chen could only turn the dial in his mind under the prompt of the system. Fuck, bring it on. If you have it, just give Lao Su a question mark. I don't want such a gigantic transformation. I just want to see, what is your question mark? At this moment, Mu Chen's stubborn temper came up. Suddenly a question mark appeared, saying that it was fake if you weren't curious. Finally, as the rotation of the dial pointer gradually stopped, Mu Chen's eyes opened wider and wider. Chapter 145_Gopher. Chapter 145 Gopher. Haiyan City can get power supply again. Thank you very much. With the warm farewell from Miss Jun Junxia and the electricians in Haiyan City. Xiaoji and Xiaoxia left Haiyan City and continued their journey to challenge the gym. As for the problem that Miss Junxia did not see the so-called lightning bird after she arrived at the unmanned power plant before. This, in the eyes of Miss Junxia, is not a problem at all. The legendary Pokémon, how can it be so easy to see? When she thought about it, it must be these two young trainers who were so rare and misunderstood that other Pokémon were lightning bird. Now, through the exploration of Xiaoji and Xiaoxia, Haiyan City has figured out the reason for the inability to supply electricity. That huge stinky mud was naturally handled by professionals dispatched by the Alliance. These, you don't need Xiaoji and the others to worry about. Therefore, after successfully completing the task, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia left the place that impressed them deeply with the gratitude of Haiyan City. Xiaoxia, according to Miss Junxia's guidance, let go through this canyon, and then take the underground passage to reach the light red city. Looking at the map in his hand, Xiaoji was excited. Light red city, but there are gymnasium. As long as you get there, you can have a badge again. Xiaoji, go slowly. Xiaoxia's excitement is completely understandable, but is it necessary to be so anxious? Even if you take a day off in Haiyan City. For Xiaoji's terrifying physical strength like a perpetual motion machine, Xiaoxia can only express her obeisance. Pick up ... For the conversation between Xiaoji and the two at the moment, Mu Chen has no interest at all. At this time, this guy was lying in Xiaoxia's arms, studying the prize given by this big turntable. This time, the big turntable was quite powerful, and under Mu Chen's deep expectation, he really gave him the question mark reward he wanted. But, when the rewarded item was placed in front of Mu Chen's eyes, the question mark shifted to this guy's face. This Nima, what kind of play is this? Looking at the golden ball in front of him, Mu Chen said that he was dumbfounded. Electric ball. This Nima, how am I going to use this ball? Could it be eaten alive? Moreover, you electric ball is electric ball. Why do you add the word pseudo? Are you mocking me? Regarding the thing in front of him, Mu Chen said that there are 10,000 grass and mud horses rushing past in his heart. Special. Looking at the introduction, it is indeed a good thing. After carrying it, it can enhance special attack, and it is also the exclusive carry item of lousy Pikachu. But, with this pseudo word, it is not fragrant. What's so special? What kind of genuine electric ball Mu Chen has never seen before, and he doesn't know either. However, this pseudo can only use one battle. This made Mu Chen unacceptable. What's so special? This is a very difficult lightning bird mission. Will you bring me a disposable item? However, the arm could not twist the thigh. The reward had already been distributed, and Mu Chen could only be silent at the ball in his mind. Forget it. It is also something that greatly enhances one's own strength, so I keep it as a trump card. In desperation, Mu Chen could only comfort himself like this. Trainer, young trainer, please stop. Turning around a mountain call. Just as Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were about to continue to run down the tunnel, a middle-aged uncle wearing a helmet suddenly rushed over. Uncle, have you encountered any difficulty with Xiaoji's character? When encountering such a thing, he must rush up to find out. Trainer, that's it. I'm building a hot spring resort near here, but because of the large number of gophers around here, my resort has been delayed. If you, trainer, can help me get rid of these troublesome gophers, then I can give you a free trial voucher from my resort as a thank you. The reason why Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were stopped was because they saw Pikachu in Xiaoxia's arm. No matter how powerful this game is, it at least proves that these two teenagers are Pokemon trainers. Anyway, the middle-aged uncle's promise to them was only thanked after driving away the gopher. This is simply a no-brainer deal. Therefore, this middle-aged uncle doesn't care whether Xiaoji and Xiaoxia's strength can defeat those gophers at all. Ha ha ha. Okay, there is no problem. Uncle, you are too polite. Just, uncle, where are those gophers you mentioned? I didn't see it. Being called a trainer, and even being asked for help, this is one thing that can make Xiaoji very happy. As for the free experience coupon of the hot spring resort, Xiaoji said that he didn't care at all. Pick up. Xiaoji didn't care, but Mu Chen immediately pricked up his pair of pointed ears after hearing it. What to play? Bah, lying on the grass. I like this ... When he thought of the hot spring, Mu Chen naturally recalled the previous trip to the temple fair. Last time I had a bad nose, this time I can't say anything to miss this rare opportunity. That great. Trainer, please come with me. Those pesky gophers are running near my resort. It is because they are constantly drilling holes that the foundation of my resort has never been able to be reinforced. The middle-aged uncle was naturally excited when he turned to two trainers who were willing to work hard. As for why you say, again, Xiao Mao, Xiaoji. When Xiaoji and Xiaoxia walked up the mountain road with the middle-aged uncle, a person who surprised Xiaoji appeared in front of him. This person is Xiaoji's opponent, the grandson of Dr. Damu, Xiao Mao. Haha, Xiaoji, why are you here to clear the gophers too? I advise you to go back. This kind of difficult technical work is not suitable for a stunned young man like you. Seeing Xiaoji and the middle-aged uncle coming together, Xiao Mao naturally guessed the reason. What a joke. Gophers are ground-based Pokemon. Even if this Xiaoji's Pikachu has super strong combat power, and the electric-type Pokémon rivals the ground-type Gopher, it will be given for nothing. Because of the continuous losses in the hands of Pikachu, Xiaomao has changed his strategy at this moment. Young master, I don't take the initiative to propose a fight with you. If we crush this Xiaoji from other places, wouldn't the effect be the same? Xiaomao, what are you kidding? Just a mere Gopher. Will it stump me? Facing Xiaomao, Xiaoji will never admit defeat. Pickup. Mu Chen had absolutely no interest in the quarrel between these two idiots. At this moment, his eyes had already fallen on the young lady sitting in the row on the edge of the Xiaomao rotor. Chapter 146 _ The battle with Xiaomao. 6 more. Chapter 146 The battle with Xiaomao. Trainers, once again, I would like to thank you all for choosing among your busy schedules to help me clear the Gopher. Those one. That's what you want to pay off. As long as you can help me drive away or kill all those nasty Gophers, I'll give you a free day at my hot spring resort. Although my hot spring resort has not officially opened for business at the moment, but all the facilities have been perfected, which will definitely satisfy everyone. The middle-aged uncle will ignore the grievances between Xiaoji and Xiaomao. When he determined that the number of trainers he had summoned was sufficient, he immediately led Ash and his party to the vicinity of the Gopher-infested resort, in order to successfully collect these Gophers. Of course, this middle-aged uncle will not only rely on Xiaoji and Xiaosha. At this moment, there are more than a dozen trainers behind him. Of course, the vast majority of them are rookie trainers like Ash who have just embarked on a journey. It's just Gophers. My frog grass will take care of them. Is frog grass very powerful? Whack the Gophers. We still need to see our little master's Kamui turtle. This is a dispute between a trainer who owns the frog grass and the cheerleading team behind Xiaomao. Just when their dispute was about to get serious, Ash decisively attracted the firepower. Uncle, don't worry. With my Pikachu, even a legendary Pokémon can be chased away, let alone Gophers. Originally, this sentence is nothing. What Xiaoji said is indeed the truth, but it would be extremely arrogant to hear this to others. Pikachu, yellow-skinned mice everywhere. Can you drive away the legendary Pokémon? I'm afraid this kid didn't wake up right. If everyone can have this confidence, then I'm really relieved. Here, I leave it to you. The middle-aged uncle just ignored the arguments between these hairy boys. No matter who you are, driving away the Gophers is the real thing. With a simple perfunctory sentence, the middle-aged uncle turned around and left the place. Just kidding. Hundreds or even thousands of Gophers. Who knows if these dozen trainers can solve it? It's fine if it's resolved, but what if Yi didn't resolve it and angered the army of Gophers instead? The middle-aged uncle said that he would never be in trouble with these hairy boys. Xiaoji, you are so arrogant. I admit, your Pikachu is really good, but that's about it. Drive away the legendary Pokémon. Thank you for being able to say it. Young master, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Do you dare to call do? After the middle-aged uncle left, Xiaomao immediately shot at Xiaoji. This kid, he just won 2 games against this young master, and he has become so ignorant. Other Xiaomao didn't dare to say it, but for things like Whack-A-Mole, Xiaomao believes that Kamui is definitely the most competent. The attributes of a Pokémon like Gopher are only a single ground type. In the face of the water-based Kamui turtle, it is powerless to fight back. As for Ash's Pikachu, the electrical system meets the ground system. Who is arrogant? I'm telling the truth. Compare, say, do what? What he said was the truth, but instead, he received the contemptuous eyes of everyone. Xiaoji said that he could not accept it at all. Good. Then let's compete today. Who can defeat more Gophers? And each person will play 2 or 3 Pokémon. How dare you? If anyone loses, then regardless of whether these Gophers are cleared up in the end, they must leave this place directly and cannot enjoy the free hospitality of the Hot Spring Resort. The boys' direct bout will naturally not have anything too serious. In Xiaomao's opinion, being able to defeat Xiaoji and humiliating him is enough. But pickup. Nima, what going on? Why am I getting shot while lying down? This kind of dummy doesn't matter to other people, but to Mu Chen, it's a fatal crit. You must know that when Mu Chen saw the little sister in the row of Xiaomao's convertible sport car before, she had already entered the illusion. Think about it, being able to swim with so many beautiful young ladies and sisters in the warm hot spring. What a beautiful picture this is. However, Xiaomao, an idiot, would actually make such a dummy note. This Nima, I can't accept whoever wins and who wins. Okay, that's it. Naturally, Mu Chen's objection to Xiaoji was unknown. Hearing that Xiaomao's request was reasonable, Mu Chen took him directly without any hesitation. PFF, like a sharp arrow. To contract proposed by Xiaomao without the slightest hesitation. This guy felt a sharp pain in his heart. Hi, also my sister. Come out. Kamui, Eevee, and you, King Nito. Seeing Xiaoji, an idiot, take over his dude you. Xiaomao's mouth had a hint of a conspiracy successful smile. This idiot. Sir, am I not ready? This King Nito is a powerful Pokémon that Xiaomao just got. It has earthquake skills, and with Ibrahim Ibrahimovich's drilling, the lethality to these gophers is very huge. Coupled with Kamui's natural restraint attribute, Xiaomao couldn't find a reason for his failure at all. My god. King Nito. Kamui. This trainer is so powerful. Come on, Xiaomao. Come on, Xiaomao. In the shocked eyes of other trainers, and in the cheers of his own cheerleading team, Xiaomao was like a victorious general. What? I thought you were so powerful. Cerulean, come out. Minos, it's up to you. Finally, Pikachu, charge. The deep-rooted Ash still doesn't feel good after seeing Xiaomao's King Nito. Are you the only one with powerful Pokemon? My Xiaoji is not weak at all. This trainer is amazing too. Unexpected, really unimaginable. There are cherished Cerulean and Minos. That's right, I saw that he was only a Pikachu before, and I thought this guy was here to make up the number. The appearance of Minos and Cerulean instantly boosted everyone's impression of him for Ash. Ash, you really are. At this moment, Xiaoxia was the only one who could stand on the same line as Mu Chen. Dude, without even asking her own opinion, Xiaoxia was also deeply speechless. Miss Ben, you also really want to take a bath in the hot spring? Okay, let's go to battle. Starfish, Jules Starfish, and ... For the sake of the warm hot spring, Xiaoxia naturally will not stand by. However, the horned goldfish that Xiaoxia finally wanted to summon became this duck who took the initiative to fight. Chapter 147 _ Whack the Gopher. 7 more. Chapter 147 Whack the Gopher. Whisper _ mutter _. A battle between teenagers is meaningless to the army of gophers. At this moment, the army of gophers has already formed a formation, ready to meet the imminent attack of these trainers on them. Fight and drive these gophers away. Come on, my mate. Frogweed, use the vine whip. Ibrahimovich, use dig. Kamui, use the water gun on the cave dug by Ibrahimovich. Finally, King Nito, my mighty comrade, charge. Go to the most dense area of gophers, and use earthquake. Having arrived in front of the army of gophers, these trainers who aim to drive the gophers away will naturally not show any mercy. To swim for a day in the hot spring resort for free is still very impressive. We can't be left behind either. Minos, use water fluctuation. Cerulean, using his psychic power, drove the gophers out of the burrow. Pikachu, use charging, and then use 100,000 volts with the water fluctuations of Minos. Seeing that Xiaomao had already made his move, Xiaoji naturally would not hesitate. Yeah __. Lilu __. Regarding Ash's order, Minos and Cerulean didn't hesitate at all. However, pick up __. What to play? Whack the mole. Why did you let me put 100,000 volts on me? Although it is said that using electric ills within the range of water fluctuations will indeed cause certain damage to these gophers. However, under the absolute restraint of the attribute, its damage effect is just This idiot Xiaoji is superstitious about Pikachu's powerful 100,000 volt, but Mu Chen is not so idiot. This kind of thankless thing, you like to do it, I don't serve you. Ignoring Xiaoji's order, Mu Chen charged towards the gophers on the edge with a flash of lightning. Just kidding, it's natural to use Iron Tails for activities like whack a mole. Pokemon like gophers are usually nothing more than constant probes in the burrows, and their attacks rely on sudden bursts from the burrows under the opponent's feet, using the burrowing skill to attack an attack. Mu Chen's plan was to use the Iron Tail skill to shoot one at a time. How safe and comfortable is this? 100,000 volt. Ha ha. Everyone has acted. Let's not fall behind. Fight. Jules Starfish. Use the water gun to attack. Duck, can you use a water gun? Well, you're free to play. The trainers have already taken action, so Xiaoxia naturally won't stand by and stare. This duck made Xiaoxia speechless once again. This girl hasn't given you an offensive order yet. Why is your head hurting again? It hurts if it hurts, so why use the skill of mind power? The attribute of the duck is also a water-type Pokemon. Originally, Xiaoxia wanted it to use the water gun as well. However, this product really does not cooperate. For duck, Xiaoxia completely gave up treatment. Whisper __, mutter __. Gopher is a Pokemon, although its single combat power is relatively sorry, but after the number of them converges to a certain point, it can still cause very powerful destructive power. Now facing the attack of the trainers, the army of gophers has launched a counterattack without showing weakness. Here is their homeland. It is not so easy to drive them away. Pick up __. There were more than 10 trainers participating in the battle, and there were dozens of Pokemon combined. With so many helpers, Mu Chen naturally didn't have much pressure, because there is no system task. At this moment, this cargo is paddling very comfortably. Clap, clap, clap. With the Iron Tail constantly being activated, Mu Chen started to play on his own. I let you take the lead. Look at Lao Su's Iron Tail. Again, I smoke. Relying on his flexible movement, Mu Chen constantly wandered around the edge of the gopher army. With Tai Tai's constant use, it was like a small game, Whack the Gopher, that he played in his previous life. Among Didi, random missions are on. Rockets attack. Mission requirements. Yen. It was fun to shoot the gophers, right? However, this is just an appetizer. A new round of attack by the rockets is coming. coming, so be prepared. Quest reward, randomly increase the racial value by 5 to 10. Failure penalty, lose Minas, Cerulean, Xiaoxia randomly. Walter. Just when Mu Chen was entertaining himself, the electronic sound of the system came from his mind again. Hearing the electronic sound of the system, Mu Chen was immediately stunned. What going on? He is not surprised by the random mission, but this random mission has nothing to do with the gophers in front of him, but to guard against the rocket's attack. Didn't the trio have a long memory? Moreover, this failure penalty is so serious. When Mu Chen heard about the failure penalty in the last item of the system task, it was clear. It seemed that the matter was serious. Lost Minas, Cerulean and even Xiaoxia. The three wastes of the trio, are they so strong? After going through constant battles, Mu Chen already had a sufficient understanding of the strength of the trio of Musashi. For the three of them, it's almost the same if they can discuss themselves, but it's impossible to take away Minas or Cerulean under their own eyes, isn't it? Even, there is Xiaoxia. What the hell is going on here? After receiving this system task, Mu Chen was no longer in the mood to whack the mole. However, what Mu Chen didn't know was that the opponent he faced this time was not the trio of Musashi. How about Armado? When shall we start? Little Saburo, what are you in a hurry? Wait, didn't you see so many trainers gathered together? Those gophers are not opponent. After the gophers are gone, those people will definitely play in that hot spring resort. That's when we have the best chance to do it. In a mountain pass, another combination of the Rocket, Armado and Kozaburo, are ambushing here. After receiving an order from Team Rocket's old Osaka Mew, the two returned from the Chengdu area to capture the Pikachu who was playing with the iron-tailed gopher. Although the two of Amado did not understand why a mere Pikachu would make Boss Sakagi so tempted, an order was an order. As the team with the highest mission success rate of Team Rocket, Armado and Kozaburo are not like Musashi and the other three idiots. At this time, Armado and Xiaosaburo were already ready to ambush, and they were waiting for a thunderous blow to Pikachu when he was the most careless. Of course, Armado and Kozaburo didn't know. With the help of the system, Mu Chen was already prepared at this moment. Rocket, if you dare to come, I will dare to launch a blast against you again. Chapter 148 Wingman of the Year, Ash. 8 more. Chapter 148 The Best Wingman of the Year, Ash. Whisper mutter tilde. Although the army of gophers is very large in number, its combat effectiveness is too sorry. With the concerted efforts of many trainers, the army of gophers gradually lost to the enemy and began to retreat towards the distance of the mountain. You bullock, are we moving head office? Ha ha ha. Victory. Great, the gophers are back. Win. Hooray, we finally won. Seeing the army of gophers retreat, the trainers immediately celebrated. The gophers have retreated, so they haven't been busy today. You can play a day at the hot spring resort for free, and this battle is definitely not a loss. Xiaoji, I won. I must have beaten more gophers than you. Do contract with Xiaoji. Who said I won? Didn't you see how many gophers Minas defeated? At this moment, the two discovered an embarrassing problem. There are so many gophers, and under the command of the battle, who can remember who defeated how many gophers? Damn it. Even if the fight is reconciled today, the argument was fruitless, and in the end, Xiaomao and Xiaoji could only choose this relatively peaceful way to solve the problem. To put it bluntly, these two are also childhood playmates. It's just that the family background gap between the two is too large, which will cause class conflict. Pika tilde chu. For this result, Mu Chen was naturally the happiest. After hearing the system task, Mu Chen completely entered the paddling mode. However, until the gopher army was defeated, he did not see a trace of Team Rocket. In the end, Mu Chen could only decide that the time for the rockets to launch a raid would definitely not be now. Anyway, I already know that these guys are coming, so be prepared. With confidence in his heart, Mu Chen didn't care about the rocket. No way, the sorry battle of the rocket trio really couldn't bring much threat to Mu Chen. Moreover, the system reward this time is only the lowest racial value, which makes Mu Chen despise it even more. It was because of this that he let go of his worries and let Mu Chen enter the state of a little fanboy once again. When he confirmed that Xiaomao would also stay and enjoy the hot spring trip, this guy got excited. Miss so many ladies. Ha ha ha. Trainers, thank you so much. Without your help, Uncle, I really don't know what to do. Now, please experience Uncle my hot spring resort. Of course, it wasn't just Mu Chen who was happy at the moment. The middle-aged uncle, who had been hiding in the distance, was naturally excited when he saw the gophers recede. When the gophers receded, his hot spring resort was officially open for business. What could be more important to a businessman? Ha ha ha. Uncle, I'm sorry. Seeing that the middle-aged uncle kept his promise, the last trace of worry in the hearts of the trainers present dissipated. Next, of course, is to enjoy the hot spring trip. Night. Under the expectations of Mu Chen, the night finally came. Pikachu, you want to go to the hot spring with me? No. Go and follow Ash. Mei reported for a meal, and when Xiaoxia put on a kimono and was about to go to the hot spring, she saw Pikachu appear in front of her. Looking at this little little bastard's expectant eyes, Xiaoxia suddenly felt a chill. This little guy, absolutely no good intention. Thinking of Pikachu's previous action, Xiaoxia instinctively rejected this guy's shameless request. Hot spring. I'm not going. I want to watch the Pokémon battle. I haven't watched TV for a long time, and today it happens that there is a rare exhibition match of Tianlongdu. Xiaoxia, take Pikachu with you. Seeing Xiaoxia's resolute expression, Mu Chen was anxious. I never thought that Xiaoji actually came with a divine assist. Ash. Ooh, alright, but I can warn you Pikachu, don't embarrass me. The history of Pikachu's bad deeds, Xiaoxia, is vivid in my eyes. She didn't want her pleasant hot spring trip to turn into a nosebleed bath again. Pick up ... Do not worry, I am ready this time. Hearing Xiaoxia say this, Mu Chen nodded repeatedly to assure her. Just kidding. In order to appreciate Miss Sister this time, I deliberately fiddled with 2 stuffy noses. If you have this game, you should plug your nose. What else can happen? Moreover, this time, I'm walking with you with a sacred purpose. Xiaoxia. Because of the system task, Mu Chen knew that this time, Xiaoxia might also be in danger. So no matter what, he will never be separated from Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia, remember to go to the kitchen to get me 2 boxes of sushi when you come back. Ignoring the little actions of Xiaoxia and Pikachu, Xiaoji's attention was all on the TV show. Okay, got it. For Xiaoji, Xiaoxia was completely speechless. Pick up ... Hi, you are the best wingman of the year. Different from Xiaoxia, Mu Chen fully affirmed Xiaoji's performance today. What's so special? You've finally done a great job. Thanks to how many times I have sacrificed my life to save me. Pikachu, I warn you, don't mess around. Don't embarrass me. Coming to the edge of the hot spring, Xiaoxia once again warned Pikachu, the little bastard. Pick up ... However, at this moment, Mu Chen had already ignored Xiaoxia. Miss so many lady. Before, Mu Chen was still worried in his heart, afraid that these young ladies brought by Xiaomao would not come to the hot spring. Now, after seeing these young ladies playing in the hot spring, Mu Chen's eyes suddenly turned blood red. These are all mature ladies. Does this lady look familiar? Correct. This is the pink lady from before. And this, white. No, I want to study and research. What is the black on top of the white at the beginning? Who said electric Pokemon couldn't dive? At this moment, Mu Chen turned into a swimming fish and shuttled continuously in the hot spring. Pikachu. Seeing Pikachu acting like this, Xiaoxia can only caress her forehead weakly. Others don't know what Pikachu is doing. How can Xiaoxia know? This little bastard. Relying on the fact that he is a Pokemon, he will not arouse suspicion. It is getting more and more excessive. You know, this is a hot spring, and those young ladies are in a vacuum. For this guy Pikachu, Xiaoxia found that she was also completely speechless. However, under the actions of this little bastard Pikachu, the trace of grief that floated in Xiaoxia's heart was not enough for outsiders. Chapter 149 Rocket Armado Participate 9 more. Chapter 149 Rocket Armado Participate. As the so-called pain and happiness, it is our protagonist Mu Chen. At this moment, this guy truly understood the true meaning of this sentence. Happiness. Naturally, you can enjoy the beauty in front of you without any scruples. Xiaomao's cheerleaders and sisters were all frolicking in the hot spring at the moment. When Mu Chen arrived, it really made him experience the so-called emperor-level visual feat. Although because of the existence of Xiaoxia, this guy didn't dare to jump straight up, but in the interval of swimming, the occasional inadvertent touch can't blame me on my head. Also, because of Mu Chen's cute appearance, none of the young ladies in the hot spring doubted it. Even when he found out that Pikachu was swimming towards him, he would take the initiative to hold him in his arms and play. How could this be unhappy for Mu Chen? As for pain, damn it, why am I not a water-type Pokemon? This is the biggest resentment in Mu Chen's heart at this moment. Because he was too focused and addicted, because the pair of nasal congestion in his nostrils made his breathing difficult, Mu Chen unfortunately drowned during an underwater adventure. Pikachu, you little bastard, you deserve it. Let you. Looking at Pikachu, who rolled her eyes and kept spraying water in front of her, Xiaoxia didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. This little bastard. Really, in the hot springs before, how could Pikachu's Yi Ying, as Xiaoxia, not find it? But because it's really hard to tell people about this kind of thing, Xiaoxia can only pretend to be innocent, completely ignoring Pikachu's behavior of taking advantage of this little bastard. It's just that I never thought that this product would be so humiliating. The last time was a nosebleed. This time I just performed a Pokemon drowning. Pick up ... cough ... skin ... I don't want to. Hearing Xiaoxia's reprimand, Mu Chen felt even more grief in his heart. This is so special. Who would have thought that after diving with a stuffy nose, you can actually choke on the water? If you want to go back in your current state, it's basically unrealistic. In desperation, Mu Chen could only tearfully say goodbye to those young ladies and sisters who were still frolicking with great regret. At this moment, what Mu Chen hated the most was Xiaomao, the idiot who violently dispatched heavenly creatures. Mada, every day pretending to be a noble boy and showing off his arrogance. I don't even know how to use such such a huge resource around me. I'm really mad at me. Boom, boom, boom. Help, my god, what happened? I'm not dressed yet. However, just when Xiaoxia, who had come to the shore and was about to leave, reprimanded Pikachu, and when Mu Chen was so annoyed by this, a violent explosion sounded behind him. The sudden explosion suddenly made the young ladies in the hot spring scream for help. Pika. What the hell? Coming. Hearing this explosion, how could Mu Chen still not know? This must be the previous system mission. The rockets are finally here. But at this moment, Mu Chen was not in the mood to pay attention to the rockets. Seeing these young ladies running away from the hot spring, Mu Chen, who had already removed his stuffy nose, was once again embarrassed. Pikachu, what are you looking at? The sudden sticky feeling on the arm naturally alarmed Xiaoxia. Originally, because of this sudden explosion, Xiaoxia was also very nervous. But who would have thought that Pikachu, this hateful little bastard, it turned out to be Pika. Okay, what are you screaming at? The sudden reprimand from Xiaoxia startled Mu Chen. Nima, what going on? Can't you see that I'm busy? Hey, wait a minute, why does Lao Su feel so wet? Suddenly, Mu Chen reacted. It seems that this special nose is sick again. What the hell? The calf was found again. After understanding it, Mu Chen finally understood why Xiaoxia was so angry. Accident. Totally a surprise. Our original intention was to observe the rockets in case they suddenly attack. That's right, that's it. In his heart, he found an excuse for his actions, and Mu Chen unswervingly confirmed the authenticity of this excuse. Ha ha ha. Little girl, hurry up and give me that Pikachu in your arms, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Just when Xiaoxia was about to continue to reprimand Pikachu's despicable behavior, a cold voice suddenly came from above her head. This is the woman in the rocket duo, Armado. Who are you? You caused the explosion. The sudden killing of Armado made Xiaoxia give up her reprimand against Pikachu. Obviously, this sudden appearance of the bewitching woman definitely has bad intentions. Hehe, who am I? You must be familiar with Musashi and Kojira's trash. Right, that's right. I, Armado, like them, are also Team Rocket. However, little girl, don't compare me, Armado, to those scumbags like Musashi. Hearing Xiaoxia's question, Amado showed a cold smile. Pick up Rocket, not Musashi and the others, replied. However, this blonde lady seems to be pretty good The sudden appearance of Amado not only surprised Xiaoxia, but Mu Chen, who was in her arms, was also full of astonishment. Why did it suddenly change? Could it be that Musashi's bitch gave me a hurricane-like attack and then gave up? Although he wondered why the replacement was made, Mu Chen still showed full interest when he saw this Armado appearing in front of him. Of Musashi, and she is also in a miniskirt, but the boots have turned white. Good, very good This is Mu Chen's evaluation of Armado. This new young lady and Musashi have two completely different styles, but the same beauty and graceful figure. This is enough Team Rocket. Damn it, it's you again. Jewel Starfish, come out. You, reachable duck. I didn't call you. Hearing Armado's self-registration report, Xiaoxia immediately made preparations for battle. This guy made it clear that he wanted to snatch Pikachu, but of course Xiaoxia wouldn't obey. At this moment, Pikachu was in poor condition due to drowning, and Xiaoxia's first reaction was naturally to send Jewel Starfish to fight. I never thought that the Pokemon ball of Jewel Starfish had just been lifted by Xiaoxia, and the idiot of Daduck will make its debut again. Cool Ha ha ha. Is this the Jewel Starfish? I've really learned a lot. It's the first time I heard that the Jewel Starfish looks like this. Come on, Rada, use the deadly front teeth. Seeing this cute duck, even the cold-faced Armado couldn't help laughing. Chapter 150 _ Strong Armado, 10 more. Chapter 150 The Strong Armado. Cool Facing the Lada summoned by Armado, Daduck showed full fighting intent. Of course, this guy is afraid that facing any opponent, he doesn't know how to write the word council. I saw that Daduck, after making a tweet, ignored Xiaoxia's command behind him, and sent a memory attack to Lada. There are mouse Pokemon like little Lada everywhere, but after its evolution, Lada's combat power is still very impressive. Now the Lada summoned by Armado is far larger than it appears, and it is obviously very healthy. In the face of the mind power attacked by the idiot, Lada directly ignored it. After resisting the mind power attack, Lada showed himself affectionately towards the big smooth head of the duck. A pair of die. Cool. At this moment, Daduck showed his cute nature. After being bitten to the forehead by Lada's deadly front teeth, Daduck's eyes widened, and he frantically turned on the head-turning mode. Obviously, this stuff is a pain in the ass. Ha ha ha. I laughed so hard. Little girl, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over Pikachu. With the battle between the two, Xiaomao's base cheerleaders had already taken the opportunity to evacuate. At this moment, next to the hot spring, only Xiaoxia was left. Facing Xiaoxia, Armado completely assumed the attitude of a winner, looking down at him from above. Damn it. Never try to take Pikachu. Fight. Gem Starfish. Use the water gun. The defeat of Daduck is nothing Xiaoxia expected. Her real main force is the Gem Starfish. This Armado made it clear that he wanted to snatch match Pikachu, and Xiaoxia would not admit defeat no matter what. Although Pikachu often makes Xiaoxia want to smoke it, but also, the proportion of Pikachu in Xiaoxia's heart is unparalleled. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually have a gem starfish. But what about this? Rada, use raid. For Amato, whether it is a duck or a starfish, she is not in her eyes at all. As the team with the highest success rate among the Rocket's Expatriate Action Team, Amato naturally has her own pride. Jewel Starfish's combat power is much higher than that of Duck, but its opponent is too strong. Under Amato's order, Rada suddenly turned into a streamer, and shot away at the Jewel Starfish that was about to spray the water gun. Therefore, it is the evil type skill used by Rada, Raid. The attributes of the gem starfish are super energy plus water type, and they have no resistance at all in the face of this evil type of surprise attack. As soon as Rada launched the raid, the Jewel Starfish let out a cry of pain. Gem Starfish, quote, seeing that her most powerful Pokemon was also destined to be killed in seconds, Xiaoxia panicked. This Rocket's Armado is so powerful. Ha ha ha. How do you still want to resist? Little girl, mother, I will warn you one last time. Hand over Pikachu, otherwise die. Armado's behavior is what the Rockets really look like. As for the Musashi trio, in Armado's view, their only role is to embarrass the Rocket. Damn it. Don't think about it. Even if I step over my body, I will not give Pikachu to you. In the face of this strong Armado, Xiaoxia hardly has any power to fight back. However, even so, she did not show the slightest hesitation. Although Pikachu is not Xiaoxia's Pokemon, this little bastard has long gone beyond the concept of so-called Pokemon to her. This Amato is obviously malicious, and Xiaoxia naturally will not give Pikachu to this hateful guy because of fear. If that's the case, then let me die. Rada, use the deadly front teeth to kill this little girl for me. As the Rocket's Expatriate Action Team with the highest success rate, killing people or something is not a big deal for Armado. Chew. Nima, I just choked on my saliva. Really, I don't exist anymore. In order to observe the strength of this Armado before, in order to appreciate this Armado's figure, Mu Chen could still maintain the state of paddling. But now, when he saw that this dead girl was going to kill Xiaoxia, Mu Chen immediately quit. Just kidding, dare to hurt Xiaoxia. I've asked my father if I haven't. Xiaoxia is Mu Chen's anti-scale. If anyone dares to hurt Xiaoxia, then this guy will definitely dare to go all out. Without the slightest hesitation. As soon as his legs exerted force, Mu Chen sprang out of Xiaoxia's embrace. In midair, 100,000 volts shot out from Mu Chen's cheek, and its target was the flying Rada. Although Mu Chen's 100,000 volts is not enhanced by charging, its power cannot be underestimated. The huge stinky mud can be ignored, the beast lightning bird can be ignored, but this Lada is obviously not high enough. A painful cry came out, and Rada, who was flying in midair, suddenly jumped into a breakdance with twitching limbs, and his attacking momentum was naturally terminated. Unexpectedly, this Pikachu's combat power is good, as expected of the boss's special account. But so what? King Bruce, let go to battle. Armado was slightly startled when he saw that Pikachu turned over Lada with 100,000 volts. Unexpectedly, this yellow-skinned mouse is the biggest obstacle to his mission. But so what? Armado has full confidence in defeating Pikachu. It is precisely because of this that she will come to Xiaoxia alone to arrest Pikachu, and her companion Kozaburo. This guy also blocked Ash in the bedroom at the moment. In order to ensure the success rate of the mission, Armado and Kozaburo's initial plan was to divide their troops into two places. One is in charge of catching Pikachu, and the other is in charge of snatch the Pokemon ball with Pikachu from Ash. Only in this way can the task be completed without fail. Of course, Mu Chen didn't know all of this at the moment. In front of him, there was only this beautiful woman named Armado. Although this girl is bubbling with beauty and her body is exploding, the moment she wants to hurt Xiaoxia, Mu Chen has already divided her into the ranks of the enemy. For the enemy, Mu Chen never knew what it meant to be polite. Chew. King Bruce. What should be played? Eat the 100,000 volts after charging Lao Su. Chapter 151 _ Battle for Armado. Chapter 151 Fighting Armado. Boom. What? How is this possible? Armado, who was still full of confidence, was really shocked this time. She was not surprised that Lada was electrocuted. After all, although Lada's kind of Pokemon has a good attack, its physique is really sorry. But now it has been overturned by a 100,000 volt. But it is King Blue. This Blue Emperor can also be said to be one of the main Pokemon of Armado, but it turned out that he just went to get a box lunch just after playing. Good job, Pikachu. Keep using 100,000 volts. Seeing that Pikachu, who had just drowned in his nest, broke out immediately after he encountered a threat, Xiaoxia's resentment against it dissipated immediately. At this moment, Xiaoxia's face was flushed, and she made a cameo appearance as a trainer and gave an attack order to Pikachu. Damn, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Darubi, Ecstasy Eyes, come out. Pikachu Pikachu's strength greatly exceeded Armado's expectations. Faced with Pikachu, who can directly let King Blue go to collect the lunch, Armado can only summon all the Pokémon in his hand in anger. As a member of the Rocket, Armado said she never knew what the one-on-one rule was. Ow tilde, the weirdo tilde tilde. Following Armado's call, a black vicious dog and a purple humanoid Pokémon appeared in front of her. Pick up tilde tilde. Holy crap, is this the Rocket? Originally, Mew-chen thought that Armado would basically be able to clock in and get off work after the power over of the Blue Emperor. Never thought that this bitch was so fierce. This is so special. There are 4 Pokémon in the front and back, right, and this combat power does not seem to be weak. It can be said that there is no harm without comparison. Thinking about Musashi, and looking at Yamato in front of him, Mew-chen finally knew the strength of the true members of the Rocket. Attack. Darubi, use Flamethrower. Eye of the Soul, use the Power Gem. In order to complete the task, Armado has all his cards. Even if your Pikachu is powerful, I don't believe it can defeat 2 with 1 enemy. Pikachu, be careful. Seeing that Amado's 2 Pokémon were so amazing, Xiaosha was shocked. The Rocket coming this time are so strong. Pick up tilde pick up. How about 2? I'm afraid of you when I'm old. Although Mew-chen could no longer use the enhanced version of 100,000 volts after charging, he was not afraid of these 2 newly summoned guys. But it's just 2 silly turrets. High-speed movement start. With the blessing of high-speed movement, Mew-chen avoided the jet flame that was blowing towards him at an extremely fast speed. Immediately, Pika tilde tilde chew. Zila tilde tilde. 100,000 volts lost out. Boom. The power gem skill that was still in the air was directly intercepted, and a huge roar broke out. How about blocking it one? Darubi, keep using the jet flame. Evil Eye, you too, continue to use the power gem. I don't believe it. You can stop this second time. After seeing that Pikachu blocked his attack this time, Armado was not discouraged at all, but a pair of bright eyes instead radiated dazzling light. Earlier, Mew-chen's 100,000 volt charging enhanced version really shocked Yamato. If this Pikachu is so powerful in a casual blow, then she is probably not an opponent. But Armado was not reconciled. If she was scared away because of this Pikachu attack, what was her pride in Armado? Therefore, Armado chose to stay and continue to fight. I don't believe my mother. A mere Pikachu can really be so powerful. After this round of temptation, Armado's worries have dissipated. Sure enough, the 100,000 volt that killed Emperor Blue in one shot was definitely not something that could be easily cast. After confirming this, Armado naturally put down his worry. It's just that she didn't know that Mew-chen wasn't one of those stupid Pokemon who just played skill matchup. Pika tilde 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 pick. Nima. Again, don't even think about it. After seeing this Yamato attacking, he still wanted to do the same, so Mew-chen quit. Just kidding. After letting you shoot like this for a while, who knows if I will capsize in the gutter. Avoid this game. There are always mistakes. Compared with passive defense, Mew-chen prefers active offense. With the blessing of high-speed movement, Mew-chen flashed a flash of electricity at the soul-eating eye that was still brewing to use the power gem. The strange tilde tilde. The flash of electric light is originally a high-speed skill. With the blessing of high-speed movement, the soul-hunting eye hardly made any response, and was directly knocked to the ground. Pika tilde tilde chew. Knocked over his eyes, Mew-chen didn't stop at all. A very fast electromagnetic wave shot out at Darubi beside him. Ow tilde. When a sudden electromagnetic wave hit, Darubi suddenly fell into a state of ignorance. What the situation? Why do I feel like my body is out of control? Under the paralyzing effect of electromagnetic wave, Darubi's actions were immediately greatly affected. Even the jet of flame brewing in his mouth was stillborn. Damn it. Evil Eye, get up. Use the shadow hook to counterattack. Darubi, ignore the physical numbness and use roar directly. Seeing that Pikachu actually cracked his attack in this way, Armado was furious. This cunning thing has such a keen sense of battle. You must know that most of the ordinary Pokemon just rely on instinct when fighting, and will not make such favorable judgments based on the situation on the field. That's why there is a career as a Pokemon trainer. Never thought that this Pikachu could make the most favorable tactical choice in the shortest time without the command of a trainer. How could this not surprise Armado? It's just how Amado knew that Mew-chen's trainer, the weirdo tilde tilde, out tilde tilde. Following Amado's order, Soul-eccentric Eye's arm suddenly flickered coldly, and it was obvious that the Shadow Claw was ready to go. At the same time, Darubi also let out a loud howl. Although this howl itself does not have any offensive power, it can briefly shock the enemy's mind, and even timid Pokemon will be directly scared away. According to Armado's calculation, after Darubi's howl, this Pikachu's actions will inevitably be affected. At that time, it is naturally the best time to launch the attack. However, the opponent she met was Mew-chen. Pika tilde tilde chew. What do you call me blind? It's not as loud as that Urha screaming at the neighbor's house in the previous life of Lao Su. Chapter 152 _Red Hot Bring. Chapter 152 The Red Hot Bring. How is this possible? powerful. At this moment, Armado was completely in a panic. How could this Pikachu be so powerful? After Darubi let out a roar that could cause a shocking effect, this Pikachu was not affected in the slightest, and turned over with an iron tail, which directly swept away the ecstasy eye that was waving its claws and wanted to pound. Immediately, Pikachu sent a 100,000 volt to Darubi, who was howling. Looking at Darubi, who was electrocuted to the point of convulsions, and the terrified ecstasy of being beaten, Amado panicked. Pikachu, even ignoring Darubi's roar, hit a set of combined punches at a very fast speed and won his Pokémon. Amado knows that at this moment, it is impossible to defeat this powerful Pikachu with her own words alone. As expected of the Pokémon that the boss specifically requested to capture, its strength is indeed incomparably powerful. Pikachu, well done, don't let the damn rocket get away. Unlike the Musashi trio, this Yamato wanted to kill as soon as he came up. How could Xiaoxia let such a ruthless person go? Hiccup tilde tilde. Of course, at this moment, not only is Xiaoxia unwilling to let this Amado go, but Mu Chen is also not ready to let this bitch escape. Nima, dare to kill Lousy's baby Xiaoxia. Court death. At this moment, for the first time, Mu Chen had the heart to kill. Damn, you wait for me, I'll be back. Eccentric eyes, use dig, let go. After taking back several defeated Pokémon, Yamato chose to retreat with an unfortunate expression. Because he underestimated the enemy, Armado made a wrong judgment this time. Xiaoxia's cry to Pikachu, Armado naturally heard it. Rather than being caught, Yamadanan chose to accept defeat. Anyway, there is Xiaoxia Burrow. If you successfully take away the Pokémon ball with Pikachu, then no matter how powerful this Pikachu is, it will not be able to escape. The weirdo tilde tilde. Following Amado's order, Eccentric Eyes immediately raised his butt and dug frantically against the ground. Pickup tilde pickup. Want to run. How can it be so easy? Seeing that the enemy wanted to retreat under his own eyes, Mu Chen was instantly furious. You don't take Lao Su seriously, do you? Damn yellow-skinned mouse. Look at the trick. Just when Mu Chen was about to charge up and send a 100,000 volt full of deep friendship to the soul-hunting eye, Armado suddenly threw a black iron ball at him. Pickup tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. Bomb. Lie down. Seeing the ghost thrown by Amado, Mu Chen instinctively thought it was a projectile like a bomb. PFF tilde tilde. But when he fell down at a speed that surpassed a flash of electric light, he found that he seemed to have been tricked. Nima, what kind of B-play should this be? Smoke bomb. After a low muffled sound, Mu Chen and Armado were quickly enveloped in thick smoke. Apparently, this was the smoke bomb used by Armado's retreat. Pickup tilde pickup. Stop me. When he found out that he had been tricked by this bitch, Mu Chen was immediately furious. Your uncle, dare to play lousy, still want to run away. You leave me. Facing the direction in his impression, Mu Chen hurried away. Got it. After a few shuttles, Mu Chen successfully caught Armado by feeling, but because of the black fog, when Mu Chen couldn't see, he could only send out an electromagnetic wave, and then he just closed his eyes and scratched. Damn it, you wait for me. Mother, I'll be back sooner or later. In the end, Mu Chen lost his goal with a scream of anger from Amado. Hiccup tilde tilde. Nima, I obviously caught it. How could she let her run away? However, just where did I get caught? Why is it so soft? Regarding Armado's successful escape, Mu Chen said that he was a question mark on his forehead. Is this so unscientific? Obviously the electromagnetic wave is sent out. This bitch must be paralyzed. Moreover, the tactile touch from the short hand also clearly reminded Mu Chen that he had indeed caught the target. However, in the end Armado fled, etc. What am I holding in my hand now? In a trance, Mu Chen suddenly felt like he was holding something on his short hand. Pikachu, you little bastard, go to hell. Gradually, the black mist dissipated, but before the doubtful Mu Chen went to see what the hell he was holding, he suddenly heard Xiaoxia's humiliated and angry shouting from behind. Bang! Pa tilde. Before Mu Chen could react, Xiaoxia's kick came. Without any precaution, Mu Chen was kicked directly into the hot spring. Pickup tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. Murder your husband. This is so good. What are you doing? Inexplicably, Xiaoxia made a big kick to attack the goal, and Mu Chen expressed that he was very wrong. Who am I to provoke me, old man? He sacrificed his life to save you, and finally got this in exchange. What are you looking at? Take a good look at what you are holding in your hand. Right, what have you done that you don't know yet? Stop pretending to be innocent here with me. Pikachu, I'm telling you, I'll ignore you from now on. She shot Pikachu with one kick, but Xiaoxia's anger still remained undissolved. Looking at the confused Pikachu, Xiaoxia threw a word in anger, turned and left the place. Pickup tilde tilde. Where is this going? Being kicked and being scolded inexplicably, Mu Chen said that he was really wrong. What the hell is wrong with me? See what's in your hand. Correct. Fuck, just thinking about Xiaoxia, I forgot to see what it was. Thinking of this, Mu Chen ignored Xiaoxia who turned and left. The little short hand was raised high, and Mu Chen finally saw what was hanging on his hand, lying on the grass. This Nima. So exciting. No wonder it felt so soft before. No wonder that Amado was so furious when he fled. No wonder wonder this little girl, Xiaoxia, is suddenly angry. Looking at the little women's padded jacket in his hand, and this great invention specially designed to enhance the body shape of women, Mu Chen's nosebleed once again dyed the hot spring red. And just when Mu Chen was dyeing the red-hot spring, Xiaoji, who was resting in the bedroom, also fought with Xiaosaburo. Damn Team Rocket, trying to steal Pikachu's Pokemon ball. Don't even think about it. Cerulean, use psychic power. Ha ha ha. Boy, since you choose to fight, don't regret it. Great Wolf Dog, use bite and take this little thing down for me. Chapter 153 Ash vs Hosaburo. Chapter 153 Xiaoji vs Hosaburo. Lilu tilde. Since the evolution, Cerulean has seldom got the chance to play because of her size. Now that Pikachu is not by Ash's side, Cerulean takes over the duty of guarding Ash. In the face of this evil-type Pokemon whose attribute can be immune to her super-type skills, the Great Wolf Dog, Cerulean did not flinch in the slightest. A burst of pink energy light waves shot out from Cerulean's forehead, and its target was the Great Wolf Dog that was attacking head-on. Ha ha ha. Naive boy. How could the superpower-type skills hurt the Great Wolf Dog? Seeing Xiaoji, the iron-headed baby, completely ignoring the battle command of attribute restraint, Xiaosaburo laughed wildly. Because the Hot Spring Resort has not yet officially opened for business at this moment, the places chosen by the free-swimming trainers, including Xiaoji, are relatively far away, which gives Xiaosaburo a full opportunity. At the very least, no matter how loud a noise is, it won't disturb others, right? Hey tilde. But just when Xiaosaburo was complacent and thought that the Great Wolf Dog would soon be able to kill this Cerulean under its sharp teeth, an accident happened. What? How is this possible? Isn't the evil type immune to superpower type skills? Seeing the big wolf dog floating in the air and struggling constantly, Xiaosaburo's originally arrogant face was full of shock. What's so strange about this? I didn't let Cerulean attack the Great Wolf Dog. I just used my mind to control it. Now, use whatever means you have. Seeing Cerulean's meritorious deed, Ash is even more confident. Rocket, they are just some nasty guys who only bully the weak. Boy, this is what you asked for. Come out, Iron Shell. Hot Monkey. Seeing that the controlled wolf dog was unable to escape within a short period of time, Xiaosaburo gave out a hideous smile again after a brief period of astonishment. Snort. It's just to control a big wolf dog. The Pokemon in this uncle's hand is not just that one. Poppy tilde. Puha tilde. Following Xiaosaburo's call, a huge shell Pokemon and a fiery monkey that kept jumping appeared in front of him. Damn, don't you think I can't do anything about it? If that's the case, it's up to you. BB Bird, Minas, let go to battle. Seeing the sudden appearance of Team Rocket, who summoned two powerful Pokemon immediately after the Great Wolf Dog was under control, Ash immediately responded. Pokemon, you are not alone. HMPH, the kid who doesn't cry without seeing the coffin. Tijabe, use the freezing light. The target is the BB Bird. Hot Monkey, Chard, use Rampage and knock that big snake over for me. Ash's tenacity exceeded Saburo's expectation, but that didn't stop him from taking the Pikachu Pokemon ball. How can you give up the task given by the boss? BB Bird, use a flash of electric light to avoid the attack of the iron shell, and then counterattack it. Minas, use water fluctuation. It was the first time for Ash to command two Pokemon at the same time in a tag battle. At this moment, Xiaoji's face was full of excitement, but there was no panic at all. When it comes to fighting, Ash will never back down. Rocket, I will definitely beat you. Poppy tilde. The first shot is the iron shell. I saw that after it made a sharp chirping, a gleam of cold light shot out from the gap between the carapace, and the target pointed directly at the BB Bird hovering in the sky. Beak tilde. After receiving Xiaoji's order, BB Bird instantly turned into a flash of lightning, and with the blessing of a flash of electric light, she avoided the freezing light from the armored shell in an instant. Immediately, BB Bird flapped its wings again, and slammed away at the Tiabe. Puha tilde. At the other end, Hot Monkey also stepped forward and charged at Minas fiercely. Ya tilde. In Xiaoji's hand, Minas is the most powerful Pokemon besides Mu Chen. In the face of the fiery monkey that was attacking like a tank, Minas did not flinch in the slightest. With a big mouth, a stream of water energy with viral energy was spit out by it. Whoa tilde. The charge mode has been turned on, and the hot monkey naturally ignored the oncoming water fluctuation. After holding on to the water fluctuation, the fiery monkey, wet, rushed out of the attack range of the water fluctuation. Puha tilde. Although a lot of physical strength was consumed by this water fluctuation, at this moment there was a bloodthirsty light in the eyes of the hot monkey. Minas, it close at hand. Bang! The sound of the impact came, and I didn't expect that Minas, who was so tough as the hot monkey, didn't even make any dodging move, and was slammed back a few steps. Puha tilde. Without giving Minas the slightest chance to adjust, hot monkey once again turned his flesh into a tank and launched a second round of charge against Minas. Damn it! Minas, use the binding to restrict the movements of the hot monkey. Obviously, Xiaosuburo's hot monkey is far stronger than the one Xiaoji encountered before. Seeing that this guy was able to launch such a violent attack even after holding back the water fluctuations of Minos, Ash quickly changed the battle order for Minos. Beep beep. But at this moment, BB Bird made a desolate cry. Attracted by the sound, Xiaoji hurriedly turned his head to look. Seeing this, Xiaoji's heart suddenly froze. At this moment, BB Bird had already been hit by the freezing light of the ironclad shell, and looking at the posture of the ironclad shell, he was obviously not satisfied with that. Ha ha ha. Kid, I see what other means do you have. My little Saburo gives you one last chance. Hand over Pikachu's Pokemon ball or all of your Pokemon, including you, will die. Although the iron-headed baby BB Bird avoided the first attack of the ironclad shell, the unfortunate child did not avoid the second attack. Faced with the first doubles battle command in his life, Xiaoji was obviously at a loss. Damn it, don't even think about it. Cerulean, help BB Bird and control the armored shell. Whether it's Pikachu or BB Bird, these are Ash's Pokemon. For Ash, he will not abandon any Pokemon. Now that BB Bird is in crisis, Ash hurriedly orders Cerulean, who is controlling the Great Wolfhound, to rescue her. However, in anxiety, Xiaoji forgot that the energy of Chilori's security department was now used to control the wolf dog. Chapter 154 Critical Juncture. Chapter 154 A Critical Moment. Lilu tilde. Yeah tilde. As the battle continued, the screams of Cerulean and Minos also rang out in the Hotspring Resort. Losing the control of Cerulean, the Great Wolfhound who was freed naturally showed its powerful offensive ability. Although Cerulean successfully rescued BB Bird, the price it paid was to take herself in. Under the siege of the ironclad shell and the Great Wolf Dog, Cerulean was unable to counterattack at all, and could only evade the attack by constantly teleporting. However, if you stay for a long time, you will lose. In the gap between a teleportation, Cerulean was hit by the freezing light of the iron shell. This made Cerulean completely fall into a passive situation. The skill of freezing light is one of the big moves of the ice element. After being hit by the freezing light of the ice element, Cerulean was greatly affected in terms of physical strength and movement speed. In the end, after struggling for a while, he was bitten by the big wolf dog. After defeating Cerulean and BB Bird one after another, Xiaosuburo naturally wouldn't let Iron Shell be idle. Originally, it was very difficult for Minos to resist the attack of the hot monkey, but now with the attack of the armored shell, Monastin also fell into a disadvantage. Although she can rely on the powerful skill of self-recovery to enhance her endurance. However, the powerful attack power of the hot monkey that got out of trouble was beyond the limit that Minos could bear. After hard resisting several waves of attack, Minos finally gradually lost. Ha ha ha. Kid, it's too late for you to regret it now. Watch your Pokemon die in battle. Then, the one who died is you. The 3-on-3 battle was almost a complete victory, and Xiaosuburo's face was even more arrogant. Damn, BB Bird, get up. Cerulean, Minos, hold on. Seeing that his Pokemon have been defeated one after another, Ash's eyes are bloodshot. If he hadn't known that he wouldn't be of much help if he went up there, I'm afraid Ash would have rushed up to fight alongside his Pokemon long ago. Little devil, I'm running out of patience. You, Mr. Saburo, Great Wolf Dog, kill this Cerulean. Seeing that Xiaoji refused to obey no matter how much he threatened, Xiaosuburo was immediately furious. It seems that it must be to kill one of his Pokemon, and this little devil knows what real fear is. Hey tilde 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 tilde. After getting the order of Xiaosuburo, the big wolf dog showed a humane and hideous smile. I saw its big mouth, and its sharp teeth, which were flickering coldly, bit against Cerulean, who had already fallen to the ground. No. Seeing the crisis of Cerulean, Xiaoji couldn't care about anything else, and rushed towards the great wolf dog. Pika tilde 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 chew. Ash is fast. Someone is faster than him. I saw that when Xiaoji had just set off. Before he could get close to the great wolf dog, a chirping sound rang from behind him. The sound comes with you. At the same time as the chirping sounded, a golden yellow figure, like an electric light, slammed into the great wolf dog. Therefore, it was Mu Chen who had run all the way. After leaving Xiaosha with anger and dyeing the hot rings red, Mu Chen finally reacted. Lying on the grass. Although that bitch of a motto left me a souvenir for me, but the task of the system doesn't seem to be over yet. Without receiving the sound of the system prompting the completion of the task, Mu Chen suddenly woke up. Obviously, the incoming rockets are not just Nayamato alone. Thinking of this, how did Mu Chen not know that Xiaoji must also be in danger? What else is there to say? Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Chen rushed towards Xiaoji's direction. Coincidentally, when Mu Chen arrived, it was precisely when Xiaosuburo was about to kill Chilean. Is this worth it? Chilulian was Mu Chen's internal decision. Seeing that his Mazi was in crisis, Mu Chen suddenly fell into a state of rage. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Chen decisively launched a flash of lightning. He had already started to hurry with the high-speed movement skills, but with the flash of lightning, Mu Chen blocked the attack of the great wolf dog with the speed of lightning and flint, and successfully rescued his own horse Cerulean. Lilu tilde tilde. At the juncture of life and death, seeing Pikachu descend from the sky, Cerulean's originally dull eyes suddenly burst into a dazzling look. Obviously, this arrogant little girl was moved. Pika tilde tilde chu. At this moment, Mu Chen was not in the mood to pay attention to what Cerulean thought. As soon as he knocked over the great wolf dog, Mu Chen didn't stop, and the 100,000 volts aroused in an instant, and he hit the great wolf dog who had not gotten up yet. Zila tilde tilde. Hey tilde. The electric current flashed, and the great wolf dog suddenly let out a painful roar. Pikachu. Ha ha ha. Great. Ash was overjoyed when he saw Pikachu coming. Since Pikachu is here, it's time to fight back. Because of Pikachu's long-term record, Ash is full of confidence in him. My initial Pokémon never fails me. Pikachu. Strange. How did you get here? Did Armado fail? Seeing Pikachu coming, Xiaosaburo showed a puzzled look on his face. You know, he and Armado were responsible for Pikachu and Pokémon balls before. As a result, Pikachu appeared here unharmed now. So what about Armado? His EP. Pika tilde 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 chu. Armado. That bitch didn't even know where to go after leaving a present for Lao Su. Mad little green hat. Why do you dye your head green and pretend to be non-mainstream with Lao Su? And why do you want to touch Lao Su's girl? I can't kill you. Cerulean's life was in danger, and Mu Chen was already in a rage. Without waiting for Xiaoji's command, Mu Chen immediately entered the charging state after turning over the great wolf dog. Obviously, the furious Mu Chen wanted to overturn this little Saburo with a single blow. Madness. Hot monkey. Tijabe. Ignore Minos. Go get me this Pikachu. In comparison, Minos is still a very treasured Pokemon. This is why Kozaburo ordered to kill Cerulean instead of Minos. All Sakagi wants is Pikachu. This Minos, Xiaosaburo, has long been his prey. No matter what happened to Amado, since this Pikachu had thrown himself into the trap, Saburo would of course not be polite. In Kosaburo's view, Pikachu could not be his opponent at all, even if it relied on the sneak attack to turn over the great wolf dog. But relying on the hot monkey and the iron shell, he is enough to win the battle easily. Chapter 155 mild seafood barbecue flavor. Chapter 155 A touch of seafood barbecue. U tilde tilde tilde. Just when Hot Monkey and Iron Armor abandoned the seriously injured Minos and were about to double team Pikachu, Minos suddenly made a loud chirping sound. I saw that Minos, who had been seriously injured and fell to the ground, stood up again, his long tail stretched out, and directly tied the defenseless Hot Monkey firmly in place. Damn, how is that possible? The sudden outburst of Minos clearly exceeded Saburo's expectation. Isn't this Minos, who has been beaten before and can't even use self-recovery? How is it possible to suddenly regain strength? It's just how Xiaosaburo knows. The evolution of Minos is through the bond of intimacy, and the object of her bond is not her own trainer. After seeing the arrival of Pikachu, Mainiston was shocked, and even his exhausted physical strength was restored a little. With this little recovered physical strength, Minos decisively used self-healing on himself. Relying on this powerful sustaining skill, Minos was able to re-enter the battle. You must know that the gentle Minos will never let his little man fight alone. Pika tilde tilde chu. Just when Minos was controlling the hot monkey, Mu Chen, who had finished charging and charging, also started. Iron Shell. Ice plus water Pokemon. I will send you to heaven with 100,000 volts. Mu Chen didn't care about Bibi Now's miserable appearance. Anyway, that iron-headed baby basically always looks like this in the end of the battle. But his two girls were beaten so bleakly that Mu Chen couldn't bear it anyway, thinking of the fact that if the system task even indicated that they failed, they might lose their girl. How could Mu Chen not know? This is a life and death battle. Although Mu Chen has not killed any opponent since he came to this world, but at this moment, Mu Chen has really moved to kill. Want to kill Laozi's girl? Then you have to pay the price with your life. Zila tilde tilde tilde. The sparks of electricity began to jump on Mu Chen's cheek. 100,000 volt. Ready to go. Iron Armor Shell. Use the freezing light to block its attack. Seeing the momentum of Pikachu at this time, Xiaosaburo hurriedly gave instructions to Tijabe. This Pikachu can turn over the great wolf dog with a 100,000 volt. How could Xiaosaburo, who is experienced in combat, not know that if the iron armored shell with restrained attributes also eats a 100,000 volt, he is afraid that he will be seriously injured if he does not die. If he loses the powerful combat power of the iron shell, it may not be easy for him, Xiaosaburo, to retreat completely in this battle. Poppy tilde tilde. As the main Pokemon of Xiaosaburo, the speed of using skills of Iron Shell is naturally extremely fast. At the same time as Xiaosaburo's order was issued, the ironclad shell had already sprayed out the freezing light. Obviously, this is to catch Pikachu by surprise. However, its opponent is Mu Chen. Pika tilde 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 chu tilde tilde tilde. Come, give me to die. In the face of the freezing rays of light coming from the lacing, Mu Chen did not dodge or evade, and the electric current of 100,000 100,000-volt violently gathered in one place from under his cheek. In the end, a fist and electric current rushed away at the freezing light. Boom! As the two skills collided in the air, a violent explosion sounded. Originally, according to Xiao Saburo's calculation, relying on the powerful combat power of iron armor, this freezing light was enough to resist Pikachu's attack. However, the final result was beyond Xiao Saburo's expectation. I saw that the dust and smoke of the explosion had not dissipated, and a golden lightning shot out from the dust and smoke. The target was the iron shell. Poppy. Without giving Tijabe any reaction time, the 100,000 volts that defeated the freezing light slammed into Tijabe's body. A desperate and desolate cry came from Tijabe's mouth. Immediately, the smell of grilled seafood wafted into the air. Just this 100,000 volts turned the iron shell into a lunchbox. What? Seeing that Tijabe was killed by Pikachu's 100,000 volts, Xiao Saburo panicked. How is this possible? Is it just a Pikachu? Pikachu that can use 100,000 volts is rare enough to be able to use such a powerful 100,000 volt, which is simply unheard of. Good job, Pikachu. Continue to attack and help Minos take down this hot monkey. Different from Xiao Saburo's shock, Xiaoji was extremely excited at the moment. Although there was a real death in this battle, Ash was not affected at all. Since this abominable Team Rocket wants to kill his own Pokémon, he should pay the price. For Ash, although he doesn't take the initiative to kill any Pokémon, but if the other party wants to kill him, Xiaoji will not pretend to be compassionate as a woman's benevolent. Damn it. Damn kid, just wait for me and I'll be back. The accidental death of Tijabe completely disrupted Xiao Saburo's plan. When he saw Pikachu pounce on the trapped hot monkey, Xiao Saburo knew that the battle was over. As a villain, it is natural to be accustomed to such things as strategic retreat. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Saburo hurriedly took the great wolf dog and the trapped hot monkey back to the Pokemon Ball, and he planned to evacuate after a ruthless remark. Pick up tilde pick up. Want to run? Nemes, that bitch ran away, but at least I left some souvenirs for Lao Su. You little green hair. Save your life. For the man Xiao Saburo, Mu Chen didn't have any idea for him to leave a souvenir. At this moment, Mu Chen just wanted to kill this abominable Team Rocket on the spot. Bang! But just when Mu Chen was about to start, there was a dull sound in front of him. Immediately, thick smoke rose. Pick up tilde. Nima, what the situation? Didn't this little green hair throw the iron ball? The rocket's retreat trick, Mu Chen, has already been taught, and he is also prepared for Xiao Saburo to learn the means of Nyamato. However, he just stared at Xiao Saburo's hand but ignored Armado, who had already escaped. It turned out that although Armado evacuated before, he did not go far. When she heard the explosion from this place, she immediately knew that it was Xiao Saburo fighting Xiaoji. Although Amado, who cares about her companion, lost her key self-defense clothing, she still chose to go to the battleground to support Kozaburo. I never thought that when Armado arrived, Xiao Saburo had already been defeated. Seeing such a scene, Armado naturally would not have any hesitation. Throwing a smoke bomb, Armado successfully covered Xiao Saburo's retreat. Pika tilde chew. Nima, I'm pissed off. After getting the prey in his hand and fleeing, the furious Mu Chen could only frantically blast 100,000 volts into the air in front of him to vent. Chapter 156 Pure and Good Boy Xiaoji 6 more. Chapter 156 Pure and Good Boy Xiaoji Cerulean BB Bird. How are you all? The smoke dissipated, and Xiao Saburo's figure also disappeared. Ignoring Saburo, who escaped, Ash immediately ran towards the seriously injured Cerulean and BB Bird. For Ash, this battle was the most dangerous battle since he set foot on the road. Although the previous battles were also thrilling, they had never made him face life and death so intuitively. Through this battle, Xiaoji's heart began to gradually mature without knowing it. The battle between Pokemon is not just what he thought before. In the future, when he faces these wicked people again, this battle of life and death will also be unavoidable. Xiaoji, how are you? Is there a rocket here too? At this moment, a slightly panicked voice came from behind Xiaoji. This is Xiaosha, who walked away with anger before. Being so angry with the little bastard Pikachu, Xiaosha, who left first, naturally planned to return to the room to rest directly. However, because she suddenly remembered that Xiaoji, a foodie, wanted her to help carry 2 boxes of sushi, Xiaosha could only turn around and rush to the kitchen. And this happened to pass by Mu Chen, who was rushing to help him all the way. Just when Xiaosha finished taking the sushi and ran to the room, there was suddenly a violent explosion in front of her. Hearing this kind of voice, how did Xiaosha still not know that Xiaoji must have been attacked by the rocket? Under the tension, Xiaosha didn't even care about the sushi, and when she dropped it, she rushed to the place of explosion. Coincidentally, after Xiao Saburo retreated, Xiao Sha, who was running and dripping with sweat, also rushed over. Haha, I'm fine. Team Rocket has already been kicked out by Pikachu, but Cerulean and BB Bird are not in good shape, so they need to seek treatment in the town. This hot spring resort is located in the wilderness, and it is impossible to have a high-end setting such as a Pokemon Center. matter. Ash's only way is to take the severely injured them through the gopher cave and finally reach the light red city. Pikachu, it's not. Ah, asshole. Hearing Xiaoji's words, Xiaosha was slightly taken aback. Isn't this little guy Pikachu supposed to be in the hot spring? You know, the hot spring is not too close to the resting place they choose. From such a long distance, even if a battle broke out here, Pikachu in the hot spring would not be able to detect it. In doubt, Xiaosha instinctively turned her head and looked around. Seeing this, Xiaosha naturally saw the yellow-skinned mouse who was still in a state of righteous indignation. It's okay not to look at it. At this look, Xiaosha suddenly let out a shy scream. Without waiting for Xiaoji and Pikachu to react, Xiaosha, who was embarrassed and angry, stepped forward quickly and gave Pikachu's raised little butt a fierce kick. Bang! Not surprisingly, Mu Chen, who was bewildered, was kicked away again. Pick up ... Nima, what happened today? Did you take the wrong medicine? I can still understand the previous kick. What is it that kicked me so well? Inexplicably, he was kicked by Xiaosha again, and in front of the two little girls, Minas and Chirulian, Mu Chen Biao was very angry. This Nima, if I don't give Lao Su a reasonable explanation, even if you are Xiaosha, I will have the power on. As a pure man, Mu Chen can give everything for his woman, but he will never be a licking dog or something. Xiaosha, what are you doing? Why are you attacking Pikachu? It's not just Mu Chen who is confused. The confused look on Xiaoji's face is no less than that of Mu Chen at all. What the matter? Okay, why kick Pikachu? Isn't the relationship between Xiaosha and Pikachu very close? You know, in many cases, even Xiaoji, the owner of Pikachu, is very jealous of the close relationship between Xiaosha and Pikachu. Never thought that this Pikachu just made a great contribution today. And then Xiaosha, who came over, directly moved her feet. What going on here? Could it be that something happened when they went to the hot spring? Yes, it must be so. It must be because Pikachu ran too fast and didn't wait for Xiaosha, so she became angry. Girl, what a troublesome creature. A flash of light suddenly appeared in his mind, and Xiaoji seemed to have thought of the truth of the matter. Xiaoji, are you blind? Look what's on Pikachu's head. I'm furious. I'm furious. Seeing Xiaoji still questioning herself, Xiaosha almost went up and gave him a kick in anger. Ash and Pikachu, it's really two wonderful creatures. How could this girl meet them? Huh, what's on my head? Why didn't I notice? Hearing Xiaosha's prompt, Xiaoji suddenly realized. However, what is on Pikachu's head that can make Xiaosha so angry? Regard, Xiaoji said that he was still confused. Pick up ... brain. Unlike Xiaoji, when Xiaosha raised something on her head, Mu Chen suddenly realized. What the hell? It was because of this. Nima, accident, pure accident. It turned out that Mu Chen was reluctant to give up this hard-won trophy in order to hurry. So this guy simply put this thing directly on his head. Just right. The two ears can directly pass through this lady's protective item and fix it firmly. Because of the battle, Mu Chen himself had forgotten about it. Now that Xiaosha mentioned it, he just wanted to come. Seems like I forgot to hide this. Hey, what am I supposed to be? Isn't it just a little dress? My mother also has a lot of this stuff. What's so weird about that? Out of curiosity, Ash naturally set his eyes on Pikachu's head. At this look, Xiaosha Kai found that Pikachu's head was wrapped around a small woman's clothes. For this situation, Xiaoji felt that Xiaosha was completely making a fuss. What going on with this game? Isn't it normal? There are many in his mother's house. Although the color of this little dress is a little brighter, it's pink, but it doesn't seem to be anything, right? His mother, and red too. Xiaoji said that Xiaosha was furious because of such a small dress, and he did not understand it at all. Xiaoji, you are such an idiot. Pikachu, I warn you, if you don't throw this thing away immediately, don't think I'm hugging you in the future. Hearing Xiaoji's answer, Xiaosha almost vomited blood from internal injury. This Xiaoji is in his teens anyway. How can he be so simple? Really? Feel sorry for Hanako. Chapter 157 next up. Light Red City 7 more. Chapter 157 next up. Light Red City. Ah, OMG. Who can tell me what the hell happened? This is a hot spring resort, not a Pokémon battle center. Overnight, when the middle-aged uncle was about to tell these trainers that their swimming time was about to end, the scene in front of him almost made the uncle start the next journey of life. My resort. My spa. What's wrong with this? Why are there all traces of explosions near the hot spring? Even the hot springs are bloodstained. And this resting place, why are there traces of explosion? The resort hasn't officially opened yet, so let me renovate it. At this moment, there are only the last two words left on the face of the middle-aged uncle. Collapse. Ah, uncle, I'm really sorry, but the rocket suddenly appeared last night. We fought with the rocket, which is why we caused damage to your resort. The quality of Xiaoji is still very good. At the very least, in the face of a furious uncle, Xiaoji has the courage to admit his mistake, instead of pretending to be ignorant. Team Rocket. Hearing Xiaoji's explanation, the middle-aged uncle was slightly taken aback. Team Rocket is the most famous evil organization in the Kanto region. If their resort is targeted by them. Yes, uncle, I can confirm this for this idiot. idiot. The rockets did come in yesterday. These girls of mine were also attacked by the rocket. Originally, Master, I planned to support this idiot, but maybe the rockets were afraid of making things worse, so they retreated after only harassing him. As a rich young master, Xiao Mao is the first person to spend money at this middle-aged uncle's resort. His female companions will not enjoy the privilege of free swimming. The middle-aged uncle is a businessman. These little girls basically do nothing but kick their thighs. How can he let people eat and live for nothing? For this, Xiao Mao naturally didn't care. Under the waving of the banknote, these female companions were naturally a resort where he would not fall for a day's swim with him. Similarly, Xiao Mao only learned about the rocket's attack through the descriptions of the female companion. It is indeed as he said, Xiao Mao really intends to support Xiaoji. However, when Xiao Mao arrived, Team Rocket had already disappeared. The only thing left for Xiao Mao was a pink lady's bodysuit. As for that coat, of course, it was Mu Chen's trophy. Under Xiaoxia's coercion and temptation, Mu Chen waved goodbye to her in tears. Mu Chen is not a fool. If he really annoyed Xiaoxia because of such a play, it would be him who would suffer. Therefore, Mu Chen could only pretend to be dashing in front of Xiaoxia and discard her casually. It's really like this. Oh, that troublesome. This time I really thank you. After being confirmed by the big money owner Xiao Mao, the middle-aged uncle believed everything Xiaoji told him. At this moment, the only thing in the middle-aged uncle's mind is to quickly package and sell this hot spring resort. Just kidding. Let the rocket think about the business. Can he continue to open? Anyway, the middle-aged uncle said that his head is definitely not so iron. Pick up. Regarding the middle-aged uncle's psychological activities, Mu Chen said that he had no interest at all. At this moment, the only thing he was thinking about was his trophy. Nima, what the matter? Why is this night's time gone? What's so special? That's my trophy. So why don't that shameless go pick up second-hand goods? Of course, Xiaoxia also had no idea what Mu Chen was thinking. Otherwise, Xiaoji, according to the map, we can reach the light red city after passing through the gopher cave. If we were quicker, we could be there in a day. Because of Cerulean and BB Bird's injuries, Ash doesn't want to stay here for a minute longer now. Okay, then let's head off and go directly to Light Red City. When he heard that he could reach the Light Red City in one day, Xiaoji was very excited. The earlier you arrive, the earlier the Pokémon can be treated. At this moment, nothing is more important than this. As for the middle-aged uncle who is bemoaning the injustice of his fate, people don't blame themselves anymore. Who can take the initiative to take things into account? I am so tired. Ash, let's take a break. Walking all the way, in less than half a day, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia passed the gopher cave. Seeing that it was not far from the Light Red City, Xiaoxia said that she could not walk anymore. You girls are really troublesome. Seeing that Xiaoxia was going to rest again, Xiaoji was helpless. How far has this come? It's only one morning. Why are you tired again? I'm a girl. Even if you're in a hurry, you still need to rest, right? And don't I also click to see the map? You are so stumped. What if you get lost? In order to rest, Xiaoxia can definitely find countless reasons. This Xiaoji is a monster, like a perpetual motion machine. Xiaoxia can't do it. Okay, just take a rest. Take a good look at the map. How far are we from the Light Red City, and the specific location of the Light Red Gymnasium? Hearing Xiaoxia mention the map, Xiaoji compromised. Pick up. Xiaoji wilted, but not Mu Chen. Rest. Always his favorite. Pikachu, stay away from me. I'm angry when I see you. Seeing Pikachu creeping over, Xiaoxia's pretty face was suddenly covered with frost. Obviously, Xiaoxia still hasn't forgotten that scene yesterday. It's just that Xiaoxia doesn't know that the reason why she is like this is just because she is already jealous. Pick up. What the hell? No, really pissed. When he was on his way today, Mu Chen didn't dare to take the initiative to make do with Xiaoxia when he saw Xiaoxia was in a bad mood. Originally, I thought that after a morning, how could it be relieved, but I never thought that this person is still angry. Nima, that was a complete accident. Okay, I swear to the light bulb, it was really an emergency. I didn't have time to think about it. However, he can't be, and Xiaoxia doesn't look at its gestures. Seeing Xiaoxia ignoring him, Mu Chen could only helplessly walk aside with his head drooping. Forget it. This time the problem really lies with Lao Su, so I put up with it. He never thought that Xiaoxia, who peeked at him, was soft-hearted. Okay, Pikachu, come here, but you have to promise me that you won't be allowed to do such filthy things in the future. Pick up. Isn't this nonsense? It's just a cover. Where is there Xiaoxia? You are fragrant. Chapter 158 _ Female Ninja Link C. 8 more. Chapter 158 Female Ninja Link C. Xiaoxia, are you sure you read the map correctly? At this moment, Xiaoji looked confused. What about the Light Red City? What about the Light Red City Gym? This is where? Looking at the huge complex of antique buildings in front of him, Xiaoji couldn't equate this place with the Light Red City anyway. I think that's how it's marked on the map. Follow the directions on the map and go down here, and you will find the Light Red City. Who knows where this building came from? Not only Xiaoji is confused, but also Xiaoxia is also confused. Go down the road clearly marked on the map, and you will reach the light red city. But what the hell is this? On a good road, a group of buildings suddenly appeared. Or anti. Forget it. No matter how much. Let go in an ass. Brainstorming has never been a good thing. Anyway, I don't understand it, so I just go in an ass. However, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia didn't know that when they entered this building complex in the hidden wood, a pair of bright eyes watched the two of them firmly. Anyone? Excuse me, is there anyone? As soon as he entered this imitation ancient building complex, Xiaoji called out loudly. This is also a basic courtesy. After all, no one knows what's going on with the owner here, so it's not good to rush in rashly. However, Xiaoji's response was just an empty echo. Didi, random missions are on. The challenge at the Asaru City Ninja Gym. The mission requires that you defeat the ninja gym owner Aju, and help Xiaoji successfully obtain the badge of the light red city. Mission reward, unknown. If you fail the punishment and the gym challenge, do you still have the face to continue to complete the main quest? Obliterate. What the hell? Originally, Xiaoji and the others didn't care about Mu Chen's exploration of this ancient architectural complex. Rarely cope Xiaoxia. Mu Chen naturally enjoyed the rare tranquility in her arms. Before this, I climbed on Xiaoji's shoulder all morning, and it felt too sour. But I never thought that just when Mu Chen was going to continue paddling, this guy in the system appeared unwilling to be lonely. Task, not surprising. But what Mu Chen didn't expect was that this is the light red gymnasium. Moreover, the rewards and punishments of this quest are actually so terrifying. Even in the previous challenge to Nazi Gym, the initial rewards and punishments did not reach this level. In the end, it was also because of Nazi's personal intervention that the difficulty and rewards of the task were improved. As a result, this time, the system directly gave such a high difficulty reward and punishment. Mu Chen is not a fool. He still trusts the system task judgment very much. Since the system has given such a difficult reward and punishment, this task is definitely not ordinary. I'm afraid the gym challenge this time is definitely not as easy as imagined. Mu Chen knew that this was the light red city gym, and he knew that this gym was far more dangerous than the previous gym. But Xiaoji obviously didn't know. Ah! A sudden scream came. Attracted by the screams, Mu Chen and Xiaoxia quickly turned their attention to it. I saw that Xiaoji at this time did not know what to do, and was directly nailed to a door panel with a ninja's ninja dart. Xiaoji, what going on? They had encountered a few small traps before, but they weren't too much of a threat. Never thought that this time Xiaoji was directly attacked by ninja dart. The ninja dart is a very powerful destructive weapon. How could Xiaoxia not be nervous when this thing appeared here? Fortunately, Xiaoji's clothes were only pinned, and obviously the owner of the ninja dart didn't want to hurt him. Oh, I don't know what's going on. I saw a door here, and it became like this as soon as I opened it. As a party, Xiaoji was even more confused. Who would have thought that a good one would suddenly be attacked? Born in the dark, live in the dark. Female ninja, Link C is here. Trainers, don't you think that this kind of unsolicited behavior is very impolite? Just when Xiaoxia was about to rescue Xiaoji, a charming voice suddenly came from behind her. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? Love it, love it. The first person to find Lingzi who suddenly appeared was naturally Mu Chen, who was paddling. Xiaoxia and Xiaoji couldn't understand the situation. They didn't know where this place was, but Mu Chen knew. I already know that this is the light red gym, and Mu Chen has already adjusted his state and is ready to meet the challenge of this extremely difficult gym. I never thought that the challenge of the gym did not come, and a ninja lady came out first. Looking at Lingzi in a hipskirt and tights in front of him, Mu Chen almost couldn't control his nose. This Nima. Uniform. Who are you? Are you the master here? We didn't mean to offend. We just wanted to go to Light Red City, but your house showed up on the route given on the map, so we wanted to come in and ask. Xiaoji didn't care at all about Lingzi's outfit. At this moment, all it thinks is to quickly ask the way forward. Who am I? Of course I'm Ninja Link C, the master here. The first time you entered here, I already knew through my partner. Hairball told me that there were two idiots walking in. Now, if you want to ask for directions, beat me first. The female ninja obviously doesn't have much malice. Her appearance is just to tease Ash and invite her to a Pokémon battle. Artifact baby battle. Yes, I accept, but can you put me down now? As a fighting maniac, of course Ash will not refuse this kind of battle request. However, at this moment, the hands and feet of this guy are nailed to the door, and this shape is really not suitable for battle. Is it alright now? My rules are simple. One-on-one Pokémon duels. As long as you can beat me, then I'll show you how to get to Light Red City. The life of a ninja is still very lonely. This Link C is obviously also a detached temperament. It is rare to encounter a trainer, so naturally he has to fight. Okay, one-on-one. No problem, I accept. It's up to you. Pikachu. Lingzi's Pokémon had already come to the front, and it was the furball that found them entering this place. And Ash, his choice is naturally only Pikachu. Pick up tilde tilde. To fight. Don't even think about it. However, at this moment, Mu Chen has no intention to fight. fight. Not to mention that he wants to preserve his strength to deal with the future gym owner Aju. Even this young lady Linksy, he also didn't appreciate it enough. If you want to beat yourself up. I won't go. Chapter 159 Xiaosha plays 9 more. Chapter 159 Xiaosha goes to battle. Ha ha ha. Trainer, is that how you train your Pokemon? When Linksy saw that Pikachu refused to fight, he immediately covered his mouth and smiled. This kid, he can't even command his own Pokemon. Ooh, what's wrong with you, Pikachu? Help me defeat her. As long as we defeat her, we can continue on our way. For Lingzi's ridicule, Xiaoji didn't even care about it. Now that BB Bird and Cerulean are seriously injured, and Minos is in poor condition, Pikachu is really the only person Xiaoji can count on. However, this little thing has entered the strike mode again. Pick up ... Don't go. Go by yourself. Just kidding. This Miss Linksy is obviously not the goal of the mission. How could Mu Chen waste her energy on her? What's more, once the fight starts, where is there time to appreciate this tight body? Where is the time to appreciate these attractive long legs? Mu Chen said that at this moment he was thinking of the overall situation, but Xiaoji didn't understand him. Of course, it's not just Xiaoji who doesn't understand Mu Chen. Okay, Xiaoji, let me play in this battle. Holding the Pikachu in her arms frantically and forcefully, Xiaosha took over the battle with gritted teeth. Xiaoji, this idiot doesn't know why Mu Chen refused to fight. How can Xiaosha know? This little bastard. The temperature has risen. If he didn't give him a warning, wouldn't he be embarrassed by nosebleeds again? Ah, well then, Xiaosha, can you do it? Xiaosha took the initiative to fight, and Xiaoji naturally had no reason to refuse. However, Xiaoji is deeply suspicious of Xiaosha's strength. Can you know if you hit it? Go. A sea of gem. Up to a duck. I didn't call you. Because the bond with Pikachu is getting deeper and deeper. Because the strange feelings for Pikachu are getting deeper and deeper. So now Xiaosha is really angry when she sees this guy showing this big brother. Originally, he said that he wanted to summon the gem starfish to abuse this revealing Linksy. I never thought that Duck would once again disobey the command and take the initiative to fight. Cool ... What makes Xiaosha even more speechless is that after this guy came out, he still looked at himself innocently, as if it was the summoned gem starfish. Ha ha ha. No, I really can't. If you're going to trade this way for a route to Light Red City, then you've succeeded. Under the repeated operations of Xiaoji and Xiaosha, Lingzi smiled again and again. Looking at the idiot in front of him, Lingzi was no longer in the mood to fight. Really? Who said we're going through this approach? Come fight. Duck, it's up to you. Use itching attack. Because of Pikachu, Xiaosha is full of hostility towards Linksy. Now that she was so ridiculed by her, Xiaosha couldn't sit still. Cool ... After receiving Xiaosha's order, Todic immediately showed its short hand with only 3 fingers. I saw its little butt twisted and launched a charge against the hairball. In that case, let's fight. Hairball, use phantom light. Seeing that Xiaosha had launched an attack, Lingzi put away her smile. Since we want to fight, let's fight. Who is afraid of whom? Empty ... Pong ... Following Lingzi's command, the fluffy fur ball shot out a pink fantasy light towards the duck, who was still swaying and charging. Bang! Cool ... Without the slightest accident, the idiot Duck can run clumsily, and naturally he can't dodge the attack of this phantom light. Ooh, Duck, stand up and use your psychic power to fight back. Seeing Duck's clumsy appearance after being knocked down by a blow of fantasy light, Xiaosha's face was covered with froth. This stupid duck is really pissing me off. Ha ha ha. Hairball, continue to use the phantom light. Make persistent effort. We will defeat it directly. Seeing that his opponent was so stupid, Lingzi, who was the victor, was naturally morale boosted. Snort. Let eldest brother always teach me a lesson. Didn't I win the Pokemon battle this time? It turned out that this place is the Light Red Gym, and its owner is the ninja Aju, and this female ninja is Aju's younger sister Linksy. Usually Linksy is here to practice with Aju, but compared to Aju, Linksy's Pokemon battle strength is much weaker. This is why Lingzi will challenge Xiaoji and others. She wants to prove to her big brother that she can defeat these traveling trainers too. Empty ... Pong ... Under Linksy's order, the hairball once again shot out a phantom light at the duck, who hadn't gotten up yet. Cool ... As the furballs attacked, the miserable chirping of the ducks kept coming. Damn it. Seeing that Duck is so ineffective, Xiaosha is also completely speechless. It's rare for this lady to take the initiative to fight one. Can't you fight for a bit, you stupid duck? However, this is a one-on-one Pokemon battle. If she loses this one, Xiaosha won't even have a chance to come back. Under the suffocation in her heart, Xiaosha can only use the Pikachu in her arms to vent. Asshole. It's all this bastard. If it weren't for you, would Miss Ben be so embarrassed? Pick up ... What are you doing? Ow. Originally, she was still silently admiring Miss Linksy's fit body, but suddenly a tingling sensation struck, and Mu Chen was dumbfounded. This is good. If you lose, you will lose. What are you doing to pinch lousy? No, don't get used to Xiaosha's stinky problem. I want to fight back. Unwilling to be pinned pinched in vain, Mu Chen decided to fight back. Of course, this guy is definitely not willing to charge Xiaoxia. But anyway, I've been pinched. I can always rub against me like that, right? At the very least, we can't suffer, can we? Cool tilde. But just when Mu Chen was about to act, Dot suddenly let out a sharp chirping. I saw that this idiot has stood up again at this moment, and the dullness in his eyes has disappeared. Instead, bursts of cold light continue to radiate from his pair of Xiaodu eye. What? How is this possible? Before Lingzi and Mao Chu could react, Dot, who stood up again, broke out. I saw his hands holding his head tilted, and a wave of super powerful thought power visible to the naked eye spurted out. Its target is Mao Chu and even Lingzi himself behind him. Empty pong tilde. In the face of this powerful thought force attack, the phantom light of the hairball was instantly extinguished, and then the hairball was controlled by the thought force and floated. As for Lingzi, affected by the fluctuation of mind power, this pretty ninja, like her hairball, was also controlled in midair. Chapter 160 The owner of the light red gymnasium, a Jew. 10 update. Chapter 160 The owner of the light red gymnasium, a Jew. Lingzi, you are so immature. Under the sudden explosion of Dot, Lingzi and her hairball were controlled by the mind force in midair. In this case, the outcome of this battle is naturally decided. For this situation, the one who is most excited is not the victorious Xiaoxia, but the pained and happy Pikachu. Although Xiaoxia is still pinching Pikachu desperately, this still can't stop Pikachu's tiny eyes exuding fine light from admiring the beautiful scenery in front of her. At this moment, Mu Chen had already fallen, and he was not even aware of the surging nosebleed. But when Mu Chen was still obsessed with the beauty in front of him, a burst of smoke suddenly came. When the smoke cleared, a middle-aged man in a blue ninja suit appeared in the arena. Even with the appearance of this guy, the mind power of the duck was also dispelled by him. Brother, I was too careless. The person who suddenly appeared was the owner of the light red gym, Ninja Aju. Lingzi, remember, you can't judge people by their appearance. You still need a lot of training in the future. Ignoring Xiaoji and the others, Aju, who had a cold face, was just teaching his sister a lesson. Hey, are you the master here? We beat your sister. Can you tell us how to get to Light Red City and the route to Light Red Gym? Being ignored by Xiaoji doesn't care, but if you can't get the victory award, this will not work. He was in a hurry to treat the injured Pokémon. Where does Ash have the mood to watch Aju teach his sister a lesson? Light Red City Gym. What, trainer, are you going for a gym challenge? Hearing Xiaoji's voice, Aju turned his attention. That's right, I'm Ash from Junxin Town, and my goal is to become a Pokémon trainer. Therefore, I must challenge the Light Red City Gym. Your sister has lost to us before. Can you now tell us how to get to Light Red City and Light Red Gym? Finally being noticed, Xiaoji hurriedly put forward his own request. If you are in the Light Red City, it's not too far across here. But the Light Red Gymnasium. Here is the Light Red Gymnasium. I am Aju, the owner of the pavilion here. If you want a challenge, do it now. Hearing Xiaoji's request, Aju smiled playfully. However, no one noticed the coldness on the corner of Aju's mouth. This is the Light Red City Gym. Well, I'm going for a gym challenge. Please state your rules. As the saying goes, there is nowhere to look when you break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. No matter how Ren Xiaoji thought, he never imagined that this was the Light Red City Gym he had been searching for. What else is there to say? Although Cerulean and BB Bird are seriously injured at the moment, with Pikachu by his side, Ash is not afraid of any battle. Very good. Happy. So, let's get started. My rules are simple. I'll play 3 Pokémon, and you can have as many as you want. As long as you can beat my 3 Pokémon, the Crimson City badge is yours. Hearing that Xiaoji accepted the gym challenge at this moment, Aju's eyes lit up even more. At this moment, Aju's attention has been fully focused on the pig-like Pikachu. Is this little thing the Pikachu who defeated Nazi's psychic control, or even let the boss deliberately transfer people from the Chengdu area to arrest him? Xiaoji didn't know that the Ninja Pavilion owner Aju, who was standing in front of him at the moment, was also one of the senior cadres of Team Rocket. As for Xiaoji and Xiaoxia, Aju had already heard about them through the Rocket's relationship, but he never thought that he would meet them in his gym today. Because he wants to continue to hide his identity and maintain the position of the official gym owner, Aju will not kill Xiaoji and others to snatch Pikachu. However, it is unavoidable to try it out. If this Pikachu's strength is average, then after they leave the gym, Aju can naturally arrest him. If this Pikachu's strength is really extraordinary, then Aju doesn't bother to waste that time. Anyway, this task has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't need to go out of his way to win the favor of the Rocket's boss Osaka would. Of course, Xiaoji didn't know what Aju was thinking at the moment. I only have 2 Pokémon to fight right now, but don't worry. Come on, let's start fighting. It's up to you, Pikachu. Hearing that you can play Pokémon as many as you want, Xiaoji was slightly moved. However, there are only 2 left for Xiaoji to play now. Don't worry, with Pikachu present, Ash has full determination to win. Because of Pikachu's continuous victories, Ash's honey juicy self-confidence aura is constantly being strengthened. Pika tilde 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 pick. This time, Mu Chen did not choose to strike this odd Jew. He has been waiting for a long time. Anyway, now that Miss Lingxi has returned to normal, Mu Chen naturally focused all his attention on the battle when there was nothing to watch. This time, Xiaoji didn't know, but Mu Chen knew that the difficulty was definitely not lower than that of Nazi. Even this failure punishment is the most terrible obliteration. With such a punishment for failure, Mu Chen dared not have the slightest carelessness. Pikachu, then, the first battle is up to you. Moth at the end. Seeing that Xiaoji directly dispatched the Pikachu he wanted to test, Aju was instantly overjoyed. Being able to quickly achieve the expected goal in his heart, Aju really has no mood to waste time. Tilde fung tilde tilde tilde. Following Aju's call, a huge moth with a length of 1 meter 5 appeared in front of him. Pikachu, attack, use 100,000 volts. Seeing Aju revealing the Pokémon, Xiaoji chose to attack with passion. Pika tilde tilde chu. This time, Xiaoji and Mu Chen thought of one thing. No matter what comes out, let's talk about other things after a call. At the end of the moth, use the shadow clone to avoid its attack. Then, use petrochemical power. Feeling tempted, Aju believes that he will not have any reservation. In this battle, Aju didn't even consider whether Xiaoji was a trainer who challenged the gym. The only thing he wants to confirm is how strong this Pikachu is. What did it rely on to defeat Nazi? Zila tilde tilde. The light of the electric current jumped, lacing away at the last moth. However, under Aju's order, the last moth instantly turned into several phantom. Mu Chen's 100,000 volts only hit the air and set off a small firework. Chapter 161 underscore. Pick up tilde tilde. Nima, what going on? The 100,000 volts set off firework, and Mu Chen didn't care about that. Anyway, it was a tentative attack, and I didn't use much energy at all. But, why can't I use 100,000 volts now? Is that what Aju said just now? What the hell is petrochemical work? What is that to play? What the hell? Previously, after Molumo evaded Mu Chen's attack, a strange energy wave hit Mu Chen. Because the speed of this energy was too fast, Mu Chen did not react at all and was honored. Originally, Mu Chen also said that this energy had no offensive power and could be ignored. But now, however, Mu Chen found that he couldn't use 100,000 volt. This time, it really made Mu Chen panic. The 100,000 volt can't be used. Isn't Lao Su fighting 5 gum in second? At the end of the moth, it's done. Borrow it and use sleep powder. Mu Chen didn't understand the situation. As the owner of the last moth, how could Aju not understand? Now, Pikachu's 100,000 volt skill has been sealed. Although the time of this seal is not long, it is enough for him to decide the outcome of this game. Now, let me see how powerful you Pikachu really is. Ah fung tilde tilde. After receiving Aju's order, Molumo immediately fanned a pair of body-sized wings, and bursts of sleepy powder sprayed out from the wing. Therefore, it is the hypnotic powder that can make the target fall into a state of drowsiness. Pikachu, use 100,000 volt to defeat the sleep powder in front of you. Seeing Aju's move, Xiaoji immediately responded. However, this unfortunate child obviously doesn't know Mu Chen's state at the moment. Pick up tilde pick up. Lord Volt, 100,000 volts has been sealed, and Mu Chen wanted to use 100,000 volt. Ignoring Xiaoji's idiot's shout, Mu Chen decisively turned around, and with a high-speed movement blessing, he gracefully left Aju's little golden ass. 100,000 volts was sealed, and now Mu Chen's only way is to flash. As soon as the sleep fan heard it, he knew that it was not a fun response. Facing such a strange opponent, Mu Chen had no intention of trying the law. Ha ha ha, little thing, you can't win by escaping. The last moth, use illusion, solve it. In order to test out the true strength of this Pikachu, Aju has no reservations at this moment. This is not at all the strength that a gym trainer uses to deal with challengers. This is completely the true strength of Aju at this moment. Ah fung tilde tilde tilde. The huge wings flapped again, and bursts of pink energy radiance visible to the naked eye shot out from its wings. The target was Pikachu, who was still dodging the sleep powder attack. Pikachu, watch out for its attack. Use 100,000 volts to fight back. Seeing that Pikachu was beaten without the ability to fight back, Ash was in a hurry. What going on here? Why doesn't Pikachu use 100,000 volts after the opening shot? Ash, it's not Pikachu's fault. Didn't you notice? Before that Aju had ordered his last moth to use petrification on Pikachu. Now, I'm afraid Pikachu's 100,000 volts have been sealed. Still Xiaosha is careful. When she saw that Xiaoji was still conducting mindless commands, she finally couldn't help but remind her. What? Petrochemical work? What the hell is that? As the so-called phase is a magical knowledge, Mu Chen and Xiaoji's evaluation and understanding of petrochemical power are surprisingly consistent. Pick up tilde pick up. The conversation between Xiaoji and Xiaosha was naturally not heard by Mu Chen, who was running wildly. At this moment, when he saw the illusion technique called by moth, he had already started the mother scolding mode in his heart. Nima, is Is this a gym challenge in particular? That Nazi is already bizarre enough, and you, a Jew, are even more rude. This is so special. Is it just trying hard? Mu Chen is not an idiot. How can he still not see how a Jew is in this state? This guy's battle with himself is simply showing his true strength. You must know that in this world, in order to encourage trainers to challenge, generally speaking, gym trainers will not show their full strength when dealing with these challengers. But now, this a Jew is different. Mad. No wonder this system task is so difficult. So why did a Jew meet the old king next door, or entering menopause? Although he complained in his heart, Mu Chen didn't dare to stop the movements in his hand. The 100,000 volt could not be used. Facing this menacing illusion, Mu Chen's only way was to rely on the displacement of lightning flashes to avoid it. You can really run. At the end of the moth, use poisonous powder to cover the entire field. Let me see how this little thing can run. After fighting for a few rounds, this Pikachu hardly had any counterattacks other than escaping. At this moment, a Jew has already made a decision about his rank. But that's all. I want to come to the boss to arrest it, just because this little thing can use the 100,000 volt skill. Right. As for Nazi's defeat, it can only be said that Nazi is too arrogant and too careless. If she showed her real strength from the beginning, how could it be possible with such a small thing that can only run away? It is precisely because he has already made a judgment in his heart that a Jew has no interest in continuing at this moment. Let's end this boring game early. Then, since this little thing is so weak, then I, a Jew, will make a shot. At the very least, Boss Sakagi values this little thing. If he catches it, he can get some reward. Right. Sakagi's favor. A Jew doesn't care, but the actual reward a Jew will not refuse. Pika tilde chew. But just as a Jew was about to finish off Pikachu and end the game, a loud chirping sound suddenly came. This is Mu Chen. After escaping the attack of the illusion technique, Mu Chen quickly entered a state of charging and blessing. In the face of this moth that can use all kinds of powder, Mu Chen also knows that relying on escape is meaningless at all. Therefore, his decision was to charge and support. Nima's 100,000 volt can't be used, and I will overturn you with an electric shock after charging. But when Mu Chen entered the charging state, he suddenly discovered that it seemed that this guy's previous seal on 100,000 volts was also directly broken by this charging and blessing state. What else is there to say about this? Originally, Mu Chen just wanted to counterattack with an electric shock, but now that he has 100,000 volt, he will never be polite. Taking advantage of the chance that the moth was still flapping its wings, Mu Chen sent 100,000 volts of anger towards this guy. Uncle, playing trick with Lao Su. Get down for me. Chapter 162 Smelly Mud. Chapter 162 Smelly Mud. Now it seems that this game is a bit interesting. Well, my second Pokemon is you. Smelly Mud, come out. Seeing that Pikachu broke the seal in such a short period of time, and even flipped his last moth with 100,000 volt, a Jew's eyes suddenly lit up. This Pikachu is interesting. It seems that I underestimated it before. In her heart, she had already raised her evaluation of Pikachu, and a Jew took back the defeated moth and summoned the second Pokemon. By duo tilde. Familiar appearance, familiar chirping, familiar stench. Of course, a Jew is not the one in the unmanned power plant, nor is his size as exaggerated as the one in the unmanned power plant. However, its combat power cannot be underestimated. Smelly Mud. This is easy to deal with. Charge Pikachu. Use 100,000 volt. Relying on body shape to judge the strength of an opponent is not just Mu Chen's patent. In Xiaoji's opinion, this stinky mud with a body size of just over 2 meters is definitely much easier to deal with than the one in the unmanned power plant. That big guy Pikachu is not afraid, let alone this. If Xiaoji was still very nervous in the previous battle, after Pikachu broke the seal and released the last moth, Xiaoji was completely relieved. Now seeing this stinky slime whose size is far smaller than that of the same kind in the unmanned power plant, Xiaoji's aura of honey juicy self-confidence flashes crazily. Pikachu will definitely win. Pika tilde chew. It's not just Ash who has this confidence. Seeing the stinky mud of the smaller one, Mu Chen's heart was also full of motivation to abuse vegetables. It will only throw mud and disgusting people's play. Eat 100,000 volts of Lao Su. Although, at this time, Mu Chen's charging skills have entered the CD state, but against this slow opponent, Mu Chen said that he is not panic at all. Even if I can't kill you in seconds, why can't I kill you? Zila tilde. Electric flames began to jump over its cheek. In an instant, the electric currents on Mu Chen's cheek converged and blasted away at the smelly mud. Smelly Mud. Use Mauler. Seeing Pikachu's posture, a Jew didn't hesitate at all. By duo tilde. After a tweak, the stinky mud that was 2 meters in size instantly shrank to a ball. Mu Chen's 100,000 volt flew over the head of the shrunk stinky mud without any accident, and once again set off a firework. Pick up tilde. Nima. What should be play? How can it get smaller? Are you kidding me? A Jew's endless bells and whistles. Mu Chen said he was confused. Why can't you compete well well with Lousy and me. What are these barren plays should be. Very good. Smelly mud. Now we start to fight back. Use the mud bomb. A Jew naturally ignored what Mu Chen thought. After seeing the smelly mud perfectly avoid the 100,000 volt, a Jew decisively issued a counterattack order. By duo tilde tilde. Under a Jew's order, stinky mud instantly regained its original shape. Then, this guy started to slap his body with no surprise. Pick up tilde pick up. Mu Chen can tell by looking at the stinky mud posture. What the heck, are you going to start playing the disgusting attack again? Just kidding, I'm so flexible, can I be hit by your disgusting play? Because he knew the disgusting offensive routine of the smelly mud, Mu Chen didn't even wait for the smelly mud to attack. He directly started the high-speed movement and entered the parkour mode. Anti-cat is despicable. Come on, want to attack Lao Su? Don't even think about you. However, Mu Chen didn't know that the stinky mud in front of him at the moment was different from the one in the unmanned power plant. At the very least, the skills they use are completely two concept. By duo tilde tilde. After a fierce digging, the smelly mud finally launched an attack. Clap, clap, clap. Different from the smelly mud of the unmanned power plant, the attack method of this smelly mud of a Jew is not a one-time heavy artillery, but a series of mortars. Ooh, be careful Pikachu. Don't dodge. Use 100,000 volt to fight back. Seeing that smelly mud's attacks were so intense, Xiaoji hurriedly reminded Mu Chen, who was running. Pick up tilde pick up. Fight back. Counter your uncle. Why don't you try it? Mu Chen was also caught off guard by the series of attacks like smelly mud. However, at this time, the smelly mud had already taken the initiative, and even if Mu Chen wanted to fight back, he couldn't find a chance at all. This stinky mud is used, but it is a special stinky mud bomb. This play should be countless times more powerful than that mud attack. Of course, this is not the main thing. How could he have the courage to stop and play skill match when Mu Chen saw that the toy thrown out by the stinky mud could corrode the ground? If this special is accidentally hit, won't Lao Su lose his appearance? You know, Mu Chen took advantage of his cute appearance. If you are disfigured, and you get a piece of hair all over your body, how can you be cute with a young lady in the future? Finally, relying on the parkour skills that he has cultivated for a long time, Mu Chen successfully avoided all the attacks of the smelly mud with a very high degree of difficulty. Stinky mud, keep attacking. Seeing that Pikachu was unscathed by such a dense blow from the smelly mud, a Jew was slightly taken aback. This little thing is not only powerful in skills, but also extremely flexible in this movement technique. Pika tilde tilde chew. Again, don't even think about it. How could Mu Chen not know how embarrassed he had been avoiding before? If he let the stinky mud throw the poisonous mud around, he really couldn't guarantee that he would be able to avoid them all. Therefore, when Mu Chen saw this thing and began to shove it up to his body again, he decisively chose to fight back. You should be disgusting. I don't dare to fight with you, so let's play long-range sparring. Zila tilde tilde. Electricity flashes. In order to quickly interrupt the attack of the smelly mud, this time Mu Chen used his skills to release more rapid electromagnetic wave. By duo tilde tilde. It was refreshing to dig, and suddenly a sense of numbness hit, and the smelly mud was stunned for a moment. Pika tilde tilde chew. Smelly mud was dumbfounded, but Mu Chen would not. Seizing this rare opportunity to counterattack, Mu Chen used a 100,000 volt attack against the stinky mud. You are so small. Get smaller. Attacked the lower body of the smelly mud. You are so small. Don't you still stand in place? I can't believe I can't reach you. Smelly mud. Interrupt the mud bomb. Use smaller. Chapter 163 _ a Jew's aid. The crossbat. Chapter 163 A Jew's trump card. The crossbat. How is this possible? A Jew did not disappoint Mu Chen. Seeing the call of 100,000 volt, a Jew's order was no different from before. However, a Jew did not expect that Mu Chen had already changed his attack angle. Looking at the stinky mud that was shot in the head by a 100,000 volt hit after getting smaller, a Jew's face was filled with confusion. How smart is this Pikachu? Is this still a Pokémon? It actually cracked Smelly Mud's miniaturization skill without any reminder from the trainer. Even if he didn't believe it in his heart, the situation on the field was placed in front of a Jew. The stinky mud has long since been restored from the reduced state by electricity. Pika tilde 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 chew. Zila tilde tilde. As soon as he predicted a 100,000 volt hit, Mu Chen was even more motivated. This game should be disgusting or disgusting, but its movement speed is no speed to Mu Chen. When I was young, Lao Su could call you, not to mention getting bigger. Seizing this rare opportunity, Mu Chen didn't hesitate at all. As if the 100,000 volt didn't want money, he frantically blasted away at the smelly mud. Chu duo tilde tilde. Cho duo tilde tilde. Although stinky mud is famous for its durability has a limit it can withstand. Under Mu Chen's desperate swinging skills, the only thing smelly mud can do is to keep swinging. Finally, after swaying for a while, smelly mud let out a painful roar and took the lunch in honor. To put it bluntly, a Pokemon like stinky mud is still not suitable for fighting enemies with special attack from a distance. What it is good at is close combat. When the opponent comes to it and relies on its terrifying mud body to crush, wrap and even stun the opponent. However, its opponent is Pikachu. If it's a normal Pikachu, then maybe there will be a misalignment to give this stinky mud a chance. But Mew-chen would definitely stay away from this disgusting game. Just kidding. Want to disgust me? Don't even think about it. To face this stinky mud, Mew-chen would rather spend a lot of electricity and never get close to him. It's getting more and more interesting. Smelly mud, you come back. Then, my last Pokemon is you. Crossbat. Seeing Smelly Mud's defeat, Aju did not feel the slightest annoyance, but instead had a full smile on his face. This Pikachu is really different. Others don't know. How can Aju not know? Before this, Pikachu used at least 30 rounds of 100,000 volt in order to defeat the Smelly Mud. If it were a normal Pokemon, even Raichu after evolution would probably not be able to bear it at all. But what about now? This Pikachu seems to have not been affected too much at all, and still has the power to fight again. No wonder it made Boss Sakagi so valued. Cough tilde 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 tilde. Following Aju's call, a huge bat with a length of 2 meters and an extremely ferocious expression appeared in front of him. Trainer, this is my last Pokemon, the Crossbat. As long as you can beat it, then the light red city gym badge belongs to you. Stroking the cross-shaped bat, Aju seems to be stroking her lover. It can be seen that the bond between this fork bat and Aju must be very deep. The last one, ha ha ha. It turned out to be a flying bat. I've got this badge. Seeing that Aju's last Pokemon turned out to be a flight type restrained by Pikachu, Ash was overjoyed. Brother, Xiaoji is not clear. Why is Link C not clear? This forked bat can be regarded as the real main force of Aju. If you make a ranking of the Pokemon in the hands of these gym trainers, generally, they deal with challengers with the lowest level of Pokemon. Similar to the previous Stinky Mud and Moth, it can already be regarded as the second-tier standing Pokemon. And this forked bat is really one of the main ace in Aju's hand. Seeing that Aju even summoned the trump card when accepting the challenge of the gym, Lingzi's big beautiful eyes were filled with shock and puzzlement. Brother, what happened? What if they win? Anyway, the Alliance also has regulations. Each gym has to distribute a lot of badges every year. Why did my brother send his ace Pokemon to fight against this young trainer? This is simply beyond the scope of the gym challenge. Lingzi still knew very well about his brother's rank. Among gym trainers, Aju is hard to have an opponent. Even the weaker Heavenly King, her elder brother, Aju, can compete with one or two. Is this challenger so strong? Boy, don't underestimate my Crossbat. Many times, the restraint of attributes does not determine everything. Crossbat, use the black mist. A simple response to Xiaoji. Aju's eyes suddenly radiated a cold and harsh light. Pikachu, let me see where your limits are. Through the previous two battles, Aju has roughly confirmed the strength of this Pikachu. This little thing is indeed worthy of the boss Sakaji's shot. Now, this is Aju's last test for Pikachu. He needs to know where the limit of this Pikachu is. If the Crossbat can easily defeat it, then Aju has no choice but to attack this Pikachu. At this moment, Aju is planning a big move. Through this Pikachu, he can exchange a lot of materials from the hands of boss Sakagi, which is also a big temptation for Aju. Aju was going to make a simple test before, and then started after they left. But through these two battles, Aju's interest in this Pikachu has greatly increased at this moment. On the contrary, if this Pikachu is very difficult to deal with and can last a long time under the attack of the bat, then Aju can only give it up. After all, it was impossible for Aju to do anything too conspicuous for his own plan. If this Pikachu is extremely difficult to deal with, and there is the slightest accident when capturing it, it will be unbearable for Aju. For Aju, although the temptation to exchange for materials is not small, it is insignificant compared to his big action. As for saying that the Crossbat will fail, this point, Aju has never considered. You must know that Aju, the Fort Bat, can challenge some weaking. A mere Pikachu, how could it possibly defeat his Crossbat? Cough tilde 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 tilde. Following Aju's order, the Fort Bat immediately flapped a pair of huge wings, and bursts of black smoke erupted from the wing. Chapter 164 Battle in the Dark. Chapter 164 Battle in the Black Mist. Pikachu, use 100,000 volt to interrupt its kills. Black Mist should play this, and Ash had been taught by Kojira's gas bomb once before. If the black fog really covered the audience, it would be truly blind, and I might not even be able to detect where the enemy was. Pika tilde tilde chew. Still need you to say. Seeing the bat posture, Mew-chen also knew that its kills must be interrupted. If this makes it cover the entire venue with black fog, it will be a big trouble. Zila tilde tilde. The current of fire flashed on Mew-chen's cheeks in an instant. Ha ha ha. It useless. Crossbat. Use shadow clone. Seeing that Pikachu wanted to interrupt the black mist skill of the bat, Aju showed a mocking smile. Today, let you experience the fighting style of ninjas. Cough tilde 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 tilde. I saw the cross-shaped bat under the order of Aju. While its wings were fanning, its body suddenly appeared in bursts of phantom. When the phantoms dissipated, more than a dozen cross-shaped bats with exactly the same shape and movement appeared in the air. Pick up tilde Damn Nima, how can I fight this, my lord? Mu Chen, who had planned to interrupt the cross-hatched bat with 100,000 volt, was stunned. What's up with this Nima? Seeing that the movements in the sky were completely consistent, and it was impossible to tell which one was the real bat, Mu Chen was embarrassed by the 100,000 volts that had been brewed long ago. Why do you want me to call which one? Pikachu, don't hesitate, just pick a fight with your feelings. Seeing such a terrifying shadow avatar of the cross-shaped bat, it was not only Mu Chen who was confused, it was Xiaoji who was commanding behind him, and the word shock was also written on his face at this moment. However, unlike Mu Chen, although Xiaoji's experience in combat is still lacking, his talent for combat is still extraordinary. Seeing such a situation, Ash reminded Pikachu without any hesitation, if you can't tell the difference, then let go. Pika Chu. Okay, look at you. Hearing Xiaoji's reminder, Mu Chen also reacted. This time is not the time to be distracted. This idiot Xiaoji said this time is very correct. It doesn't matter which one is your real body. Look at Laozi and my Dafa. Zila. Without any hesitation, the 100,000 volt carrying Mu Chen's eager anticipation shot away at a cross-shaped bat. PFF. However, Mu Chen's face is darker. This one is obviously a fake. The bat. Now it's our turn to attack. Use high-speed movement, and then attack with wings. After Pikachu shot 100,000 volts in the air, the forked bat has successfully covered the entire field with black fog. At this moment, everyone present was in a state of blindness. Of course, this does not include Aju and Crossbat. As a ninja, Akina often has to exercise in the dark. Through continuous practice, Aju has already mastered the ability to perceive the opponent's position by relying on subtle changes in the dark. As for the Crossbat, you must know that the Pokémon such as the cross-shaped bat itself relies on sound waves to locate it. Cough tilde. A sharp screeching sound came from the darkness. Hiccup tilde. Nima, is it so disgusting? Just hearing the chirping sound, Mu Chen didn't even notice where the enemy was, so he was slapped hard. This time, Mu Chen was completely panicked. Damn you uncle, how does this make me fight? The enemy can't be found anywhere, and my eyes are black. I can't even defend. Pikachu, hold on, don't give up. Run. Through constant battles, Xiaoji's command of the battle is no longer the iron-headed boy he used to be. When the black mist came, Xiaoji also fell into a panic, but then he heard Pikachu's painful cry. After hearing Pikachu's tweet, Ash immediately reacted. At this time, the battle is still in progress. He hasn't lost yet. Although Xiaoji's emotional intelligence is often low, there is one thing in his character that is absolutely the key to his success in the future. That is the spirit of never giving up. After reacting, Ash immediately thought of the parkour tactics that Pikachu often used before. Therefore, Ash, who couldn't see, quickly made a figure for Pikachu in the dark. Pikachu, let's fight. That's all I can help you with. Pick. What the hell? Yes, start running. Because of the black fog, because the bat attack was too sudden, and because this mission involved too much of a relationship, the nervous Mu Chen forgot his best fighting style. Now that he heard Xiaoji's reminder, Mu Chen immediately reacted. Run. Damn, I'm really good at running. Why can't I see you? Can't I run away? Do it when you think of it. With a decision in his heart, Mu Chen didn't hesitate at all. He kicked his two hind legs hard, and the high-speed movement state was activated, and Mu Chen flew wildly. Anyway, I can't see the feathers, so I just ran away. Run away. The bat, using ultrasound, calculates the movement trajectory of this Pikachu, and makes a pre-judgment attack on it. Through the movement of Pikachu, Aju has already judged its plan. But what about this? In the dark, the cross-shaped bat is the well-deserved king. Cough tilde. Following Aju's order, bursts of sound waves shot out from the big mouth of the cross-shaped bat. Although this sound wave does not have any offensive power, it can completely present the moving Pikachu in the head of the bat. Cough tilde. After a short positioning, the cross-shaped bat pounced on Pikachu again. Bang! The sound of a crash came. However, it wasn't the bat that hit Pikachu. Pika Chu. Zila. Just after a random turn, Mu Chen felt something rushing over behind him. Then, the sound of an object hitting the ground came over. What else is there to say? It must be that stupid batch of cross-hatched bats who still want to attack Lao Su. I couldn't find your place before, but now you take the initiative to send it to your door. I'm welcome. After confirming the exact location of the cross-hatched bat, Mu Chen activated 100,000 volts without any hesitation. Cough tilde. Unable to evade, the cross-hatched bat, which had not yet lifted off, took a decisive attack. What? Attacked the bat. Snort. Just luck. Fork bat. Lift off. And La Pikachu again. Don't take it lightly. Chapter 165 _ Let's decide the winner. Chapter 165 Let's divide the winner. Pick up. Seizing the opportunity to fight back, Mu Chen fell into a passive state again. No way, it was so dark, not a single hair could be seen, and the bat didn't attack at will. Mu Miu Chen said that he really had nothing to do. Although Xiaoji's cheering voice kept coming, Miu Chen could only selectively ignore it. What the matter? I can't give constructive advice to Lao Su. Could you please shut up? Of course, Miu Chen also knew that in this case Xiaoji really couldn't be blamed. The previous reminder was already the limit of what Xiaoji could help him. Now, it's all up to him. Okay, right now, bat, use the cross poison. At this moment, when Miu Chen hesitated for a moment, a Ju's cold commanding voice suddenly came. Cough tilde 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 tilde. Under the command of a Ju, the cross-shaped bat hovering in the air suddenly made a sharp chirping. Immediately, Miu Chen only felt a strong wind blowing above his head, but when he was about to dodge, it was too late. Pika tilde. Damn Nima. It hurt daddy. This time, Miu Chen really took a heavy blow from the bat. A Ju's sport bat is one of his ace Pokémon, and its level is definitely very high. With just this heavy blow, Miu Chen felt that his physical strength was draining a lot. Mad. No, I have to think of a way. If I let him come again, I am afraid I will be very cool. Miu Chen is still very clear about his physical condition. Its advantages are speed and powerful 100,000 volt. As for physical strength, it was a younger brother level existence from beginning to end. After eating a wing attack before, and now eating a cross poison, a big move of the bat, Miu Chen's physical strength is almost exhausted at this moment. If it wasn't for the increase in physical strength through the racial value rewarded by the system, if it were a normal Pikachu, I would probably be lying in the nest at this time. Thinking of the terrifying punishment for failure in the system, although Miu Chen felt helpless in his heart, he could only search for achievements with a strong spirit. He can't afford to lose this battle. Don't give up yet. Then, bat, continue to use the cross poison and give it the final blow. Feeling that Pikachu, who was in the black mist, actually ran again, a cold smile appeared on the corner of a Ju's mouth. Pikachu, but so, it seems that he can completely capture this little thing through this battle. As for Xiaoji and Xiaosha, they are just two little devils, and the number of trainers who die in accidents every year is never a minority. If there was any concern in a Ju's heart before, after the battle with Pikachu, this concern has disappeared. As long as it can be taken directly, there will be no surprises. This, of course, has no impact on his subsequent big action. If it doesn't affect his future action, he can even get a lot of supplies from Boss Sakagi through Pikachu. A Ju will not refuse this kind of business. Cough tilde 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 tilde. In the darkness, the chirping of the cross-shaped bat sounded again. Pika tilde tilde chu. Nima, bring it on. I can't kill you with electricity. From the moment just now, Miu Chen knew that if he wanted to avoid it, he might have little chance. Under the crisis, Miu Chen suddenly broke out. Aren't you going to rush over to bite Lao Su? Come on then. I will attack myself directly with 100,000 volt. As long as you dare to come over, you will not be electrocuted. Cough tilde 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 tilde. Sure enough, Miu Chen's duplicitous defensive tactics succeeded. The pounce bat did not expect that Miu Chen would have such a mean, and took a decisive bite. Little thing, can't you think that you can resist? Cross bat. Use divine bird attack. Realizing that this Pikachu can still defend in this way, a Ju is even more interested. Unexpectedly, this Pikachu has such a keen sense of smell in battle. This is far more than the average Pokemon. You know, in this world, if there is no trainer's command, ordinary Pokemon just rely on instinct to fight. But the Pikachu that appeared in front of a Ju now brought him a great surprise. If it weren't for the fact that Boss Sakagi had already set his sights on this Pikachu, if it wasn't for the fact that a Ju still has a big move, I'm afraid a Ju couldn't help taking it for himself. Now, a Ju, who has greatly increased his interest in Pikachu, no longer intends to continue to test Divine Bird's special attack, but a super big move of the flight department. The damage it can cause is absolutely extraordinary. Although this skill is too violent, the attacking party will suffer a certain backlash effect. However, this is nothing to a Ju, as long as this Pikachu can be taken down. Cough tilde 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 tilde. Under a Ju's order, the newly launched fork bat suddenly made a harsh chirping. Hu tilde hu tilde. Unable to determine the orientation of the cross-shaped bat, the only thing Miu Chen could feel was that the gust of wind was hitting him. Pika tilde tilde chu. Nima, this is what you forced me to do. Being attacked by cross-hatched bats continuously, unable to see in the dark, this kind of useless battle Miu Chen has never tried. Although the previous 100,000 volt defense was successful, Miu Chen also knew that just relying on ordinary 100,000 volts would not be able to take down this damn bat. Under the fury, Miu Chen, who was unwilling to fail, finally chose to break out. What a fool, I can't do anything about you. Right, Divine Bird special attack. I made you a barbecue bat. You must know that the item that Miu Chen obtained in a previous reward was an electric ball. Although this thing is just a one-off fake product, it is not the slightest ambiguity in improving the power of Miu Chen's electrical skills. At this critical juncture, Miu Chen couldn't care less about this hard-earned prize. Bring it on. Dead bat. I'll let you see what is 100,000 volt. Now, through constant running, the CD of Miu Chen's charging skill skills has long since passed. After activating the charging skill, Mu Chen also activated the electric ball that was rewarded by the system in his mind. Zila tilde tilde tilde. The electric ball was excited, and the violent electric energy began to boil in Mu Chen's body. I saw the current on its cheek keep rolling and jumping, as if it were about to strike a thunderbolt at the enemy at any time. Cough tilde 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 tilde. At this moment, the chirping sound of the cross-shaped bat appeared above Mu Chen's head. Obviously, this guy's attack has arrived. Pika tilde tilde chew tilde tilde. Bring it on. Bring it on. See if it's your divine bird special attack or Lao Su's 100,000 volt. Chapter 166 _ reward gigantic 6 more. Chapter 166 reward gigantic. Zila tilde tilde. Just when the fork-shaped bat launched the flight-type big move, the divine bird special attack, to give Mu Chen the final blow, a violent electric energy suddenly spewed out from his cheek. I saw that with the lacing of the current, golden lights suddenly flashed in the stadium shrouded in black mist. Ha tilde. Boom. The scream of the cross-shaped bat came at the same time as the violent explosion. What? How is this possible? Under this super 100,000 volt, the black fog gill of the bat was instantly blown away, and the Jew didn't need to continue to command the battle through perception. But the scene in front of him was far beyond his imagination. Seeing that the electric current on the cheeks of Pikachu, who had flipped the cross-hatched bat with a single blow, was still churning wildly, and even driven to cover the entire stadium, a Jew was shocked. How is this possible? Is this still an attack that Pikachu can use? If ordinary people see Pikachu, they will only be amazed at the horror of its power, such as Ash and Xiaoxia at the moment. But who is a Jew? He is the strongest gym trainer after the Heavenly King level. In fact, a Jew's big move was to get the vacant seat of Heavenly King in the Chengdu area and take the opportunity to break away from the dark organization of the Rocket. It is precisely because of this that a Jew's vision is far beyond that of ordinary trainers. Now when he saw the 100,000 volts issued by Pikachu, a Jew has fallen into complete shock. This is an attack comparable to that of a Heavenly King level Pokémon. If even this was an evolved Raichu, a Jew wouldn't be so surprised. After all, after evolution, Raichu's increase in racial value and the sum of his energy are far greater than before the evolution. But this is just a Pikachu. At this moment, a Jew finally realized how Nazi felt at that time. However, he has already lost. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, so beautiful. We won. The black fog dissipated, and when he saw the bat twitched all over and fell to the ground, how could Xiaoji still not know? This battle, he won. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Nima, this is sour. At this moment, Mu Chen didn't even have the strength to reply to Xiaoji. After charging and blessing, through the blessing of the electric ball, the power of Mu Chen's 100,000 volts is astonishing. But on the contrary, this 100,000 volt completely drained the electricity in Mu Chen's body. At this moment, he once again fell into a state of overdraft. Trainer, it was a game that really surprised me. Your Pikachu is very interesting. This is the gym badge of Light Red City. Now it belongs to you. After the bat was defeated, a Jew had already given up his plan to capture Pikachu. Now, a Jew has already planned to leave the rockets in his heart. Since this Pikachu has not been captured, it is not worth his risk of revealing his identity to continue to arrest. To put it bluntly, the most important thing for Aju at this moment is to hide the dark identity of Team Rocket, and then use the power of Team Rocket to seize the position of the Heavenly King in Chengdu. Therefore, for the failure of this battle, Aju was able to accept it calmly. It great. Xiaoxia, see, I got the light red badge too. As a result, when Aju handed over the badge, Xiaoji almost jumped up in excitement. Now, the badges in the hands of Xiaoji have reached a full 6, and it is not far from the requirement of 8 badges to participate in the alliance competition. This is very important to Xiaoji. You know, this little guy's goal is to challenge the league competition and eventually become a Pokemon training master. It is precisely because of this goal that Xiaoji doesn't care much about other things, and only has the word constant fighting in his heart. Pick up tilde pick up. Xiaoji was excited, and Mu Chen was equally excited in his heart. Ignoring Xiaoji, who was still celebrating, Mu Chen fled into Xiaoxia's arms in a single step. System. Come on, Lao Su's reward. Hurry up and take it out. I want to draw a lottery. Through this battle, Mu Chen once again experienced the terrifying power of the Super 100,000 volt. And the most important thing is that this time the Super 100,000 volt, Mu Chen used it completely by his own strength. After experiencing this wonderful feeling, Mu Chen really can't forget it. If this 100,000 volt can become my regular skill, then the picture is really beautiful. It is precisely because of this thought in his heart that Mu Chen is looking forward to the lottery for system tasks at this moment. The electric ball should be the same Pokemon booster equipment as the mysterious water drop on the San Anu. Since there is a fake in this game, there is naturally a genuine product. If, this time, I can draw a genuine product. DD. Task completion. Reward method. For the distribution of reward, the system never delays. Under Mu Chen's expectation, the big turntable appeared in his mind again. Looking at the big turntable that still had 4 options, Mu Chen focused all his attention on Jujuhua and the question mark reward. Only these two are the most powerful. Whatever skill, whatever racial value, let me stand aside. With great anticipation, Mu Chen turned the dial. Jujuhua, question mark, stop. Be sure to stop on these 2 items. With the turn of the turntable, Mu Chen's heart also hung up. Gradually, the rotating pointer of the turntable finally began to decrease at a constant speed. Lying on the graph, gigantic transformation. Looking at the unknown where the final pointer stayed, Mu Chen was stunned. Although he has always brought the gigantic transformation in his prayers, he has never really expected to be able to play this game. After all, this gigantic transformation has been placed on the turntable since it appeared, but Mu Chen has never been shaken. I never thought that this time. Mu Chen just wanted to ask another question mark, but in the end he shook the giant. Didi, congratulations to the host for turning on the gigantic transformation. The current gigantic level 0 2 to 5 times larger in 5 minutes. Skill use cooldown 48 hours. When the pointer stopped on the reward of Jujuhua, the voice of the system came from Mu Chen's mind again. What should be played? Jujuhua and Nima's grading. Lao Su is now a special level 0. Can you make a part of your body bigger? What I really want is to get bigger as a whole. Is there something wrong with getting bigger? How should this game be upgraded? Chen said that he was confused. Chapter 167 _ the correct use of gigantic 7 more. Chapter 167 The correct use of Jujuhua. Xiaosha, how far are we from that wild wilderness area? After leaving a Jew's gym, Xiaoji and Xiaosha did not walk far and successfully reached the light red city. After a day of corrections at the Pokémon Center, Ash and Kasumi's Pokémon were finally restored. It was because he stayed at the Pokémon Center for one day that Ash heard a piece of news that moved him. Turn out to be, not far from this light red city is the very famous wild wilderness area in the Kanto region. There are a lot of wild Pokémon there. For Xiaoji, who is bent on conquering powerful Pokémon. What's more, when he set off for the trip, Xiaoji also promised Dr. Damu to capture as many Pokémon as possible to help him with his research. However, there are not many Pokémon that Xiaoji has captured along the way, and none of them have been sent to Dr. Damu through the computer. Now that he has this opportunity, Xiaoji is going to see everything he says. Therefore, after leaving the light red city, Xiaoji did not hesitate to pull Xiaosha to the wild wilderness area and set off in the big depth. According to the hints on the map, we should be able to reach the wild wilderness area after about a day's journey. But Ash, I heard that the wild wilderness area is guarded by the Dada clan, and if you want to catch Pokémon there, you need to get their approval. Seeing Xiaoji so excited, Xiaosha really didn't want to pour cold water on him. However, that wild wilderness area, it's alright. When you see the Dada clan, just tell them about it. Hearing Xiaosha's prompt, the optimistic Xiaoji said that he didn't care at all. When you get to the place, find the Dada clan, go and talk to them and it's over. Pokémon, aren't they just for people to subdue? Pick up. For the conversation between the two, Mu Chen said that he had no interest in it. At this moment, Mu Chen, who was lying in Xiaosha's arms, was full of the previous gigantic reward. This is so special. According to the urinary system, is this gigantic transformation still a special level 0? This point really made Mu Chen very hurt. You must know that the giant transformation that Mu Chen had imagined before was like an ancient fast dragon, like a huge stinky mud, and the whole thing became bigger. The results of it. Why did you give me a castration version? Forget it. What Mu Chen could not tolerate the most was the use of the cooldown time. What's so special? After 48 hours of cooling, it can only be used for 5 minutes, and it's just that a certain part of the castration is extremely giant. However, the arm can't twist the thigh. Mu Chen and the system can't fight. After accepting this cruel reality, what Mu Chen thought at the moment was to experiment to see if this gigantic transformation was as he thought. If so, that better than nothing. However, because of this cooling time, Mu Chen certainly wouldn't waste the opportunity to use Jujuhua at will. So, what this guy is waiting for now is the arrival of dark days. Finally, after a day's drive, Xiaoji and Xiaosha, who entered the dark night, went back to camping again as Mu Chen had expected. The opportunity that Mu Chen has been waiting for has finally appeared. I saw that under the moonlight, a yellow-skinned mouse twitching his hands and feet appeared beside Xiaoji. After some verification, Mu Chen finally took the Pokémon ball with Mina. Now that Chilean hasn't evolved to Shinado, and the next stage of the system's chain quest has not yet begun, Mu Chen can't easily try to destroy the consequences of the chain quest. Therefore, the goal of experimenting this gigantic, Mu Chen naturally placed it on his old lover, Minos. A loud and long chirping sound came, and Minos was successfully summoned by Mu Chen. Pick up. Big baby, we haven't discussed each other for a long time. The opportunity is rare, but don't waste this wonderful spring. The purpose of Mu Chen's summoning of Minos was naturally to have a discussion with her in the middle of the night and release the pressure he had accumulated. Of course, the main purpose is to experiment with this gigantic ill. Yeah tilde tilde. After being summoned by Mu Chen in the middle of the night, Minos naturally knew what he wanted to do. Without any nonsense, Minos instantly entered the state, and the self-healing skill was also activated at any time. Obviously, this is to have a protracted battle with this guy Pikachu. Pika tilde 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 chu. Seeing how Minos got on the road, what else is there to say? Anti-cat. Face the wind. Moving at a high speed, the electric light flashed, and Mu Chen decisively launched a charge against Minos. Ya tilde 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 ya tilde tilde tilde. Following Mu Chen's charge, the long cry of Minos resounded in the night sky again. Obviously, Mu Chen had the upper hand at this moment. Pika tilde tilde chu. This is not enough. Although Mu Chen took the initiative at this moment, but seeing Minos' calm look and Minos' plain eyes, Mu Chen broke out. Ladies, today I will show you how good I am. Extreme transformation. Activate it. With Mu Chen's loud shout, the giant transformation skill was activated instantly. Even, in order to achieve the shocking effect, Mu Chen directly chose to activate the most extreme 5 times the giant effect. Although, at this moment, the Jujutsu skill can only strengthen one part, but at this time, under these circumstances, it is enough for Mu Chen. Ya tilde tilde. With the start of Mu Chen's gigantic transformation, Minos, who was on the defensive side, immediately noticed the difference. I saw a terrified look in his originally dull eyes. Immediately, the look of panic disappeared from Mu Chen's charge. His eyes gradually became dazed and even fell into a state of absence. Obviously, the effect of Jujuhua's skill is extraordinary. Even if Minos relies on self-recovery, he can't withstand Mu Chen's storm-like attack. Pick up tilde pick up. After the violent attack, after some strengthening, Mu Chen sweated profusely and entered the correction state. Seeing Minos, who was madly attacked by himself, into a state of absent-mindedness, Mu Chen expressed great satisfaction in his heart. This is gigantic bullshit. What the matter? I don't know what your status is at full level, but I am very satisfied with this level 0. You know, this old lady, Minos, has always been dissatisfied with Mu Chen. Now through the giant transformation, Mu Chen has finally completely defeated him. This kind of spiritual fulfillment cannot be described in words. Chapter 168 Wild Wilderness Area, 8 more. Chapter 168 Wild Wilderness Area. Strange, why is Pikachu so energetic today, but Minos is listless? Early in the morning, Ash released several of his Pokémon one by one for feeding, but when he saw the listless Minos and the incomparably resistant Pikachu, he raised his voice of doubt. This isn't it. Generally speaking, Minos is in better condition, and Pikachu doesn't slack every day. Why did the identity change suddenly? Pick up tilde pick up. Snort. I'll tell you, Lao Su, in just 5 minutes yesterday, did this old woman, Minos, let Lao Su conquer it. Hearing Xiaoji's doubtful self-talk, Mu Chen raised his neck arrogantly. At this moment, he finally realized what it means to revive the glory, and finally realized what it means to conquer. Seeing the endless adoring look in Minos' big watery eyes, Mu Chen felt like he was going to float when he walked. This is a successful old man. Of course, this doubt is only a trivial episode for Ash. After a simple correction, Xiaoji pulled the tired Xiao Xiao on the road again. The wild wilderness area is not far away. Boom. Traveling all the way. When the time came to noon, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia suddenly found that there was a violent shaking sound on the ground. Immediately, billowing dust and smoke appeared at the end of Xiaoji and Xiaoxia's field of vision, and even the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Ah, it Kintaro. So many Kintaros. This must be a Kintaro tribe. Come on, Pikachu, I'm taking them. As the violent roar got closer, Ash finally found out who the owner of the voice was. Seeing a Kintaro group in front of him, Ash was excited. Pick up tilde tilde. Are you a real tiger or a fake tiger? There are more than a dozen bulls. You let me go up. Do you deliver food? Don't go. Absolutely B can't go. Mu Chen's orders to Xiaoji have always been selective obedience. At this time, Mu Chen's choice was to strike. What's wrong with it? I'm going to go by myself. I'm definitely not going. Hee Ash, it seems that Pikachu doesn't want to fight today tilde. Seeing the frequent appearance of Pikachu and Ash, Xiaoxia burst into laughter. Although these two guys often make Xiaoxia's scalp tingle, they can bring her a lot of joy more often. This is also one of the reasons why Xiaoxia chooses to travel with Xiaoji. Ooh, Pikachu, you're really, well, it's up to you. Come on, Cerulean. Seeing that Pikachu often stopped fighting, Ash had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and summoned Cerulean. Lilu tilde tilde. Compared to Pikachu, Cerulean was much more obedient. At the very least, she won't go against Ash's orders. Very good. Cerulean, let fight. Use psychic power. I want to subdue Kintaro. Seeing Cerulean's mental state, Ash decisively gave him an attack order. Lilu tilde tilde tilde. Likewise, Cerulean did not disappoint Ash, and rushed towards the Kintaro army in a flash. Pick up tilde tilde. Lying on the grass. Little girl, you are such a tiger. Seeing the that Cherulian did not hesitate to follow orders under such circumstances. Mu Chen was speechless. This is so special. It seems that I will call this little girl out more and exchange feeling. This should be obedient, but you have to divide the situation and the occasion, right? You also obey this kind of mindless order. Are you going to deliver food? The cooldown of the super giant skill is 48 hours, which just gave Mu Chen more time to arrange Minos and Cherulian. At this moment, Mu Chen had already decided that if the CD of his Jujuhuan skill was not good, he would not find Minos PK, so he would be despised by that old lady. And when the super giant skill CD, Mu Chen was able to summon Cherulian to exchange feelings. Speaking of which, after this arrogant little thing evolved, there was really not much communication between Mu Chen and her. In order to make her evolve into the charming royal sister Shinado as soon as possible, Mu Chen also planned to put some thought into this arrogant little thing. Just when Mu Chen was thinking about his future plan for a happy life, a loud tweet suddenly came. Immediately, the dog all the time suddenly jumped out of the oblique thorn, and a flame jet was used, which directly defeated the thought power that Cerulean had just launched. Catty, this kind of Pokemon is actually encountered here. Haha, that great. Cerulean, give up Kintaro and use psychic power on Katie. Seeing this catty dog that suddenly smashed out, Xiaoji was not surprised but happy. This is simply a gift from heaven. The rarity of Katy dogs is far more than that of Kintaro. Miss Junsh's Nakati dog has long been the envy of Xiaoji. Hey, put away your Cerulean. Don't you know that this is a wild area where the capture of Pokemon is prohibited? Just when Xiaoji gave the battle order, suddenly a girl's voice came over. Immediately, a small fire horse with a burning mane appeared in front of Xiaoji with a girl on it. Ah, this is the wild wilderness area. I thought we hadn't arrived yet. I'm sorry. Then you must be the Dada family, right? My name is Ash, and I'm a Pokemon trainer from Junshin Town. This is Xiaoxia, my companion. Seeing the guard costume the girl was wearing, Ash immediately understood why such a large Kintaro group existed here. Yes, that's right. Hello trainer. My name is Fuzzy, and I'm the Dada guard in the wild wilderness area. Seeing Xiaoji's good attitude, Fuzzy let go of his guard. Come to think of it, the teenager didn't know that he had arrived in the wild wilderness area. As the saying goes, those who don't know are not to blame. Fuzzy said that she can forgive Xiaoji's previous behavior. Are you a little fire horse? His mane is really fire. Ah, it's hot. Seeing the flaming mane of the little fire horse, Ash became curious. While questioning Fuzzy, this guy resolutely followed the law. What is the result? Hiccup tilde. This idiot. Looking at Xiaoji's red hot palm, Mu Chen said that it was so embarrassing to be with him. Only those who are close to the little fire horse will not be burned by its mane. I also suffered a lot of this pain at the beginning. Seeing Xiaoji's embarrassed appearance, Fuzzy laughed happily. This boy is so innocent. By the way, Xiaoxia, you are here at the right time. We Dada people are going to hold a celebration soon. If you don't dislike it, you can come and play tilde. Chapter 169 Dory Conspiracy, 9 more. Chapter 169 Dolafuse Conspiracy. Boom. Just as Xiaoji and Xiaoxia followed Fuzzy's lead and were about to go to their ethnic village, there was a violent vibration from the earth again. Could it be Kintaro again? Hearing this familiar vibration, Xiaoxia hurriedly asked, wow tilde. However, the speed of the Pokemon that came this time was obviously much faster than that of Kintaro. In an instant, a group of big birds with 3 heads dashed away from Xiaoji and the others. It Doodle, a flightless bird Pokemon. Taking out the Pokemon illustration, Ash decisively turned into a Pokemon expert. Fuzzy, you are sure to lose tomorrow's game. At this moment, an arrogant voice came out. I saw that after he left a sentence, he immediately drove the Doodly under him and ran away. What? That guy is so arrogant. Seeing such an arrogant person, Xiaoxia said she was decisively unbearable. Who is this? Ride a broken bird and think you are handsome. He is the trainer of the trainer Doodly. His name is Doolifu, and he is my opponent this time. Looking at Doolifu who was far away, Fuzzy explained to Xiaoxia with a helpless face. A game? What game? Isn't it a celebration? As a fighting maniac, Ash was decisively excited when he heard the game. Oh, this game is prepared by our village for the celebration. It is not a battle between Pokemon, but a race with one's own Pokemon. My partner is the little fire horse, and that Doolifu's words are Doodly. Obviously, Fuzzy is a very patient young lady. After hearing Xiaoji's question, Fuzzy immediately explained it like this. Hearing that it wasn't a Pokemon battle, Ash's enthusiasm immediately diminished. Just kidding, these Pokemon in Ash's hand. Do you want him to ride Minos to race? Although Xiaoji has a strong head, he is not really stupid. Hiccup tilde. Whether Xiaoji is depressed or not, Mu Chen said he doesn't care. At this moment, his attention was all on this Miss Fuzzy, lying on the grass. I didn't notice it before, but now, it seems that the size of this young lady is not small. Of course, because of the criminal record, Mu Chen is not too bold to wait and see now. Who knows when this girl Xiaoxia will go crazy again. It's really uncomfortable to give Lao Su a kick like this. Ah, is this your Dada village? It's oh lively. Under the leadership of Fuzzy, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia finally arrived at the village. Fuzzy said, hee, because tomorrow is the celebration. Everyone is preparing. You guys wait a moment. I'll feed the Kintaros, and then I'll take you to rest. At this time, the time has come tonight. As one of the rangers in the wild wilderness area, feeding these wild Pokémon is also one of Fuzzy's job. Originally, this was just a normal feeding job. Unexpectedly, the accident came suddenly. Just when Fuzzy was riding on the back of the little fire horse and was about to lead Kintaro to eat, a cold light came, and the defenseless Fuzzy was immediately knocked off the horse. Even the little fire horse was frightened by this sudden attack. Fuzzy, how are you? Pika tilde. Seeing Fuzzy falling off the horse, Xiaoxia hurried over. Xiaoxia is still very fond of this enthusiastic young lady. Likewise, Xiaoxia was not the only one who ran over. The opportunity is rare, and of course Mu Chen will not miss it. Taking advantage of the opportunity to help Fuzzy, Mu Chen naturally took advantage of it. Lying on the grass, so flexible. You know, with Mu Chen's height, it is naturally impossible to help Fuzzy or something to help her arm. All this guy can do is to help and support Fuzzy behind him. And behind him, of course Mu Chen would not help Fuzzy's back foolishly. Of course, all this Mu Chen did was concealed enough, plus it was a Pokemon, so Fuzzy and Xiaoxia didn't even notice this little bastard who was getting stuck. Little fire horse, stop, don't be nervous. It's alright. Just as Xiaoxia and Mu Chen went to help Fuzzy, Xiaoji was frantically soothing the restless little fire horse. Even, in order to appease the little fire horse, Xiaoji's palm was burned again, but he did not mean to let go. Xiaoji, seeing that Xiaoji was so full of love for Pokemon, Fuzzy was moved. This boy is really good. Too bad it's too small. Hey, how? This time is not bad. Just as Xiaoji and the others were busy comforting the little fire horse, a wicked laughter could be heard from a corner in the dark. Nice meow. Well done. The rich child's hand was obviously injured. In this way, she will lose tomorrow's game. It turned out that it was the Rockets trio who attacked Fuzzy. Very good. You have done a good job, and I am very satisfied. Just as the Rockets trio were celebrating the operation, a slightly arrogant voice came over. Do live. We agree. We will help you destroy Fuzzy, and the bonus after you win is ours. The reason why the Rockets trio will take action against Fuzzy is because of Dora. Because of tracking Pikachu, the Rocket trio happened to arrive at the Dada village at this moment, but what they met was this Dolph. After talking to Dolph, an agreement was made between them. The Rockets helped Dolph eliminate Fuzzy, and Dolph prize money for participating in the competition all belong to the trio. Don't worry, I promise you, it will be done naturally. The Rockets have a terrible reputation. How could Dolph break his promise? All he wanted was the honor of winning. Hey, then we can wait and see tomorrow. According to this Dolph, the entire Dada clan can threaten his victory, but only the rich son. Now that Fuzzy's arm is injured, he is naturally unable to participate in the game, but Dolph has full confidence in winning. Hey, it seems that I really can't watch tomorrow's game. Naturally, Fuzzy and the others do not know what is going on in the dark. After comforting the little fire horse, Fuzzy was full of helplessness. The competition started right away, but I was injured, which was really unfortunate. Fukuko, let me do it. Let me take your place. Take your place in that competition. In addition to his love for fighting, Xiaoji is also a very enthusiastic and good boy. Seeing Fuzzy's sad face, Xiaoji took the task of the game to himself without hesitation. Chapter 170 Racing Competition, 10 more. Chapter 170 Racing Competition. Ah, it's hot. It's hot. In the middle of the night, Ash's screams kept coming from outside Fuzzy's room. Obviously, this guy really suffered a lot in order to make little fire horse accept him. Fortunately, no hard work pays off. With Xiaoji's persevering effort, Xiao Huoma finally accept him. Of course, this can also be understood as the fact that little fire horse finally couldn't stand the endless harassment of Xiaoji and compromise. Miss Fuzzy, don't worry. In tomorrow's game, I will definitely lead the little fire horse to help you win the championship. After successfully gaining the approval of little fire horse, Xiaoji walked in from outside the house excitedly. Pick up tilde. Nima, why did you go to the fire scene? Looking at Xiaoji who was burnt to black, Mu Chen was speechless. What do you mean by this picture? Xiaoji, thank you so much. Soon, Mu Chen knew what Xiaoji 2 was about. Of course, this is just his personal understanding. Ha ha ha. It's okay. It's all a matter of hand. And Miss Fuzzy, didn't you say it? As long as you participate in this competition, you can get the qualification to hunt in the wild wilderness area, and I just don't have a suitable mount. Xiaoji said that he was very uncomfortable with Miss Tomiko, who rushed up on his arm to express his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. What are you rushing to do? I'm so hot that it hurt, and it grabbing me. Pick up tilde. However, this picture was different in Mu Chen's eyes. What the hell? Master, this is such a hidden master of flirting girl. Nima, write it down. Write it down. Mu Chen suddenly realized that it's seemed that he didn't know Xiaoji well enough. Didi, random missions are on. Dada's celebratory contest. Mission requirement: protect Ash and successfully complete the celebration competition. Quest reward: randomly increase the racial value by 5 to 10 points. Failure to punish: you can't complete such a simple task, or find a piece of tofu to flash it. Walter, what should be play? Mu Chen, who was still thinking about studying Xiaoji's trick to seduce girls, was done. This Nima, are you so sure that you are my system? Why does Xiaoji ask me to protect him? You're not afraid that Xiaoji was sent out to play with Lao Su, right? The task requirements and difficulty of this system are really not high. It is just to protect Xiaoji to complete the game safely. But the problem is, Mu Chen really didn't expect that the urine system was really going to let him be a nanny to the end. What the matter? Participate in a race, and let me protect me. How can I protect it? Can you still run along? When he thought of sweating like rain and racing against these Pokémon, 10,000 Kintaros galloped past in Mu Chen's heart. You know, Mu Chen originally planned to take advantage of the game to perform some actions in the auditorium. If you think about it, you know that the auditorium of this kind of competition must be crowded. At that time, he and a Pikachu will not play casually in the audience. However, because of the immoral task of the system, the grand plan that Mu Chen had just planned was ruthlessly defeated. Pikachu, what did you say? You want to compete too? Because Xiaoji was going to participate in the competition in place of Fuzzy, Xiaosha also chose to participate in the competition with great interest. As for her mount, it can only be a gem starfish. Although the gem starfish doesn't move too fast, Xiaosha's goal is to participate and then get the hunting qualification in the wild wilderness area. Unexpectedly, when several people were still discussing the game, Pikachu jumped out. Looking at Pikachu's gesture with that meal, Xiaosha, who knew him well, immediately understood what this guy meant. Obviously, this little thing, he also wants to participate in that Pokemon racing competition. Ha ha ha. Pikachu, how are you competing? With your physique, I'm afraid you can't move as a child, right? Hearing Xiaosha's explanation, Xiaoji burst out laughing. How old is Pikachu? It goes to the competition. Who can it move? Hiccup tilde. Camel. I came to you, uncle. Dad, why do I want to be a rider? Hearing Xiaoji's idiot question, Mu Chen almost rushed to give him an electric shock to kill Matt. What's the matter? When did I say I'm going to run? I want to be a rider and ride Pokemon just like you guys. In desperation, Mu Chen could only enter the blind gesture mode again. Finally, Pikachu, you mean you're going to race as a rider too? Finally, just when Mu Chen was about to give up, Xiaosha guessed his intention correctly. Pickup. That right. Finally figured it out. At this moment, Mu Chen burst into tears. Xiaosha understands me. What? Pikachu, you want to be a rider? Haha, don't be kidding. Even if you could, you wouldn't have a suitable Pokemon to be a mount. Because it was a racing competition, flying-type Pokemon like BB Bird were not allowed to participate. Therefore, there is really no suitable mount for Pikachu in Ash's hand. If Pikachu is going to compete, I can ask Katie to help. Fuzzy, who was grateful to Xiaoji, wanted to find some way to repay. Now that he saw his Pokemon, he also wanted to participate, and Fuzzy suddenly became interested. Such a smart Pikachu is really rare. Thank you so much for that. Hearing Fuzzy say this, Ash immediately turned around and thanked him. Being able to compete with his original Pokemon was a novel experience, and Ash said he was also intrigued. Pickup. When the matter of seeing the mount was settled, Mu Chen suddenly let out a sigh of relief. This is so special. Anyway, you don't have to rely on yourself to run with that head down, right? For this result, Mu Chen said that he was still very satisfied. No matter what I say, as long as I can safely escort this idiot Xiaoji to run the entire distance, it is considered that the mission has been accomplished. However, Mu Chen obviously didn't know that the task this time was not as easy as he imagined. Meow meow. Have the traps and everything been fixed? Tomorrow we must ensure that Dolph wins. Funds are in short supply again, and the helpless trio can only seek this external way to expand their financial resources. Take a look. Don't worry, you have already prepared, and Dolph will definitely win. Having dealt with Fuzzy, Dolph's biggest opponent, Meow Meow is full of confidence in this action. As for the quest to capture Pikachu, after Mu Chen's stormy attack last time, Musashi still has lingering fears at this moment, which is why they haven't appeared for a long time. That Pikachu is so fierce. Chapter 171 Game start. Chapter 171 The competition begins. Go, little fire horse. Jewel Starfish, let's not be left behind. Pickup. After a night rest, the next day's game came quickly. In the celebration of the Dada people, this racing competition can be described as a very grand show. At this moment, both the audience and the contestants were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. Of course, the one who was most excited about this was Mu Chen. Although this guy has come to the arena, even though the game has officially started, he still recalls the scene from last night in his mind. Because Fuzzy was accidentally injured, it was necessary to bandage anything. As a loving Pikachu, Mu Chen naturally wanted to come over to help with the dressing. Of course, it is precisely because it is a Pikachu, so there will inevitably be some accidental contact when dressing. At this moment, Mu Chen is still recalling the scene from last night, as expected of a young lady who exercises regularly. As for Xiaoxia, who has always been on guard against Mu Chen. Just kidding, Mu Chen is not a fool, because this girl, Xiaoxia, also wants to participate in the competition. She had an emergency joint practice with Jewel Starfish at night, and this naturally gave Mu Chen a chance to play. Today, Mu Chen, who is cheap enough, can be said to be full of energy and fighting spirit. Audiences, the game has officially started. Now leading the way is Dulifu and his Mount Doodly. The game has officially started, and the host's passionate commentary follows. Looking at the dozens of players competing on the field, countless spectators shouted. Then, at this moment, a viewer in the front row, her pretty face was full of doubts and confusion. Last night, that Pikachu, was it unintentional or intentional? As a party, Fuzzy is naturally clear about Pikachu's behavior yesterday, but this is because this product is a Pokémon, so Fuzzy didn't think much about it at the time. But, when midnight came and fell into complete silence, Fuzzy couldn't fall asleep no matter what. In her mind, she kept recalling the scene when Pikachu bandaged her wound before. There was even the position where the little thing touched when she fell off the horse and Pikachu went to support her. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that this Pikachu will deliberately rub against me every time. However, Pikachu is a Pokémon, and Fuzzy is just guessing, and this kind of thing, as a daughter's family, Fuzzy really can't tell anyone. It seems, after the game is over, I will ask Xiaoxia. Pick up. Of course, Mu Chen didn't know what Fuzzy in the audience thought. At this moment, he has completely entered the state. What the hell? No wonder men love me. This is such a rushing feeling. So cool. At this moment, Mu Chen finally understood why so many people in the previous life liked to buy sport cars and liked that kind of extreme speed. Although this kind of riding is a Katy dog, but according to the level of treasure of Pokémon, it is at least Maibach level, right? Okay. All spectators, now the contestants have passed the first round and came to the mountain track. The early stages of this track are all downhill sections, which is a severe test for the Pokémon of these participating trainers. Now, just when Mu Chen was still concerned about Yin, the host's passionate commentary came again. This time, the competition is divided into a flat track at the beginning, a mountain track in the middle, a water track, and then the resting section where the Pokémon eat. After crossing the rest section, it is the final flat straight road, sprinting the track. Now, most of the participating trainers have entered the mountain track. Audiences, Dulifu and his Doodly are still leading the way, followed by trainer Xiaoji who replaced Fuzzy in the competition, and then, what a fast speed. This is Naughty Bomb. OMG. I never thought that Naughty Bombs could be used like this. Just as the host was introducing the game to the audience, a dark horse that was so dark and shiny came out. Therefore, it is a trainer who rides Naughty Bomb. Because it was downhill right now, the trainer simply turned the Naughty Bomb into a bowling ball, and the trainer stood on the Naughty Bomb and kept running. With a quick roll, Naughty Dang quickly surpassed Dulifu, who was the leader, and Ash who followed closely. Boom. But at this moment, a deep crater suddenly appeared on the road in front of Naughty Bomb. The Naughty Bomb rolls very fast, but it's impossible to turn it around. Maloo tilde. Without any accident, the Naughty Bullet fell directly into the deep pit. If that's all, it's just a dark horse missing from this game. But the problem is, Naughty Bomb should play this game. Once he is in a bad mood, he will play self-destruction. Boom. Falling into a deep pit, the angry Naughty Bomb decisively chose to self-destruct to vent. Ha ha ha. The champion must be mine. With the speed of Doodly, Dulifu successfully escaped the explosion of the Naughty Bomb. But, behind him, Xiaoji and even a large number of trainers all fell victim to the explosion. Ha ha ha. Meow. Well done. This trap was planted by the Rocket Trio, and its purpose was naturally to help Dulifu win. Haha, that's for sure. Don't worry, Dulifu is sure to win this game. However, why did that guy Pikachu also participate in the competition? Meow. After being praised by Musashi, Meow Meow raised her head proudly, but for Pikachu to compete as a contestant, Meow Meow said that it was extremely incomprehensible, thinking that Mr. Meow didn't even have the chance to ride a Pokémon like Katy, but that Pikachu did instead. Never mind, let's just let Dulifu win this time anyway, just ignore it. Hearing Meow Meow mentioning Pikachu, Musashi immediately fought a cold war. This guy, it's better to stay away. Although the Pokémon of Musashi and Kojira have successfully evolved at this moment, but after that shadowy experience, Musashi really dare not face this crazy Pikachu. This guy is really good at attacking the enemy's core position. Pick up tilde. Team Rocket Mu Chen, who was hiding in the dark, naturally didn't know. At this moment, he was looking at Xiaoji and Xiao Huoma who were stunned by the self-explosion with a melancholy face. This is so special. Do you die before you get out of the apprenticeship? No, for the task, you get up for me. Pika tilde chu. Gentle little current, let go. Chapter 172 Various unexpected situations. Chapter 172 Various unexpected situations. Let's charge. Little fire horse. Under the stimulation of Mu Chen's gentle little electric current, Xiaoji regained his vitality again. Pick up. Seeing Xiaoji re-entering the competition, Mu Chen suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Holy crap, my decision to participate in this competition was indeed correct. Mu Chen knew that if he didn't participate in the competition but stayed in the auditorium, then in such a situation, he might really have to study where to buy quick tofu. What's so special? The Dada people are really unreliable. How could such an accident still occur in the racing competition of the celebration? Obviously, Mu Chen is still not clear at this moment. This is because of the relationship of the Rocket Trio, so there will be such an accident that has not happened in the past. Damn it. It's this damn Pikachu again. Musashi, Kojira, shall we take action and take down this Pikachu halfway first? Meow. Seeing that Pikachu's electric shock damaged his good deed, Meow Meow expressed that it was very indignant at the moment. Why is Mr. Meow Meow eating ashes with this? And your Pikachu is riding a dog on the stage handsomely. Meow Meow said that at this moment, it is very unbalanced in her heart. I don't need this anymore. We'll just interfere on the sideline. Dulaifu is already far ahead anyway, so don't panic. Attacking Pikachu. This proposal is very tempting. However, Musashi instinctively protects his chest when he thinks of the picture of Pikachu attacking him frantically. That kind of terrifying experience. If you can avoid it, try to avoid it. Follower. Now the race has entered the water track. On this track, there are only two ways to get over the water, either relying on the Pokémon to swim over it, or letting the Pokémon jump over the rocks on the water. This is a great test of coordination with Pokémon for all contestants. Now we have seen that the first echelon of Dalafu has successfully jumped over the water track, followed by Ash and his pony, Pikachu and Katie. Oh, what do we see? Here, what a great bee. It's Xiaosha and her gem starfish. As expected of a water-type Pokémon, they are indeed full of advantages on this track. The host's passionate commentary came again. Now, the game has entered the second half of the journey. After being woken up by Pikachu, Xiaoji relied on the terrifying speed of the little fire horse to chase Dalafu again. For the game, Xiaozike never knew what giving up was. This guy has a super strong will to win. Damn, the little fire horse is too fast. I can't stop it. Meow. Start the trap and trap all the players behind the little fire horse. Originally, the trio planned to trap all the players behind Dorif in this trap. However, the little fire horse was too fast. Just look at it. Meow. After receiving Masashi's instruction, Meow Meow activated the trap they had previously planted. Boom. A loud bang came suddenly. Crashed tilde. Immediately, a huge water wave slapped away at the players who were jumping over the water track. In order to hinder these players from participating, the Rocket Trio apparently planted bombs here in advance. Because of the section of the game, this trap is also the last resort of the Rocket Trio. So far, the effect is still very good. Pick up tilde. What the hell? Nima, I'm just a chaperone. I'm not done. Mu Chen was speechless about the endless unexpected situations in this game. Why is it so difficult to earn some racial value with such a feature? Tilde. Mu Chen was speechless, but Katie was panicking. You know, Katie is a fire-type Pokémon. This big wave came, let alone the river. It is lucky not to be injured. Jewel Starfish. User, don't let these Pokémon get hurt. Seeing the huge waves hit, the kind-hearted Xiaosha decisively gave up the game. If this huge wave is allowed to hit, I am afraid that except for her, all the other trainers will be injured. Although it is said that Gem Starfish can basically clock in and get off work after using surfing skills, but Xiaosha has no idea about winning or losing. Compared with this competition that focuses on participation, it is naturally important to rescue the trainer. Tilde. After receiving Xiaosha's order, Jewel Starfish suddenly glowed with brilliance. Immediately, a wave of water no smaller than the one blasted by the explosion rose up, and faced the huge wave that was slapped on the face. Pick a tilde. Pick. Nice job. Patty, get out. Seeing Xiaosha blocking the huge waves so decisively, Mu Chen suddenly let out a breath. Mad, I am not good at water. A hot spring can make Mu Chen drown, but he has no interest in trying it. The sour feeling of fighting against huge waves in this big river. And just as Mu Chen rushed out of the water track with the help of Xiaosha, Dalafu, who was leading the way, also reached the last level, and the Pokémon rested on the road. Here, the participating Pokémon must pick a plate of food, and only after eating all of them can they move on to the final section of the race. But this section of the road completely trapped Dalafu. You know, a magical creature like Doodly has 3 brains. 3 brains share one body, and in the end, the 3 brains choose different food, and fighting is inevitable. And just when Dulaifu was still comforting the Mount Doodly, Xiaoji also caught up on the little fire horse. Damn it. Team Rocket, come out and help me. Seeing that Xiaoji had caught up, Dalif was shocked. For this game, he has prepared too much. If he can't win in the end, then he will really collapse. Rather than let yourself yourself collapse. Let the enemy collapse. In the end, Dolov's choice was to call the rocket. Anyway, they are all grasshoppers on a rope, and they won't benefit from losing to the rocket. Damn, this bastard exposed us. Meow. Seeing that Dulaifu actually called the three of them directly, Meow Meow was furious. Didn't we say we're only doing damage in secret? Come on. It just so happens that there's only that kid here. Ash, if you beat him, you might even be able to force Pikachu's Pokemon ball directly. As long as Pikachu is not around, Musashi has the courage to fight. Now the Arbor Snake has evolved into the Arbor Monster, and Kojira's Gas Bomb has also become a double bomb gas. At this moment, it is when their combat power is greatly increased, and Ash is alone. This is also a rare opportunity for the Rocket. Chapter 173_Rockets Shot. Chapter 173 The Rockets Take Action. Damn it. Team Rocket. Dolifu. The sudden outburst of Team Rocket surprised Ash. It turns out that all the previous accidents were done by this Dolifu. Team Rocket, this guy will be handed over to you. Here, the broadcast signal of the game TV can't get through. You should know what to do. After being seen by Xiaoji, Dolifu didn't have the slightest remorse, but instead explained it to the trio with a cold face. This goddamn bastard, trying to sabotage my championship. Don't even think about it. Hey, don't worry, this kid will be handed over to us. Hearing Dorifu's words, Musashi was overjoyed. Can't even broadcast the signal here. Wouldn't that just let them play? This is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as a few hundred ashes, they can take the opportunity to take Pikachu's Pokemon ball. Thinking of that kind of bright future, Musashi's eyes suddenly flashed a little bit of dark. Damn, Team Rocket, you evil bastard. I won't let you go today. The appearance of Team Rocket surprised Ash, but these guys weren't enough to make Ash scared. Compared to the previous Kosaburo and Armado, these three guys are really weak to explode. But when Ash put his hand on his waist to summon the Pokemon, he was embarrassed. Because of participating in this racing competition, Xiaoji left all three Pokemon including Minos in the Dada Pokemon Center for storage before the competition. This also caused him to not have any Pokemon that he could fight except Fuzzy's little fire horse. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're doomed today. Those who are sensible should obediently throw Pikachu's Pokemon ball over, or we'll be welcome. Seeing that Xiaoji felt empty, how could Musashi and others still not guess the situation? For the Dada clan, Musashi and the others also know very well through the relationship of Dolifu. You must know that the Dada Pokemon Center has special methods for taking care of Pokemon. Generally, after their care, many of the hidden dangers of Pokemon's old injuries will be recovered. It is precisely because of this that Musashi and the others concluded that Ash would not miss this opportunity. Looking at it now, it really is. This kid, there are only a few empty Pokemon balls left. Damn it. Little Fire Horse. Fight. Unable to summon his own Pokemon, Ash can only choose to command Little Fire Horse to fight. Surrender without a fight. That was never Ash's character. Hey tilde. Through Xiaoji's unremitting efforts last night, Xiaohuoma's intimacy with him has greatly increased. Now, Xiaohuoma has no resistance to Xiaoji's orders. I saw that after he made a tweet, the flames all over his body suddenly won. Immediately, the Little Fire Horse madly charged away at the rocket. Aber, come out. Use the Big Snake to stare. Double Bomb Gas. Use Poison Gas. After the evolution, the combat power of the Aberdeen and the Double Bomb Gas has obviously increased greatly. Just cool tilde. It was Musashi's Arbor who was the first to act. I saw that after it made a sharp cry, the snake body stood upright, its neck was wide open, and a terrifying snake-printed monster face suddenly appeared in front of the charging Little Fire Horse. This is exactly the skill that Arbo Snake realized after the evolution. The Big Snake glared. Although this skill does not have the ability to directly attack, it can intimidate the opponent, causing it to fall into a state of retreat and even paralysis. Hey tilde. Faced with this sudden intimidation, Xiaohuoma, who had never experienced it before, was immediately taken advantage of. Little Fire Horse. Xiaohuoma, who was so frightened that he stood up, immediately threw Xiaoji behind him. But not only that, just when the Little Fire Horse was frightened and fell into a state of retreat, the Double Bomb Gas attack also followed. Poison Gas also has no direct damage ability, but it can cause the opponent to fall into a poisoned state and lose physical strength rapidly. The intimidated Little Fire Horse had no ability to dodge at all, and the poisonous gas instantly entered the body. Ha ha ha. Kid, what are you going to do this time? Seeing the Little Fire Horse that turned black instantly after the poison gas entered the body, Musashi and Kojira laughed wildly. Unexpectedly, just wanting to make a small amount of money to spend, and finally have this unexpected joy. Pika tilde chew. Just when the indomitable Ash picked up a stone and prepared to go into battle in person. Just as Musashi and Kojira excitedly prepared to order the Pokemon to attack Ash, a loud chirping sound suddenly came from behind. Therefore, it was Mew Chen who was driving the Katy dog all the way. Mew Chen, who had escaped the waves before, thought that the mission was basically safe, but he never thought thought that when he was about to arrive at the revised road, he heard the sound of fighting between Pokémon. What else is there to say? As soon as he heard this, Mu-chen immediately knew that this must be another trouble for Xiaoji. It was a frenzied slap at Katie's butt, and Mu-chen, who was hurrying, finally arrived in time at this critical moment. Pikachu, great, haha, Team Rocket, I'll see where you're going this time. Ash was overjoyed when he saw Pikachu coming. With Pikachu here, and its Mount Katie, how could the three Rockets be rivals? Damn it, it's this nasty yellow-skinned mouse again. Meow, you go grab the Pokemon ball. This guy is handed over to the Pokemon ball is about to arrive in front of him, and Pikachu even came to destroy his good deeds again. Musashi said she was angry. In anger, Musashi suddenly forgot his previous fear of Pikachu. At this moment, Musashi just wanted to subdue this hateful yellow-skinned mouse, and then let it enjoy the pleasure of whipping. Pickup. Maid, these guys again. Is it so oblivious? Similarly, Mu-chen, who saw Team Rocket again, was also taken aback. After a long time of trouble, all the accidents along the way were caused by these three guys. It seems that the stormy attack of Lao Su last time was not strong enough. After discovering the mastermind behind the scene, of course Mu-chen would not hesitate at all. How many times have these three ways been turned over? Since I don't have AB face, I'm welcome. With a wave of his little short hand, Mu-chen instructed Cutie to help Xiaoji. Looking at the two arbor snakes and double bombing gas rushing up in front of him, Mu-chen showed a cruel little intention. Just two scumbag. Compared with these two scumbag, Mu-chen was more interested in Musashi. I don't know, what color is that Musashi thing? Chapter 174 Booty. Don't run. Chapter 174 Trophy. Don't run. Aber monster. Use the big snake to stare. Gas bomb. Use poison gas. Before Musashi and Kojira successfully attacked the little fire horse through this combination. In this way, facing the old opponent of Pikachu, the two who tasted the sweetness did the same again. Chaba cool tilde. A sharp chirping sounded, and the terrifying snake-marked neck of the arbor opened wide again. Pika tilde Pika. What should be play? What about playing performance art with me? Little fire horse will be intimidated by the aber monster's skill, but Mu-chen will not. What the hell is this? In the past life of Lao Su, he graduated from Sha University. In these two times, who are you and this tiger? I didn't say. 100,000 volts will take you. Zila tilde. With the jump of the current, Mu-chen's cheeks instantly condensed a 100,000 volt current with the thickness of 4 fingers, and shot away at the still concave arbo monster. Just cool tilde. There was no accident. The originally confident Abagwai once again performed the Indian snake dance for Mu-chen. Gas tilde. At this moment, the double bomb gas attack also followed. Pickup. Although Mu-chen didn't know what the black smoke was about, he had absolutely no interest in trying it out. With a high-speed movement blessing, Mu-chen avoided the poisonous gas attack with an extremely elegant movement. What? How is this possible? Damn. Double bomb gas. Use black mist. Seeing that the routine that had been inexorable before was completely useless here in Pikachu, Musashi and Kojira panicked. This Pikachu seems to be more powerful than before. Look at me grabbing wildly. Meow. Just when Musashi and Kojira were stunned by the increase in Pikachu's strength, Meow Meow's attack on Ash had also been launched. The claws that exuded bursts of cold light have already lit up, and Meow Meow's face showed a cruel smile. Against Pikachu, I'm not an opponent, but against you, isn't it easy and fun? Out tilde. But just when Meow Meow was complacent and thought she could easily take down Xiaoji, a loud roar suddenly came from behind her. What should I do? Meow. Attracted by the roar, Meow Meow instinctively turned her head to look. I saw that in its pupils, a huge dog face was gradually expanding. Wow. Musashi. Kojira. Come and save me. Meow. Before Meow Meow could react, Katie gave it an honest and unceremonious bite. Being bitten by a catty dog, not to mention attacking, it is difficult to even escape. Little fire horse. Hold on. It's alright. Safety is completely worry-free, and Xiaoji focuses his attention on the injured little fire horse. Although this little guy did not suffer any trauma, after being poisoned by the poisonous gas, his physical strength was constantly draining away. Hey tilde. After being appeased by Xiaoji, little fire horse raised his head slightly in response to him. Immediately, the little fire horse, who lost a lot of physical strength, once again lowered his neck and looked ahead. Obviously, the little fire horse is not reconciled to the failure of this racing game. Little fire horse, hold on. For Fuzzy, you must stand up too. In a panic, he took out the antidote, and Xiaoji continued to encourage the little fire horse. It's not just the little fire horse who is unwilling to fail. Facing such a despicable opponent, all Xiaoji has to do is to rely on his strength to defeat him head-on. Damn yellow-skinned mouse. Wait for me, we'll be back. Just as Ash was encouraging the little fire horse, on the other side, relying on the black mist of the double bomb gas to block, Musashi and Kojira chose a tactical retreat again, putting away the still swimming swinging able monster. He kicked the Katy away with one kick, and the trio of Musashi and the others ran away without looking back. Pika pick. But Mu Chen obviously did not intend to let them leave so easily. Stop. Where to run? Leave a souvenir. This is what Mu Chen is most concerned about. These guys on the rockets are too crafty. The combat power is average, but this special escape ability is all full. It was very difficult to pursue them, and Mu Chen gave up his plan to keep them. But it's rare to come here, and why did I cause so much chaos to me and leave without leaving anything? Don't even think about it. You know, Mu Chen was full of curiosity about the color of Musashi's souvenirs before. How could he give up so easily now? Damn. Meow. Stop Pikachu. Because the black fog of dual gaseous gas was released too hastily. At this time, everyone still had a visibility of about half a meter in the black fog. After seeing a golden figure approaching quickly, Musashi panicked. Is this Pikachu going to make my mother and me face another blast? Thinking of that terrifying possibility, Musashi quickened his steps to escape. However, Mu Chen's goal was Musashi. How could he be willing to let this bitch escape from his eyes? Pika Chu. Stand there for Lao Su. Don't leave without a souvenir. Seeing that Musashi, who was fleeing, actually accelerated his speed, Mu Chen was even more furious. Electricity flashes. In order to retain Musashi, Mu Chen decisively released the fastest electromagnetic wave. As for Meow Meow, who had already pounced in front of him, this gum, with a flash of electric light, it was immediately thrown away. Ah, Kojira, help me. Being precisely hit by the electromagnetic wave, Musashi felt a numbness all over his body. Obviously, at this moment she can't escape quickly. Double gas. Come out. Use self-destruct. Under the crisis, Kojira didn't care about anything else, and directly summoned the double bomb gas. After receiving the order of Kojira, the double bomb gas suddenly emitted bursts of red light. Pick up Nima, I'm not trying to arrest you. Do you need to work so hard? Seeing the double bomb gas in such a state, how could Mu Chen not guess what it was for? What's so special? It's really uncomfortable to let this game explode. Time was running out, and in order to leave the spoils, Mu Chen activated the flash of lightning again. Ah, damn yellow-skinned mouse, get out of my way. Suddenly attacked by Pikachu, Musashi instinctively slammed into his chest. This abominable yellow-skinned mouse, my mother will never let you succeed again. Although it is not clear whether Pikachu's attack on him was intentional last time, Musashi didn't want to try his own way and personally verify his guess. However, Musashi guessed wrong this time, and Mu Chen's goal was not her front door. Pika Chu. Leave me alone. With the help of the weak light, Mu Chen firmly locked onto Musashi's back and struck her collar with a thunderous blow. Chapter 175_booty. Chapter 175 Trophy. Hey. Just as Mu Chen was chasing Team Rocket, Little Fire Horse also stood up again. With the help of Ash's antidote, Little Fire Horse finally got rid of the toxin's attack on his body. Even because of the strong unwillingness, because of the strong desire to win, after the Little Fire Horse stood up, bursts of brilliance suddenly radiated from the whole body. Wagwong dissipated, and a tall horse with an incomparably steed appeared beside Xiaoji. Therefore, it is the Flame Horse after the evolution of the Little Fire Horse. Ha ha ha. Great. Flame Horse, go, let go win the championship. The one who was most excited at the moment was Xiaoji. Although the Flame Horse is not his Pokémon, but out of love for Pokémon, every Pokémon can evolve, which is enough to make Xiaoji feel heartfelt joy. Hey. When Xiaoji stepped on the flaming horse again, a fiery figure instantly passed through this resting area where the TV signal could not be broadcast. Pick up . This time, my mission is complete, right? Seeing Xiaoji galloping on the flaming horse, Mu Chen immediately put his heart in his stomach. If he still needs his own protection, then Ash would simply fall off the horse and die. Ignoring Xiaoji who was galloping past, and even ignoring the Katy behind him who was waiting for him to ride again to participate in the race, Mu Chen took a deep breath while holding the trophy in his hand. This is what I want. I just didn't expect that Musashi, this bitch, stopped being rough in appearance, and would only wear such a plain white. This is really. Previously, the one from Amato was pink. Mu Chen thought that according to Musashi's character, he would at least order red, yellow, and blue, but it turned out to be just the most common white. But, although this color makes Mu Chen unsatisfied, but this eyes, this temperature, this taste. At this moment, Mu Chen was completely intoxicated. At the same time, Ash, riding a flaming horse, has also arrived at the final straight sprint track. Dolive, not far in front of Ash. Audience friend, the champion of this competition should be our Dooley. God, what is that fiery red figure? What a fast speed. Dolive was the only one who came to the straight sprint track. Just when the host was about to announce his victory in advance, Xiaoji's figure reappeared in the new broadcast number. Looking at the incomparably fiery red figure of the divine horse, everyone, including the host, was stunned. This turned out to be evolution. What? What? How is this possible? Rocket, these crap. Of course, the one who was most shocked at the moment was the person involved, Doolive. The victory was already in sight, but who would have thought that there would be a fierce running sound behind him? Turning his head and looking, Doolive almost fell off Doodooly's back. So the three guys from Team Rocket didn't stop them from talking, and they helped him evolve Little Fire Horse. However, the facts are in front of him, and even if Doolive can't believe it, he can only choose to face it. Doodooly, attack, can't let him overtake. Originally, according to Doolive's vision, Doodooly, who has 3 heads, can completely take out one head to attack the flame horse and hinder it sprint. But a stream of light flashed by, and Doodooly couldn't even reach his tail. Let's congratulate the winner of this game. He is Xiaoji from Junxin Town, and his mount is our rich child's Little Fire Horse, the current flame horse. In the end, Xiaoji rode the flaming horse and won the championship in this racing competition. Under the passionate explanation of the host, Xiaoji and the Dada audience entered a state of celebration together. Pick up tilde tilde. Similarly, out of a state of celebration, there is also our protagonist, Mu Chen. At this moment, he was riding on the back of the catty dog, still holding his trophy firmly in his arms, with a look of intoxication. Nima tilde, it smells so good. You know, before Mu Chen thought that Masashi's girl was always exercising, it must be a stinky sweat. I never thought that even the sweat was fragrant on this trophy. Sure enough, she's a beautiful young lady, and she's not on the same level as a bad old man like Xiaoji. However, Mu Chen, who was too intoxicated, obviously ignored Xiaoxia, who came from behind him. After blocking the huge wave, the gem starfish's condition was greatly damaged, and Xiaoxia can be regarded as saying goodbye to the game completely. But even if you fail, you have to finish the race, right? Hurry up and hurry. Xiaoxia, who was rushing all the way, finally arrived near the finish line when Xiaoji celebrated her victory. She never thought that just in front of her, the golden figure of Pikachu appeared in front of her. Seeing that Pikachu riding on the back of the catty dog kept shaking his shoulders, Xiaoxia suddenly became nervous. What's wrong with this little thing? Why keep shaking? Is it uncomfortable? Still injured? Traveling fast all the way, Xiaoxia naturally noticed the traces of the battle that broke out in the rest house. After discovering that a battle broke out here, Xiaoxia was even more anxious. It is precisely because of this that Xiaoxia is so nervous when she sees Pikachu trembling back. When Xiaoxia quickly caught up, came to Pikachu's body. Ah, Pikachu, you bastard. Fuck me. Seeing Pikachu's intoxicated face holding a lady's bodyguard, and even taking a deep sniff occasionally, Xiaoxia burst out. This damn bastard. Where did it get this thing from? Armado's time before can also be explained as an accident. Xiaoxia also doesn't think a Pokémon can understand things that even Ash does not. But this scene in front of me has proved to Xiaoxia very well. This bastard, this damn bastard. It really understands what it is. In shame and anger, Xiaoxia didn't care about the arrival of the end here, nor the rich son who was welcoming them. I saw the embarrassed and angry Xiaoxia instantly activated, and directly kicked Pikachu, who was still in a state of intoxication and ecstasy, under the dog with an extremely elegant roundhouse kick. Pick up tilde tilde. What the hell? What going on? Suddenly kicked. Mu Chen was completely stunned. This Nima, okay, who attacked Lao Su, is the rocket back again? Xiaoxia, why are you attacking the pickup? Ah, the place where Pikachu was kicked was exactly Fuzzy, who trotted all the way to meet him. When Fuzzy saw the trophy in Pikachu's hand, she finally knew that what happened last night was definitely this guy's intention. Chapter 176 Mysterious Egg. Chapter 176 Mysterious Egg. Xiaoxia, hurry up, we only have one day. At this point, a day has passed since Ash won the racing championship. After a day of celebration, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were finally allowed to hunt in the wild for a day. As for that bad guy Dolph, it was a family affair of the Dada clan, and Xiaoji and the others would naturally not interfere. Anyway, that guy's evil deeds have been exposed, and the Dada clan can only let him as a despicable and shameless person. Fuzzy originally planned to swim in the wild wilderness area with Xiaoji, who made her a little favor, but after the incident with Pikachu, Tomiko gave up the idea. As the saying goes, if there is a pet, there must be a master. A Pokemon Pikachu has been brought by this guy like this, so the nature of this guy can be expected. Now he is so pure and enthusiastic, I am afraid it is all to numb himself. Thinking of Pikachu's obsessed expression with that trophy, Fuzzy felt her scalp tingle. Therefore, Fuzzy, who was completely shocked, gave up the idea of walking with Ash. This guy is a wolf in sheep clothing. Of course, Ash, who was the party involved, didn't know anything about all these events. At this moment, his heart is to see Pokemon as soon as possible in this wild wilderness area, and then go hunting. What is the time of day? What are you in a hurry? At this moment, Xiaoxia is not as excited as Xiaoji. Even after a day had passed, Xiaoxia's anger still subsided slightly. Crazily pinching Pikachu in her arms, Xiaoxia really wanted to scoop off its stupid yellow skin. This nasty bastard. This horny bastard. How can it be? At first, Xiaoxia didn't know where Pikachu's trophy trophy came from, but later through the conversation with Xiaoji, Xiaoxia found out this trophy was actually presented by the rockets again. The last time I was in the hot spring, Xiaoxia, the trophy of Armado, witnessed it with my own eye. That was indeed an accident, but this time, although there is no personal purpose, but through the understanding of Pikachu's personality, Xiaoxia can guess without even thinking, this is definitely its intention. Thinking that Pikachu could do such a disgusting thing, Xiaoxia even turned around and left, never seeing her desire again. But every time she raised her footstep, the scenes of her past with Pikachu would come to her mind. Obviously, Pikachu has completely filled Xiaoxia's heart of love. You know, Xiaoxia has too many firsts, all of which are taken up by this hateful bastard. Although Xiaoxia also knows that she is human and Pikachu is a Pokémon, it is impossible between them. But no matter what, the bond between the two is too deep. But Xiaoxia can't help but leave. It was impossible to leave, and the angry Xiaoxia naturally wanted to vent the anger in her heart desperately. And the object of her venting, of course, is the person involved, Pikachu. Pick up Nima. It's been a day of pinching, and Lao Su's flesh has made you feel unconscious. Why don't you stop? Regarding this matter, Mu Chen also knew that he was indeed wrong. But what has happened? What can he do? Mu Chen is also very clear about his own weakness in character. Whenever he sees the young lady, he can't help it. Maybe this is his nature as a pure man. But Mu Chen is also clear. If he really had to make a choice, he would rather give up a forest for Xiaoxia. Again, this is precisely because of fetters. Mu Chen's heart is also full of Xiaoxia's beautiful image. Different from Mina, different from Shinado, Mu Chen's feelings for Xiaoxia are still very different. This was the first girl he wanted to protect from the bottom of his heart. It is precisely because of this that the only thing Mu Chen can do in the face of the furious Xiaoxia is to complain in his heart. By the way, in memory of the boogie whose temperature has not completely dissipated. No way, Xiaoxia was angry. Even if Mu Chen was reluctant to give up, it was impossible to keep that trophy. In the end, in order to make Xiaoxia happy, Mu Chen reluctantly sent the trophy in front of the Katy dog, and let the guy spew out flames, directly burning Mu Chen's trophy completely. Looking at the burned spoils, Mu Chen said that his heart was broken. However, when he turned his head and saw that the anger on Xiao Shao's face had subsided, Mu Chen felt better. At the very least, it's still very clear. It's okay to play occasionally, but you must not lose the big because of the small. Even if he and Xiaoxia couldn't really develop to the level of Minas because of his identity, Mu Chen didn't plan to give Xiaoxia to someone else. This is the possessiveness of an old man. Xiaoxia, it belongs to Laozi and me. Didi, random missions are on. Mysterious egg. The mission requires that in the wild area, there are mini dragons and Hakrons of the quasi-divine beasts in the Kanto region, as the goal of becoming a skin god. How can you not learn from them? Mission reward, unknown egg. Randomly increases racial value by 10. Failure to punish. You can't even beat a quasi-god that has not evolved. Wasting, drown you forget it. No, this quest is a random entry mode, so what the final reward egg can hatch depends on the host's luck. Walter. Just when Mu Chen was still complaining about why the girl's anger still didn't dissipate, the cold voice of the system came from his mind again. This time, Mu Chen was really dumbfounded. Although this is also a random mission. But what is this mission about? What kind of quasi-divine beast? Mini dragon. Hakron. This Nima. Isn't this the form before the evolution of the fast dragon? System, why do you play lousy? Huailong. Is that something I can deal with? Mu Chen's heart skipped a beat when he thought of the fast dragon he met at Zhenghui's lighthouse. Moreover, this sudden system task, its reward is also different from the past. This time, is it an egg? And it still Nima's random egg. I don't know what hatched. This playful egg must belong to Xiaoji, and the Pokemon that hatched naturally also belong to him. It's okay if you hatch a Shinado 1 level. If a stinky slime hatches. Thinking of this possibility, Mu Chen's head suddenly became big. Ah, what's wrong with you, Pikachu? Suddenly feeling that Pikachu in her arms passed out, Xiaoxia panicked. I don't have much effort. Why are you still dizzy? Chapter 177 I'm not a dumb beast. Chapter 177 I'm not a dumb beast. Look at Xiaoxia. There is a lake here. There should be water-type Pokemon here. Right. Stop and go. Xiaoji and Xiaoxia came to a lake in the wild wilderness area. At this moment, Xiaoji's heart is even more eager than before for capturing Pokemon. Because he won the championship of the racing competition, Xiaoji obtained 100 park balls for catching Pokemon in the wild area directly from the Dada tribe. But the problem is, half a day passed, and Xiaoji didn't catch a single one. In this wild wilderness area, most of the Pokemon exist in the form of group. In the face of those ethnic group, even if Xiaoji has an incomparably tough spirit, he can't conquer him. Now, after half a day, Ash finally discovered this lake. Excited boy. If there is a lake, there must be a water-type Pokemon. Come to think of it, if the water-type Pokemon is concerned, it is relatively easy to subdue a lot even if it is a group, right? At the very least, it can't be a group that Xiaoji uses a fishing rod to catch, isn't it? Xiaoji, let go go fishing here. I just want to see and catch some water-type Pokémon. This time Xiaoji's proposal Xiaoxia has no opinion. As a water-type Pokémon master, she naturally hopes to conquer a lot of water-type Pokémon. Ha ha ha. Then let go fishing. Xiaoxia, let's compare and see who catches the most. When starting from the Dada, Ash not only got a lot of park balls, it is the first equipment for fishing, and the Dada people also provide it. Compete. I'm afraid you won't succeed. They were all young people, and of course Xiaoxia wouldn't give in easily. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Mu Chen is completely uninterested in the argument between Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. At this moment, it is the lake that it focuses on. Nima, Mini Dragon, Hakron, if I remember correctly, they seem to live in late in the wild wilderness area. Right. Although Mu Chen had never watched animations in his previous life, he still dabbled in PM games to some extent. Although he was not impressed, Mu Chen still had some impressions of this place where he could capture the quasi-divine beast. I didn't think of it before, but now that I saw this lake, the tide of memory hit Mu Chen in an instant. Huh. Pikachu, are you going to play with us too? The fishing rod is set up, and Xiaoji and Xiaoxia have entered the fishing state at this moment. Unexpectedly, just when they were preparing to wait quietly for the fish to take the bait, this guy Pikachu came over. If that's all there is to it, it doesn't matter. However, this guy turned his back to the lake, raised his butt, and threw his small lightning tail into the lake. Obviously, Pikachu's posture is also planning to go fishing. Pick up tilde tilde. Now, Kankai competes with you. I'm really going to fish for dragon. Hearing Xiaoji's question, Mu Chen gave him a humane glance. Who is particularly interested in playing with you? I want to complete the task. Although the quest reward harvest this time was not as good as Xiaoji's for Mu Chen, 10 racial points was considered a big temptation. 365 at this moment. If you add this one, it's not far from the 400 mark. The increase in race value is naturally self-evident. Therefore, Mu Chen would never give up easily on this task. However, because of the sorry water, Mu Chen could only throw his tail into the lake and perform random tasks to complete Dafa. No way. Who knows how deep this ghost lake is? I am not interested in going to the lake. Xiaoji, don't talk. There is movement on the water. Compared to Xiaoji who escaped, Xiaoxia is much more calm. Just when Ash was about to say something to Pikachu, Xiaoxia noticed the ripples in the lake. Obviously, this is a sign that the prey is hooked. Woe tilde tilde. Finally, after a long while, Xiaoxia ushered in her first harvest. How? Ah, I don't want a car king. It's so ugly. Xiaoxia, who won the car king in the first shot, said she was very unhappy. If that's all, then Xiaoxia is temporarily unhappy. But, as time went on, Xiaoxia collapsed. Oh my god. Xiaoji, let go. It seems that there is a carp king in this lake, and it has no other water-type Pokemon. More than 10 shots in a row, all the hooked were king carp. Even Xiaoji's side was in the same situation. Xiaoxia completely fell into a state of rampage. Do I need to go to the wild area to catch a Pokemon like king carp? Any pond has this stuff. Right, let go. Our game isn't over yet. Although the harvest was not ideal, Xiaoji still honestly took down all these carp kings. After all, this can be regarded as providing research materials for Dr. Damu. Right. Hearing Xiaoxia say to leave, Xiaoji quit. The game is not over yet. How can you give up halfway? But the problem is, it's all carp here. Just when Xiaoxia was about to refute Xiaoji, Pikachu, who had been quiet, suddenly burst out. Pick up tilde tilde. Pick up tilde tilde. Damn you uncle. It hurt daddy. Before Xiaoji and Xiaoxia kept catching the car king, Mu Chen's tail was fruitless. Mu Chen doesn't care about this. Anyway, our levels are different. I really want to fish for dragon. But the problem is, what B play should be. It killed me. The sudden pain in his tail made Mu Chen embarrassed to pull his tail out of the lake. Is this a big tongue shell? Seeing the shellfish Pokemon on Pikachu's tail, Ash was done. The same as fishing. Why is the gap so big? Xiaoji, what are you still looking at? Hurry up and help Pikachu. At this moment, Mu Chen's face was blue and purple, and Xiaoxia suddenly became nervous. Although this bastard always makes her angry, and although this bastard never changes his bad habit, the weight of this bastard in Xiaoxia's mind is still unparalleled. Pick a tilde 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 pick. Nima, I'm pissed. Minas, ladies, hurry up and avenge your man. After tossing for a while, Mu Chen was finally rescued by Xiaoji and Xiaoxia from the mouth of Datonbei. Looking at his swollen tail, Mu Chen fell into a rage. What the matter? Lao Su's tail. Do you think I'm a dumb beast? What else is there to say? Mu Chen didn't even wait for Xiaoji to react, and threw the Pokemon ball with Minas on his way. I can't go into the water, but my old ladies can. Big tongue. Get ready for sanction. Chapter 178 _ Battle against the Hakron. Chapter 178 Fighting Harkron. PFF tilde tilde. When the little man was aggrieved, Minas naturally wanted to stand up for him. In the astonished eyes of Ash and Shaw, Minas, who was summoned by Pikachu, did not even wait for Ash's order, and plunged into the lake following Pikachu's guidance. Ash, are you sure this is your Pokemon? In his hand, he was just intermittently disobedient, but that was just just because he was too stupid. But this Minos, no matter how you look at her, she is not stupid. Seeing that Minos didn't even wait for the trainer's order and plunged into the lake under the guidance of Pikachu, Xiaoxia was really stunned. Even if Pikachu is smart, it won't be able to direct other Pokemon directly, right? The previous time Katie could be interpreted as Fuzzy's order, but this scene, even if Xiaoxia couldn't believe it, the scene in front of her clearly told her that Pikachu could command other Pokemon. Ah, haha, I think their relationship is better. Xiaoji was also completely puzzled by the scene in front of him. Therefore, the only explanation he can make is that the relationship between Pikachu and Minos is relatively close. It's just that these two people obviously don't know that the intimacy between Pikachu and Minos is not as simple as they imagine. Pick up tilde tilde. Suddenly his tail was bitten, and the angry Mu Chen was not in the mood to pay attention to what Xiaoxia and Xiaoji were thinking. At this moment, the only thing it wants is to let Minos drive out all those hateful big-tongued shells in the lake. What the matter? What barren eyes? Can Lao Su's tail be the same as that of a dumb beast? I'm fishing for dragons. What are you doing to bite me? Woe tilde tilde woe tilde tilde. Just when Ash was talking to Xiaoxia, when Pikachu was furious and was about to fire a 100,000 volt on the big-tongued shell thrown out of the water by Minos, a light blue body with a slender body, the long figure suddenly jumped out of the water. Woe tilde tilde tilde. An angry cry came from the mouth of the Pokemon who suddenly jumped out of the water. He slept soundly, but suddenly an intruder came. As the owner of the lake, he expressed his anger. Ah, this is Harkron. Oh my god, there is a Harkron in this wild wilderness area. Seeing this Pokemon that suddenly jumped out of the water, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia forgot to talk. This turned out to be a quasi-divine beast in the Kanto region, the unevolved form of Kuailong, Haklong. Woe tilde tilde woe tilde tilde. Just as the two were shocked, the lake rippled again. Immediately, a Pokemon that has always been slightly smaller in size and similar in appearance to Hakon also appeared in front of Ash and Xiaoxia. And mini dragon. How is this possible? This time, it is the cub form of the fast dragon, the mini dragon. Seeing the two juvenile quasi-divine beasts that appeared one after another, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were completely stunned. No matter how they thought about it, they would never have imagined that there would be such a treasured Pokemon that makes the world go crazy. Pika tilde 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 chew. Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were stunned, but Mu Chen was not. Although it wasn't the big-tongued shell that came out, Mu Chen was even more happy with the result. These two games should come out. Can't the task be completed? Mada, if you knew, why did Lao Su bother to use his body as bait? How good is it to just close the door and put Minos? Zila tilde tilde tilde. Electricity flashes. Without the slightest hesitation, Mu Chen sent 100,000 volt to the mini dragon. Why not attack Hakron? Just kidding, the persimmon still needs to be squeezed softly. Of course, Mu Chen chose to put this little one down first. Fu tilde tilde tilde. Although it is a quasi-divine beast, the mini dragon is a cub after all. When 100,000 volts entered its body, the mini dragon suddenly let out a painful neigh. Oop tilde tilde. Seeing the mini dragon being attacked, Hakron was furious. I saw its long neck wave, its big mouth open, and a mouthful of dragon-type energy containing anger was spewed out by it. This is exactly what dragon-type Pokemon is good at. Pick up tilde tilde. Holy crap, so fierce. Seeing the dragon's fury coming from his face, Mu Chen hurriedly activated his high-speed movement, dodging the angry blow of Hakalong at a very fast speed. Mu Chen was taken aback when he saw a deep pit that was blasted out of the ground behind him. This is still a Haklong that has not evolved into a fast dragon. This game should have evolved a little more powerfully. Just this round of confrontation, Mu Chen immediately let go of all his contempt. As expected of a task with two rewards at the same time, this is so difficult, not easy. Oop tilde tilde. A dragon's fury didn't hit Pikachu, and Hakron raised his neck again. As Hakalong attacked again, a strong whirlwind spewed out of his mouth and swept towards Mu Chen. This is exactly the tornado among the dragon's skill. Hey tilde tilde earn tilde tilde. The wind howled. As the tornado spewed out of Hakron's mouth, its rotation became more and more violent, and its poke became more and more powerful. Obviously, this time Hakron is not going to give Pikachu room to hide. Xiaoji. Rewind. Seeing that Hakron had already fought with Pikachu, Xiaoxia quickly pulled Xiaoji and retreated to the back. This Hakron is so tyrannical. If the two of them stay here, it will only cause trouble for Pikachu. Xiaoxia is still very clear about this. Pikachu, dodge the tornado with a flash, then fight back with 100,000 volt. While being pulled back by Xiaoxia, Xiaoji still did not forget to give Pikachu the command to fight. Although he was stunned by the sudden appearance of a young quasi-divine beast, Ash is not the kind of character who does not dare to fight against a powerful enemy. Hakron, mini dragon. If they can be successfully conquered, the picture is really beautiful. Pick up tilde pick up. Just as Xiaoji gave the order, Mu Chen had already responded. This time, there was no problem with Ash's order. Obviously, through constant fighting, the iron-headed baby finally grew up. However, the command of this guy was still of no help to Mu Chen. Just kidding, I have a lot of battle experience, and I have a lot of experience in battle. Do I still need you to remind me? As the saying goes, the battle situation is changing rapidly, and the fighters are fleeting. How could Mu Chen be like a normal Pokemon, waiting for the trainer to command him stupidly? With the help of a flash of electric light, Mu Chen immediately entered the charging state. Hakron's B game should be obviously difficult to deal with, and Mu Chen didn't dare to have the slightest contempt for him. Chapter 179 Eat me an electromagnetic wave. Chapter 179 Eat me an electromagnetic wave. Pika ~chu tilde. A loud chirping sound came from Mu Chen's mouth. After charging and accumulating, Mu Chen confidently blasted Hakron with a 100,000 volt. Hakron. Lao Su asks you to learn from Aberdeen. Jump on a paragraph for me. Wo tilde. However, under Mu Chen's expectant gaze, Hakalong just let out a painful neigh. Immediately, the attacked Hakron swung his waist and shot toward Pikachu. Looking at its speed, it is clear that this guy will also move at high speed. Pick up tilde. So hard to beat. Also, what does this mean now? Can't you fight me hand to hand with Lao Su? Don't even think about you. Seeing Hakalong's posture, Mu Chen didn't know how he was going to rush up to fight him. Just kidding. No matter how slender this Hakron is, it is also 4 meters long. What about yourself? 40 miles. The body contrast between the two was too strong, but Mu Chen didn't have the slightest idea to learn from this Hakron. Bye, I will not serve you. With a twist of his butt, Mu Chen frantically jolted up his pair of short legs and ran towards the front. I am a long-range special attacker. I will fight with you if I have a problem. Fu tilde. I never thought that when Mu Chen was planning to make a strategic transfer, a mini dragon that had eaten 100,000 volt for no apparent reason also came up. Obviously, people don't plan to pay attention to one-on-one fair competition with you. Pick up tilde. What the hell? I can't handle a single old man. Can you still take it together? Hakalong only made 2 shots, but the pressure on Mu Chen was not ordinary. When facing Hakron, Mu Chen didn't dare to take it hard. Now that adding a mini dragon, Mu Chen is even more stressed. Minas of Nima, what are you doing, you old woman? These 2 dragons, one big and one small, were drawn out because of Minas' entry into the water. I never thought that when the dragon came out, Minas disappeared. At this moment, how much Mu Chen is looking forward to this old lady. Minas can jump out of the water and help him hold down an opponent. However, after diving into the water, Minas did not move at all. Pika tilde chu. Mad. The old ladies are unreliable, so I will come by myself. Just like what the system said. If you can't even beat 2 guys who haven't evolved yet, then Mu Chen will be embarrassed. Zila tilde. Electric flames flickered from above his cheeks again. In an instant, a weak and fast current shot towards the mini dragon. Therefore, it is the electromagnetic wave that can make people paralyzed. After discovering that these 2 games were extremely resistant to electrical skills, Mu Chen resolutely gave up the plan. Aren't you anti-beating? Then I will fly a kite. As long as I paralyze you, won't the kite kill you? Fu tilde. In the face of this lightning-fast sudden attack, the mini dragon did not make any preparation. Oob tilde. Seeing that his child was forced to dance the dragon dance, Hakalong, who fell behind Mu Chen, was even more furious. Pikachu, use 100,000 volts to defeat the mini dragon first. After retreating to the safe place, Xiaoji raised his voice again and shouted at Mu Chen. Obviously, after seeing the mini dragon being hit by electromagnetic wave, this guy has already moved his mind to subdue it. Pick it tilde pick. Lord Volt. Ignoring Xiaoji's idiot's command, Mu Chen decisively turned on the parkour mode. Why didn't you see that Hakron was already pound? With my small physique, can it be good if I give it a shot? Although Mu Chen also knows that this is a good opportunity to defeat the mini dragon, but if the cost of coming back is too high. Oh, I'm sorry, I will not accompany you. Relying on the displacement of the flash of electric light, Mu Chen once again avoided Hakron's attack. Immediately, Zila tilde. Electricity jumped from his cheeks again. Obviously, this guy saw that the electromagnetic wave skill was effective, and he planned to make persistent effort to directly give Hakron a shot. But at this moment, behind Xiaoji and the others, there was a sudden sound of hooves. Hey tilde. As the sound of the hooves got closer, the owner of the sound gradually appeared in front of Ash and the others. This is Fuzzy's flaming horse. Xiaoji, Xiaosha, stop Pikachu and stop them from fighting. As a ranger in the wild wilderness area, it is Tomiko's job to patrol the wilderness area. After saying goodbye to Ash and his entourage, Tomiko returned to her previous working state. She never thought that when she patrolled near the lake, she heard the sound of fighting. Is this worth it? You must know that the rules of the wild wilderness area do not allow any trainer to shoot these wild Pokémon. Even if you want to subdue it, you can only subdue it without fighting through the park ball provided by the Dada tribe. And this is also the reason why Xiaoji had no gains before. Riding the flaming horse course all the way, Fuzzy soon came to the lake where the fight was taking place. When she saw that the two sides of the fight turned out to be the biggest secret between Ash's Pikachu and the wild wilderness area, after Hakron fought, Fuzzy was really panicked. What kind of shit did this Xiaoji have? You know, the Dada clan has never leaked the existence of Huck Dragon and Mini Dragon, and the lake they live in is also deep inside the wilderness area. But even so, he could still be found by Xiaoji, even directly lured the Hakron family out of the lake. Although his heart was full of confusion, Fuzzy knew that this was not the time to ask about those things. Ah, Miss Fujiko, Pikachu, stop fighting. Ash's sudden arrival startled Ash. When he heard Fuzzy's request, he didn't hesitate, and shouted directly to Pikachu, who was still fighting. In this wild wilderness area, there are regulations that do not allow Pokemon battle. In the current situation, they are the first. How could Ash continue to let Pikachu fight? Pick up ... What to play? Do not fight. What, are you kidding me? What if I don't play Lao Su's mission? Although the mission this time didn't say that it required defeating Hawkalong, Mew Chen didn't dare to stop casually. What if the mission fails because you stop yourself? Zilla ... The electric current flashed, and Mew Chen sent a 100,000 volt to Hawkalong, who had been hit by the electromagnetic wave. It's okay if you don't fight. Wait until Lao Su's task is completed. Chapter 180 Black-bellied Ash. Chapter 180 The Black-bellied Xiaoji. Whoa ... Just when Mew Chen was about to ignore Xiaoji and Fuzzy's dissuasion and continue to use 100,000 volts on Hakron, the calm lake rippled again. Immediately, yeah ... A slightly desolate chirping sound came. This is exactly the old lady that Mew Chen complained about before, Minos. I saw that at this moment, Minos was extremely embarrassed, and his 6-meter-long body was firmly bitten by dozens of big tongue shells. It turned out that after Minos dived into the bottom of the lake, the first person to be alarmed was not the target of Mew Chen's request, the big tongue shell. 2 dragon-type Pokemon playing in the lake became the first victim. Seeing the sudden attack of Minos, Huck Dragon and Mini Dragon were taken aback. They have lived in this lake for countless years. When have they seen this guy bigger than them? Relying on body shape to judge strength is not just the patent of Mew Chen and Xiaoji. Suddenly seeing such a big guy attacking, Huck Dragon and Mini Dragon instinctively rushed out of the lake. Unlike Mina, which are dragon-type Pokemon, they can fly at low altitude. I never thought that as soon as he emerged from the water, he was attacked by Pikachu, and Hakron and Mini Dragon fought with him in rage. As for the Minos in the water, because of Mew Chen's request, Minos ignored the 2 little snakes and continued to head towards the depth of the lake. Finally, after reaching the bottom of the lake, Minos found a Pokemon egg embedded in the soil. Wow ... Wow ... Just as Minos was about to study this strange Pokemon egg, the big tongue shell she had been searching for before appeared. However, the number of large tongue shells that appeared was not 1 or 2, but a whole group. Although Minos is a water-type Pokemon, its combat power in the water is also considered tyrannical, but it also depends on who the opponent is. When confronted with 1 or 2 large-tongued shellfish, it was naturally a flick of the snake tail, and it flew straight away. But, facing the big tongue shell of this ethnic group, Minos' only choice was to flee for his life in a hurry. Because of the emergency, when Minos, who could not care to check the Pokemon egg, was fleeing, he could only use the tail of a snake to roll up the egg embedded in the mud, and take it to the surface of the water. Flee. As for why do you want to bring this egg? As a female Pokemon, or a female Pokemon who has gone through some necessary processes in life, the maternal love of Minos is overflowing at this moment. Running all the way, Minos, who finally broke through the interception of the big tongue shell, was able to see the sky again. However, Minos, who returned to the surface, brought a lot of souvenirs with him. Minos, God, so many muscles. Xiaoji, what are you waiting for? Quickly use the park ball to subdue those big tongue shells and help Minos out of trouble. The wild wilderness area did not allow the use of Pokemon to attack these living creatures, and now, in front of Fuzzy, Xiaosha certainly would not summon Pokemon to fight against it. Therefore, the only solution now is to hit the park ball and take down this big tongue shell. Of course, Xiaosha wouldn't use the park ball herself. For Xiaosha, she would rather have nothing, and never accept these water-type Pokemon that are hard to see explosion. Haha, that's right, conquer them. Miss Fuzzy, are you raising these Hakrons and Mini Dragon? Or, can it be subdued? Being reminded by Xiaosha, Xiaoji suddenly realized, yes, these Pokemon can all be captured with a park ball. For Xiaoji, who is determined to become a Pokemon training master, he will not miss any chance to conquer Pokemon. What's more, at this time, there are quasi-god cubs such as Huck Dragon and Mini Dragon that are cherished. You just subdue the big tongue shell. Huck Dragons and Mini Dragons are the treasures of the wild wilderness area, and they are not among the ones that can be conquered. Seeing that Xiaoji even wanted to subdue Hawkalong and Mini Dragon, Fuzzy made his previous judgment even more. This kid is an evil wolf who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. If this girl hadn't happened to be patrolling here, I'm afraid Hakron and Mini Dragon would have suffered. Here, Pokemon battles are strictly prohibited. From the current situation, Pikachu is in a close relationship with Huck Dragon and Mini Dragon. As Ash's Pokemon, isn't Pikachu's actions all under his instruction? If it wasn't for the fact that Xiaoji helped him win the championship, helped Xiaohuoma evolve, and even saw through Dalafu, who was eating inside and out, I am afraid that Fuzzy would have shot him directly now. Okay, that's it. Minos, hold on, here I come. After hearing what Fuzzy said, Xiaoji did not argue. Harkron or something is precious, but for Ash, it's not absolutely necessary. As an innocent and good boy, Ash is not one of the Rocket's unscrupulous guys. Pick up ... Lucky for you. This time, Mu Chen finally stopped the 100,000 volt current that was still being excited. Of course, this is not because of Ash's relationship with Fuzzy. When Minos rushed out of the water, he received a message from the system prompting the completion of the mission. Now that the mission has been completed, how could Mu Chen be in the mood to continue fighting with these two silly dragons? Although this game should not be able to hit him, but the flesh is so thick that Mu Chen has no interest in continuing to waste unnecessary physical strength. Miss Fuzzy, I'm really sorry this time. It wasn't my intention to attack Harkron. It was only because they appeared too suddenly that Pikachu attacked them when they were frightened. After throwing a park ball and successfully winning the big tongue shell, Xiaoji came to Fuzzy with an apologetic face. It doesn't matter. It better not to be an example next time. This egg, since you found it, I will give it to you. In the northwest, there is a group of Pokemon. You can go and see. For Xiaoji's explanation, Fuzzy is completely distrustful. Seeing the Pokemon egg tightly hugged in this guy's hand, Fuzzy didn't have any idea of asking for it. Such a black-bellied wolf knows that even if you ask for it, he can't give it to you. Anyway, there are a lot of Pokemon living in this lake. An egg or something doesn't matter to Fuzzy at all. Of course, this was also because she knew that the egg did not belong to the mother and son of Harkron. At this moment, the only thing Fuzzy wanted to do was to send the evil wolf who had made her a good impression away from afar. Afterward, he comforted the traumatized mother and son of Hawkalong. As for what Xiaoji will hunt next, it is not in Fuzzy's consideration. Anyway, the time of the day is almost here, and the place that he has guided him is enough for him to be busy. This evil wolf is really good at acting, and Fuzzy doesn't want to stay with him for a moment. Misunderstandings have already occurred, and it is very difficult to resolve them. However, Xiaoji, who is the party involved, is completely unaware of this. Haha, then thank you, Ms. Fuzzy. Chapter 181 Bad Boys. Xiaoji, what kind of Pokemon is in this egg? After leaving the wild area, Xiaoxia is still entangled in the type of the Pokemon egg in Xiaoji's backpack. Hey, how did I know? It might be the kind of Pokemon in the lake, right? Maybe, it's not necessarily Hakron. At that time, I will be a Pokemon trainer with a fast dragon. Ha ha ha. A natural optimist. Xiaoxia Kai won't think about that. Won't he know when he hatches? Really? Then why don't you just give this egg to Dr. Damu directly through the computer? Come to think of it, the old man should know what kind of Pokemon this egg belongs to, right? Curiosity is a woman's nature, and Xiaoxia's curiosity is obviously extremely strong. Dr. Damu. I'm afraid he is very busy now. Let's not cause him any trouble. At the mention of Dr. Damu, Xiaoji rarely showed an embarrassed expression. When a bunch of King plus tongue muscles were sent to him before, Dr. Damu's expression was still relatively calm, and at most he complained about a single type. But after the large number of Kintaro was killed, Xiaoji no longer dared to recall the embarrassed appearance of Dr. Damu in the video at that time. As for why this happened, the reason can only be because of Fuzzy. Under the guidance of Fuzzy, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia traveled all the way, and finally found the Pokemon group she said. Kintaro. The day is about to pass, and Xiaoji has no choice, and throws a crazy park ball at Kintaro. This time, he was very lucky. Obviously, these Kintaros also intend to improve their meals and change their living environment. As for Ash's mindless park ball, almost all Kintaros were subdued by him without any resistance. Of course, in the end, Xiaoji didn't stay at all, and all the harvest in the park ball was packaged and given to Dr. OGI. This time, Dr. OGI won't be complaining that I don't send him Pokemon for research, right? Pick up ... Different from Xiaoxia's curiosity, at this moment, Mu Chen was lying in her arms lazily, but he was thinking of something else. Speaking of which, this chain of missions has been going on for a while, right? Although there is no time limit for Cherulean's evolution, Mu Chen no longer dared to delay. It was fine before. Mu Chen didn't feel any threat yet, but after having this egg, Mu Chen felt the surging waves of malice from the system. According to the system's urine energy, if this egg hatched before Cherulean evolved, wouldn't it be an accident? Regarding the system, Mu Chen also had a certain judgment. If the egg hatches after Cherulean evolved, it will have a great chance of taking over the chain quest. On the contrary, if the egg hatches before the chain of tasks is completed, iron-headed baby Bibibird is enough. Mu Chen didn't want to add any more mess to his team. What he want, but Miss Easter cheers the group true, just like Xiao Mao. It is precisely because of this consideration in his heart that at this moment Mu Chen has improved the evolution of Cerulean, and the way to make her evolve, that is of course a battle. It seems that I need to enter the lazy stage. With a plan in mind, Mu Chen found a reason to be lazy for himself. Look at Xiaoxia. What a big bridge. At this moment Xiaoji's exclamation suddenly came. Ah, the bridge has already been repaired. It's still under construction on the map. The bridge that Xiaoji was referring to was from here, which could directly cross the sea, thus shortening the distance greatly and reaching the sea crossing bridge in Sunshine Town. Seeing the bridge that has been opened, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia are immediately excited. Being able to go directly over the bridge saves a lot of travel. However, reality is often cruel. What? Need a bike to cross the bridge? When they came to the entrance of the bridge, they were told by the staff that they needed a bicycle to cross the bridge. Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were immediately confused. Bicycles should be fun. It's not cheap. Although Ash got a certain amount of money by challenging gyms, etc., it was just a trip to maintain the two of them. Want to buy a bike? Ha ha. Little devil, do you want to cross the bridge? Are there no bicycles? How about a Pokemon battle? If you win, we can lend you 2 bikes. Just when Xiaoji was confused, an arrogant voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a dozen non-mainstream bad boys. Pokemon battle. Good. No problem. Battle is Ash's favorite, not to mention getting the bicycle used to cross the bridge. For Ash, this kind of condition is really a pie from the sky. Little devil, if you lose, then the Pokemon you participated in the battle will belong to us. Dare. There is no free lunch in this world. The purpose of these delinquent teenagers is to defraud Pokemon from these traveling trainers. Why not? Come on. Of course, this kind of thing will definitely not frighten Xiaoji. For Xiaoji, there is no possibility of rejecting such a thing. Fail. It was never in Ash's dictionary. Ha ha ha. Good. I admire your courage. Then come with us. Seeing Xiaoji taking the bait, the bad boy laughed. Obviously, this is treating Xiaoji and Xiaoxia as fat fish. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Previously, Mu Chen was thinking of looking for an opportunity to add battle experience to Cerulean, but now someone has taken the initiative to send it to her door. Mu Chen was naturally very happy about this. However, what excites him the most at this moment is the little sisters among those delinquent teenagers. This kind of non-mainstream lady, this small figure, this dress. I have found a new reason to strike again. Looking at the young lady in front of her who was constantly twisting because of riding a bicycle, Mu Chen resisted. This is life. Pikachu, if your eyes are wandering, I'll throw you into the sea. However, the struggling Mu Chen ignored Xiaoxia. Feeling the body temperature of the bad thing in her arms rising rapidly, Xiaoxia immediately followed Pikachu's gaze. Looking at this, Xiaoxia, who knew a lot about this guy, didn't know yet, and this guy Pikachu started to be dishonest again. Pick up tilde tilde. Nima, what the matter? Look no more. Xiaoxia's sudden reprimand startled Mu Chen. What is this for? You don't care about your husband, do you? It's just how Mu Chen knew, because his weight in Xiaoxia's heart continued to increase, and at this moment Xiaoxia also had a strong possessiveness towards him. Want to take advantage. Except for this lady, don't even think about anyone else. Chapter 182 Vile Tactic. Chapter 182 Despicable Tactic. It's up to you, BB Bird. At this moment Xiaoji and Xiaoxia, led by the bad boy, have come to the place of the fight. After learning the rule that each of these bad boys will play a Pokemon to fight against him until all his Pokemon are defeated, Ash decisively chose BB Bird to fight first. This has always been Xiaoji's pioneer in testing the enemy's combat effectiveness. Beep tilde tilde B tilde tilde. As the iron-headed baby in Xiaoji's hand, BB Bird's desire to fight has always been extremely strong. BB Bird. Ha ha ha. Then I will come first in this battle. Go, Rumblestone. The purpose of the bad boys is to defraud Pokemon from these trainers through legal means, and they naturally have no morals at all. After seeing Xiaoji playing BB Bird, a flying plus general type, a bad boy with a Rumblestone played, obviously they plan to rely on the restraint of attribute to deal with Ash in order to defeat him. Rumbling Stone. BB Bird, we are not afraid of it. Use Flying Sand Feet. Having had more experience fighting against these rock-type Pokemon, even if his head is iron, he knows that a flash of lightning is completely useless. At this moment, he changed his previous tactic. Didi, random missions are on. Cao Nian, do you also feel that Cerulean needs to be trained in battle? There is no problem with your thinking, but as a gentleman, you still need to stand up and protect your girl at a critical moment. The mission is to protect the safety of Cerulean, Minos and Xiaoxia. Mission reward, unknown. Failure penalty, losing Cerulean, Minos, or Xiaoxia. For Xiaoji's battle with these bad boys, Mu Chen has no interest at all. The little sister didn't dare to look at it openly. At this moment, Mu Chen could only use his peripheral vision to take a sneak peek, but he never thought that just as he was peeking at him, a system task upgrade suddenly came from his head. Hearing the task given by the system, Mu Chen was confused. How powerful are these bad boys? Do you need me to protect Cerulean, Minos, and even Xiaosha. What the hell? Moreover, this time, the reward for this mission is unexpectedly unknown. Lying on the graph. The unknown is a good thing, but again, gains and risk go hand in hand. The bigger the gain, the higher the risk. Since the mission gave an unknown reward, the difficulty of this mission must be not small. Knowing the difficulty of the task, Mu Chen did not dare to be careless. If this is a bad thing, and there is something wrong with my girl, there is no place to cry. Damn. BB Bird. Use the turn attack. When Mu Chen focused his attention on the battle, BB Bird was already at a disadvantage. Although the skill of flying sand feet can confuse the eyes of the enemy, thus reducing its hit rate. But BB Bird's opponent is the Rumble Stone of the ground type plus rock type. Other Pokemon may be affected by flying sand feet. If Rumble Stone, the effect is really minimal. With the advantage of strong resistance and physical strength, Longlongshi ignored BB Bird's interference at all, and just kept throwing stones at it. Under the constant rockfall attack of Longlongian, BB Bird was like a small boat at this moment, and it would be overturned and shot down at any time. Seeing such a situation, Xiaoji suddenly panicked. In desperation, Xiaoji can only change his tactics and let BB Bird use the flying skill of turning attack in order to cause trouble to Longlongian. However, what Xiaoji thought was too simple. Ha ha ha. Rumble Stone. Use Big Bang. What the delinquent boy waited for was that Ash ordered the BB Bird, which was constantly hovering in the air, to attack. As long as it is willing to come down, it will be sent directly by a Big Bang. Anyway, there are more than a dozen bad boys, and they really don't believe that the number of Pokemon in Xiaoji's hands exceeds the number of them. For these bad boys, as long as they defeat Ash and get his Pokemon, the rest doesn't matter at all. Isn't it just a Big Bang? Just a few days of training is fine. Wu tilde tilde. After receiving the order of the bad boy, Longlongshi hesitated for a moment, and then violent energy fluctuations appeared all over his body. Obviously, Rumble Stone has entered a state of self-destruction. Crap. BB Bird, take off. Seeing the opponent's posture like this, Xiaoji was naturally shocked. However, it was all too late. Boom. There was a loud noise, and BB Bird, who was swooping down, couldn't do any dodging at all, and was directly hit by the waves of the big explosion. Damn, why are you doing this? Battles between trainers are not like this. Quickly rushing forward, Xiaoji picked up BB Bird, who had been blown to pieces and bruised, and yelled at the bad boy. In Xiaoji's mind, the battle between Pokemon naturally depends on strength to win. This delinquent boy's Longlongshi originally had the advantage in terms of attribute, but in the end he chose to play this way of perishing together. This kind of behavior that will cause great harm to his own Pokemon. Ash said that he absolutely cannot accept it. Naive brat. Isn't this also a battle? Now, it's time for you to send out your second Pokemon. Xiaoji's rebuke asks how the bad boy doesn't understand. However, they don't care. All they want is to get Ash's Pokemon. Even if they change one by one, won't they still be the ones who make money in the end? Damn it. Pikachu, it's up to you. Seeing his opponent so despicable, Ash fell into anger. These despicable guys, let my Pikachu punish you. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Decide on your uncle. You can go on your own. I won't go. Not to mention the emergence of difficult system tasks, which gave Mu Chen a dyke mentality. Even without this task, Mu Chen also planned to let Cerulean go to battle so that he could get the chance to evolve. Now that an iron-headed baby, BB Bird, has just died, how could Mu Chen join the war? Ha ha ha. Kid, is this your Pokemon? Why don't you obey your orders? Seeing Pikachu's humanized shaking of his head and refusal, the bad boys suddenly burst into laughter. Pikachu, okay, that's you, Cerulean. Pikachu's daily strike Xiaoji is also used to it, and he really has nothing to do with this situation. Anyway, I still have two Pokemon. After they all fail, Pikachu will naturally participate in the battle. For this, Xiaoji is still very confident. Chapter 183 Xiaosha's anger. Chapter 183 Xiaosha's anger. Good job. Cerulean continued to use psychic power and defeat it. Cerulean's combat power is naturally much higher than iron-headed baby BB Bird. After Ash summoned him, he had already won 3 consecutive victories. After defeating 3 bad boys in a row, Xiaoji's confidence suddenly increased. These guys, apart from being a bit despicable in tactic, have no ability at all. Damn, this kid is hard to deal with. That Cerulean is too nimble. Our explosion tactics are useless against it. All 3 elves that could self-destruct in a row exploded into the air, and the bad boys panicked. Who would have thought that this kid would have Pokemon from other regions, and he was also a superpower system that was good at using teleportation. In fact, the Pokemon in the hands of these bad boys are not that powerful at all. What they rely on is this self-exploding wheel tactic. However, today we met Ash and Cerulean who can use teleportation. Other Pokemon might have some trouble with these self-destruction experts, but for Cerulean, it's completely child play. No matter how powerful your self-destruction is, if I use a teleportation, you can only see the graceful back of this lady. At this moment, not only was Xiaoji's confidence greatly increased, but Cerulean Cerulean was once again restored to her original arrogant appearance. Pick up ... Little girl, what are you staring at? I'm threatening Lao Su and ignore you. Seeing Cerulean's provocative look at himself after defeating 3 opponents in a row, Mu Chen was instantly furious. This little girl lacked tutoring. Hey, can you guys compare? If you don't compare, then I won. Although I am not ashamed of the despicable tactics of these bad boys, the game should still be played. There is no way. The bicycle is in the hands of others. If you want to successfully cross the bridge, you must win the bicycle through this kind of competition. As for why Xiaoji is so confident that he is not afraid that they will regret it. Just kidding. This is a society ruled by law. Except for the real evil gangs of the Rocket, most people still dare not break the law casually. With the existence of Miss Junsha, Xiaoji is still very relieved. Also, it is precisely because of this that these bad boys will only use this method to defraud the Pokémon of the past trainers. If they really let them go and snatch it, these bad teenagers really don't have the courage. Damn it. Kid, don't be arrogant. I will fight you in this battle. Being ridiculed by Ash, the delinquent teenagers who had won the ticket were angry. This Xiaoji, in their eyes, is nothing but a fat sheep. Ha ha ha. Come on then, my Cerulean will not fail. Continuing to win, Xiaoji's previous anger has dissipated. At this moment, this product has once again entered a state of honey juice confidence. Don't be complacent. Go for it, naughty bomb. Ma tilde. Under the call of a non-mainstream girl, a red and white naughty popped up in the field. The speed of the previous Pokémon was too slow, and they couldn't catch up with Cerulean at all. This time, after everyone's deliberation, this non-mainstream girl with naughty bullet played. You must know that naughty bomb, an electric-type Pokémon, moves very fast. Cerulean, use psychic power to attack. The opponent has released the Pokémon, and Ash resolutely enters the battle state. No matter what you are, as long as you are careful not to get hurt by self-destruction, then he can sit back and relax. Pick up ... Different from Xiaoji's honey juice self-confidence. At this moment, Mu Chen was full of doubt. What going on here? These bad boys don't seem to be very good at fighting, don't they? Except for a big explosion. I didn't find out where the danger was. That's it. A quest worth an unknown reward. Because of his trust in the system, Mu Chen never underestimated the difficulty of tasks with unknown reward. But judging from the current situation, these delinquent teenagers seem to be worth a 5-point race score at most. Right, Pikachu, do you really think I'm joking with you? Just when Mu Chen was still in doubt, an angry screeching sound suddenly came from his ear. The owner of this voice was Xiaosha, who was so jealous. After threatening this bastard before, Pikachu was honest. But how long has it been? This guy actually took a fancy to the bad girl who was fighting on the opposite side. Seeing that Pikachu didn't take her own words seriously, Xiaosha was furious. This nasty little bastard. Miss Ben must teach it a deep lesson today. Pick up ... Lying on the grass. What going on? Are you crazy? At this time, the place where everyone was fighting was still on this sea-crossing bridge. Xiaosha suddenly lifted herself up high, facing the bridge, and was about to lose her power. Mu Chen was immediately stunned. Okay, what are you doing? Why are you crazy? Obviously, Mu Chen didn't know, because of the deep impression he left on Xiaosha, so this time he was misunderstood. Roar ... Just when Xiaosha was about to intimidate Pikachu and let him have a little memory, a roar suddenly came from under the bridge. Immediately, before Xiaosha could react, a powerful water cannon slammed into the bridge pier. The piers were bombarded, and the bridge deck naturally shook. A stupefied state fell directly from her hands and fell into the sea water below the bridge deck. Pikachu. Originally, I just wanted to scare Pikachu, but I never wanted to make the fake come true because of an accident, and Xiaosha's face suddenly turned pale. In a panic, Xiaosha hurriedly summoned the gem starfish, ready to rescue Pikachu. This guy's water. That very sorry. And just when Pikachu danced and fell into a free fall, when the jewel starfish was just summoned by her, a huge wave suddenly appeared on the sea. Immediately, a huge carp dragon suddenly jumped out of the water and bit Pikachu fiercely. Pick up ... Xiaosha. You, sir. How dare you murder your husband? Mu Chen was already dumbfounded, but he never thought that just when he was about to fall into the water, he even killed such a terrifying play. At this moment, only the voice of scolding mother remained in Mu Chen's heart. Pikachu, don't. Similarly, seeing Pikachu in crisis, Xiaosha panicked. I saw that she was so excited that she forgot the danger, jumped directly, and rushed toward Pikachu. This turned out to be planning to protect Pikachu with his body. Chapter 184 Poison Sublimation. Poison. Chapter 184 Sublimation. Pika ... Chew ... With a loud chirping sound, the sound of current fluctuations flashed from the cheeks of Mu Chen, who was in free fall. Mu Chen was in a state of ignorance, but now he saw the huge figure jumping up from the water surface, and the girl Xiaosha was chasing her into a free fall, and Mu Chen was completely panicked. This is so special. I know that this barren task is definitely not that easy. In a panic, Mu Chen could only choose to release 100 100,000 volt to protect himself. No matter what, you can't be buried in the dragon's mouth, right? Zila tilde tilde tilde. The electric current flickered, and just when Mu Chen and the stinking dragon mouth of the tyrannical carp dragon were about to have a close contact for the last time, the 100,000 volt finally finished charging. Roar tilde tilde. The attributes of the tyrannical carp dragon are flight type plus water type, and electricity type skills can already cause a super restraint effect on it. What's more, Mu Chen's 100,000 volts attacked the dragon's mouth, which had no protection at all. The intense pain struck, and the tyrannical carp dragon couldn't bear to continue attacking Pikachu, and fell back into the sea in embarrassment. Pikachu. At this moment Xiaoxia, who was in free fall, finally caught up. I saw Pikachu hold Pikachu tightly in his arms with tears on his face, and his pretty face was full of fear and guilt. Obviously, because of the unexpected situation this time, Xiaoxia was really panicked. Pick up tilde tilde. Silly girl, what are you doing here? I don't blame you, sir. Licking the tears on Xiaoxia's face, Mu Chen's heart was filled with warmth. Mu Chen was not a fool. He knew very well that Xiaoxia was just trying to scare him, and her miss was a complete accident. Obviously, that water cannon was a good thing done by this sudden appearance of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. But what Mu Chen didn't expect was that the girl Xiaoxia would jump down without any hesitation. This really moved Mu Chen. Xiaoxia, you stupid girl. Puff. Just after Mu Chen and Xiaoxia embraced each other, their journey of free fall came to an end. Pikachu. Xiaoxia. The sudden shaking of the bridge deck naturally also alerted Ash, who was fighting. When he saw Pikachu and Xiaoxia fall under the bridge one after another, Xiaoji was shocked. Chirulian, go and rescue them. Mina, come out too. Pikachu and Xiaoxia are in danger, and Xiaoji no longer cares about any bullshit battle. At this moment, the most important thing for him is to rescue these two partners. Lilu tilde tilde tilde. Hey tilde tilde tilde. Following Ash's order, Cerulean and Minos rushed toward Pikachu, who fell into the sea without any hesitation. Hey, kid, are you planning to give up the game and admit defeat? The bad boy will not pay attention to whether there is an accident on Xiaoji's side. All they want is to deceive the Pokémon in the hands of the fat sheep Xiaoji. What's more, the Pokémon in Ash's hands also have the priceless Cerulean and Minos, who conceded. Just wait, our game will continue for a while. Leaving a sentence, Xiaoji ignored the bad boy behind him, turned around and ran away towards the bridge. Whoa tilde tilde. At this moment Xiaoxia, who fell into the sea, also pulled Pikachu to the surface. Sorry for the water quality of Pikachu, but Xiaoxia's water quality is very good. After all, the family was born in the Wallendao's house and made a living from water-type Pokémon and water performances. Pikachu. Sorry, I really didn't mean it. Sorry. The sea water and tears were turbid on Xiaoxia's pretty face. Looking at Pikachu in her arms, Xiaoxia's heart was filled with endless regret. Why would you be so jealous? Why did you use such a method to intimidate this little bastard? Fortunately, there was no accident, otherwise Xiaoxia would really regret it for the rest of her life. At this moment, Xiaoxia realized that for Pikachu, she could completely disregard her own life. At this moment, Xiaoxia realized that her heart had really been filled by this little bastard. Pick up tilde tilde. Seeing Xiaoxia, whose pretty face was soaked in tears, Mu Chen's heart was also moved. This silly girl can really give up her life for me. Mu Chen knew that at the moment he fell, Xiaoxia had no hesitation at all. No hesitation, otherwise she would not be able to hug her while she fell into the water. Xiaoxia. Looking at Xiaoxia with tears streaming down her face, Mu Chen secretly swore in her heart, this girl, he will protect him for a lifetime. What Musashi? What Armado? I'm going to get out of here. From now on, I won't miss you so much anymore. Although Mu Chen is a scumbag who can't walk when he sees the young lady, but this is only because he has never really loved him. Previously, Mu Chen was only interested in taking advantage of Xiaoxia. As he took advantage of more and more advantages and spent more time together, Mu Chen turned to possessiveness towards Xiaoxia. But now, he found that he was really tempted. Xiaoxia, it is really worth his life to protect. Xiaoxia, even if I will always be a Pikachu, even if I can never really be with you, after completing the system task and getting rid of it completely, I will also guard your side in my life. At this moment, Mu Chen silently swore in his heart to protect Xiaoxia for the rest of his life. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Just as Xiaoxia was dragging Pikachu to swim to the shore, there were several thunderous roars from the sea. Xiaoxia, run! It's a group of violent carp dragons. Standing on the bridge, Xiaoji was naturally the first to discover the anomaly. It turned out that the tyrannical carp dragon that attacked Mu Chen before was not a single guy. They are a whole group. After the vanguard general was electrocuted, the group of tyrannosaurs, known for their explosive temperament, became angry. I saw that they all exposed half of their bodies to the sea, opened their ferocious mouths, and quickly swam towards Xiaoxia. Gem starfish. No matter how fast a human swims, it is impossible for him to be faster than a water-type Pokémon like the Tyrannosaurus. Under the crisis, the only way Xiaoxia can think of is to call for for help to the gem starfish that she had summoned before. In this the fighting power of the tyrannical carp dragon is very terrifying. What's more, the tyrannical carp dragon at this time is still a whole group. Hiccup tilde tilde tilde. Coming. Finally come. Unlike Xiaoxia's panic, Mu Chen's heart was filled with excitement. Letting go of other thought, Mu Chen stared intently at the approaching tyrannical carp dragon army. He knew that this was the enemy of this unknown mission. Chapter 185 got green. Chapter 185 was green. Lilu tilde tilde. Without waiting for Mu Chen to make a move, Cherulian, who relied on teleportation skills to travel, was the first to arrive at the battlefield in the face of the approaching tyrannical carp dragon army. I saw that after he made a tweet, the waves of thought power on his head were driven by him, and he hit the violent carp dragon rushing in front of him fiercely. Roar tilde tilde. Suddenly controlled by the power of thought, the tyrannical carp dragon slammed its huge body frantically. Hey tilde tilde tilde. Following that, Minos also arrived at the battlefield. A burst of water wave skill was shot out by it. Although it couldn't cause too much damage to the tyrannical carp dragon, it successfully slowed down the speed of their charge. Hiccup tilde tilde. Great. Seeing his two girls come to support him, Mu Chen was overjoyed. Although Mu Chen was able to defeat these tyrannical carp dragons in terms of attribute, in the sea, Mu Chen really couldn't show much strength against these tyrannical carp dragons. After all, this is the home of others. Now that with the delays of Minos and Cerulean, Mu Chen can confidently and boldly charge up. Of course, before that, all Mu Chen had to do was to cover Xiaoxia's successful landing. No, Pikachu, come with me. You can't fight in the middle of the sea. Because they are very familiar with each other, Xiaoxia can fully understand some simple gestures of Pikachu. When she saw Pikachu wave her hands again and again, signaling that she would use the gem starfish to get to the shore as soon as possible, Xiaoxia quit. If it is on land, everything is easy to say, but in the sea, with Pikachu's sorry water, how can Xiaoxia really feel relieved? Hiccup tilde pickup. Nima, don't chat with me. Seeing that Xiaoxia still wanted to stay, Mu Chen was immediately angry. No matter how good your water is, you little girl, what can I do for me by staying in this This time, the mission hinted that there is a chance of losing Xiaoxia, Cerulean and Minos. How could Mu Chen let an incompetent Xiaoxia stay on the adventure? Without any nonsense, Mu Chen forcibly broke free from Xiaoxia's embrace, took a dog-planing stroke, and swam in the direction of Minos. Mu Chen never thought about water or anything. All he thought at this moment was to quickly come to Minos' side, and then go to fight on the back of this old lady. Gem starfish, go help Pikachu. Seeing Pikachu swimming in the sea with difficulty, Xiaoxia hurriedly gave instructions to the jewel starfish who had come to her side. At this moment, the momentum of the tyrannical carp dragon army has been temporarily blocked, and Xiaoxia, who is not in danger, can also swim back to the shore with her own strength. Ha tilde tilde. After receiving Xiaoxia's order, the gem starfish started at a very fast speed, like a huge surfboard, and greeted Pikachu. Hiccup tilde tilde. This should be a good game too. When the gem starfish came to his side, of course Mu Chen would not be hypocritical. Anyway, Xiaoxia is already safe, and it is the same to be able to stand on the back of the gem starfish to fight. Grabbing the edge of the jewel starfish, Mu Chen laboriously climbed to its most stable central position. Roar tilde tilde tilde. And just when Mu Chen got his mount and was about to support his two girls, the tyrannical carp dragon army also killed Cerulean and Minos. I saw a tyrannical carp dragon opened its scarlet mouth and bit it fiercely at Cerulean, who was floating in the air. Looking at the rich black energy in its mouth, it is obvious that this mouth is the bite attack of the tyrannical carp dragon that drives the evil type skill. Lilu tilde tilde. In the face of the attack of the tyrannical carp dragon, Cerulean will naturally not take it hard. At the same time as it tweeted, Cerulean's figure that remained in place had already turned into a phantom. Roar tilde tilde tilde. But just as Cerulean, who was teleporting and changing his position, was about to fight back, a roar came from behind him. You know, the Tyrannosaurus is not one with two heads. Although Chilean relied on agile movement to avoid the attack of a tyrannical carp dragon, in the face of the surprise attack behind him, Chilean had obviously lost the opportunity to activate teleportation again. Pika tilde 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 pick. Seeing that his girl was about to be recruited, Mu Chen didn't have time to think about it, but the tyrannical carp dragon that attacked the hare was hit by an electromagnetic wave. Although the electromagnetic wave cannot cause damage to the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, it is faster than the speed, and all Mu Chen wants is to be able to quickly rescue Chilean. Roar tilde tilde. A sudden numbness hit, and the sneak attacking Tyrannosaurus carp dragon suddenly stopped. Lilu tilde tilde. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cerulean teleported again. This time, after coming to the high altitude safety position, this arrogant little girl was angry. The previous sneak attack by Tyrannosaurus carp dragon really shocked Cerulean into a cold sweat. Now that it is safe, this arrogant little girl will naturally fight back against the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. I saw that after after she made an angry chirping sound. The psychic fluctuations were stimulated by its madness. Roar tilde tilde. He was paralyzed by electromagnetic wave, and the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, who was performing a mechanical dance, panicked. Under the control of mind power, the body of the tyrannical carp dragon was pulled away from the water and began to perform an alternative mechanical dance in midair. Ya tilde tilde tilde. And at this moment, Minos was also entangled by the tyrannical carp dragon that rushed to the front. Although Minos is huge in size, the size of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon is not weak. I saw two tyrannical carp dragons tightly entangling Minos in the middle, one biting Minos' neck, the other biting Minos' tail wing, and they were tearing at it desperately. Pick up tilde pick up. God damn it. Dare to touch the old girl. Attracted by the miserable scream of Minos, Mu Chen quickly turned his attention. Seeing this, Mu Chen was instantly distraught. Nima, dad, big baby. Seeing the entangled and bitten Minos constantly rolling in the sea, Mu Chen didn't have time to think about it, and sent a 100,000 volts up. At this time, electromagnetic waves obviously cannot solve the problem. Although 100,000 volts will also cause accidental injury to Minos, but that's still better for Minos to be bitten by this ugly toy, right? Looking at Minos and Tyrannosaurus tumbling in the sea at this time, Mu Chen's mind came to the animal world he had seen in his previous life. It seems that in the animal world, there are some huge snakes that mate like this. Thinking of this, Mu Chen suddenly felt like he was wearing a green hat. Of course, Mu Chen also knew that it was impossible for those things to happen in this situation. At this moment, Minos was indeed engaged in a fierce battle with the tyrannical carp dragon. But this picture, Mu Chen said that he had never been so angry. Chapter 186 _ hit a home run. Chapter 186 Getting hit by a home run. Zila tilde tilde Zila tilde tilde. With the speed of the gem starfish, Mu Chen had reached the center of the battle at this moment. After a 100,000 volts helped Minos to clear the siege, Mu Chen fell into rampage mode. The current of fire never stopped above his cheek. A series of electric currents shot out, and Mu Chen attacked the tyrannical carp dragons around him who wanted to pounce on them with a burst of 100,000 volts. Although the tyrannical carp dragon is strong in physique, although the tyrannical carp dragon is powerful in combat, although the tyrannical carp dragon is fighting at its own home at the moment, but, under the great restraint of his attribute, the tyrannical carp dragon was unable to break through the power grid erected by Mu Chen and attack the abominable yellow-skinned mouse in the power grid. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Finally, after Mu Chen turned over 4 or 5 companions one after another, the largest tyrannical carp dragon broke out. I saw its long neck stretched out, and it was a roar facing the sky. Immediately, the tyrannical carp dragon began to spin its body frantically. As the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon's body rotated, violent whirlwinds gathered around it. In the end, a tornado that seemed to go straight to the sky formed in front of Mu Chen's eyes, and hit him fiercely in the direction where Mu Chen was. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. What the hell? Run. Facing this powerful offensive like a natural disaster, Mu Chen had no heart to resist. It can't be stopped at all, can it? Mu Chen knew that if his small physique was blown into the sky by a tornado, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. And, most importantly, at this moment he was fighting these tyrannical carp dragons in the middle of the sea. If you lose the mount of the gem starfish, let alone build a power grid with 100,000 volts, even if you want to escape, it is probably impossible. However, the gem starfish runs fast, and the tornado runs faster. Hey tilde 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 tilde. When the gust of wind hit, Mu Chen could only hold on to the gem starfish to avoid being carried away by the gust of wind. Ha tilde tilde. If Mu Chen was on the back of Minos at this time, then Minos would not abandon him in this dangerous situation. But, at this moment, it is the jewel starfish that is carrying Mu Chen. Jewel starfish said that he and this yellow-skinned mouse have no relationship at all. It was also because of the owner's request that he was able to carry it to fight before. Now facing the danger of life, the gem starfish does not serve. After a tweet, the jewel starfish began to spin wildly. After successfully throwing Pikachu off, the jewel starfish plunged into the depths of the sea. Love whoever, I'm not familiar with you Pikachu. Pick up tilde tilde. Damn Nima. Being thrown off by the gem starfish, Mu Chen, who was floating in the air, was done. This is so rude, isn't it? After all, the relationship between Lao Su and your master has just been sublimated. However, it's too late to say anything. After being thrown away, Mu Chen couldn't control his body at all. The wind was howling, and Mu Chen was like a small boat, spinning constantly within the tornado. You tilde tilde tilde. Just when Mu Chen was about to despair, a loud chirping sound came. It turned out that, seeing that his little man was in danger, Manastan abandoned his opponent and rushed towards the yellow figure that was spinning wildly in the gust of wind. Pick up tilde pick up. Good girl, I didn't hurt you in vain. Seeing that Minos sacrificed his life to save, Mu Chen was moved again. These girls have a conscience. However, in Mu Chen's expectant eyes, what appeared in his field of vision Chen was not the strong body of Mina, nor the body he imagined that would shelter him from the wind and rain. In Mu Chen's pupil, a huge tail that was colorful, shimmering with brilliance, and dripping with water droplets was gradually enlarging. Crack! Just kidding. This tornado is so violent. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous even if I fall into it. To be able to pull you stinky man out of the tornado's range with one tail. My mother, I have done my best. Mina's rescue to Mu Chen was to use her huge tail to drive the yellow-skinned mouse away. At the very least, the yellow-skinned mouse that was swept away won't be completely carried into the sky by the tornado, right? Pick up tilde tilde. Damn girl. Mu Chen, who was in the midst of a tornado, was dizzy. Now, he was hit by a powerful home run from Mina, and Mu Chen only felt like he was on a roller coaster, experiencing the thrill of extreme speed that he did not desire. Lilu tilde tilde. Just when Mina's home run was exhausted, and when Mu Chen was about to dance into the sea, a slender figure suddenly appeared behind him and lifted Mu Chen up again. Pick up tilde tilde. Confused B underscore. Feeling that he was no longer falling, Mu Chen instinctively turned his head to look. Looking at it, I just saw the humanized smirk on Cherulian's pretty face. Obviously, this arrogant little girl found a sense of superiority in Mu Chen for the first time. Nima, it seems that I was too indulgent to you some time ago, right? Through the performances of Minas and Cherulian, Mu Chen finally found out that he seemed to be too obsessed with those young ladies before, and instead ignored these two guys. Obviously, these two girls obviously want to rebel. Precisely because of the touch between him and Xiaoxia before, Mu Chen secretly decided to officially enter the time of abstinence. I will use this time to regain my prestige and let these two girls know who is the master of this family. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Just when Mu Chen was rescued and fell into his thought, a voice full of anger suddenly came. Therefore, it was the storm carp dragon that launched the tornado before. Seeing the prey escape, the angry carp dragon rose into the sky. I saw it leaping out of the water high, and slammed up against Cerulean, who was suspended in midair. Pika tilde tilde chew. Nima, are you finished? Being chased and beaten by these tyrannical carp dragons, and even experiencing a roller coaster, Mu Chen was already furious. Putting down the thoughts in his heart, Mu Chen sent 100,000 volt containing his deep anger towards the tyrannical carp dragon that was rushing towards him. Zila tilde tilde. Electricity flash, and the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, which had already charged in front of Mu Chen, was unavoidable in the face of this 100,000 volt. But just as the 100,000 volts were about to hit the tyrannical carp dragon, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly came from the big guy's mouth. Roar tilde tilde tilde. A thunderous roar. I saw that from the big mouth of the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, an energy full of destructive power was spewed out by it. The 100,000 volts were instantly annihilated by it, and even this energy was still cast away and shot towards Mu Chen and Cherulian. This is the super big move of the General Department, destroying the Death Light. Chapter 187 underscore cut the who. Chapter 187 underscore Pika tilde 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 chew. In the face of this oncoming attack, Mu Chen, who was unavoidable, had no choice but to take it hard. Cerulean's teleportation has a skill gap every time it is used. Whether it was for the sake of his own small body or because of Cherulian behind him, Mu Chen's only choice was to take it hard. Zila tilde tilde tilde. Sparks of electricity tumbled and jumped over Ichi. Boom tilde tilde. Lilu tilde tilde tilde. The violent explosion sounded again. Because the explosion sound was too close, Mu Chen, who was bombarded by the air current, felt as if his skin was about to be torn apart. At this moment, Cherulian's teleportation was used again, and he finally left this dangerous place with Mu Chen. Pick up tilde pick up. Nima, wait for me, I can't kill you. Just to be safe, fire flashed on Mu Chen's cheek. Being continuously attacked by this huge tyrannical carp dragon, the angry Mu Chen entered the charging mode. What an ordinary 100,000 volt electricity can't turn you over. Then I will send a super 100,000 volt electricity. I don't believe you can still resist. Roar tilde tilde tilde. Not only Mu Chen was furious, but the leader of this tyrannical carp dragon was also full of anger toward this yellow-skinned mouse. You know, before this abominable yellow-skinned mouse electrocuted several of their clansmen. This creature, the tyrannical carp dragon, is inherently short-tempered, and its clansmen are continuously electrocuted in front of him. As the leader, how can he bear it? Now, the only thought in the mind of the leader of the tyrannical carp dragon is to bite this abominable yellow-skinned mouse into pieces, and then swallow it fiercely. Cerulean's teleportation skills are not too far away, and she also carries a burdensome Pikachu, which makes the distance traveled even more sorry. It is precisely because of this that the leader of the tyrannical carp dragon is able to pursue him closely, holding on to Mu Chen and Cherulian firmly. However, this time, the tyrannical carp dragon will pay the price for his arrogance. Pika tilde 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 chew. Seeing the tyrannical carp dragon rushing towards him again, Mu Chen's mouth showed a humane sneer. Nima, I see you pretending to be with me this time. Die for me. After the increase in charging, a fist-sized electric current instantly shot out from above his cheek. Roar tilde tilde tilde. If the distance is too close, the ultimate move of destroying the death light cannot be used continuously. This time, the tyrannical carp dragon is unavoidable. The strong electric current entered the body, and its own properties were greatly restrained by the electric system. The leader of the tyrannical carp dragon suddenly stopped the momentum of forward charging, and the whole body fell into the sea with continuous convulsion. Pick up tilde tilde. Nima, are you pretending to be with me? Chase, don't you love to chase? With a single blow, the leader of the tyrannical carp dragon was overturned, and Mu Chen's anger slightly lessened. Chased by this Bi Clay Ying, and even more embarrassingly involved in the tornado, how could Mu Chen not be angry? Ya tilde tilde tilde. Just when Mu Chen was still venting his anger, Mina's bleak tweet came over. Attracted by the tweet, Mu Chen quickly turned his attention back. At the end of his field of vision, the seawater continued to roll, and several giant carp dragons were besieging Minas, biting and biting his entire body. The blood had already soaked the seawater over there. Pick up tilde pick up. Nima, court death. Seeing that Minas was besieged by the tyrannical carp dragon again, Mu Chen was furious. These damned hooligans in the sea, I don't turn over all of you today, I will take your surname. Xiao Duan pointed his hand, and Chirulian, who was holding Mu Chen, immediately realized that the teleportation started immediately, and he rushed in the direction of Mina. Roar tilde tilde. Roar tilde tilde tilde. The closer the distance, the clearer the roar of the tyrannical carp dragon. After Minas was bitten everywhere, these bloodthirsty tyrannosaurs were obviously more excited. Pika tilde 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 chew. When he was near the battle point, Mu Chen was not polite. He charged his chi, and shot 100,000 volts against the seawater. As for why shoot seawater? Water is conductive. The tyrannical carp dragon besieging Minas had 4 or 5 heads, and attacking one by one would not be able to rescue Minas quickly. Although the power of 100,000 volts will be greatly reduced after attacking the seawater, although this way, Minas will also suffer a certain amount of damage. However, this is also the most effective method at hand. Zilla tilde tilde. Zilla tilde tilde tilde. The electric current kept flashing, and Mu Chen's 100,000 volts seemed to be free of money, and he desperately blasted away into the seawater. Roar tilde tilde. Roar tilde tilde. Flying type plus water type Tyrannosaurus has no resistance to electricity type skills. Under the constant current intrusion, the tyrannical dragon army suddenly roared in pain. Ya tilde tilde. Likewise, the 100,000 volt attack also hit Mina. However, the single water attribute makes Minas much more resistant to electricity skills than the tyrannical carp dragon. Through the continuous use of self-recovery, Minas flung off these few tyrannosaurs that were chasing after him. Pick up tilde pick up. Nodding at the retreating Mina, Mu Chen's little short hand waved again and again. Mad, I said before, I won't stop work if I don't turn over all of you today. At this moment, after a round of fierce firefight, there were less than 3 tyrannical carp dragons still floating on the sea surface. Of course, Mu Chen didn't intend to let go of the last 3 tyrannical carp dragons. If you want electricity, turn them all over. Ha ha ha. Great, I caught the Tyrannosaurus dragon. This tyrannical carp dragon is mine. No one should be strong. But just when Mu Chen was about to make persistent effort to take down the last 3 surviving tyrannical carp dragons, there was a burst of excited laughter behind him. Immediately, several Pokémon balls flew out and ejected towards the physically damaged Tyrannosaurus. Pick up tilde tilde. What the fuck? What going on? Looking at the tyrannical carp dragon who was put into the Pokémon ball in front of him, Mu Chen was done. Turning his head to look, only then did he realize that it was the delinquent teenagers who had fought with Ash before. After Ash went to watch the battle by the bridge, these bad boys were also attracted to the path. When they saw Pikachu's terrifying fighting power, it was a lie to say that they were not scared. However, the temptation of Tyrannosaurus is huge. This thing is a super powerful Pokémon. After seeing that Pikachu defeated the tyrannical dragon army, these bad boys finally couldn't help but take action. Several delinquent teenagers with flying Pokémon flew over the battle area and threw Pokémon balls at the remaining tyrannical dragon. Now, they have successfully cut off Mu Chen. The tyrannical carp dragon was subdued by these delinquent teenagers. Chapter 188 Meet the Fury from Thunder. Chapter 188 Welcome the Anger from Thunder. Haha, little thing, why aren't you convinced? If you are sensible, get out of the way, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. What do you do with so much nonsense? Come on, naughty. The few tyrannical carp dragons that he had fought so hard to defeat were cut off, and Mu Chen fell into a rage. It doesn't matter to Mu Chen that the tyrannical carp dragon was subdued, but this is his prey. This is the prey that has been wounded by him. The hard work he fought for had made others cheaper. This was what Mu Chen could not tolerate. Looking at a few arrogant bad boys, Mu Chen directly motioned Chirulian to use teleportation to block them in front of them. Nima, a few brought. Did Lao Su give you a faith? Mu Chen's heart. Because of the education he had received in his previous life, after Mu Chen came to this world, even when facing the rocket, he had never had such a strong killing intent. But now, these delinquent teenagers have successfully aroused Mu Chen's killing intent. Pick. Blocking the path of the bad boy, Mu Chen quickly talked with the system in his mind. The tyrannical carp dragon was defeated, and the previous random mission had been completed. At this moment, Mu Chen is opening the big turntable to get the item reward this time. System, I know you can understand what I say. Now, I will tell you very clearly. I will immediately give me a way to quickly improve my strength. Even if it is a one-off, I will kill all these bastards. This is what Mu Chen was thinking at the moment. Having been in contact with the system for a long time, Mu Chen has long known that this system is not a rigid electronic program at all. Whether it is the release of tasks or the collection of reward, it is almost predictable, all of which are under the control of the system. But now, the request of the furious Mu Chen is to let the system directly give him a reward that can solve his opponent. Because of the previous battle, Mu Chen has now entered a situation where he has run out of fuel. This is why these bad boys are not afraid of them at all. Therefore, to solve these despicable guys, Mu Chen can only rely on the system. Didi, according to the host's request, the carousel reward is cancelled and the reward is issued. Finally, amid Mu Chen's expectations, the system responded. Mu Chen's request was met, and the turntable reward was also cancelled by him. For this result, Mu Chen said it was completely acceptable. Looking at the rewards issued by the system in his mind, Mu Chen sneered at the corners of his mouth. A group of idiots. Prepare to accept the sanctions from Thunder. Go on, naughty bomb. Use the Big Bang. Let's not be left behind. Gas bomb. Rush up and use self-destruction. Stop by Pikachu. Several delinquent teenagers resolutely chose the explosion tactic after the threats were fruitless. Just a Pikachu and a Cerulean. If these two Pokémon are in their prime, then these bad boys who have seen their strength may not dare to provoke Tiger Beard. However, now what? Pika. Facing the attack of the bad boy, Mu Chen completely ignored it. I saw him raise his neck high, facing the sky with a clear chirping. Immediately, the sky above Mu Chen's head was suddenly covered with overcast cloud, and gusts of wind whistled. What the situation? Why has it changed? Damn it. Could it be this Pikachu? Impossible. It's just Pikachu. How could it cause the weather to change? A sudden cloud topped the top, and several delinquent teenagers suddenly fell into panic. But when they think about it, such a strange weather change should be just a coincidence. A mere Pikachu. How could it be? Pika. Pika. Chu. Just when the bad boys were still hesitating, Mu Chen's tweet came again. Immediately, there were bursts of thunder above the dark cloud, crackling Under the cloud cover, countless electric currents and light kept jumping and shuttling, and the scene like the end of the day completely shocked the delinquent teenagers. Boom, boom, boom. Without waiting for these bad boys to react, without waiting for the naughty bombs and gas bombs and other self-destruction engineers to rush in front of Mu Chen, the thunderstorms fell, and they launched a ruthless attack on the enemy covered by the dark cloud. This is exactly the unique trick of the divine beast lightning bird, Thunder. My god. Run. Help. I don't want to die. Mom. Help me. Mom. I'm going home. Under the thunderous bombardment that was like a punishment from heaven, several delinquent teenagers could not make any resistance at all. When they saw the tragic state of being directly bombed by the electric-type Pokémon Naughty Bullet after being hit by a falling lightning, several delinquent teenagers suddenly let out horrified roars like ghosts and wolves. However, under the ruthless thunder, there is no mercy. Failing to dodge in time, an unlucky bad boy was hit first. Seeing his companion who was smashed into the sea by a thunderbolt who didn't know his life or death, the remaining bad boys were even more panicked. Please stop. We were wrong. Please spare us. Please spare us. In the sky, above the sea, a strange scene appeared. I saw several delinquent teenagers kneeling on their flying Pokémon, constantly kowtowing to a Pikachu being hugged by Cerulean and begging for mercy. If the unknowing person sees the scene in front of him, he must suspect that he has an illusion. But only when you are truly in the midst of the terrifying blow of this thunderous punishment will you know how strong this feeling of fear is. Pick up. Facing several delinquent teenagers begging for mercy, Mu Chen even sneered. However, at this time, he can only forgive them generously. There was no other way. As the thunder continued, Mu Chen, who had already been depleted of electricity, entered a state of collapse. If it wasn't for Cerulean dragging him understandingly at this time, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to lift his head up. Thank you. Thank you. Let's let go of the Tyrannosaurus dragon. Thank you. God. We are saved. The dark cloud gradually dissipated, the sound of thunder gradually disappeared, and the sky returned to its previous sunny appearance. For the rest of their lives, several delinquent teenagers burst into tears of excitement. Pick up. Ignoring a few bad boys who were busy releasing the tyrannical carp dragon, Mu Chen instructed Cerulean to fly towards Xiaosha on the shore. Nima, I am so exhausted. decided this thunder skill is really barren and fierce. But why does this skill have a pseudo word? Why is there a time to use CD after the pseudo word is used? Looking at the 48-hour CD countdown in his head, Mu Chen's heart was filled with 10,000 words of MMP. Chapter 189 Xiaosha kissed me. Chapter 189 Xiaosha kisses me. Xiaosha, Pikachu, how are you? Earlier, after Ash sent all the Pokémon to support Pikachu, he was controlled by several bad boys. In the eyes of those delinquent teenagers, this Xiaoji was his own fat sheep. How could he let him run away? But, as the battle on the sea under the bridge progressed, the bad boys panicked. That Pikachu who refused to join the battle was so powerful. In the panic, the bad boys' control over Xiaoji naturally disintegrated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaoji quickly escaped from the siege of the delinquent teenagers, and ran away in the direction of Xiaosha under the bridge. Just kidding, even though Xiaoji is tough, he is not really a fool. Now that there is no Pokémon that can fight, how could Xiaoji still have a hard time with these bad boys? Even if the battle continues for a while, it will be after Pikachu and the others return safely. When Xiaoji left, the bad boys naturally wanted to chase after him. But at this moment, the battle situation on the sea changed. The tyrannical carp dragon army was defeated. Looking at the few tyrannical carp dragons left, the delinquent boys resolutely gave up Xiaoji. The Pokémon such as Tyrannosaurus Carposaurus is very valuable. However, because the Tyrannosaur lives in the sea, and most of them are in groups and have superior combat power, the difficulty of capturing is not generally high. Now that I have seen a few tyrannical carp dragons that can be captured at will, can these delinquent teenagers endure it? All the bad boys with flying Pokémon were dispatched one after another, and in the end, it naturally caused Mu Chen's anger, triggering a thunderous bombardment like a punishment. After the thundering skills dissipated, there were no bad boys on the bridge. After seeing Pikachu who can launch such a terrifying attack, how could these bad boys dare to stay here? Just kidding, this is not an iron plate, this is a titanium alloy plate. Xiaoji, I'm fine. Pikachu and the others are not very good. Let's go to the Pokémon Center. After repelling the tyrannical carp dragon and the bad boy, Mu Chen successfully returned to the shore with the help of Cerulean. Re-entering Xiaosha's warm embrace, bursts of detachment hit, and Mu Chen fell into a coma in an instant. In the same way, not only Mu Chen, but also the state of Cerulean and Mina's who had fought in the battle was abnormal. Not to mention the scars on Mina's body, but she has been fighting on the front line, fighting naked with those tyrannical carp dragons. It was Cerulean. Because of the overloaded use of teleportation, this arrogant little girl also entered a state of disengagement at this moment, and she did not faint because of her arrogant personality. It's great that you guys are all right. Xiaosha, wait a minute, I'll go talk to those guys. I'll look for them later. Because he ran all the way from the bridge, Pikachu's outburst of thunder attacked Ash and did not witness it with his own eyes. This also caused the unfortunate child to have no idea that his Pikachu had defeated all the courage of those bad boys. Originally, Xiaoji wanted to tell the bad boys, and he would continue to fight after he had cured the Pokémon. I never thought that when I turned my head, there was still a figure on the bridge. Hiccup tilde tilde tilde. When he woke up again, Mu Chen found himself in Xiaoji's arms. Nima, I'm really exhausted this time. This naval battle really made Mu Chen physically and mentally exhausted, but relatively, his gains are not small. First of all, on Xiaosha's side, Mu Chen completely confirmed his intention. The scumbag heart of his own has been completely conquered by Xiaosha. Mu Chen knew that in this life, he might not be able to give up this girl he loved so much. Secondly, Mu Chen obtained a big move through this system mission. Although the unfortunate skill of thunder is pseudo, although this skill has a CD use time limit, but the flaws do not hide the beauty. Such a powerful ultimate move is definitely a qualitative improvement for Mu Chen. In the future, I will wait for Lao Su to make a big move. Whoever refuses to accept it will send you a thunder after charging. Mu Chen believed that after the increase in charging skills, the power of this thundering skill would not be much lower than that of the lightning bird. This is definitely a super kill that can change the situation. Haha. Pikachu, great, you finally woke up. Awakened by Mu Chen's chirping sound, Xiaoji, who had sleepy eyes, suddenly became excited. You know, it has been a full day since Pikachu fell into a coma. After Miss Joy's treatment, all of Pikachu's injuries have recovered. However, due to the severe overdraft, Pikachu, whose energy has not recovered, has been in a coma. Therefore, Xiaoji and Xiaosha did not leave directly, but waited until Pikachu woke up. Hiccup tilde tilde. What about Xiaosha? Just woke up. Mu Chen is not very awake yet. Now that things gradually ease, Mu Chen realized that Xiaosha wasn't here. Pikachu, what are you looking for? Are you looking for Xiaosha? Don't worry, she is still reporting the situation to Miss Junsha now. Previously, the battle on the sea broke out in the city. As the city's security administrator, Miss Junsha naturally wanted to investigate. Xiaoji didn't know the whole situation of the battle, and he also needed to take care of Pikachu, so the job of explaining explaining Miss Junsha naturally fell to Xiaoxia. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Knowing that Xiaoxia is safe and sound, Mu Chen immediately felt relieved. Speaking of which, I remember, it seems that before I fell into a coma, that girl Xiaoxia seemed to kiss me. After calming down, Mu Chen began to recall the events before the coma. Thinking back carefully, when he fled into Xiaoxia's arms from Cherulian, this girl seemed to have really kissed him. Lying on the grass, lying on the grass, lying on the grass. This is the first time in my life that I let a young lady other than my mother kiss. At this moment, Mu Chen's heart was full of annoyance. The first time I was kissed by a young lady, when I was about to pass out, I didn't feel anything. Isn't this just over before it even started? Can't stand it. Absolutely can't bear it. When I look back, I will let Xiaoxia kiss her again. I want to make up for this regret. Ah, it's finally over. By the way, Xiaoji, Miss Junsha has a task for us. Pikachu, are you awake? Great, you're finally awake. Do you know that you are worried about me tilde? Just when Mu Chen was secretly annoyed, Xiaoxia's tired voice came over. Chapter 190 _ Make House Rule. Chapter 190 _ Xiaoxia, is this what Miss Junsha said? Looking at the endless mountain range in front of him, Xiaoji looked puzzled. Those bad boys, their headquarters is here. Earlier, after Xiaoxia reported to Miss Junsha what happened, Miss Junsha entrusted her and Xiaoji with a task, and this task is to find out where the headquarters of those delinquent teenagers are located. Although this bad boy didn't dare to actually do anything with human life, however, the trick of tricking past trainers into stealing Pokémon in the name of Beto still had a very bad effect. However, Miss Junsha investigated several times, but finally gave up because the terrain of the mountains was too complicated. Now seeing Xiaoxia and Xiaoji who can defeat bad boys, Miss Junsha is moved. Investigate it yourself. All these bad boys are hidden. But what about letting these trainers investigate? You know, the bad boys who intercepted Xiaoji before were only a small part of their gang. Most of the delinquent teenagers have never seen Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. If they were asked to investigate, those nasty guys wouldn't be prepared for it. This greatly increases the success rate. As Miss Junsha, who manages the security, she knows very well that if this gang of bad boys is not eliminated as soon as possible, sooner or later, they will develop into an evil organization like Team Rocket. Therefore, today's Xiaoji and Xiaoxia have changed their itinerary because of this sudden task, and rushing to the wild mountains is all the way. That's right, the approximate location given by Miss Junsha is here, but we need to investigate if there are any details. Looking at the map, Xiaoxia gave Xiaoji a positive answer. Then let's rest here for a night today, and go directly to the mountain in the morning tomorrow. By the way, Xiaoxia, haven't you rested? Why is your face so red? Are we in a hurry? At this time, the sky is approaching sunset, and it is naturally unsafe to enter the mountain in the dark. But what makes Xiaoji more curious is why Xiaoxia's pretty face is rosy. Obviously the two of them were just on their way, and they took a few breaks in between, shouldn't they? Ah, it's okay, you don't have to worry about me. Hearing Xiaoji's question, Xiaoxia quickly perfunctory to him. Just kidding, do you want this little girl to tell you that your original Pokémon, Pikachu, is playing tricks on me? Previously, because Mu Chen regretted the unfeeling kiss, he kept asking Xiaoxia to make up for it again after she came back. As a girl's family, kissing Pikachu at that time was just because of emotional excitement. Now that this guy is sober, how could Xiaoxia be embarrassed? It is natural to refuse. Xiaoxia refused, but Mu Chen couldn't bear it. However, this girl is determined, and the helpless Mu Chen can only take second place. If you don't give it, then you can always touch it, right? Because of the previous accident, because of the emotional arousal, Xiaoxia agreed to Mu Chen's rogue-like request for the first time, but she regretted it shortly after she promised. However, Pikachu has tasted the sweetness. As long as there is a chance, the shorthand must be active. In the end, Xiaoxia was basically taken advantage of by the bastard Pikachu. Under such circumstances, how could Xiaoxia's pretty face not be ashamed? Pikachu, you little bastard, have you touched enough? I tell you, if you don't control yourself, I'll be pissed. Finally, when Xiaoji was going to feed Chilulian and other Pokémon, Xiaoxia found an opportunity to threaten Pikachu. This little bastard relied on the road, relied on his promise to give him a touch before, but he was able to touch it all the way. Pika tilde 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 pick. With a silly smile, Mu Chen shyly withdrew his shorthand. As Xiaoxia said, along the way, he really took a lot of the cheat. As the saying goes, if you see it, you will receive it. Finding that Xiaoxia had a tendency to get angry, Mu Chen could only call Jin to withdraw. Forget it. Anyway, I've touched enough book today, so I'll let you go. Taking back the idea of taking advantage, Mu Chen began to prepare for the next big plan. Now that his gigantic transformation skills have been restored, Mu Chen, who had been taking advantage of the day, was just when his vein fire was rising, so it was inevitable to find the old ladies of Minas in the middle of the night to discuss. However, before that, Mu Chen Dao planned to get rid of the little girl Cherulian first, so as to enhance the relationship. Because of the successful evolution of Minas last time, Mu Chen felt that this kind of midnight chat was also helpful for the evolution of Pokémon. Considering Xiaoji's egg that hasn't hatched yet, Mu Chen naturally wanted Chirulian to evolve first. Of course, Xiaoxia didn't know about Mu Chen's careful thoughts. Seeing that Pikachu was honest, Xiaoxia restrained her anger and began to feed her own Pokémon. After a long wait, the night finally came. Lilu tilde. Lu Muchen is already very skilled at stealing a Pokémon ball in the middle of the night. However, what was different from before was that as soon as Cerulean was summoned, he immediately took a defensive posture for battle. Mu Chen thought it was because she was too nervous. Never thought that when Mu Chen ran towards Cerulean, intending to get close to her, this little girl's skin broke out. A thought force was sent, and Mu Chen was frozen in mid-air with a dumbfounded face. Pick up tilde. Lying grass. What's the situation? I just want to talk to you, my dear. How did Mu Chen know that when Xiaoji had just subdued Cerulean, when she was still Alora's? Mu Chen's confirmation left a deep shadow on the little girl's heart. How similar is the situation today to what it used to be? At midnight, being summoned by this Pikachu, how could Cerulean not be nervous? Does this hateful yellow-skinned mouse want to knock this lady down again? Thinking of that possibility, the psychic power fluctuations used by Cerulean increased even more. Pick up. Nima, if you don't hit the roof for 3 days, I can't cure you if I'm really old. The heart-to-heart conversation ended before it even started, and Mu Chen was instantly furious. Originally planned to enhance the relationship with you. Why do you force me to cut you a meal? In a fit of anger, Mu Chen instantly swept away Cerulean's psychic fluctuations with the power of 100,000 volts. I saw a golden yellow figure flashing quickly in the shadows, knocking down Cerulean, who was in a panic before he could use teleportation. Immediately, the sound of crack slap kept coming in the middle of the night, pushing down Cerulean's little girl's skin. Mu Chen slapped her ass angrily. Uncle, today I must set up family rules for you, so that you know who is the master of this family. But the angry Mu Chen didn't realize that under his beating, Cerulean's resistance gradually weakened, and a shy spring flashed in his eyes. Chapter 191 Xiaoji's Random Dafa. Chapter 191 Xiaoji's Fate Dafa. Pika tilde pick. As the so-called refreshing, he was talking about Mu Chen at the moment. After teaching Cerulean in the middle of the night, the evil fire in Mu Chen's heart was a little vented. But this is not enough. The day took advantage of one day. How could the anger that Mu Chen had accumulated so easily dissipated? Although this little girl, Cerulean, seems to have caught Mu Chen's eyes at this moment, even though this little girl can be pushed down so easily at this moment, but because of the existence of the system, Mu Chen still didn't dare to do the thing of getting on the bus first and then making up the ticket. Therefore, after he subdued Cerulean, he decisively took back the Pokémon ball. It's just that Mu Chen didn't notice that before he was included in the Pokémon ball, there was a trace of resentment in the eyes of this little guy Cerulean. With Cerulean settled, it is natural that Minos will be the next to fight. As Mu Chen's old rival, Minos naturally wouldn't be as immature as Cerulean. Familiar scene, familiar fighting method, and familiar fighting rhythms once again appeared in the wilderness at midnight. Only, what surprised Mu Chen this time was that his gigantic skills actually increased his experience. Previously this skill was level 0 and 0 experience, and now, this skill turned out to be level 0 and 1 experience. Looking at Jujuhua, which only needs 9 points of experience to level up, Mu Chen burst into tears. Good conscience. Previously, Mu Chen was really curious about how to level up this skill, but I never thought that this way of improving turned out to be this kind of proficiency like whoring. As long as I use it once, it will add a little experience. If you count it like this, wouldn't it be that after tonight, this skill will add a little more experience? It can be said that the extra giant transformation of just one more part is of no use to Mu Chen's battle. However, if it can be upgraded to the point where it can make its entire body bigger, it can be of great help to him during battle. When it comes to enhancing his strength, Mu Chen will never refuse. Under the excitement, Mu Chen's sprint was a bit more violent than usual. Pikachu suddenly accelerated and sprinted, and Minos was really taken aback at first. However, relying on her powerful self-healing skills, Minos persisted to the end. In this battle, Mu Chen and Minos were considered a draw. For the powerful resilience and adaptability of Menas, Mu Chen could only express his admiration. The ancients honestly did not deceive me. As expected, only exhausted cows did not plow the bad field. Cerulean used psychic power. Mu Chen was refreshed, and Xiaoji was also very motivated. In this wild mountain, there are many more wild Pokémon than near the road. Although most of them are big-handed goods that make people unable to conquer the desire, but to be able to fight, this is a very happy thing for Xiaoji. Of course, the protagonist of the battle is naturally Cerulean. Minos is not suitable for fighting on land, and the iron-headed baby of BB Bird is not as strong as Cerulean. As for Pikachu, this vegetable cruelty battle Ash doesn't even bother to summon it. I also know that this lazy guy can only be a ghost if he can participate in the war. before. Xiaoji, there's a fork in the road ahead. What should we do? In this steep mountain, there is no clear direction at all. Xiaoji and Xiaosha can only rely on luck to find the headquarters of the bad boy. It was fine before. There was only one way. But when she came to this fork, Xiaosha hesitated. If this is the wrong direction. Oh, what this? Look at me. The multiple choice question is obviously not difficult for Xiaoji. I saw that he took out a coin from his pocket and tossed it in the sky. What are you doing? Seeing Xiaoji's tricky operation, Xiaosha was done. Go left at the front and right at the back. How easy it is. Looking at Xiaoji, who took it for granted, Xiaosha was speechless. Well, it seems that this is the legendary Dafa of random fate. However, Xiaoji has already chosen a direction and strode forward. Even if Xiaosha is dissatisfied, she can only keep up with it. Pikachu, you can't learn, Xiaoji. This guy is too unreliable. I depend. Originally, I planned to educate Pikachu in my arms so that he should never learn Xiaoji to do such unreliable thing. But I never thought. Before the words were finished, Xiaosha was shocked and uttered a foul language. Little devil, who are you? Where did you come from? Looking at the delinquent teenagers in non-mainstream dresses in front of her, how could Xiaosha still not know Xiaoji has made the right choice? We are. Seeing the appearance of the bad boy, Xiaoji's eyes suddenly lit up. Unexpectedly, luck is so good. I thought it would take a day and a half to walk. Just when Xiaoji was about to say his destination directly, Xiaosha suddenly rushed up. Ah, it is so. Both of us came from Stone Town. Because I admire your team, I came here to find it and want to join you. The mission given by Miss Junsha is to investigate the headquarters of this bad boy. If you let the idiot say it directly, how can you find out? Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, our organization is already so famous. Good. Come with us, both of you. Seeing that the two of them had only one Pikachu by their side, these delinquent teenagers didn't think much of it. Obviously, they are not the people that Ash met on the bridge across the sea before. Xiaosha, why did you stop me? Falling behind a few bad boys who led the way, Xiaoji looked confused. Aren't we here to arrest them? How can this be good? Seeing the target but not doing it. What did this Xiaosha even say? Want to join them? At the thought of their unconventional look, Ash's hair stood on end. Just kidding. If my mother Hanako saw me dressed like this, she would kill me out of anger. Xiaoji, you have a snack. Even if we beat them now, what about after that? Don't forget, our goal is to check out their headquarters. Pick up. Mindlessly. When Xiaosha answered helplessly, Mu Chen also expressed deep contempt for Xiaoji with his eyes. Why is it so troublesome? Just beat them directly, and then force them to tell the location of the headquarters. Everyone's way of thinking is different. What Xiaosha thinks is to rely on a strategy to deceive the location of the headquarters of the bad boy and the fighting maniac Ash. That is naturally to solve the problem by force. Pick up. Lying on the grass. Did this guy get smart, or did I get stupid? Hearing what Xiaoji said, Mu Chen suddenly realized that it seemed that Xiaosha was really superfluous. What happened to these two people? While Xiaoji and Xiaosha were still talking, the delinquent teenagers who were leading the way met their companions in the front. Obviously, this place is not far from their headquarters. Oh, they came from Stone Town and said they admired. Damn it, it's these two guys. Immediately inform the boss that the enemy is coming. Before the companion who led the way could finish speaking, an exclamation suddenly interrupted his words. Chapter 192 Yet another unknown mission. Chapter 192 Another unknown mission. Fight Pikachu. After being identified, things return to their original trajectory. Knowing the terrifying power of that Pikachu, none of these bad boys dared to stay here and fight against Ash. Faced with the delinquent teenagers fleeing in all directions, Ash can only order Pikachu to fight. At the very least, one must be left behind, or else they really won't be able to find out their headquarters. Pick up. If it were something else, Mu Chen might choose to be lazy and strike, but if the opponent is these bad teenagers, it is another matter. How dare these abominable guys take Lao Su's victory? Although the previous thunderstorm had defeated these delinquent teenagers, the anger in Mu Chen's heart was not completely dissipated. Now that we meet again, it is impossible to kill people, but 2 electric flips are still necessary. Electricity flickers, fire jump. To these hateful guys, Mu Chen didn't hold back at all. As soon as the 100,000 volts went down, a non-mainstream who was still running away broke down. However, Mu Chen's attack was nothing more than that. Feared by Pikachu's devastating thunder skills, these bad boys fled as soon as they confirmed the identity of Ash and his party. No matter how fast Mu Chen made his move, he could only leave one person behind. Pick. Looking at the guy who was still twitching, Mu Chen waved to Xiaosha. This old man is good at overturning electricity, so I'm sorry for interrogation or something. Tell me, where is your headquarters? How many people are in your gang? The close relationship between Xiaosha and Pikachu naturally goes without saying. After seeing this guy waving his short hand, Xiaosha immediately understood what it meant. I don't know anything. Bear me. Being pressed by Xiaosha, this unlucky bastard hurriedly started the begging mode with tears in his eyes. 2 days ago, he had just kowtowed to Pikachu on the sea and begged for mercy, but he never thought that it didn't take long for him to experience it again. This unfortunate heart is also full of helplessness. So many people, why did you choose me? But how does he know that this is a colorful pineapple head, so eye-catching, who do not call you? I don't know. How could I not know? Where is your headquarters? If I don't say it, I'll let Pikachu do it. Seeing this guy ask 3 questions but keep kowtowing and begging for mercy, Xiaoxia is immediately annoyed. When someone is a fool, do you still know where your headquarters is? I really don't know. We are all members of the periphery, and we usually meet in a cave not far from here. But that's not our headquarters. As for how many people there are in our organization, I don't even know that, so please forgive me. As soon as it was said that Pikachu would do it, the unlucky one panicked. The punishment of the day 2 days ago was still fresh in his mind. Thinking of his companion who was smashed into the sea by a thunderbolt, this guy almost shivered. However, he really couldn't give a definite answer to Xiaoxia's question. What? Then you take us to that converging cave. Hearing this guy say this, Xiaoxia also knows that this bad gang is not as simple as she imagined. Actually, even their own members don't know where the headquarters is. Didi, random missions are on the secret division of the Rocket. The mission requires that you break down Team Rocket's secret branch and capture its leader, Chen. Mission reward, unknown. Failure penalty. If you can still fail in the face of the Rocket, then go back and rebuild as soon as possible. After turning over this unlucky piece of fish, Mu Chen was already preparing to enter the squatting mode, but I never thought that before he could take his place, the electronic sound came again in his mind. Listening to the task given by the system, Mu Chen was done. This Nima just finished an unknown mission, and an unknown mission. Do you think I'm a Superman? After the last battle, Mu Chen's consumption had just recovered. I thought it was an outing-like task of sending point, but the mastermind behind it turned out to be Team Rocket. No wonder these bad boys are so arrogant. No wonder these delinquent teenagers can still live so handsomely and nourished under Jun Sha's arrest. This is so special. There is a backstage. Knowing what Rocket Team Chenji was really facing this mission, Mu Chen decisively entered the state of preparation. Again, none of the unknown tasks is easy. This is the cave where you meet. Just when Mu Chen was still thinking about how to deal with this mission, Xiaoji's voice came from his ear. It turned out that the meeting place was really not far from where they fought. Looking at the empty cave, Mu Chen pouted. Before this, I thought that Xiaoji had become smarter and could give a reliable opinion. The end result. Fight is fight, catch is catch. No hair is left for you in the cave. Obviously, their situation at this time is to frighten the snakes and scare away all the delinquent teenagers. Let me go. I really don't know anything. I've only joined for a few days. Seeing that there is no one in the cave, the worst thing is naturally this unlucky bastard. If there are companions in the cave, whether they rescue him or get caught together, it is better than being alone, right? However, when danger comes, these guys run faster than rabbits. Xiaoxia, what should we do? For Xiaoji, who lacks social experience, he really can't imagine the situation in front of him. Caught an unfortunate person who asked 3 questions. The meeting point is still empty. The headquarters or something. Is it really impossible to explore in this vast deep mountain? Let's take this guy to reply to Miss Junsha first. Similarly, although Xiaoxia is smart, her social experience is not much more than that of Xiaoji. Under these circumstances, Xiaoxia was helpless. Catch him. The boss has a collar. Don't let them run away. But just when Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were about to leave the cave and take this unlucky bastard back to their life, there was a sudden noise from outside the cave. Ooh, Ash, be careful. Xiaoxia, who was walking in front, was the first to discover the situation outside the cave. I do not know when. Outside the cave has been surrounded by more than a dozen delinquent teenagers. Of course, this is not important yet. The most deadly thing is that the exit of the cave has been occupied by several rumble stones. Above their head, there are also an equal number of gas bullets floating. All of these things will explode. Chapter 193_Chen has. Chapter 193_ Pick up _. At this moment, Mu Chen felt helpless in his heart. Lao Su has a lot of skills. Why can't one dig a hole? The entrance to the cave was blocked, and although the bad boys didn't attack directly, Mu Chen and Xiaoji couldn't escape. The most embarrassing thing at this time is that there is no Pokémon in the hands of Xiaoji and Xiaoxia that can use the hole punching skill. If there will be a hole, then the situation will naturally turn around at this time. You must know that at the exit of the cave at this moment, there are more than 10 Pokémon that will explode. But Mu Chen didn't have the courage to take those self-destructing monsters forcibly. It's not easy to make a landslide, and I can't die, and I'm also crushed to death by the landslide. Hey, I have a mountain rat. Maybe we can escape. Faced with a situation where he might be blown away by an explosion at any time or even crushed to death by a landslide, the only option for this unlucky bastard was to turn the gun and help Xiaoji and Xiaoxia escape. There's no way. It's unrealistic to escape without taking them with you. The unfortunate said that he has not lived enough and does not want to die. Haha, why didn't you tell me earlier when there was a mountain rat? Come on, make a hole in the ground and let's escape. Hearing that this hapless bastard had a way to escape, Xiaoji was immediately excited. Although at the moment Xiaoji also wants to rush out to fight these despicable guys. However, when he saw the neatly arranged self-destruction engineers, Xiaoji's scalp also tingled. Head iron does not mean brainless. Whenever there is any hope of winning, Ash will choose to fight for it. But in the current situation, Ash said that he had no hope of winning at all. Pick up. Seeing that the hapless one could help him escape, Mu Chen's hanging heart was also put down. Ignoring this unlucky bastard, Mu Chen twisted his butt and ran towards the entrance of the cave. Just kidding, if you don't keep an eye on those bad boys, what if they rush in and find out? Pikachu, it's that Pikachu who can only use thunder. Everyone be careful, this Pikachu is very fierce. Shushang was electrocuted by it. Everyone must be careful. Pikachu suddenly appeared, and the bad boys who were blocking the doors suddenly panicked. No way, the impression left by the thundering attack that day was too deep. Pick up. Nima, a bunch of scumbags. Looking at the delinquent boy who was rioting because of his appearance, Mu Chen sent a humane look of contempt. What's so special? If it wasn't for you sneak attack and blocked in the cave, I would have turned you over by myself. But all this is just Mu Chen's extravagant hope. Even though the delinquent teenagers were in a panic because of his appearance, the self-destructing army blocking the entrance of the cave was not affected in the slightest. Even because of his approach, a few grumpy rumble stones were already trembling. What the hell? Back off. Seeing that Longyan began to tremble, Mu Chen stepped back in fright. This is so special. Hold on tight. Don't get excited. This self-destruction should cause a chain reaction. Mu Chen was afraid that because of his own relationship, these guys would just start blowing themselves up because they couldn't control it. Ha ha ha. Brothers, don't be afraid. This Pikachu can't rush out. That's right. Let guard this exit. When the boss and the others come, this Pikachu and those two little devils will be dead. Seeing that Mu Chen was frightened away, the delinquent teenagers became more courageous. Yes, what are we afraid of? We now have favorable terrain. This Pikachu is in the bull market. What's the use of it if it can't rush out? You must know that the rumbling stones blocking the door are all immune to electrical attack. Pikachu, come back soon. We can go out. After a long while, under the confrontation that Mu Chen did not dare to advance and the bad boy did not attack, Xiaosha's excited voice came from inside the cave. Obviously, a Pokemon like the mountain mouse is still very powerful. Pick up. Hearing Xiaosha's call, Mu Chen ran towards the cave without hesitation. These idiots, do you think that if you are trapped at the exit of the cave, I will not be able to get out? Wait, isn't your boss coming? That's right, I've been looking everywhere for the provincial father. Mu Chen listened to the conversations of the delinquent teenagers before. He already knew that for that mission goal, Team Rocket's Chen would definitely come here. Originally, Mu Chen was still worried that he had nowhere to find the so-called Team Rocket branch in this vast mountain. But now, this guy took the initiative to come to the door, and Namachan said that he would never be polite. Is it already Chen? Just let me see. Why are you worthy of an unknown level of task reward? Not good. They're going to dig a hole and escape. However, these bad boys out there are not all idiots. Before Pikachu confronted them, these bad boys never thought that there would be such a thing as digging holes because of their nervousness. Now that Pikachu suddenly abandoned them and ran inside the cave, how could they not guess what their plans were? Dig a hole. These two little devils can't escape. Just when all the bad boys were in a panic again, a majestic voice suddenly came from behind these bad boys. Boss, meet the boss. The person here is the boss of the bad boy gang, a mid-level cadre of the Rockets who is responsible for establishing distribution here. Chenji, if you all disperse, even if they dig a hole in the ground, they can only appear around here. As long as the target is found, immediately let the Pokemon use the explosive procrastination. After the previous sea battle, Chen already knew who was fighting against his younger brother. Then Chen has also said that he is going to ambush Xiaoji and Xiaosha on their forward route. Never thought that these two little devils actually came to the door on their own initiative. That Pikachu may still have some deterrent power to these bad boys, but he is no longer afraid of it. It's just a yellow-skinned mouse. How powerful can it be? These delinquent teenagers were frightened by a mere yellow-skinned mouse just because they had too little knowledge. As for the thunder that Pikachu uses, this is even more nonsense in Chen's eyes. Can Pikachu learn to thunder? That pure nonsense. According to what Chen has thought, these guys must have never beaten others, so they came back to exaggerate. When he thought of the reward Sakagi boss gave him after catching this Pikachu, Chen was already full of motivation. Others don't know, but Chen, who is a mid-level cadre, knows that at present this Pikachu has been promoted to the A level in the capture list of Boss Sakagi. This is second only to the existence of those legendary Pokemon. However, what Chen did not know was that, under the prompt of the system, the Pikachu he planned to capture had already known about his existence. Chapter 194 194_exaggeration. Chapter 194 Exaggeration. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded in this endless mountain rain. Pick up. Unlucky. How unlucky. Seeing the hapless bastard and the pangolin that were blown up into corpses, Mu Chen was terrified. This is so special. Who would have thought such bad luck? To say that they were discovered by these delinquent teenagers after they got out of trouble, this was something Mu Chen had expected in his heart. But what Mu Chen didn't expect was that such a special person would be discovered before he fully emerged. This is embarrassing. Those bad boys who were in charge of the search completely obeyed Chen Yi's orders, and they blew themselves up when they saw anyone. As a result, the unlucky guy who walked in the front became cannon fodder with the pangolin who got out of the pit first. Quick, everyone summon Pokémon. Don't let them run away. Hold on, the boss will be here soon. To say bad luck, these bad boys feel even worse. After a random explosion, only one unlucky person was blown up. Now seeing the yellow-skinned mouse crawling out of the cave like a nightmare, these bad boys panic. Everything that can self-destruct has been blasted clean, but the one that wants to explode has not yet exploded. At this moment, the only thing they want is to delay until the boss Chen has come to support. Pika. If the bad boy wanted to delay, of course Mu Chen would not give him a chance. After a whistle, electricity began to flash over Ichi. Just kidding. Tai Xiaoji and Xiaosha are still in the tunnel. If they don't give you electricity, how did they get up? Zila. In order to quickly turn over these bad boys, Mu Chen didn't do anything to accumulate power. 100,000 volts were fired again and again, and the unfortunate children who were not in a hurry to dodge all twit. Pick up. A bunch of trash. Seeing the rest of the delinquent teenagers fleeing, Mu Chen sneered again and again. Not bothering to chase after him, Mu Chen quickly turned his head and raised his butt to summon the hole after expressing contempt and ridicule. Don't let Xiaoji and Xiaosha climb out at this time. Can't they stay underground and become cavemen? Ah, is he dead? As soon as he climbed out of the cave, Ash saw the hapless bastard who helped them escape. Pick up. You still need to ask. 4 or 5 self-exploding monsters self-destruct together, and you will die if you change them. As for Xiaoji's fussing appearance, Mu Chen said he couldn't understand. It's just how he knew. The last naval battle, and the subsequent battle, Xiaoji didn't see it at all. It was the first time that a dead man appeared in front of this young man full of longing. Ash, Pikachu, let's get out of here. Seeing that there had been casualties, Xiaosha's pretty face was extremely pale. Although Xiaosha had seen the previous naval battle with her own eyes, falling into the sea from a long distance and watching the dead at close range had a completely different impact on the senses. Leave. Ha ha ha. Today, none of you want to leave. Before Xiaoji could answer, a cold voice suddenly came from above. Pick up. Attracted by the sound, Mu Chen quickly looked up. I saw a tall man riding on the back of a big-billed sparrow. This person is the boss of these bad boys, the mid-level cadre of the rocket, Chen Ji. Damn, are you the leader of these people? You despicable fellows, wait to be punished by Miss Junsha. Seeing that Chen has appeared, Xiaoji's sense of justice burst out. Ha ha ha. Naive. Really naive. Miss Junsha's sanction. Now, you first accept the sanctions from me. Come on, accept that. Pikachu. These 2 little devils, blow up all of them. As the eldest, Chen has certainly not taken it lightly. At this time, there are more than 10 delinquent teenagers who have arrived with Chen, and relying on the self-destructing Pokemon in their hand, Chen has the confidence to directly solve this battle. Xiaoji, summon Cerulean. Come on out. Gem. Well, duck. Use Psychic. Hearing Chen Ji's words, Xiaosha was shocked. A dozen or so bad teenagers collectively ordered Pokemon to self-destruct against the 2 of them. Kai, who can withstand this destructive force? Under the crisis, the only way Xiaosha can think of is to find a way out before they blow themselves up. Originally, Xiaosha planned to summon the strongest gem starfish in her hand. However, before the order was finished, the idiot Goda Duck jumped out on his own. The situation is urgent, and Xiaosha can only make mistakes. Damn, you vile bastard. Come out. Cerulean, use your psychic powers. For these guys who don't respect the Pokemon battle rule, and for these guys who don't cherish their own Pokemon, Ash's heart is full of anger. But the situation at this time is just as Xiaosha said. Killing a way out is the most urgent for the 2 of them. Want to run? Come on. Longyan, use self-destruct. We can't be left behind either. Go ahead. Gas bomb. And me, Naughty Bomb. It's up to you. The order has been issued by Chen, so naturally this bad boy will not be vague. As they threw Pokemon balls one after another, a Pokemon that was only good at self-destruction skills was summoned by them. Pika. Chew. You all give me death for lousy. Faced with such a critical situation, Mu Chen certainly wouldn't let Xiaoji and Xiaosha be in danger. Before Chen appeared, Mu Chen had already started accumulating power to recharge his skills. Now that the charging skills have been completed, Mu Chen has no reservation. Originally, I planned to leave this trick to Na Chen, so you bastards are unlucky. Boom. Following Mu Chen's cry, The originally clear sky was instantly covered with overcast cloud, and bursts of thunder came from the overcast cloud. Therefore, it is to restore the thunder skills of CD. After the increase of charging, the cloud range and density summoned by the thunder skill this time are wider. Crackling tilde 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 tilde. I saw that in the dark cloud. Countless electric currents shuttled, as if trying to break through the shackles of the dark clouds and cut through the sky. My god, it this skill. Run. Hell, I don't want to die. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way. Get out of the way. The first to react were naturally the delinquent teenagers who witnessed the first battle at sea. When they saw the change in the sky and the cloud, these teenagers were already in a panic. Seeing that familiar scene now, how could these teenagers dare to stay here? To put it bluntly, they are not yet official members of the Rocket. These people are just some scoundrels who are good at bullying the weak. What? How is this possible? To say that the one who was most surprised at this time was Chen Yu, who was on the back of the big mouth. Before listening to these young people's report, Chen has completely regarded them as exaggerating. But now, where is this exaggeration? This is obviously too subtle to say. Chapter 195 _ the concave shape will scare you away. Chapter 195 The concave shape will scare you away. Boom, boom, boom. The rolling thunder fell, and the roaring sound continued to come from this originally silent mountain range. Those who have not experienced this scene will never understand how terrifying it is. Under Mu Chen's deliberate command, the first wave of bombardment by Tianlei were those self-destructing monsters such as gas bullets and naughty bullets that charged towards Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. As for the rumbling rock, oh, sorry, this game should really not be afraid of the bombardment of the thunder. But even so, it was enough for Mu Chen. After defeating the self-destructing army, only the slow-moving Longlongyan could not pose any threat to Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. Because this thundering skill is used after charging and boosting, there is still room for it to defeat the army of self-destructing monsters. With the enemy in sight, Mu Chen certainly wouldn't waste it. Under the pull of Mu Chen's thought, the rest of the thunder power was all tilted within the range of the bad boy. When the thunder fell, the delinquent teenagers perfectly explained to Mu Chen what it means to be a mob. Under this terrorist attack that was like punishment from heaven, the delinquent teenagers who had no discipline at all ran away. What team? What boss? What partner? Roll so far away. Where is it important that these have their own name? In the end, the thunder skills dissipated and the sky returned to clarity. In this wilderness covered by thunder skills, there are countless traces of explosions and pits, and several bad boys who have turned into coke seem to be telling what happened here. Pikachu, well done. Awesome. When did you acquire this skill? The most surprising person at this time was Xiaoji, because Xiaoji didn't see it with his own eyes at the end of the first battle at the sea, so Xiaoji only knew about Pikachu's thundering skills. Seeing that the thundering skills used by Pikachu in front of him were no less powerful than the terrifying punishment unleashed by the legendary divine beast Lightning Bird, Ash's eyes shone with dazzling light. Ha ha ha. Pikachu has become more powerful again. Wouldn't my chances of winning this league competition be greatly increased? The big-hearted Ash didn't think much about why Pikachu's progress was so great. All he thought about was the upcoming league competition. Damn it. How is this possible? How is this possible? Different from Xiaoji's surprise, Chenji, who was on Big Mouth back, was terrified. The rocket division that he had built up over the years just vanished. Although these bad boys have not officially joined the rocket, many of the elites already know the existence of the rocket, and they are all in the assessment period. Their combat power is not weak. Originally, according to Chenji's plan, relying on the advantage of the number of people, he didn't even need to do it himself to solve Xiaoji and Xiaoxia and capture this Pikachu. But who would have thought that what those guys said turned out to be true? Thunder Pikachu, lying on the grass. However, even if Chen could no longer believe it, the facts were already in front of his eyes. Hiccup tilde tilde tilde. Taking a long sigh of relief, Mu Chen, who had consumed a lot of energy, put on a fighting pose towards Chen, who was in the air. Others don't know, but Mu Chen knows it himself. This thunder skill is still too reluctant for him. In the previous battle on the sea, he only used the thundering skills that had not been strengthened. He was already close to the power exhaustion. But this time, after using the thunderstorm after charging and charging, Mu Chen knew how much this skill consumed his electricity. Nima, I'm afraid I can't even put out a 100,000 volts now. Although he complained in his heart, the big boss Chen was still on the spot, and the helpless Mu Chen didn't dare to reveal the slightest flaw. With the current situation, there is only one word for Mu Chen: pretend. Yes, after using this thunderbolt, Mu Chen regretted it. I knew so early that the consumption is so high, I might as well give this Chen already a super 100,000 volt. Electricity overturned the boss. Can these rabble run away? The result is now good. B is installed round, and there is no power. Mu Chen knew in his heart that this system task would be absolutely impossible to complete today. Now, I can only scare this Chen away. Anyway, there are a lot of guys around here who twitch and don't die. The unlucky person before was a newcomer who didn't know. How could these old people know where their headquarters was? As for whether this Chen has escaped directly, this was not what Mu Chen had considered. It's better to fail such a mission than to let this Chen find out his truth and take him down. Right. Pikachu, attack. Use 100,000 volt. Of course, there is also Xiaoji who doesn't know the truth of Mu Chen. After the excitement was over, Ash resolutely entered a state of battle. Xiaosha and Chirulian are enough to deal with those shivering rumbling stone. At this moment, what Xiaoji wants to do most is to take down the leader of this evil gang, Chenji. Damn it. Kid, don't be complacent. Just wait. You won't be so lucky next time. Hearing that Ash ordered Pikachu to attack, Chenji, who was in midair, was instantly agitated. At this moment, he has not adjusted from the terrifying state of fright before. Leaving a ruthless remark, Chen has been embarrassed to control the sparrow and quickly escape from here. Nima, where is this Pikachu? This is simply a thunder monster in the skin of Pikachu. Damn, come out BB bird. Don't let it escape. Seeing that Chen wanted to run, Xiaoji quit. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. But just when he summoned BB bird to launch a pursuit, Mu Chen, who was still in a concave shape, finally couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground. Lying grass, you can be considered to be gone. If I don't leave, I will be exposed. Seeing that Chen had been scared away, Mu Chen didn't even have the strength to stand. Pikachu, Ash, stop chasing. When Pikachu fell, Xiaosha was the first to discover it. Seeing this little bastard entering a weak state again, how could Xiaosha still not guess? I am afraid that using that thunder attack would be unbearable for Pikachu. Pick a tilde 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 pick. Nima, there is no harm if there is no comparison, or we Xiaosha are caring. Being held by Xiaosha in his arm, Mu Chen looked at Xiaoji with a look of annoyance and showed a look of contempt. This idiot playing Ying is really far worse than our Xiaosha. Whether it is this IQ, or this emotional intelligence, or the two pieces of meat on the chest, can't compare. Thinking about it, Mu Chen's short hand stretched out skillfully and placed it where it wanted to. Pikachu, Chapter 196 Chenji's ambush. Chapter 196 Chenji's ambush. Is this your headquarters? After a day's rest, after Pikachu's state recovered, Xiaoji and Xiaosha pressed a few terrified bad boys to a hidden mountain call. As for why they didn't return to the town directly to return to Miss Junsha, first of all, this time is too long. I am afraid that when Miss Junsha gets the news, the building will already be empty. Therefore, Xiaoji and the others just informed Miss Junsha what happened through the contactor. Secondly, it is naturally because of Pikachu. After the previous battle, Pikachu's strength has been shown in front of Ash. Seeing that Pikachu has made such obvious progress, Xiaoji's confidence has naturally increased greatly. The bad boy gang has basically been completely wiped out by that thunderbolt, and there is only one boss, Chenji. How could Xiaoji, who has a strong sense of justice, miss this opportunity to eradicate this malignant tumor directly? It is precisely because of this that Xiaoji and Xiaosha went straight to the headquarters of the bad boy gang and killed them after a night of rest. It's just that they didn't know at this time that the so-called headquarters of the bad boy gang was actually a secret branch of Team Rocket. That's right, it's here. Farah. To put it bluntly, these bad boys rely entirely on the number of people and the one-handed self-destruction of Pokémon. Now the number of people is useless, and the self-destruction Pokémon has been destroyed by Pikachu. The bad boys are a group of really panicked. Okay, let go. Remember, you are not allowed to do evil in the future. The villain is that Chenji, and these bad boys are just accomplices. Moreover, the evil things these guys did was nothing more than deceiving his Pokémon as he did to Ash before, and did not do anything that would harm people's lives. It is because of this that after these bad boys led Xiaoji to find a place, Xiaoji chose to let them go. Pick a tilde 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 pick. For Xiaoji to let these bad boys go, Mu Chen didn't feel the slightest bit at all. Anyway, these spicy chickens now see that their legs are weak, and it doesn't matter whether they let go or not. At this moment, what Mu Chen was paying attention to was this headquarters hidden in the mountain. Yesterday, I pretended to make a big deal, so in the end I could only watch Chenji helplessly and escape. Today, Mu Chen is saying that he will take him down. You know, the requirement given by the system task is to win Chenji. If this guy was allowed to run away, wouldn't Mu Chen have nowhere to cry? Pikachu, slow down. Seeing Pikachu jumping out of her arms and running ahead, Xiaosha hurriedly followed. Here, but the headquarters of the bad boy gang, who knows how many enemies exist. Pick up tilde tilde. What are you afraid of? Those little devils have been urinated by Lao Su long ago. Xiaosha will worry about whether there is an ambush here, but Mu Chen is not worried at all. After 2 consecutive thunderbolts to destroy the opponent, the morale of Mu Chen at this moment is also bursting. If Mu Chen is worried at this time, it is whether that guy Chenji is still here. However, there is an old saying that good joy begets sorrow. Boom! Just after Mu Chen rushed into the headquarters, a violent explosion sounded. Pick up tilde tilde. I Nima. What going on? The sudden explosion startled Mu Chen. Turning his head to look, Mu Chen realized that because of the explosion, the gate of this headquarters had been buried by rocks at this moment. Xiaoji and Xiaosha all fell outside the base. Ha ha ha. Little thing, I can't believe that your master would dare to chase after him. It going to thunder. Right, I am here to see how do you make thunder in this enclosed space. After successfully sealing the exit, Chenji's arrogant voice reached Mu Chen's ears. It turned out that after the defeat yesterday, Chenji, who fled back to the base, immediately wanted to pack up and evacuate. But when he was packing up his belongings, Chenji suddenly reacted. It seems that after using the thunder, Pikachu just made a concave shape there, and did not launch any attack on himself. It was when he thought of this that Chenji suddenly realized, what the matter, I was fooled yesterday, that Pikachu can indeed use thunder, but that's about it. Although Chen already did not know that there was still a time limit for the use of Mu Chen's thundering skill, but just from the performance after that Pikachu, Chen already can conclude that the Pikachu after using the thunder is simply a decoration. Knowing the depth of Pikachu, Chen has changed his decision again. In terms of strength alone, apart from the terrifying thunder, Chenji would never be afraid of a mere Pikachu. Originally, Chenji planned to go out to find Xiaoji and the others, and then wait for the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on them. Never thought that this morning, Xiaoji and the others took the initiative to kill him. Through the monitoring settings buried in the periphery of the headquarters, Chenji discovered the arrival of Xiaoji and his party early in the morning. Seeing them take the initiative to come to the door, Chenji immediately changed his tactics and set up an ambush in his headquarters. Now in this headquarters, the external exit is closed, and this Pikachu thunder skill cannot be used at all. Now, in the face of this lonely Pikachu, Chenji seems to see his own glorious future. What is a branch that has not yet been formally established? Just some bad boys. There is nothing else in this world, and there are not many bad boys. As long as you take down Pikachu and get rewards from Boss Sakagi, the fault of this division being destroyed is nothing at all. It is not even known that he has become a senior cadre. Pick up. Nima, ambushing Lao Su. Seeing such a situation, how could Mu Chen still not understand what happened? Obviously, this Chenji is not reconciled to yesterday's failure. This is to find a way back. Little thing, your master is not here. I see what else you can do. My uncle, just go ahead and capture it. Go, my mightiest warrior. Postocola, defeat me this little thing. The tactic was successful, and Chenji was filled with the belief of winning at this moment. According to common sense, after the Pokémon loses the command of the trainer, and only relies on its instinct, its combat power will definitely be greatly reduced. And in this closed headquarters, Pikachu's most powerful thundering skills are still unavailable. Chenji said that he can't see the slightest possibility of failure at all. However, what Chenji didn't know was that the Pikachu in front of him never needed a trainer's command. Pika. Seeing that Chenji had summoned the steel monster like a hill, Mu Chen was not wrong at all. After he made a cry, the electric current on his cheek jumped wildly. Make a fool of yourself. Bozdicola, use the land preparation. Let this little mouse run away in confusion. Chapter 197 Postokara and the Toucan. Chapter 197 Bostakora and the Sparrow. Woohoo. With a loud roar from Bozdicola, the ground where Mu Chen was standing began to shake violently. This is precisely the ground-based skills. Land preparation. Pick up. Lying on the grass. What kind of barren place should this be? The ground shook suddenly, and there was even a faint wave of extremely strong energy fluctuations that kept hitting Mu Chen, and the guy panicked. As an electric-type Pokémon, Mu Chen said that he has no resistance to ground-type skills. With the shaking of the ground, Mu Chen's charging power naturally could not continue. In desperation, Mu Chen could only keep fleeing to avoid being hit by the energy suddenly gushing out from the ground. Run away, run hard, let me see where you can go. The headquarters of this bad boy group is not very large. After Chenji closed all other intersections, the space where Mu Chen is now is only 1 or 200 square meters. Facing the 2-meter-tall Bostocola, there wasn't much room for Mu Chen to avoid. Seeing that Pikachu was so embarrassed by Postocola that he was tidying up the ground, Chenji even burst into laughter. Mad, I knew that this damn yellow-skinned mouse was a bluff. Why did I run away yesterday? My uncle. When he thought that yesterday, the dignified middle-level cadre of Team Rocket was actually scared off by 2 little devils and a Pikachu, Chenji was very angry. Today, my uncle, I want all my revenge. Pika. Nima, this will not work. I will fight back. The indoor space is so big, no matter how much Mu Chen dodges, he can't escape the attack range of Bozdicola, who is constantly stomping his feet to prepare the ground. After several trials, Mu Chen decisively made a decision to fight back. Since I can't avoid it, let's be tough. Who's afraid of who? At this time, Mu Chen was no longer in the state of facing this world. After constant battles, Mu Chen's confidence continued to grow. If he was forced to be so embarrassed in the face of a Bostakora, Mu Chen said he was angry. With the jumping of the current and firelight on Mu Chen's cheek, a 4-fingered electric current blasted away at Bostokila, who was still stomping his feet without a brain. Although this big guy can use ground-based skills, its own attributes are rock base plus steel base. In itself, there is no resistance to electrical skill. Woohoo tilde tilde. How fast is the instant 100,000 volt? Before Chenji could react, Postocola let out a painful roar. The ground preparation skills it used were also forced to stop. Huh, interesting. Postocola, stop playing with this little thing. Charge. Use the iron head. Although it hit a 100,000 volt, Bastocora is very powerful regardless of its own physique or its level, and resisting 100,000 volts is not a big problem for it. Woohoo tilde tilde tilde. After receiving Chenji's order, Bastocora lowered its big head and charged toward Pikachu. I saw the pair of sharp horns erected on its helmet-like head, exuding bursts of cold light. Therefore, it is the steel-type skill, the iron head. Pick up tilde pick up. Bye-bye to you. As long as this game should not use land preparation, Mew-chen really is not afraid of it. How are you tall? How are you physically strong? Do I have to fight with you? Lousy. Seeing the imposing charge of Bastocola, Mew-chen decisively chose to move at a high speed to dodge. Whoever loves it. I have a small physique. I will never be hard on you. Boom. Following Mew-chen's dodge, Bastocola's imposing impact was directly inserted into the surrounding rock wall. Woohoo tilde tilde. No matter how hard this Basto can pull the head, this time it was hit and the guy was dizzy, and the pair of sharp corners almost broke. Fly little thing. Postocola, stop chasing. Keep using the ground. Then, Pharaoh, come out and use the crazy attack on this little thing. Chen is worthy of being a mid-level cadre of Team Rocket, and his combat experience is naturally incomparably rich. With just this blow, Chenji realized that Postocola couldn't rely on hand-to-hand combat to attack this fast yellow-skinned mouth. Therefore, Chenji immediately changed his tactic. Couldn't your Pikachu rely on instant-fired 100,000 volt to interrupt Postocora's land preparation? Very good. That uncle. I will summon the big mouth. We don't expect Toucan to do much damage to Pikachu either. Just keep interrupting it so that it can't use 100,000 volt to interrupt Bastocora. As for whether 2-1 is detrimental to dignity, just kidding. He is not a good person, and this battle is not an upright alliance. What's more, apart from Pikachu and his Chenji, there is no one here, so what else does he have to worry about? As long as you take down this Pikachu, the glory and wealth that will come later will be at your fingertip. Ooh tilde tilde tilde. Following Chenji's call, a big bird with a pointed beak over 1 meter long appeared in front of him. This is exactly the big-billed pharaoh that served as Chenji's mount before. Woohoo tilde tilde tilde. Similarly, after getting Tatsuki's order, Postocola, who pulled out a pair of sharp horns from the wall, once again entered a state of mindless self-exaltation. Seeing Bastocola, who was constantly stomping his feet to prepare the ground, and watching the big-billed pharaoh swooping towards him, Mew-chen began to curse his mother in his heart. Pick up tilde tilde pick up tilde tilde. Nima, this is killing me. I know very well that there is no simple unknown task. As Chenji expected, after being disturbed by the sparrow, Mew-chen couldn't fight back against Bastocola at all. As the ground continued to shake, Mew-chen's activity space became smaller and smaller. Ha ha ha. Little thing, are you still struggling? Obediently surrender. Seeing Pikachu, who had been forced into the corner, Chenji's laughter was even more frantic than before. At this moment, he has seen the dawn of victory. He has seen a bright future. Pick up tilde tilde tilde. Surrender. Vote for your mother's approval. If this Chenji is a delicate little sister, then Mew-chen might be shaken. However, this Chenji is a bad old man. Surrender to the bad guys. This is definitely not Mew-chen's choice. What's the matter? Don't you want to oppress Lao Su's activity space? Then let me see how you oppress this time. Being cornered, Mew-chen, who had no room to dodge, burst out. Seeing a pounce from the big-billed pharaoh, Mew-chen, who was dodging sideways, started instantly. With a single stride, Mew-chen dashed to the back of the sparrow's back. Silly bird, you can be a mount for that bad old man. Then you can be a mount for me too. Chapter 198 IQ is hard. Chapter 198 IQ is a hard injury. Ooh tilde tilde. Suddenly, Pikachu jumped up on his back, and the big mouth suddenly panicked. This is the target that his master ordered to attack. How can this bird be its mount? However, at this time, Pikachu was on the back of the sparrow, and the simple brain of this guy couldn't help it come up with any solution at all. In a panic, the sparrow can only flap its wings in vain, trying to throw Pikachu off. Pika tilde tilde chew. After getting a chance to breathe, Mew-chen naturally wouldn't waste it easily. The two small short hands firmly grasped the feathers of the sparrow, and the electric current on Mew-chen's cheek jumped again. The biggest threat to Mew-chen in this battle is the self-healing Bastocola. This playful field preparation skill really made Mew-chen disgusted. Knowing that relying on the instant-fired 100,000 volt cannot defeat this product, Mew-chen decisively entered the charging mode again. Damn it, stupid bird. Use the punch to knock that little thing down for me. Seeing the big-billed pharaoh above his head, Chenji was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This idiot, are you helping me, or helping Pikachu? Ooh tilde tilde tilde. After receiving a hint from the trainer, Big Bill hurriedly turned his head to peck at Pikachu on his back. This peck can be said to have exhausted the Big Bill's rank. You must know that the skill of punching and drilling is a big move with high damage in the flight system. In addition, it is a rage blow from the big mouth. How can its power be underestimated? Of course, Mew-chen would never underestimate the big mouth's attack. Pick up. Bye bye. Seeing this silly bird slamming him fiercely, Mew-chen threw his hands and moved back several tens of centimeters. And just by moving these tens of centimeters, the sparrow's attack failed. Of course, it can't be said to be a complete failure. PFF. The sound of sharp weapons entering meat came. Ooh. Immediately, the painful and desolate chirping of the big-billed sparrow resounded in this enclosed base. Pick up. Nima, too bloody, too violent. I'm done. Looking at the big-billed sparrow who was spitting blood at his self-mutilation, Mew-chen's only expression was only one word of service. To be called a rogue among birds. Stupid bird. Stop lying. Fall to the ground. Hurry to the ground. Seeing that Big Mouth did not attack Pikachu, but instead gave himself a ruthless attack, Chenji almost fainted from anger. Mad. Why didn't this uncle find out before that this sparrow can be so stupid? What's so special? After I catch Pikachu this time, I have to change my mount. This game should be too cheap. Pika Chu. Hearing Chenji's command to Big Mouth, Mew-chen sneered in his heart. Landing. Late. If Mew-chen ordered the landing immediately after Mew-chen ran onto Big Mouth, then Mew-chen might still be in a bit of trouble. But now, I've finished charging my battery. The sound of flickering electricity sounded again. This time, the electric current that jumped on Mew-chen's cheeks was obviously much more intense than before. Therefore, it is the 100,000 volts that have been charged and blessed. Not good. Postokara, use Rampage to avoid Pikachu's attack. Seeing this familiar scene, Chenji was shocked. You know, before this Pikachu used Thunder yesterday, the current on its cheek jumped so much. Although Pikachu can't use Thunder in this place, but the 100,000 volt Postok can't stand it either. Woo. It was in the state of self-enjoyment, and suddenly hearing the master change the order, Postokola with a stubborn head said that it was a little dazed. Finally, after a short thought, Postokola reacted. Oh, by the way, the master seemed to let me use ramming just now. Right, but who do you hit? The master didn't say anything. Chenji's original intention was to let Postokola use Rampage to move to avoid Pikachu's attack. However, Chenji overestimated the IQ of his Pokémon. Just when Postokola was still thinking about life and who to release his skills to, Mew-chen's enhanced version of 100,000 volt has arrived. Woohoo. This time, Postokola was finally freed from the entanglement. Although this game should have thick skin and flesh, but under the attack of this enhanced version of 100,000 volt, Postokola was still twitched by the electricity. Damn it. Seeing that Postokola received 100,000 volts without any evasion, Chenji panicked. Without the powerful combat power of Postokola, it would be difficult for him to escape from this place, let alone capture Pikachu. Without any nonsense, Chenji ignored the twitching Bostakora and the whining sparrow, turned around and ran to a room behind him. Although this place is closed by Chenji, as the owner of this place, it is too easy to open a few doors or something. However, Chenji wanted to run. How could Mew-chen agree? Pick. Taff, why do you give me a stop? This Chenji represents Mew-chen's system mission this time, not to mention that this product was disgusting to Mew-chen before. If he saw that he wanted to run, how could Mew-chen agree? Moving at a high speed, the electric light flashed and activated, and Mew-chen shot away at Chenji, who was rushing with his head down. Bang! The mere humans are just ordinary humans. How can Chenji avoid Mew-chen's charge? With just a flash of lightning, Chenji was knocked to the ground by Mew-chen. Why don't you just lie down for me to stop? The mission requirement is to hand over the goods to Miss Junsha. Of course, Mew-chen will not use 100,000 volts on him. However, with the skill of electromagnetic wave, Mew-chen would not be stingy. Originally, he was knocked over by a flash of electric light when he was fleeing, but now he was hit by another electromagnetic wave, and Chenji suddenly let out a painful scream. Boom! Just when Chenji's scream sounded, a huge roar suddenly came from the enclosed base. Pick up. Lying grass. What's the situation? Does this guy still have a party? Hearing the roar, Mew-chen suddenly became nervous. Pikachu, how are you? Oh, Xiaosha, hurry in. This gap is not enough for the two of us to enter. Lilu. You. The roar gradually dissipated. What followed was Xiaosha's concerned greeting, Xiaoji's idiot cry, and Mew-chen's too big. Pick up. Hearing that it was his own, Mew-chen's dangling heart immediately let go. Yes, you have a conscience. Chapter 199 Sakagi has acted. Chapter 199 Sakagi has moved. Excellent trainer. Thank you so much. Looking at the destroyed headquarters of the bad boy gang, and looking at Chenyi who was tied up with 5 flowers, Miss Junsha's tone was full of sincerity. Originally, according to what Miss Junsha thought, it was enough for the two 2 travel trainers Xiaoji and Xiaoxia to help her find the location of this headquarters. But who would have thought that people would kill this bad boy gang with one shot? This saves a lot of trouble for Miss Junxia. How could she not be grateful? Ha ha ha. Miss Junxia, you are too polite. This is what we should do. However, now I have one more thing to trouble you, Miss Junxia. Now that this sea crossing bridge cannot be passed, where should we go when we go to Sunshine Town? Because of the previous battle, the sea crossing bridge that has just been repaired and has not yet officially opened has entered the repair stage again. When the cross-sea bridge was impassable, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia had to take a detour if they wanted to go to Sunshine Town. As for directly riding Mina's across the sea, just kidding, this is a full 60 kilometers. Not to mention whether Mina's physical strength can support it. Even the danger in the sea cannot be taken seriously by Xiaoji and Xiaoxia. Pikachu did defeat a group of Tyrannosaurs before, but who knows, is this ethnic group in the sea? If I encounter a Tyrannosaurus of that size again in the vast sea, I am afraid that even Pikachu will not be able to deal with it. You know, in the last battle, Xiaoji and Xiaoxia were both in safe position. If the two of them are also in the danger zone of war, then no matter how powerful Pikachu is, I am afraid that they will not be able to protect them comprehensively. Therefore, the most important thing for the two of them now is how to quickly reach Sunshine Town. Oh, that's what it is. According to your strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to cross the mountains, right? If you traverse this mountain range, you will arrive directly at Stone Town. If you want to go to Sunshine Town, then you originally thought that Xiaoji would make some excessive demand, but it turned out to be just asking for direction. This is naturally not a problem for Miss Junxia, but before she could finish answering, Xiaoji excitedly grabbed the conversation. Haha, that great. Thank you, Miss Junxia. Just kidding. Who can go directly to Stone Town? Who still goes to Sunshine Town? Xiaoji and the others' purpose was to go to Gemini Island, then take a boat from Gemini Island to Red Lotus Island, and finally challenge at the gym on Red Lotus Island. In Stone Town, it is much closer than Sunshine Town to the pier leading to the Twin Island. If there is such a shortcut, who will go to the Sunshine Town of Lousy? Thinking that the road through the mountains was not indicated on the map because it was too dangerous for the average trainer, right? And just when Xiaoji and Xiaoxia set off again, rushing into the depths of the mountains, on a deserted island, Team Rocket's old Osaka Mew also received a report from its secretary Meitu. Boss Sakagi, something happened to the Chenji branch. After verification, the branch that had not yet been formally established in Chenyi has been completely wiped out, and Chenyi himself was captured by Miss Junxia. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Alliance will investigate that it belongs to our branch. Although the branch that Chen has established has not yet been formally established, Chen is himself a mid-level cadre of the Rocket. Now that this product has fallen into the hands of the Alliance, it is only a matter of time before everything is interrogated. Looking at the serious-looking woman in glasses in front of him, Sakagi fell into deep thought. Chen's branch was wiped out. Such a coincidence. At this point in time, is it? The League has discovered his plan. You know, the Rockets have hardly made any big moves on the bright side recently just because they put all their attention on a study that can change the world pattern. As a result, even when Team Rocket disappeared, the branch that had not been officially established was wiped out. Is this a coincidence, or did the League do it on purpose? Because the plan this time is of great importance. The destruction of the Chenji branch cannot be handled carelessly by Sakagi. What going on? The Alliance took action. Who went? After thinking hard to no avail, Sakagi could only choose to ask the real bird. Boss Sakagi, that kid who owns Pikachu. This time, the Chenxian branch was wiped out, which should be an accident. The bad boys under Chenyi often deceive the Pokémon of the past trainers, and they happen to meet that kid. As a personal secretary, how did Sakagi's worry ma bird not know? For this matter, the real bird also expressed extreme helplessness. Who would have thought that things could be so coincidental? A branch that had not yet been formally established was just wiped out. Although this is not a big deal for the Rockets with a big family, but at this critical juncture, it is inevitable that the Rockets will be unstable. Oh, that kid again. Where are Musashi and the others and Armado? Hearing that it wasn't the Alliance's shot, Sakagi's dangling heart immediately dropped. As long as the Alliance didn't notice his plan, then a branch or a Chen is nothing at all. Boss Sakagi, Musashi and the others were on road 306, which was 20 miles away from the kid. If they speeded up their pursuit, they should be able to catch up with the kid within 2 days. Armado and the others are resting in a small town not far from Musashi and the others. As a secretary, the real bird is still very competent. At least no matter what question Sakagi asks, the real bird can give him the prepared answer in the first time. Like this. These two Pokemon, you give the messenger bird to Armado and the others. Then, tell them that, no matter what, they will catch that kid Pikachu for me. Pikachu made Sakagi full of interest, and now he can destroy Tatsuya's branch, which is enough to show how terrifying the potential of this Pikachu is. How long has it been? Almost every time Sakagi hears a report about Pikachu, Pikachu, he will find that the strength of this little thing has been greatly improved. Sakaji's desire to get Pikachu became stronger. Follow your orders, boss. Hearing Sakaji's order, Matori picked up the 2 Pokemon balls in front of him without hesitation and turned away. However, neither True Bird nor Sakagi knew that the messenger bird, who was specially responsible for delivering supplies to the subordinate team members, was not as intelligent as she imagined. If it's a direct order to give the item to someone, it probably won't be a problem yet. But when Mato mentioned Armado, he also mentioned Musashi. Chapter 200 Continuous Attack. Chapter 200 Continuous Attack. Ash, is Pikachu sick? Why isn't the mood high today? Carrying Pikachu on the road, Xiaoxia naturally understands the state of this little guy best. In general, it is absolutely impossible for the little bastard Pikachu not to take advantage of himself. But today, she and Xiaoji were on the road for a day, and this Pikachu didn't even hit her once, but just lumped in his arm. In this case, Xiaoxia said that she absolutely could not understand. Could it be that Pikachu is really sick? Well, let's rest here today. I guess Pikachu might be too tired. It's impossible to get sick or something, but Ash thinks that Pikachu's poor state is because of the previous battles and overdraft. Pick up ... Looking at the two of them talking, Mu Chen was silent. I'm not so tired, sir. Dad, I am very energetic. At this time, Mu Chen was not physically tired, but his heart was tired. I struggled to complete an unknown mission, and the result was that the last turntable gave a 10-point race value. At this moment, Mu Chen's heart collapsed. Especially last time you gave a thunderbolt pseudo generously. Are you going to get it back this time? Mu Chen dared to decide in his heart that this must be the system's intention. However, no matter how he called, the system ignored him. Looking at the naked 10-point race value, it's no wonder that Mu Chen can get up. This is such an unknown mission. Mad. No, I am very depressed. I need to vent. If the pent-up resentment in his heart is not vented, Mu Chen may be suffocated. Of course, his way of venting is definitely not to follow Ash's command to abuse vegetables like Cerulean. He naturally has his own way of venting. CD tonight will be fine again, right? Minos ladies, I'm going to work hard for you tonight. Of course, all of this was in Mu Chen's mind, and he would not explain it to anyone. At the same time, Amato and Xiao Saburo, who were dozens of miles away from Xiaoji and his party, were also having a conversation. Amato, Mr. Ma Bird said that the boss ordered us to take down that kid, but what about that Pikachu? After the last battle, Kozaburo and Armado have deeply understood the powerful fighting power of Pikachu. Even Xiao Saburo's ironclad shell made that Pikachu an electric grilled seafood dinner. Now that his strength has been greatly reduced, let Xiao Saburo face that Pikachu again. He really has no confidence in his heart. The boss's order has been issued. No matter what, we must find a way to complete it. Unlike Xiao Saburo, when Pikachu was mentioned, the anger in Yamato's eyes quickly burned. This abominable yellow-skinned mouse dared to snatch away my mother's intimate clothing. How could Armado not take revenge for this kind of shame? Amato, don't be impulsive. To say me, we should do a little more preparation. Finding that Amato had plans to kill Xiaoji and his party directly, Xiao Saburo hurriedly stopped him. The loss of your Armado is just a cover, but my little Saburo lost an iron shell. In such a hasty killing, you Yamato may have just left a hood again. What about my little Saburo? Xiao Saburo said that he did not have such a high-end item as a hood. Damn, then let's do some preparations first. According to the information provided by Mr. Truebird, it would take at least a week for the two little goes to get out of the mountain. When we're ready, go outflank them directly. Although his heart was full of anger, Armado also knew that Pikachu was not easy to deal with. For revenge, Armado temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. However, unlike Amado's anger, Musashi and Kojiro were celebrating en route 306, a dozen kilometers away from them. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew the boss wouldn't abandon us. That's right, Musashi, leave this fire-breathing dragon to me, and the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus to you. Among the two Pokemon balls that Sakagi handed to Mato, the two Pokemon contained are the powerful fire-breathing dragon and iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Originally, according to Sakaji's vision, after handing over these two powerful guys to Yamato and Kosaburo, they solved Xiaoji and the success rate of capturing Pikachu was still very high. However, it happened unexpectedly. At this time, these two Pokemon have come to the hands of Musashi and Kojiro. No, don't you think the fire-breathing dragon's red color matches my hair? I'll give you the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. This fire-breathing dragon is mine. Compared with the cumbersome iron-clad Tyrannosaurus, the handsome fire-breathing dragon is obviously more popular with Musashi and Kojiro. You two don't fight. Since the boss trusts us so much, we must not fail the boss. If you want me to say, let's hurry up now. Go and take down those two hateful little devils. Go and catch that yellow-skinned mouse. Meow. Seeing Musashi and Kojiro who are still fighting, Meow Meow said it was hurt. Why did the boss think of these two unreliable good, but didn't think of me? Meow. That's right, Kojiro. Meow, let go. After snatching the Pokemon ball from the fire-breathing dragon. Musashi gave the departure order as the head of the elder sister. Damn yellow-skinned mouth. The humiliation I received from you, my mother. This time I will get it back with profit. Pick up tilde tilde. Of course, Mu Chen did not know the actions of the Musashi trio and the Armado duo. At this time, it was already dark, and he was preparing to have a battle with the old lady Mina. But just as it was about to charge, the system's electronic sound suddenly sounded. Didi, random missions are on. Cao Nian, are you ready to endure repeated attack? The mission objective, to repel the enemies that are attacking continuously. Mission reward. Cao Nian, have you been looking forward to it for a long time? That's right, Cerulean is about to evolve. Failure to punish. Wait, you can't grasp the chance of Cerulean's evolution. Then you will always watch. Walter, what kind of mission is this? What a barren play. This mission didn't even tell who the enemy was. Do you want me to guess? Still a series of attacks. What kind of wild Pokémon? Although Mu Chen has many doubts about this task, but this reward, Mu Chen said that it was still very fragrant. The arrogant little thing Cerulean has finally evolved into a beautiful royal sister. Thinking of what Cerulean will look like after evolution, Mu Chen decisively shakes off his doubts about the mission. What is it? What is it? I am excited now. Pick up tilde tilde. Pick up tilde tilde. Ladies of Minas, prepare for a stormy attack. Putting down his thought, the excited Mu Chen's eyes were blood red, and he rushed towards Minas, who had been impatient for a long time.